The hero's morning began not with coffee, but with a wild surprise. The young man was literally stunned by what he saw. He stood on the doorstep of the university where, on the usually crowded staircase, there wasn't a soul in sight today. The first thing he did was to go to his classroom, which was in complete disarray. At first glance, it would seem that people had left the classroom in a hurry, leaving their belongings behind. The dining room looked the same. It had been left in a hurry, having never finished lunch. It was very strange for the hero to wander through the empty corridors of his institution, where there was usually a bunch of students. There was only one question in the young man's mind. Am I the only one who showed up for the pairings today? After leaving the educational institution, the hero came to the bus stop, but he did not wait for the bus, so he had to walk home. It was very quiet outside. The guy decided that as soon as he got home, he would get some sleep, in case it all turned out to be just a nightmare. After crossing the path to his house on foot, the young man climbed up to the right floor. Opening the apartment door, the hero shouted, "I'm home!" Mom didn't respond, which surprised the kid even more. Now he was not frightened at the horror, for at this time his mother was always at home. His gaze stopped on the clock. The hands showed 14:45. This fact further puzzled the hero. It struck him that he had left the university at about the same time. The young man decided to check himself and took out his smartphone from his pocket to compare the time. It was the same on my phone, 2:45 p.m., Monday the 6th of October. The hero tried to calculate in his head how long it should really be. His journey home took 2 hours and the sun is still in the same place. A sudden thought suddenly visited the young man's head. It's as if time has stopped. The hero stood at the window without taking his backpack off his shoulder. He looked out at the street, trying to understand what had happened. Suddenly the lad heard strange sounds that in the absolute silence startled him. It resembled the flapping of a bird's wings, but judging from the sound, the bird was gigantic. And in the next instant, that sound was replaced by the clatter of a woman's heels against the floor. Behind the back of the hero appeared a beautiful woman. Her appearance resembled an angel. She informed the hero that Earth time had stopped for everyone but him. The young man's eyes almost popped out of his orbits at what he saw. He asked fearfully who she was. Belle laughed and replied, "I'm exactly who you think I am." The guy didn't get her joke. It was like he hovered. At last he ventured to utter his suggestion. "Are you a burglar?" The girl was amazed that he could think such a thing about her. She pointed to her wings and white dress and asked irritably, "Isn't it obvious?" The hero wondered again who this uninvited guest might be. His next guess was, "Maybe you're a cosplayer." The beauty began to lose patience, for he was wrong again. She coughed, trying to regain her composure. At last the girl solemnly announced, "I am a messenger of God, an angel. My name is Laida. She shows up here to explain to the hero what's going on. He is a straggler." The hero was unable to answer anything. He was simply dumbfounded by the events of the day. That word, straggler, brought back unpleasant memories for the young man. It started with a field trip to an elementary school. He was forgotten and left. In middle school and high school, things repeated themselves. This became the young man's trigger for life. He was afraid of being abandoned. He wasn't even called to student meetings at the university. He was always forgotten. Note: an event held among university students in South Korea. It lasts approximately 2 days and is considered a free-form study session, where students spend time socializing with peers of the same major. The angel's news now literally crushed the boy. He fell to his knees and whimpered, "Why does this keep happening to me?" Laida smiled and explained that everyone had gone to the other world except him. The young man looked up at her. He wanted to know why he had stayed on Earth. The angel replied, "Because a great catastrophe is about to hit the Earth. Let me explain what it is first, and then we'll talk about you. This planet is moving to a new level as it has gained maximum experience. Mana will now be available to humans," Laida continued. "You will now have access to the Akasha Chronicles. Humanity will be able to utilize this data. We call this kind of thing status." The hero decided that this explanation was pretty simple, like in computer games. Angel smiled and said she was a good teacher. She continued her explanation. "Along with mana, monsters will also appear. You can't destroy them with ordinary weapons." After saying that, the hero decided that she was definitely a cosplayer. If we were to leave humanity in its current state, the risk of total annihilation would be enormous. God has stopped time and sent everyone to another world. There, people will have the opportunity and time to train in the use of mana. To be precise, their bodies are in a safe place, and the avatars have been sent to another dimension. Through this, people will be able to learn how to resist monsters with energy. That's how they get the basic skills to fight monsters. The hero raised his hand like he was in class. "I have a question. Monsters can't be destroyed with firearms or explosions?" Laida explained. "They are made of high-rank energy. Even a nuclear bomb won't be enough." The young man finally realized what it was all for. The angel asked, "Well, isn't God merciful to organize a training of this magnitude?" The guy decided it was time to talk about him. What is God's plan for him? Lida's answer infuriated the young man, for she considered it a mistake she could not undo. Belle explained. The portal is already closed, so that's not an option. Your stealth is astounding. Even God didn't notice. The hero's face turned red and he shouted in rage, "How can a superior being be so stupid?" The next moment he fell to the floor, and like a child he started kicking her legs and arms. "I can't believe it. Send me to another world and teach me how to use mana." The angel waved her hands. The merciful God is sorry for your problem and decided to give you a bonus. But the young man didn't want to hear anything. He wished to be in a parallel reality with everyone else. Lida explained in a calm tone, "We won't make it before the catastrophe. The others will be back in 10 years. I'll organize some food. Wait here." The hero was startled by this news, how he would wait alone for so long. He asked the angel, "What am I going to do here alone with myself?" Lida suggested that the boy train to prepare for the monster's arrival. The young man asked confused, "What's the point if I don't know how to use mana?" The beauty smiled welcomingly and replied, "Just make you stronger physically." The guy wasn't very happy about this prospect. He looked disappointed. He decided to try to insist that he be sent to others, but it was impossible. Then the hero was seized by real despair. The young man screamed loudly, tears streaming down his face. This is how his lonely life on Earth began. The hero's hometown was indeed as if it had died out. There was not a single soul on the streets. The same deserted streets could be seen usually in crowded China. The Champs-Élysées and the Eiffel Tower were completely free of tourists. 5 years have passed since the disappearance of all humans on Earth. Only the lone young man left here by chance continued his existence, waiting for the others to return. He decided to waste no time and took the angel's advice, all these years improving his physical fitness. For 5 years he faithfully attended the gym and worked on his muscles. Meanwhile, others in the parallel universe were perfecting their own mastery of mana. People from different continents became stronger to face the monsters that would soon appear on Earth. The hero wasn't completely alone. Lida could at least entertain him once in a while. Angel watched the boy's actions carefully. She asked, "And how do you not get sick of it? How can you do the same thing for 5 years?" Lida wanted to know. The young man replied a little irritated, "Like I have a choice." The beauty watched the guy carefully, drawing certain conclusions. She thought while looking at the muscles of the young man's arm. "Yu Ilhan has gotten pretty good and stronger. What a stamina he has." People usually have a hard time focusing on one activity, Angel thought. Lida said, "I knew you were an unusual person. It was already clear by the fact that you were able to hide from God's eyes." The hero exclaimed irritably, "As if I did it on purpose." Right now the angel was his only interlocutor. She visited him once a week, keeping him from getting completely bored. Lida didn't just visit Ilhan, she took care of him, cooked his meals. When it was time for breakfast, lunch, or dinner, the table in the hero's apartment was automatically furnished with delicious dishes. The young man thought it was even tastier than his mom used to cook. And when the hero finished his meal, the dishes automatically disappeared. It was incredibly convenient. Ilhan informed Lida that the physical training was over. It was time to take on martial arts and weaponry. Angel asked how he was going to learn all this without a teacher. The hero replied that he would find a guide on the internet. "Electricity and the internet works, so I decided to study from videos I've put off in the past," explained the young man. It was strange to the guy, how these 5 years of the internet working. Lida explained it by saying that time had stopped. Yu Ilhan wanted a clearer explanation. Now it was always daytime on Earth, the bright sun shining. The hero decided to train outdoors, perfecting his new knowledge of martial arts. The young man decided to use a stick, for it was a weapon that could be found anywhere. The guy had watched a dozen videos on the internet, and was now trying to repeat the moves he had memorized. He was doing pretty well, like he had been practicing martial arts for a long time. Angel watched every movement carefully. She said, "The basic elements also need to be given time, although you still have 5 years ahead of you." Ilhan decided not to comment on Lida's words, and silently continued his training. The beauty watched the guy with a smile. He's been doing this for 4 years now. Suddenly she suggested, "Would you like me to be your sparring partner? You'll develop faster with an opponent." The hero interjected in surprise. "Are you suggesting I fight you?" Lida nodded, telling the guy not to bother attacking. Yu Ilhan replied, "Although you allowed it? But how can I hit my new angel?" But the next moment his demeanor changed abruptly. The boy rushed to the attack, exclaiming, "Of course I can! Feel 9 years of loneliness and frustration." But his attack was in vain. Lida was born for battles. She threw the hero to another corner of the courtyard with a single blow. Lida inquired, "Got it now? Don't worry and train with me. Injuries are a free bonus." The hero was not thrilled with this offer. Time passed. 10 years flew by. Angel thought that with this level of training, the young man would have no problem overcoming a low-level monster. And when he raises his level, he'll be able to use mana. Lida personally trained him, so there won't be any problems. Ilhan replied, "Taught him? I'd say got it into my head. Belle decided to ignore the whining. She thought the guy did a good job. A lot of things will change once disaster strikes. The hero shook the angel's hand and asked, Laida, will I see you again? She replied that it was up to him. After Laida flew into the sky, Ilhan couldn't wait for the X moment. There is nothing left until the return of the people. The hero even put on a costume for this solemn moment. The young man thought, it's been so long since I've seen anyone but Laida. I'm even a little nervous. He was sorry to say goodbye to God's helper, but the time had come. He closed his eyes, expecting that soon his life would be what it used to be. After standing like that for a bit longer, he felt that nothing was happening around him. The hero dared to open one eye to see why he couldn't hear anything as Laida had already managed to fly high into the air. She decided to look back and see how Ilhan was doing. Suddenly, the angel froze in place. What she saw on the ground surprised her. The hero was still a lone figure in the soccer stadium. The young man looked angry. He wants an explanation as to why no one showed up. Angel returned and said with a sweet smile, it seems there was a mistake again. Ilhan folded his arms on his chest. He was very furious. The hero no longer held back his own emotions. He shouted, I hate you. How long do I have to wait? Tears streamed down his face. I realize I have no other choice. I'll have to wait again. But it really annoys me. After that day, time continued to flow at breakneck speed. 10 years? 20 years of total loneliness. You could go crazy that way. 50 years passed and no one ever returned. All this time the land remained almost deserted. Nature without the hands of men looked quite wild. Ilhan had no choice but to continue his grueling training. Now the young man's blow scattered the stones. The hero looked at his own hands in which he held the hammer. The next moment, Laida appeared in that clearing. You're so strong now. I never doubted you. The young man thought about the fact that after 50 years of being single, he had stopped keeping track of time. Angel was concerned about the guy's morale. She asked, is something wrong? Without turning to look at her, Ilhan replied, I don't remember what my mom looks like anymore. Belle faded her gaze. She was truly sorry. The next moment, the hero began to lose his self-control. He shouted angrily, how long do I have to wait? The young man said he was tired of martial arts. Laida shouted, but disaster could strike at any moment. We can't stop practicing. Angel suddenly realized that the hero was gripped by despair. The young man understood that. The books he had read were enough at his level. Belle didn't want to believe that the young man had given up. She wanted to cheer the guy up by all means. He should wait for the other humans to return to Earth. Ilhan recalled what he had been doing lately. He read all day long. He started with modern literature, then business books. Then came the basic sciences, history, geography, physics, chemistry, art. Time passed, and the literature in the library, which he had not yet read, ran out. It was then that it occurred to the hero to learn other languages. He was going to travel. He started with neighboring China. There was a lot of interesting stuff there. Laida sometimes kept him company. Then Russia, America, and all the countries along the way. He learned several languages. During this time, the guy read most of the books in the whole world. Europe, Middle East, Africa. He visited a bunch of countries and continents. It's been a long time. He read everything. One day, the hero told his girlfriend that this was his last book. He didn't know what else to do. Laida asked, don't know what to do, aren't you tired? Ilhan replied, never get tired. There are many things to do before disaster strikes. After several hundred years of loneliness, the hero even continued to believe that people would return at some point. Everything was a preparation for disaster. Laida prayed to God, our Father, please bring the men back while Ilhan is still holding on. The rays of the bright sun were breaking through the forest thickets. The boar ran through the bushes on his own. Suddenly a sharp pain pierced his side. The animal collapsed and wheezed. After Ilhan read all the books, he started to try his hand at leatherworking and blacksmithing. The young man said to the angel, nothing complicated so far. Let's start with wild boar. By the way, if I kill all the animals, there won't be any monsters to come from where? The hero asked Laida. Beauty replied, you may hunt those I have authorized. If you destroy all the animals, the balance of this world will be disturbed. The goddess wanted to add something more about the monsters, but stopped talking halfway through. The young man noticed this. He asked, why did you stop talking? You're not teasing me, are you? Angel advised him to pretend he hadn't heard anything. The hero decided not to argue and continued to deal with the body of the shot boar. Laida thought, what a strange man. How can he handle everything he takes on? This has been going on for 274 years. That's a long time even for an angel. It's amazing that someone who normally has no more than 100 years to live can spend so long just preparing for the future. The Celestial was distracted from her thoughts by the guy's words. Cool, it's done. Not bad for the first time. I definitely have talent, Laida said in shock. Ilhan, you are an incredible person. Time passed, but the people did not show up. The waves were crashing against the sandy shore. It was cold outside, and the hero stood by the water in a warm jacket. He had learned to gut not only animals but also sea creatures. Another of his prey was a giant sperm whale. Laida shouted angrily, "It's an endangered species. It's illegal to hunt them." The hero asked if she could close her eyes at least this time. Yu Ilhan laughed and said, "Call me Ishmael." The young man was referring to a character from Moby Dick. Angel exclaimed, "Stop joking, there's no one here to laugh." After 3 years, the young man had learned to be a master leatherworker. It took a little longer for him to learn blacksmithing. When you read, everything seems simple and clear, but in practice and without a teacher, it is much more complicated. Sometimes all it takes is one mistake, and the labor you spent a lot of time on will be destroyed. An inaccurate sledgehammer blow, and the sword broke. The young man exclaimed in heart, "I have hands for my buttocks." At first, the hero's swords were constantly breaking. He spent 5 years to create a very simple sword. Laida was nearby at that moment. She wanted to look at this piece of gun art. Smiling, she commented, "You can't even slice radishes with that." The young man replied, "I didn't ask you to cut anything. Give it back." But the angel was against it. She wanted to keep this sword as a memento. She said, "God sent me to help you. Be thankful." Belle affectionately hugged the trophy she had received. Laida was blown away by this talented guy's skills. Over time, Yu Ilhan attempted to create all kinds of weapons. Long swords, spears, axes, hammers, and so on. Another 50 years passed unnoticed during this activity. The perseverance of the hero knew no bounds. He tried to improve in any case for which he took up. He repeated again and again until he was satisfied with the result of his labor. He had a whole lot of time in his arsenal and patience, cultivated over centuries. After working with a hammer for hundreds of years, he finally became a true master blacksmith. He finally succeeded in creating the perfect spear. After 100 years of trying, he had finally created a masterpiece. Laida said, "Your tenacity is really impressive. This is the best spear I've ever seen. But with the advent of Mani, there will be other materials, much stronger steels," Angel added. The young man replied that in that case he would just make a new one. The Celestial never tired of admiring the hero, for he never gives up. After cutting meat and blacksmithing, the lad went back to perfecting his fighting skills. He practiced over and over again on a special simulator and completely lost his sense of time. Laida watched him and thought, "Ilhan is constantly improving. Several generations of development in one man. But 1,000 years have passed. Sooner or later, it will reach its endurance limit." Angel dreaded to think what would happen then. Belle thought it would be wonderful to find some new and interesting thing for him to do. It had to be something completely new, something he'd never done before. Relationships with the opposite sex came to mind. She even had time to imagine herself in Ilhan's arms. But then the celestial woman came to her senses. She had no right to think such a thing. Such dreams threw the beauty off balance. She's an angel. How can you think of such vulgarity? But her mission is to help the hero. That's an order from higher authority, not her wish, so it's all right. Laida thought, "If he needs help, I'll do my best." At this time, the young man noticed her strange behavior and asked what she was doing. Angel was airborne when she heard Ilhan's voice. "Hey, Laida, what's wrong?" She decided to pretend that nothing strange was going on. The Celestial was not feeling any. She hesitated to ask what she had just been thinking about. Their faces were so close that they could feel each other's breath on their own skin. The young man wanted to ask something. The angel thought, has he figured it all out? But that wasn't what Ilhan meant to say. He noticed that Laida's sword began to move and glow blue. Belle looked at her weapon. She was stunned, for she herself did not understand what it meant. Suddenly the angel's weapon took on a life of its own. The sword flew out of its sheath and into the air. Laida couldn't believe her own eyes. She had never seen anything like this before. She didn't seem to remember right away what kind of sword it was. When she did, she was completely amazed. It was Ilhan's first sword. She couldn't lose it and spread her wings and took to the sky. The hero tried to stop her, but the angel was unresponsive. Suddenly the young man noticed a definite change around him. The guy looked at his own hands and realized that he was now wearing the clothes he was wearing back then when time stopped. The martial skills simulator began to disappear right before his eyes. The hero immediately realized what was happening. Everything was going back to the original state. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Laida was begging the god not to take that sword away from her. She only took her eyes off her target for a second and glanced at the ground. Angel couldn't believe her own eyes. Had the disaster begun? Meanwhile, Yu Ilhan lost his balance, his body flying. The hero found himself in the air. He couldn't believe he was flying. Laida shouted, "Ilhan, wait! This can't be—" Belle thought, "Gosh, this is too fast. We haven't even had time to say goodbye." But the angel was pleased by the fact that the young man's first sword had been left to her. She had managed to get attached to the guy during that time, but she didn't know if they would meet again. Laida was a celestial. First and foremost, she was a girl who fell in love with the person she was helping. They hadn't even kissed. Meanwhile, the hero watched his assistant swiftly withdraw. Would they really break up like this? They have spent so much time together, and now they don't even get a chance to say goodbye. It's a very sudden breakup. Laida thought, I'm an angel, a creature of the highest level. A thought crossed Ilhan's mind. If I reach her level, will we meet again? These two parted with heavy hearts in the hope of being together again someday. The time is finally here. The streets of the cities will soon be filled with people again. Strange lights suddenly appeared at the deserted bus stop, and in another second they turned into people going about their business quietly. A magical light also appeared in the still empty university auditorium. The next moment, the students and the instructor took their seats as if they had never disappeared. People also began to show up at the university's dining hall. The students looked somewhat puzzled. They looked at each other in surprise. The university courtyard was filled with people. Everything was exactly as it had been on that day several centuries ago. Ilhan stood in the middle of the courtyard with his eyes closed. He couldn't believe that this long-awaited day had finally arrived. He was no longer alone. When the hero finally opened his eyes, he saw something strange besides people. A screen with his personal information appeared right in front of the guy's face. Ilhan, human, unemployed, level 1. Title, Titan of Solitude, passive stealth. Strength 72, health 78, dexterity 81, mana 1. When the hero saw this status window, he realized that a major disaster had begun. He heard other students talking. Wow, you can also open a status window here, and it's only been 10 years. Ilhan thought confusedly. So for the rest of humanity, it's only been 10 years. It seems that only for me it lasted that long. The young men were disappointed as their performance from the parallel world rolled back. Everything returned to its original characteristics. The hero couldn't believe his own ears. He carefully eavesdropped on the conversations of others. He felt kind of strange being surrounded by so many people. After all, he had grown accustomed to solitude over the centuries. There was one strange moment. No one noticed Ilhan, as if he was invisible. Active hero skill, stealth, maximum level, evolution is available. Need materials for evolution. The skill is passive, which cannot be evaluated. The guy didn't understand what was wrong with this skill, why he couldn't manage to turn it off. The hero began to feel panic. He wanted to turn off this skill of his. Ilhan grabbed his head. Was it really his destiny to always be alone? These centuries he had waited so long for people to return, but it was all in vain. Was he to be alone from birth to death? After calming down a bit, the hero decided, I don't care, I'll just go home. Walking past the guys who were chatting with each other, Ilhan felt sad. But he was still excited, because it was wonderful to see people in the streets after spending so much time alone with himself. Time had finally moved on. The sky went from blue to the colors of the setting sun. As the young man closed the apartment door behind him, he breathed a sigh of relief, finally home. The next moment, Ilhan heard his mother's voice calling his name. The woman ran out into the hallway, all the while missing her son dearly. The hero could not look at the woman because during this time he managed to forget the features of her face. The next moment, the guy rushed to hug his mom. They really missed each other. All the memories were revived the moment Ilhan hugged the mom he hadn't seen in 1,000 years. The sunset, which was visible through the window of their apartment, also pleased the hero very much. In the kitchen, the guy could smell the aroma of dinner cooking, the churning of butter in the pan. My father sat at the table and read the newspaper. Everything was back to normal. The man said, God, no news about Haizia. His wife asked him in surprise, You were in Haizia, and I was in Yamen with my neighbors. Their son thought, Still, some things have changed. Dad said Haizia was perfect, but he never found the trait. And my mother said that she couldn't learn to control mana. It was very difficult. The hero already thought that he would not even be able to get a word in, as his mother asked where he was. Ilhan decided it was better not to tell his parents that he had been left on the ground. They would only worry in vain. The young man lied that he was in a town with no name. The boy's father agreed with his wife that controlling mana is really difficult. The woman added, Why was it necessary to take newborns, old and even pregnant women to force them to undergo these 10 years of training? It would have been better to take the young and strong. Ilhan replied to his mom, You can't upset the balance. There was no choice, even though it's not very effective. Suddenly, the young man noticed the surprised looks of his parents on him. He realized that he had said unnecessary things. The mother asked, What do you mean? Efficiency? Balance? The young man replied that he was just guessing. He decided that he should think about what he was saying, or he would arouse suspicion. The woman asked her son how he had done. I heard you can make a lot of money if you learn to control mana well. Monster bodies sell well, Mother informed. And my father said, People like that are rare, but they can definitely get rich. It was strange for the hero to hear all kinds of gamer terms from his parents. Having managed his dinner, he put his chopsticks on the table. Ilhan turned to his parents. Mom, Dad, I have something to tell you. He dared to admit that he didn't know how to use mana. Upon hearing this news, the parents looked surprised. But the mother quickly mastered her own emotions. She said with a smile, Okay, then focus on your studies. My father thought it was his genes that were to blame, because he wasn't doing so well himself. The hero was glad that his parents took the news so easily. He decided that it didn't matter now. After the evening, the guy walked to his room. What he saw literally stunned the hero. On the floor, leaning against the wall, stood a spear of the hero's own making. Why is it here? I thought the weapon disappeared with everything else. Laida put so much effort into making sure that sword wasn't taken away. Could it really be her handiwork too? The young man thought at a loss. Taking the spear in his hands, the hero decided that it was flawless. Now you won't have to look for something else to fight monsters. At the same moment, a status window appeared in front of the hero's face. Yu Ilhan's Steel Spear. A weapon of a unique class. It has an attack power of 800 and a strength of 500 and 500. A miracle created by man without the use of mana. Its durability is equal to that of a medium-level monster bone weapon. The young man was surprised by the performance of his weapon, but he didn't realize if the performance was good. He decided not to get frustrated and start by gathering information. Diving into the web, the hero noted that there were many new posts. Ilhan was surprised to see something new. After returning from the other world, people immediately rushed to post all the information they received on the internet. First, he needs information on how to level up and how strong you need to be to defeat monsters. It seems like an ordinary person could handle a level 5 monster. In the other world, you had to rise at least to level 7 to become a low-ranked fighter. From level 10, you could get the classes, archer, swordsman, and so on. From level 50 onwards, strong fighters start to be able to get a second class, and the third class of fighters is at the 100th level. From that point on, a person is considered a national treasure. Because of the hellish conditions of getting third class, no one ever reaches fourth class. Most people think that 4th and 5th grade is the level of a dragon or Bahamut. Yu Ilhan decided that this was the only way to find out anything else useful. It would be worth asking around at the university. The hero looked out the window and tried to remember how many years ago he had last been in a couple classes. Somehow the present hasn't changed much, unlike the rest of the world. Suddenly, the young man realized that he already missed Laida a lot. Suddenly, the guy's eyes went to his forehead. He heard someone's voice. She'd be happy to hear about that. Ilhan looked around nervously. He wanted to realize who it was that was talking. The voice explained, "I was sent by the heavens to help you, to teach you how to use mana." The young man looked furious at this intrusion. But in the next instant, he finally saw the intruder. The sight was overwhelming. The stranger replied that he was no intruder. This time, the hero was visited by another angel. The celestial decided to introduce herself. Her name is Erta. The hero was disappointed by this visit. Was it really again? A messenger from a god has burst into his life again. Erta said that mana was difficult to control, so God sent her to help Ilhan. The angel was very small in size. She added, "That's why God creates avatars, to send them to another world for 10 years of training." The young man replied, "It's clear, but it didn't do it for me." Erta reiterated once again that that was why she was here. "Someone wanted me to help the lagging Ilhan," Angel explained. "She said it's not fair to leave you to your own devices, when you've put so much effort into training. Laida asked me to send an angel to help you, to teach you mana control as quickly as possible." The image of the beauty appeared in the hero's mind. She had not forgotten about him. Ilhan asked his new acquaintance why Laida hadn't come herself. The Celestial explained, "The management was concerned about the close relationship between a high-level angel and a human. That's why they sent me." The young man replied that he understood, and thought to himself that he would like to see Laida at least one more time. Erta said that the young man looked nothing like the one her friend had told her about. Suddenly, the guy noticed the Celestial's eyes turn bright blue. She scanned him, surprised at his even fitness and appearance. Erta thought that the hero didn't need the angel's help. He could destroy the weak monster with his bare hands. Angel remembered Laida's words. "Ilhan needs to be taken care of. He's been alone for 1,000 years. He's the only one who can't use mana. Don't you feel sorry for him?" Then my friend's face resembled that of a kitten trying to beg for food. Erta decided that Laida was just pretending to be an innocent angel. The Celestial then sighed, accepting the fact that there was no choice, since the mission had already been assigned to her. She told the boy that he had done a good job of training his own body. She's here to teach him how to use mana. The guy looked confused. He didn't understand how to get started with this kind of training. The miniature angel flew up to the young man and stepped on his head. Erta said, "I only need to be near you to activate it, for I am a supreme creature. All mana-related stats will increase 10 times faster from my presence." Even 1,000 years spent with Laida didn't accomplish anything, since the 2 catastrophes didn't exist. Celestia added, "I estimate it will last about a year." The hero was annoyed that an angel was sitting on his head. He asked, "Are you going to sit there all this time?" Belle explained, "I'm enchanted. The lower creatures won't notice me, so don't worry." But that wasn't what bothered the guy at all. "How am I going to shower? What about my love life?" Angel replied that there was nothing to hide. The hero wanted to at least be alone in the bathroom. Yu Ilhan saw the problem as more than that. Due to Eartha's constant presence by his side, the young man would not be able to view 2 terabytes of his treasures. The Celestial replied, "I am not concerned about the affairs of lower beings. Don't worry." The hero was stunned because it turns out she can read minds. She didn't care. Let the young man breakdance or rumba dance, and he could play his games all he wanted. Ilhan shouted, "Wait, what did you say at the end? How do you even know about that?" Angel replied, "The higher creatures are not interested in how the lower ones have fun." The guy didn't believe her, for she was smiling. Now the hero wished that Laida would come back to him. But that wish was unfulfilled. He and Arita would spend a whole year together. The next morning the young man went to the university. It was the first training hike in 1,000 years. Erda nestled comfortably on the guy's head. The people around her couldn't see her. Ilhan asked the celestial woman, "Are you really going to sit there 24 hours a day?" The angel replied, "The others can't see me, and you're not paying attention." The hero replied in despair, "As if I could. Stop dangling your feet in front of my eyes." The young man exclaimed, "Is it just me, or is the angel mocking me?" Suddenly, the guy noticed people in military uniforms walking past him. Ilhan thought, life hasn't fully returned to normal yet. It's unlikely to come back. The state is preparing the army for the appearance of the army. The young man wasn't sure how effective it was. Laida had said that only mana would work against strong monsters. Here was the university. How long it had been since he had been in its classrooms. Once on the notions, Yu Ilhan felt invisible. None of the students paid any attention to him. The guy activated the system window, again trying to turn off the stealth skill. The character looked frustrated, as there was no way to turn it off. Erda thought this skill was not a bad acquisition, a nice bonus. The two communicated without words. Ilhan thought irritably, more like a loser's foray. Suddenly, the hero heard a conversation between 2 students. "Did you get the skill?" one asked. The other replied, "One, but barely." The young man inquired of the angel what it was they were talking about. Erda explained that they combined a small amount of mana and negligible combat experience. Students are trying to get something that can be used against monsters in this way. The hero thought that the angel especially was very dismissive of humans. Erda replied, "From the perspective of me, the supreme creature, even the combined skills of all the humans here can't compare to your disguise." That's why she said his skill wasn't bad. But the young man still thought he was for losers. Ilhan looked sadly at the other students who already knew how to use mana. Suddenly he realized that he could easily eavesdrop on conversations with his own skill. Not even his gaze is noticed by anyone. Now the hero no longer looked so frustrated, as he could easily get information. The next moment, the young man sensed a conversation that caught his attention. The speech passed a girl who had once studied at their university. She was called the Empress. Nobody knows exactly who she is. One of the guys said, "We'll all know when the monsters show up." The hero concluded, "Some female student showed outstanding talent in the other world. That's why she got such a name." The students were wondering when the dungeon would appear. They were sure that with their peers, there was no way to get there anyway. Yu Ilhan thought, "Oh yes, there are dungeons that have restrictions." The young man immediately inquired of the angel, "What is a dungeon?" Erda explained that it was a real trap. Her answer surprised the hero. It was a trap that God himself created. There are real monsters in the dungeon. First, God sends food to the dungeon to lure the monsters there. When enough of them gather, he closes them inside. Unlike monsters, humans are free to enter and exit as long as they meet certain requirements. A dungeon is a place where people can hunt relatively safely. Ilhan was stunned by this information. He asked the Celestial, "Then why not just lock all the monsters in there permanently? It's not like they won't be able to get out." Bell explained that dungeons have a lifespan, so people should clean them up in time. Then there are the overly smart monsters that don't fall into these traps, the monsters that can break them. And some are so clever that they have learned to create their own traps for humans. That's why Erda recommended always being on guard. At that moment, the instructor walked into the classroom. All the students went silent. The man walked to his podium and decided to start the lecture by checking attendance. The teacher started calling one name after another. "The professor gave you a long lecture that doesn't fit the subject matter. You need to adapt to a changed world." The organization united on these has already banned the free use of manam. Controls have also been put in place on the raising of rovens. China and other powerful nations have focused on monsters and how the world will change under the influence of mana. Depending on Korea's action, many firms will go bankrupt, but at the same time others will enrich themselves. The professor continued to narrate. At this time, Ilhan thought, "So much water. I came here to study. Is it even worth paying that much money for such an education? What will a bachelor's degree mean in the new world?" That's when mana usage will become much more relevant than some paperwork. Until there are mana-related items in the program, Angel said, The best way to train is to hunt monsters. Yu Ilhan replied that he didn't want to do anything dangerous. We're at the initial stage of the disaster. The monsters are still weak. It's better to kill as many of the weak ones as possible while we have the chance to raise the level in mana. Celestial added. The character reminded him that he was at level 1 and couldn't use mana at all yet. Erda wanted to say something, but was silent for half a word. After thinking for a bit, she finally reported, "You have excellent physical strength. It'll be enough for monsters below the 25th. The young man was not frightened, but rather startled by this information. He acted like he didn't know he had great physical strength, much to the angel's surprise. Suddenly the beauty noticed something and decided it was great luck. She informed her ward that he would now have a chance to practice. All the students across the room were looking at something through the window. The young man, along with the other students, went to the window to get a good look at what was going on outside. It turned out that the university's courtyard was infested with giant insects. The people as well as the hero himself looked scared. The disaster had begun. Ilhan had been waiting for this for so long and dreading it at the same time. Time X is finally upon us. Monsters are flooding the earth. Even Urta, who had seen monsters before, looked stunned. The goddess said the training was complete. Now humanity will have to survive on its own. Questions were heard in the crowd of students. What should we do? Where should we run to? Why haven't the army and the authorities reacted yet? Someone suggested teaming up for a hunt, but all the students were scared. They saw through the window as someone became the first victim of the monsters. That was the last point. The crowd panicked. Everyone rushed to escape. Only Yu Ilhan, who had an angel sitting on his head, stunnedly froze in place. Tears appeared in the young man's eyes, wondering if he had been left alone again. Heavenly Lady commented on the hero's condition. I didn't expect anything else from you. But the boy quickly pulled himself together. He began to trot his gaze around. Erda inquired, Do you want to fight them? The young man replied, Yes, they look weaker than a sperm whale. Belle decided to explain that monsters are different from normal animals, and the skin is incredibly tough, and they are stronger. Then she added that these are damaged below level 20, so they shouldn't make any problems for the hero. Ilhan at this time tore off a wooden leg from a chair. This would be his weapon. The young man waved the wood around a bit and decided it would suffice. Erda thought, he has a strong spirit and strong muscles. There won't be any problems until level 25. Meanwhile, the hero continued to swing his temporary weapon in a concentrated manner. His movements were so active that the angel could barely keep his head up. Ilhan decided that the makeshift stick needed to be improved. Having done so with improvised materials, he was satisfied. Erda asked, You made a suitable weapon on your knee. Have you been trained in the crafts? The young man replied with a smile. Is it really that noticeable? I've had plenty of free time. The Celestial remembered Laida's words. It's not like he can't do anything at all. He can't be abandoned again. Angel thought her friend was exaggerating. It was the result of extreme training. The hero had only one regret now. He should have brought his spear with him. For a low-level person to reach such heights is a sign of talent and skill. Yu Ilhan asked Erda, My disguise skill won't work if I start attracting attention? I would like to hide my identity somehow. The beauty replied that a mask would be enough. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the university, monsters were destroying everything around them. The professor's monument was cut in half. These creatures resembled mantises, but were much larger and much stronger. The hero didn't hesitate any longer. He went out to hunt and attack the first monster from the air. A mask hid his face, and in one hand he held 4 makeshift wooden spears. The guy's attack was precise. His jump on the monster's neck made it fall to the ground. Then it was a matter of technique. After the first kill, Ilhan gained 800 experience points and reached the 3rd level of stamina. His mana increased by 2, and his strength and agility by 3. The system reported, Taijutsu has reached the maximum level. Evolution is available if materials are available. A level 13 Greater Mantis entry was obtained. The hero couldn't believe that this was what a promotion looked like. He was pleased with his achievement. Levels are Akasha's Chronicle record system, in which you can bet stronger when defeating monsters. By taking an opponent's life, you gain not only a record in the Chronicles and experience, but also his future potential. Ilhan immediately noticed that his mana had gotten a little bigger. This fact could not help but make him happy as well. Erta inquired, What's wrong with you? Did you feel the pleasure of violence? The young man agreed, promising that someday she would as well. The next moment, the hero found himself surrounded by monsters of a different kind. The boy didn't hesitate and took up another spear. He managed to exclaim that there were no skills to fight a group of monsters. Angel advised him to rely on his reflexes. It would work itself out. Ilhan decided to heed the advice and rushed to the attack. He managed to cut the insect monster's protective armor in half. After another victory, the system reported 700 experience points gained. Spear Mastery has reached the maximum level. Evolution is available if materials are available. Level 11, Big fly entry received. 850 experience points gained. You have reached level 4. Strength, dexterity, stamina, and mana have been increased by 1 level. Erda shouted a warning for the hero not to relax, attacking from above. The young man looked up and saw a bunch of flying insects that were rapidly approaching. There was no time for Ilhan to think now. He snapped out of his seat with lightning speed. Another monster was defeated. The young man received 400 experience points and a note about a level 7 big mosquito. But as soon as the hero overcame one monster, as another appeared behind him. This time the mosquito drove the guy into a dead end. There seemed to be no chance of escape. The sting of the giant insect was aimed straight at the young man's chest, but instead of piercing him, it bent. Erda was amazed at what she saw. He is so trained that his body has become invulnerable to the proboscis of a mosquito. The hero didn't look scared. He was quick to deal with the danger. Angel believed that Yu Ilhan had crossed the limit of the human body as well. After destroying this monster, the young man continued his first monster hunt. Time, after destroying another monster, he received messages from the systems to increase his own experience. In the next moment, a giant mantis appeared in front of the hero as if out of nowhere. The creature was faster than the guy. It swung to strike. The guy barely had time to dodge. An ant had fallen under the mantis's sharp blade. The Celestial warned that more monsters were approaching. The next moment, Ilhan found himself surrounded by a variety of insects. The young man caught himself thinking that he was disgusted to even look at it. The hero exclaimed, "For bug extermination, call Sesko. It is one of Korea's famous pest control companies." As he flew up into the air, he worked both hands simultaneously with the wooden spears clutched in them. The system didn't have time to add experience to him. He had reached level 6. His stamina, strength, and mana increased by 1, and his dexterity by 2. Suddenly something incomprehensible happened, as if a bolt of lightning had struck somewhere behind the guy. It was as if someone invisible was destroying the monsters, helping the hero survive. Ilhan stopped, trying to figure out what the hell was going on here. Looking around, the young man saw a girl with powerful mana behind him. Her clothes resembled those of an ordinary student, but there was a strange piece of jewelry on her forehead. The young man realized that the mage in front of him. He wondered who she was. But Erda advised him not to get distracted and to kill the monsters. The stranger continued to destroy the monsters around her by applying her own energy. Angel said that the girl had incredible mana stats. Otherwise, how could one continuously use lightning strikes? Ilhan speculated. Perhaps she was just raising her level. I'm also increasing my stats. Finally, the young man exclaimed, "The last one left." He gained 1250 experience points and reached the 7th level. The other students had been watching the incredible battle with their mouths open the entire time. Now the hero could catch his breath. He had finally dealt with a whole bunch of low-level monsters. It was an impressive debut. It was at that moment that an entire army ran into the university courtyard. One of the soldiers exclaimed, "Sorry, our car couldn't go up." But the next moment the squad leader froze in place, stunned by what he saw. He couldn't imagine that their help was no longer needed. The military had received information that several insect-like monsters had appeared. What the hell happened here? Meanwhile, Yu Ilhan was examining the remains of the insects. He hoped to find something like the Stone of 4 Souls, which according to legend gave great power to demons. Erda inquired, "You know how to cut up carcasses, don't you? You can find a mana stone inside the body." This information really interested the boy. The angel added that it was in the hardest part of the skeleton. That's where mana accumulates. She could point out the location. The young man took her advice. The military was shocked at this guy's level of training, how he managed to overcome these monsters on his own. The girl who arrived in time to help smiled and remained silent. Meanwhile, Ilhan, with Arita's help, got the mana stone. The angel explained that it was the basic material for all items. For a while, the hero paid no attention to what was going on around him, and when he looked around, he froze in place. A crowd of students gathered around him, all filming what was happening on their phones. The Sky Woman reassured the guy that no one would recognize him, so there was no need to worry. But he was embarrassed. Such a crowd had never paid attention to him. Suddenly, a mage girl approached the hero. She wanted to say something. The hero looked at her and thought she was some kind of alien. She had very large eyes that glowed with witch fire. The beauty tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked if the boy could help her with the cutting. It was Ilhan's first meeting with the Empress. The young man didn't immediately find something to say in response to the request for help. And there was not a single thought in his brain, a complete void. But the boy quickly pulled himself together and inquired how much he would get for his cooperation. The Empress replied, 30 nor 40% is yours for your help. Ilhan agreed to her offer without hesitation and got down to business. The students in the crowd began to murmur, "Is it really the Empress? How did she become so strong in one day?" Someone advised others not to get close, as the mage could strike with lightning. The hero, dissecting insect carcasses, thought, "It turns out this is the girl from the rumors. She's really strong. Suddenly, Ilhan heard a conversation. Who's that guy? From his palm and rays were shooting out. The young man countered to himself that there was no such thing. The students gossiped that he had killed a monster with a lightsaber. In fact, he wished he had. But that was a lie. Erda inquired. How was it? Good stealth skill. It was enough of a mask that no one could remember what you were doing here. That made the hero feel a little sad. He began dissecting the monsters' bodies with even greater persistence, looking for mana stones. The Empress was pleased with the find. The stone did look magical. It had a purple color. Ilhan told his angel that he was done with this. It was time to get out of here. But the road was blocked by the military. They had something they needed to find out. The head of this squad wanted something from the hero, but he didn't have time to finish the sentence. The next moment, a bolt of lightning struck him directly in the back. The Empress decided to intervene to help Ilhan get rid of the army's attention. The beauty's face was hidden under a mask that was constantly smiling. It was hard to understand what emotions she was feeling right now. The students thought the beauty was cool. Some of the young men in love also wanted to get a charge of the Empress. The hero felt that they needed to get out as quickly as possible before more chaos ensued. But Erda thought he didn't need to worry. The next moment the young man heard the crowds murmur. Where did that masked guy go? The young man waved his hand, but no one noticed him. The students immediately invented a new legend that he had escaped at the speed of light. The hero looked upset, but the Celestial thought it had ended beautifully. Ilhan thought, how strange, everything is fine, but then why am I so sad? In the evening, the young man returned to his house. He stopped at the playground. Placing the insect body parts in front of him, he scrutinized it all. Erta wanted to know what he was going to do. The boy explained, I want to make some armor. A full kit is hard to do. He hoped to be able to protect at least his arms and legs. The Celestial said, handling monster materials is incredibly difficult. You'd better wait for a chance to meet a real master. Ask him to make something. The hero smiled cheekily. What is she talking about? After all, he is the best craftsman on Earth. Erda remembered again her friend's words about pitying a guy who couldn't do anything. How wrong Laida had been. Angel covered her face with her hand. The young man realized what she was thinking and smiled. In fact, the Celestial woman thought the girlfriend was a fraud who had dastardly deceived her. Erda thought about the fact that in some ways this young man was like a cheater. She asked Ilhan if he knew anything about manacraft. The hero replied that it was the first time he'd heard it. But it sounded cool. Angel smiled. It's understandable since you didn't have any before. The young man grasped the beauty. He decided it was a new skill he already wished to learn. Erda promised to teach him if he stopped shaking her. Ilhan dismissed the winger and apologized for his behavior. Angel figured she hadn't gotten used to him yet, and she began her story. Mina crafting uses mana crystals that look like gems. You can use them to create certain items. For example, weapons or armor with special powers. This craft evolved from blacksmithing, but with the use of mana. The heroes grabbed Erda by the waist again, begging him to teach him the skill. Angel couldn't help herself and let go of his slap, reminding him that she'd already promised to teach him. She said, I must remember to say a few affectionate words to Laida when I'm in heaven again. The young man wanted to know what she meant. The enraged Sky Girl thought about the fact that the girlfriend should watch her boyfriend on her own, but she had the good sense not to say that to Ilhan. She continued her story. Before starting the armor cravat, you need to prepare materials and magic stones or mana crystals with special properties. For example, something that resembles a dragon's heart, the angel explained. The young man looked puzzled, but he quickly pulled himself together and decided that a dragon's heart sounded cool, like he'd gotten into some kind of game. You need to place the magic stone next to you, synchronize, and begin the forging process. After you finish the piece, you need to grind the stone and apply it to the surface. The sand that forms from the artifact will become the base form. At this point, the work of the craftsman is completed. Thus, the forged item becomes magical. Such armor or weapons will add plus 30 points to your attack and plus 50 to your defense. Erda finished her explanation. The hero rejoiced that it was that simple, but the angel pointed out that the base form just increases stats. But there is another kind of crafting. It is the one that can bestow new skills. It is an advanced form. The Celestial thought that this level was much more difficult. With the amount of mana Ilhan currently possesses, it can't be achieved. The young man thought for only a moment, and then with a smile asked to tell anyway. For if you don't try, you won't know, Erda said. To enrich an item with abilities, the craftsman must put mana into the magic stone. If the mana runs out quickly, it won't work, Celestial added. If you put it into magic stones properly, you can create a dream weapon. It will be able to spit ice or flame. In addition, such armor will be able to restore its master's stamina during battle. While choosing the ability and the will of the wizard is important, and one should not forget about the amount of mana and the quality of magic stones. The hero thought about it. He realized that it took a strong will to get what he wanted. He decided to try. Ilhan wasted no time and went straight to work. Irita watched the boy carefully. She thought he had very dexterous hands. It wasn't long before the arm and leg armor was ready. The system reported that the mana craft had been learned. Angel was amazed that he was able to do it even without skill. The hero smiled and said, "Theory mastered, practice left." Erta thought it would have been better if he hadn't said anything. It would have looked cooler. The Celestial thought, but he's right. Grasping the concept so quickly, he really has a talent for adapting. If Ilhan can understand everything else so quickly, he can gain incredible power. She said to the young man, "You've already created protective armor. What do you want to do with everything else?" The hero advised her to just watch. He explained that he wasn't done yet. There was still some magic stone left in the palm of his hand. The hero mentally instructed himself to use it and mana at the same time. He closed his eyes and got to work. The remnants of the magic stone shone in his hand. It was truly incredible. Erta thought in astonishment. He's not going to make an advanced form right away, is he? You don't even know how to control mana. It's useless. Looking at the young man's face, she could see that he was having a hard time. This kind of exercise is very exhausting. But a moment later, some kind of weapon appeared in the air, which looked like a mantis scythe. There were still bits and pieces of the magic stone in Ilhan's palm. The Celestial thought, he can't fail when he's gotten this far. Angel looked at the hero's open palm. She realized it wasn't enough. Deciding to disregard all the rules, Erta added a drop of her mana to the guy. The remnants of the magic stone turned into a whole incredible color with sparkling facets. The young man looked at his own hand and couldn't believe his own eyes. Ilhan looked confused. He couldn't take his eyes off the magic stone. Looking somewhere ahead, he didn't realize what was happening now. A powerful energy stream was swirling around him. The armor that the young man had made with his own hands began to change its appearance. Erta thought confusedly, this is a failure. Her mana didn't help. But the hero's face lit up with a smile. He realized that everything had worked out. Ilhan received a message from the system that his mana craft had reached level 2. The armor took its place on the young man's arm. Now on the playground outside the student's house, the truest magic was happening. The hero decided to test the strength of his invention. The modernized mantis scythe easily cut metal chains. The young man looked at his own hand with delight. He had managed to create exactly what he wanted. Erta was stunned, she realized. The guy wanted to add the mantis skill to his armband. Her thoughts were interrupted by Ilhan's voice. "Now we must hurry," the Celestial said. "That's right. I helped a bit with the mana. But it's unbelievable that you created such an item on the first try. We need to raise your mana and make new items." But the young man said he didn't mean that at all. He broke the swing, so they have to run away from the playground quickly. Angel reported that she could apply restorative magic. She demanded that her apprentice stop now. In the meantime, the news has been reporting on 2 unidentified men who destroyed the monsters and disappeared. Authorities are still searching for the citizens who defeated the monsters. The 2 Song University students quickly destroyed the monsters and disappeared without a trace. The hero heard all this. He told his parents that he had to go to his studies. The kid's mom looked scared. She offered to skip school today. Meanwhile, the TV continued to broadcast. Authorities have labeled people with extraordinary abilities as superpower users. Their level of mana proficiency is believed to be just as high. The woman gained the skill of a mom. Maternal instinct gets a 10-year bonus. Now you can track your son's every move while he's at home. The mother thought it was dangerous outside. There are a lot of monsters out there. The young man thought, Mom's attentiveness is so strong now that I can't do anything quietly in my room at all. He said, "Don't worry. If I see a monster, I'll run away quickly." Meanwhile, the announcer continued to narrate. The government is planning to create a division of advanced mana users. It will be headed by people with superpowered abilities. The mother asked her son to be careful. He promised and advised her not to go out anywhere. The hero decided to go for a walk, so he went to the university on foot. He complained to Artie that he could barely get out of the house. The young man couldn't believe his mom had such a skill, why it was even needed. Angel suggested, maybe to keep an eye on her son? Ilhan didn't understand what the point was here. Belle explained, they say that even in a large group of penguins, a mother will always hear her chick crying. It's the same here, a useful skill for survival. The hero was a teenager. Of course he was not very happy to be under the close supervision of his mother. Erta noticed the look on his face and wondered what had happened. The boy honestly admitted that it would be a shock to him if his mother didn't notice him, considering the fact that even God hadn't noticed him. This trigger never let go of the student. Celestia decided to turn the conversation to another topic. What do you think about the news? About the government's squad of strong fighters? The young man calmly replied that he was not interested. He doesn't want to work for the government. He puts himself and his family first. Erta agreed. It was indeed better to act on your own. Unnecessary restrictions were unnecessary. Heading towards the university, The young man decided to confess something to the angel. "I would like to meet the Empress again," the boy said, dimming his gaze. The Sky Woman looked disappointed. Had he managed to fall in love? A real man? But Ilan exclaimed, "That's not the point at all. I have no interest in such things at all since the disaster. I don't even have time to watch treasure." When he said it out loud, he was afraid he was impotent. Erda added fuel to the fire. She explained, "There are times when libido drops after too much physical training." The young man's face turned red and he shouted in rage that he was not impotent. From the outside, it could seem quite strange, because the interlocutor of the hero could not be seen by passers-by. He could have gotten into an embarrassing situation if it weren't for his superpower. Erda said, "Even if you shout impotent in the middle of the street, no one will notice it." The young man angrily thought, "I don't even know if this is a blessing or a curse." Taking a deep exhale, the hero said he had an idea why this happened. The girl who had helped him through the loneliness of 1,000 years appeared in the young man's mind. "It's because of Laida." The celestial woman said, "Well, yes, enjoyed angelic beauty for 1,000 years and lost interest in ordinary women. Impotent." Ilhan coughed in anger but quickly pulled himself together. He wanted to know how the Empress had learned to control her mana so well. He has already raised his own level, but he doesn't understand how to use it. But the Empress's capabilities are really impressive. Erda replied, "There's nothing surprising about that. God sent people to the other world for training. All but the hero, for his existence was hidden from the universe itself. You, Ilhan, who can destroy monsters with his bare hands, is much more unique than everyone else." Suddenly the angel hesitated half a word, as if she had some kind of hunch. The hero noticed the celestial's strange behavior, and asked what was wrong. She explained that she sensed the presence of monsters nearby. A pack of 70 wolves and wild dogs. They are led by a level 35 diamond wolf. The student opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't expect such news at all. He shouted at the Sky Woman, for she had promised that there would be no high-ranking monsters anytime soon. Erda folded her arms across her chest and replied, "Something strange I noticed even yesterday. I'm not sure why such swarms of level 10 monsters have already appeared on the second day after the disaster." The young man looked puzzled as to why she hadn't said anything to him yesterday. The angel condescendingly replied that she didn't want to share her worries with lower creatures. The hero thought confusedly, Erda really is quite different from Laida. She acts like an understood rich girl, always drawing a line between the high and the low. Laida was different. Sometimes she seemed a little silly to the guy, but kind, like an older sister. Tears appeared in the student's eyes. He really missed her. Erda coughed to draw attention to herself. She wanted to be honest. Ilhan raised his eyes and looked at her questioningly. Erda looked serious now. "I believe the earth is out of order. Something strange is happening here. I need your help." The hero stood as if flushed with the news. He did not know what to say. His mind was completely blank. It was scary to imagine what was behind it. Erda said, "We have to hurry. I'll explain everything to you on the way." The young man asked to be shown the way to those monsters. The angel told him to move forward. The god teleported people through a disaster approaching another world. There they could learn how to use mana. But the animals have been left here alone for so many years. God thought nothing would happen to them in decades. But unfortunately, even God can be wrong sometimes. Due to an unknown error, the flow of time on Earth has been drastically altered. 10 years on other worlds turned into 1,000 years on Earth. The hero remembered how he waited for the first decade to end, and for people to return. For those 1,000 years, Laida had always been by his side, so he hadn't even noticed how much time had passed. The boy was pulled out of his memories by Erda. They needed to turn right. Ilhan obediently turned, but asked not to pull his hair. Meanwhile, Erda continued her story. Even considering the catastrophe, the animals lived for 1,000 years instead of their normal lifespan. The changes were unavoidable. The hero just ran out from around the corner and saw a pack of wolves right in front of him. Angel was just finishing her explanation. Right now, Earth's monsters are much stronger than those in other worlds. Seeing wolves with bloody mouths, the student decided that the Earth and all its inhabitants were doomed. Erda said that's why she needs Ilhan's help. She was sure the heavens were trying to restore balance, but it would take time. Until that happens, we are responsible for destroying the monsters. Everything will be compensated according to the achievements. The celestial woman summarized her story. The two monsters didn't wait for them to finish their conversation and rushed to attack. The hero had time to put on his armor and retrieve his spear, but he found the task quite difficult. Erda looked silently at the wolves, who kept their eyes on their prey. She finally agreed that it was hard to argue with that, but there was still no other option. The young man took a step forward and began to fall downward, right onto the heads of the ravenous wolves. The monsters flew, whoever was where. This was a really powerful hero attack. It was incredible for him to wipe out a dozen wolves with one blow. Ilhan has gained 12904 experience and a level 35 brown diamond wolf entry. He has reached level 9. Guy's strength has been increased by 4, agility, health, and mana by 2. Erta was stunned by her ward's accomplishments. Each day he amazed her more. Angel thought, maybe he's a masochist. Why does he like new challenges so much? Turns out she said it out loud. Of course the hero denied the allegation. It was at that moment that he heard a ferocious growl behind his back. The guy's reactions were great. As soon as he turned around, the dogs flew in different directions. The system immediately reported, a level 18 no shelter dog entry was received. The student had a few seconds to catch his breath, but the battle was in full swing. Monsters on the streets of the city were hunting people. Cries for help could be heard from everywhere. Some of the bystanders tried to use the fire layer, but nothing worked. The guy didn't have enough mana to attack. He was paralyzed with terror. The monster slowly approached its victim. Ilhan immediately saw where his help was needed and rushed to save the man from the wolves. The monsters were gigantic. They roared loudly and glared their red eyes at the hero. The boy flew into the air, holding his list in his hands. He was the first to attack the wolves. Meanwhile, one of the monsters managed to attack another peaceful passerby. The man closed his eyes in the face of danger and said goodbye to his life. He waited for a few seconds, but nothing happened. Then he ventured to open his eyelids. The wolf that had attacked him lay slain. On his body stood the hero with a spear in his hand. The young man received a message from the system. You must select a class to overcome the 10th level. Captured entries affect the list of available classes. The system added that entries could turn into opportunities. Meanwhile, the passers-by had time to get a glimpse of their hero. They recognized the mask at once. One man exclaimed, "That's the guy who saved people near the university." Others agreed that this was the young man who instantly disappeared as soon as the military showed up. The hero was a little disappointed that the crowd recognized him. Ilhan didn't like the name Sunbolt. He irritatedly said to Earthy, "Combining the name of a university and the name of an athlete?" Angel replied, "You've gained some fans. Congratulations." The young man continued to destroy the wolves and quarrel with his assistant. Such fame was not to the hero's liking. "Fans? What the hell are you talking about?" The boy exclaimed, "I don't need such a statement. Let him leave me alone." Erda thought with a smile, "Look how ashamed he is." Meanwhile, the young man was distracted by the system's message. He was surprised that after so many monsters destroyed, his level hadn't increased. The next moment he got the answer to his question. You must select a class to advance to the next level. Ilhan scratched the back of his head when he saw the wolf that raised its muzzle to the sky and howled. He didn't understand what was going on here. The hero himself didn't realize where the other monsters came from. In a second, he was surrounded by a dozen monsters. Erda warned her ward. "It seems to have been some kind of order. Be careful." The young man asked in surprise, "Are they smart?" In his head, he said, "If I retreat, I'll lose the initiative. And if I defend myself, I'll get bit." After a little thought, he decided that in that case, it was better to attack. After this decision, he received several notifications from the system at once. His experience increased by 2,500 points. It wasn't until Ilhan had destroyed several of the monsters that one of the wolves attacked him from behind. The hero had a great reaction, so he managed to get back in time and meet the danger with dignity. Swinging his spear, he struck the wolf, its blood splattering in different directions. After destroying one monster, the guy realized that they weren't getting any smaller. It could seem as if the wolves were constantly calling for reinforcements, like a real military unit. But the hero was determined. A few more strokes of the spear and the two monsters lay at his feet. The people who were importantly watching this fight were stunned. It was really incredible. How could 5 ravenous wolves be put down in one instant? But suddenly the crowd heard a predatory growl behind their backs. The humans looked around and saw an even larger wolf that didn't mind eating human meat for dinner. Those present saw that under the monster's paw, a man was lying face down on the ground. Ilhan asked Erta, "Did he take a hostage?" The angel replied, "Looks like it. This doesn't seem to be the first time he's done it." The hero smiled resolutely. He didn't think it made any difference anyway. The young man realized that no one else could handle these wolves but him. He had to do everything himself. The man who was held hostage by the monster looked terrified. The crowd began to shout, "Now we're going to find out what Sunbolt is going to do." The flashes of the phones were blinding. Erta told her ward, "Your decision will determine whether you become a universal hero or a criminal." The boy replied to the angel that he was not at all interested in such things, nor was he interested in public opinion of his actions. The hero had no time to talk. He rushed forward and attacked the wolf. The monster had lost its head. Now its hostage was free. At the same instant, Ilhan received a message from the system. Gained 6,700 experience. Level 32 Big Cunning Wolf entry received. After the death of their leader, the other monsters didn't look so determined anymore, but they continued to bared their fangs. "If a man is in danger, I can save him. I will definitely do it," said the hero. "But I'm not omnipotent, so I only do what I can, so I don't consider myself a hero. I'm just a normal person." Erta doesn't understand what this speech is about at a time like this. The young man explained, I said something really cool the first time. Don't get in the way. After analyzing the situation, the young man concluded that the wolves were going to attack at the same time. They decided that he had lost his weapon. Ilhan crunched his fingers. Going to deal with these bad guys as well. The huge wolf opened its mouth as if about to swallow the hero whole. Don't let the monsters think a guy can only fight with a spear. The young man exclaimed, I'll show you the result of royal martial arts training. Getting into a fighting stance, the guy was ready for any crowd. Erda thought, Ilhan is not going to sacrifice himself to save others. This guy makes decisions more calmly and quickly than others, so he shows more efficiency that way. Angel mentally turned to her friend. Laida, you've raised an impressive monster. The beauty looked confused and truly amazed as she watched the hero's battle technique. She realized that the guy's prowess was his personal achievement. The crowd was not silent. How strong. That's just amazing. Sunbolt, go for it. Even your body is a weapon. At that moment, the heroes hit one of the wolves right between the eyes with the edge of their palm. The young man was only able to breathe a full breath when the monsters around him lay motionless. He couldn't believe if this was it. But something else awaited the hero ahead. A military man with a gun in his hands pointed the barrel of an automatic rifle at Ilhan's head and ordered him not to move. This turn of events was in no way expected by the young man. He cautiously turned and looked at the military man. The hero was surrounded by a whole unit. At the same time, many machine guns were aimed at him. The crowd was outraged by this behavior of people in uniform. Voices were heard. What the hell are you doing? He defeated all the monsters and even saved a hostage. The squad leader looked confused by this talk. She couldn't believe that one man could destroy so many wolves. How could he alone defeat all those monsters? It's simply impossible. A confused woman in a military uniform whispered to herself. A little later, the scene was fenced off from passers-by with yellow tape that read, Police working. The squad leader apologized to Sunbolt for what happened. She asked not to be misunderstood. The woman added, We weren't going to shoot. We were just worried because there must be a lot of monsters around. It's great that everything ended well. You know, there's a whole army unit looking for you, reported the lieutenant. Suddenly, one of the subordinates informed the woman that no one was listening to her anymore. The elusive hero had escaped again. The lieutenant stamped her feet and yelled that the guy was running away too fast. But in fact, the guy was quite close. They just couldn't see him anymore. Stepping a little farther away from the squad of military men, he thrust his spear into the body of one of the wolves. Ilhan thought he should carry a knife to cut the carcass, but first he should find a place to do that. It turned out that at that moment, the hero became visible again. He heard a military man shout, Sunbolt, you're still here. Just then a lieutenant appeared nearby. She wanted the mysterious young man to finish her speech, but he was against it. The woman was upset by this answer. She asked, Do you have any grudges against the army or the country? Ilhan replied, No, I cheered for Korea in the Olympics and the World Cup. Hearing this response, the lieutenant offered the hero to work together, but he firmly refused. The woman was upset by the hero's rejection. She wanted an explanation. But the guy didn't want to waste time on that. He covered the hole on the wolf's body with his hand. Ilhan thought irritably, I'll be bombarded with questions and tasks if I agree. Erda could hear the hero's thoughts, and they annoyed him. This fact annoyed the guy because now he couldn't even be alone with his thoughts. Angel replied that the thoughts of lower beings meant nothing to her. All the while, the lieutenant kept her eyes on the strange guy. Erda said, You're right. It's better not to cooperate with the army and the government. Even altogether, they are not skillful warriors like you. Heroes couldn't disagree with her. He thought it was most beneficial to be on his own. But then Ilhan looked at all the wolves he had killed and thought for a moment. Finally he said, It's going to be pretty hard to carry all this stuff alone. Meanwhile, the lieutenant complained to a subordinate that she was not being listened to because of her military uniform. The woman was really upset and even thought about quitting the military service. It was at this very second that Ilhan approached the lieutenant. She smiled, deciding that the guy was willing to agree to work with the army. But the young man offered something else. You want to buy the bodies of these dogs from me? I'll do the butchering myself. He thought to himself, It's more profitable to sell them than to carry them home. The woman did not immediately realize what the hero was offering her. The subordinate whispered, Lieutenant, monster bodies are very valuable. Military immediately agreed to the offer, deciding that it would be very profitable indeed. The lieutenant asked if the hero wanted to sell the mana stones as well, but Ilhan refused. The woman decided it was worth it to inspect the merchandise before buying. The military woman was stunned. The skin and bones are almost intact. It seems that's because he killed them with a single blow. The army had already found out that firearms made the materials deteriorate. It was impossible to use them in the future, recalled Lieutenant. Looking at the hero, the military were amazed. He skinned the wolves' bodies like a true master, with incredible precision and speed. The lieutenant pulled out her phone and filmed what the guy was doing. Then the woman sent the video to someone. She got a call right away. Sunbolt's skills stunned her interlocutor. The man from the tube ordered Lieutenant Han Yoran to bring the hero immediately. The woman replied, "He said he wasn't interested." But the army leadership was not about to take no for an answer. The lieutenant looked frustrated after her conversation with her interlocutor. It was at this point that Ilhan handled the separation of the carcasses. The young man guessed the lieutenant's thoughts and said he wanted cash. The woman took a deep exhale and replied that she would now report to management about their deal. The hero was pleased that he was finally over it. The young man marveled at his own palm. He was glad he had managed to stock up on mana stones. He told Artie that these pebbles looked delicious, like chocolate. The angel shouted, wanting to warn Irhan, "You must not eat them. You will go into a rage. Do you really want to be consumed by the monster's mana? This could end badly." But the hero had already thrown the stones into his mouth. Now Eartha had a premonition that someone would definitely eat them and turn into a monster. Meanwhile, the lieutenant had time to report the deal to her superiors. She offered the hero 37 million in cash. Eartha said, "They didn't skimp. They don't seem to want to ruin their relationship with you." Meanwhile, the lieutenant still decided to use her feminine charms to persuade the hero to work with the army. The woman thought, "I'm wearing a uniform now, but I used to be pretty popular." But Sunbolt paid no attention to her advances and walked away. This behavior of the hero did not suit the lieutenant. She tried to stop him. A pulse appeared in his hand with a red button, which was now pressed. For a moment the lieutenant's eyes were blinded by bright flashes. The woman covered her face with her hand. The military men who were standing next to the woman were also blinded, and when their sight returned to them, the hero was no longer around. He ran away again without further explanation. But the guy was actually standing next to her. It was just that he was invisible again, while still hearing every word. Erda asked, "You distracted them. To make the stealth skill work again? Where did you find such a device?" The boy didn't want to explain anything to the angel. It was time for them to get everyone out of here, for Heaven would soon start investigating. And before that, they would have to sweat a bit. Erda was sure that new dangerous monsters could appear quite quickly. Meanwhile, the army lieutenant was still desperate that her feminine charms had failed to work on the hero, and Ilan walked calmly toward the house, accompanied by the angel, holding a briefcase full of money under his arm. After moving a safe distance away from the scene, the hero decided to check the status of his achievements. Ilhan said, "Okay, now I need to choose my first class. Look at the class names. 1. Copier. 2. Grappler. 3. Swordsman, etc." The young man thought that the names of these classes reminded him of the names from some game. The hero said, "Let's put the assassin class on hold for now. I have enough stealth right now. If I become even more stealthy, I might disappear altogether." Erda replied, "Since you can't control your aura right now, you can't control your stealth skill. You have it on all the time, so you don't need mana for it." The hero had a hard time choosing among the 23 levels. He asked the angel to recommend something to him. Erda was stunned that it had been several days since she had entered the Akasha Chronicles, and there were only 23 classes in the system. "If we had a little more time, there were already 30 or even 40 options available," said the beauty. She thought for a moment, deciding what to recommend to her ward. "You could choose a spearman, since you're using your spear anyway," Erda advised. "Grappler would be fine too, since you know how to wield a spear and are proficient in hand-to-hand combat techniques." The hero remembered that he started doing it because Laida recommended it. The young man remembered how the angel had praised him, for he had gotten much better rather quickly. Sometime in the past, she clapped her hands and said, "Today you lasted a full 3 minutes against me. That's a new record." Ilhan thought, "I've been learning by getting slaps from Laida." Erta said, "Learning from an angel is an incredibly rare opportunity. You're a real lucky man, you Ilhan." The hero replied irritably, "If I was lucky, I wouldn't be left alone on Earth." Erta thought that there was nothing to be done about it. It was his fate. Angel advised the guy not to worry about it, as his level would increase later. "A little later you can get a second and then a third subgrade," Celestia explained. The hero asked, "A second class, not a class variable? I couldn't find anything online about a subclass." Erta didn't answer. "Social media is just a waste of your life. You won't find any useful information on the internet." "Have you had a bad experience with the internet?" inquired the hero. The beauty replied that she had the right not to talk about it. The young man was surprised. Surely angels also hang out in social networks. After a bit of thought, he decided to choose the swordsman class and was about to press the number 3. At the last moment he changed his mind, for he had made up his mind to become a copjack. Erda wanted to hear why the hero had made that particular choice. The young man eagerly explained, "The variation of destruction power depends a lot on the weapon. Therefore, having a weapon is better than being a grappler." The celestial replied, "And you have a knack for reasoning. If you can find good materials later, you'll be able to create much better spears." Erta thought about recommending a spearman, But Yu Ilhan made that decision on his own. He would definitely gradually become stronger and stronger. Suddenly, new information that appeared on the monitor startled the young man. Erda asked what it was. The hero replied, "Suddenly a new choice has suddenly appeared." Among the list, another line appeared with the caption, "Blood Spearman." Celestia said, "Because of this modification, a unique profession arose. Who would have thought that you would get a unique profession from the first grade? This is a great achievement." The hero looked puzzled, for he did not understand what it was. Erda explained, "It's a class designed specifically for one person. Your path traveled, your accomplishments, and the records you've obtained come together." The active stealth skill had reached the maximum level. This was necessary to create a new level. Angel noted that the young man should choose this particular class without a second thought. "Since the unique profession was created especially for you, it is the best of all," Erta said. "Compared to other professions, it requires a lot of experience to level up, but even so it's very valuable," Sky Girl added. The young man pressed the number 24. The choice was made. The next moment, the hero received a message. "You have become a blurred spearman. Increased attack power by 10% when using the stealth skill. Your spear attack power has been increased by 10%. The conditions for progression of stealth and spear skills have been mitigated. All accumulated entries have been fully absorbed. Your level has been increased to 18. Strength, health, and mana have been increased by 11. Dexterity is increased by 12. You can't control me because you failed to learn the active skill." Only now did the hero realize that it wasn't a bloody spearman, but a hazy spearman. In Korean, the two words are spelled and pronounced the same. The young man was very annoyed that he had made the wrong choice because of the similarity of the words. Angel didn't notice this difference either. Ilhan said irritably, "If I knew what it was, I wouldn't have picked it." Erda replied, "I can't deny that word suits you incredibly well." The young man wanted to say something, but was silent for half a word. He felt strange. The next moment, a sign with some kind of system updates appeared in front of his face. Suddenly, the muscles of the hero's chest and abs were larger and well-defined. Ilhan's biceps have significantly increased in size. The young man felt an incredibly powerful force in the middle of him. The hero told the angel that his body had changed. Erda explained, "Since you got first class, your body has become stronger. You've already made a choice, so you can't go back." The boy looked at the table. He couldn't believe his own eyes. The table showed the following information. Yu Ilhan, human, hazy coccyx, level 18. Title, Titan of Solitude, passive stealth. Strength 96, health 98, dexterity 102, mana 21. Active skills, stealth max level, mana crafting level 2. The character noted that his title hadn't changed. Would he really be the loneliest man in the universe his whole life? The Celestine wanted to know if the young man had received an active skill. Ilhan answered no. Erda said, "Most people with first class don't get it, so don't worry. But looking at your development speed, I doubt you'll get mana even when you get second class." The hero knew it was dangerous. The angel confirmed his fears. But then the beauty added, "That is if you were an ordinary man." Celestia settled comfortably on the guy's head, about to tell him some more. "Yeah, you have nothing to worry about. If you can't get a skill at grade 1, 2, your records will stack up, and after you get grade 3, you'll get a strong skill," Erda explained. The hero smiled and said, "It turns out, instead of getting a few normal skills, I'll get one, but a strong one." Angel confirmed his hunch. The Celestial thought, originally Yu Ilhan should have gotten 2 active skills since he was able to obtain a unique profession, but that didn't happen. If all the difficult records are put together before getting the 3rd grade, the guy will have a fantastic skill. Erda smiled at her own thoughts. She thought the boy was the first inferior creature worthy of being watched. The Celestial pulled the young man by the hair, guiding him in the direction she wanted him to go. The young man wanted to take his suitcase with the money, but Erda explained, "I hid the suitcase with magic, so no one will take it. Now you, as an agent, should start looking for monsters." Angel pulled the hero's hair again. Ilhan exclaimed, "I get it, stop pulling my hair." The young man looked into the phone. It turned out there were many other agents besides him. The Celestial advised against doing everything alone. Hunt monsters within your limits. Guy wondered if the Empress had also become an agent. Of course, such a talented person couldn't stay away. Erda exclaimed, "This is an assignment from heaven. If you accomplish more than other agents, your rewards will increase. Try to stay focused." The hero smiled and replied, "This kind of task pleases me. If there was a condition to help people, I wouldn't be happy about it. Well, that being said, I will get a reward depending on the effort I put in. God and angels are pretty cool." The young man continued to babble. The Celestial asked him to watch where he was going. Suddenly, Ilhan's gaze dropped back to the phone screen. The expression on his face changed. He saw a post from a hunting information community. Someone said a tiger lives on Bukon Mountain. An anonymous person wrote, "Damn bears are scarier than tigers. The military shoots guns non-stop, but the bullets don't hurt them. The chonin will soon break down completely." The hero then looked at the passers-by. They looked scared. Right in the middle of the street stood a giant bear, its eyes burning with demonic fire. People began to scatter. They were sure that this monster could not be defeated. But Ilkhan was happy to have such booty. Now he would have a lot of fun. "Looks like I get to eat a bear's gallbladder today," muttered the hero, pointing his spear at the monster. Erda said, "You could if you had the poison resistance skill." 2. Angel advised the guy to learn the skill if he ever got the chance. The bear was simply gigantic in size. It looked down at its prey with a bloody stare from on high. Suddenly, rocks from the surrounding buildings started falling on the hero's head. The young man didn't realize what was happening. Did the military launch missiles? Suddenly, Erda pointed her finger upward and motioned for Ilhan to look in that direction. The bear roared wildly. The sound was so loud that everyone around him nearly went deaf. This time the military made it in time, rather than thwarting the hero's plans. The lieutenant ordered her subordinates to open fire on the giant bear. At once, dozens of shots were aimed at the monster, but the bullets bounced off its skin. The military realized that their weapons were useless against the beast. How do they fight this bear on the third day after the great cataclysm? The giant paw of this monster was easily crushing cars. The lieutenant of the squad realized that the bear was changing its direction. The military men were ordered to rush for their lives. Someone exclaimed, "Where are the users with the superpowers the government requested?" Erda said, "Your buildings are not sturdy, easily destroyed by the onslaught of only a second-class monster." The young man asked the Celestial to be more understanding to humanity. While people were training in the other world, all the buildings, facilities, property, weapons, and technology existed before the current situation. In this world, there is only the knowledge and experience of ordinary people. The next moment the bear roared again. The hero realized without translation what he had said. "No one can stop me." Ilhan hid his face under the mask and said, "He seems to be having a lot of fun." Erta replied, "I guess you could use the expression, a big fish in a small pond." The Sky Woman asked the hero what he planned to do and advised him to hurry. The young man calmly replied that he still had time. The next moment the hero was ready to fight. Red mana appeared around him. The system reported, "Because of stealth, your strength has increased by 10%. Because of list ownership, your strength has increased by 10%. Vedmi stood with his back to you, Ilhan, but he sensed the danger. The hero attacked the monster from the air, intending to kill it at first strike. The bear roared. Relying on his own instinct, he began to turn around. Erda exclaimed, "A bear shouldn't be able to spot you before attacking. Test your ability to hide even from God." Powerful mana began to swirl around the tip of the hero's spear. Right now, the hero's main priority was the giant bear. The military couldn't see the guy, but the result of his attack stunned them. The young man heard shouts of, "Sunbolt is here!" He thought, "That nickname has stuck to me." When the hero landed on the ground, he looked at his prey. The boy thought, "I guess I couldn't kill him with one punch." The bear continued to stand on its hind legs. Erda said, "That's understandable, since it's a Class 2 monster. It's not so easy to destroy." The hero decided it was time to act. He made himself visible and told the military if they wanted to live, let them run away. The men looked puzzled, so Ilhan added, "If you want to stay, let them." It was at this moment that the monster struck the neighboring building again, and rocks flew straight at the people. The bear became on 4 paws, and the boys ran who knows where, trying to save their own lives. Suddenly, the monster stopped and noisily sucked in air with its nose. The hero appeared in front of the monster's face suddenly, taking advantage of the moment of surprise. The monster prepared sharp claws to repel the attack. The young man exclaimed, "No chance." He was not used to giving up. Flying even higher into the air, he swiftly approached the bear. The lad's spear stabbed into the clawed paw of the monster. Erdi was having a lot of fun. Ilhan inquired, "Are you riding around sitting on my head? Stop it." The wounded paw didn't do much damage, but only made the bear angry. The Celestial said, "You've gone back into stealth because he's lost you. As long as the bear can't see you, you have a chance." The young man knew this without the angel's explanation. The only question that bothered him now was whether the spear would withstand the next attack. "Although my body is no different from the day I was left alone on the earth, I have managed to accumulate a lot of strength in it through training and getting a class," thought the hero. For a moment, he mentally plunged back in time to when he was still training with Laida. Angel said, "Don't think about extraneous things. Focus your weight on one point." She was teaching him to concentrate. Then the young man was worried about one thing. What if someone gets hurt because of him? The goddess replied, "You will only think about it when you touch a single hair from my head, understand? Laida, what do you take me for? If you fight against me, said the young man. So I'll worry about getting hurt. The hero finished the sentence. That time he got hit and fell to the ground. That's exactly what the guy meant. The next memory was with Laida's words, "You Ilhan, you did it. You just centered all your weight in one point, just like I told you." Such a turn of events the hero did not expect. His face looked surprised. Laida held her long blonde hair between her fingers. Angel smiled and said, "You pulled my hair out with your punch. Well done." Now, fighting the giant bear, the young man remembered Laida again. He missed the beautiful goddess. The hero recalled, "There was the only time I managed to touch Laida. Now it's time to focus all my energies on one point." Concentrating, the hero lunged at the bear. He was as fast as lightning. Ilhan's long and sharp spear came down on the monster's head. The military, who were watching the bear fight an unseen enemy, noticed that the beast had stopped. Had it really died? The monster roared wildly. It was obvious to the naked eye that he was in a lot of pain. As soon as the bear began to fall, as the hero received a message from the system, "You have gained 154928 experience points. You have reached level 23. Your strength plus 8, dexterity plus 7, power plus 5, mana plus 5. The hero received a level 54 Big Brown Bear entry and a new one-hit, one-kill title. The critical hit chance has been increased by 10%. Ilhan has gained the critical strike skill. Focusing into the vital organs of an enemy increases the likelihood of a fatal blow." Erda uttered in a daze, "You finished in 3 strokes without any skill." The hero looked at the angel and said skeptically, "Praise me better." The young man looked at his spear. It was still intact, and that was great. You could see the hand of a master at once. Ilhan stretched his arms forward and said it was a good time to scout. Suddenly, the guy realized that the bear had shrunk in size. He must have had the skill of gigantism, which had disappeared after his death. The hero was pleased. After all, he had just gotten the critical strike skill. Erda replied, "That's great. It goes well with your stealth skill. All the records of your actions, accomplishments, contacts with someone have a greater impact on the formation and growth of your skills. Study and great deeds and learn skills." The hero was admonished by the celestial woman. Suddenly, a black car came around the corner at breakneck speed. She stopped abruptly, the back door opening. Feet in green boots descended to the ground from the car. Someone said, "We have arrived and will take care of everything here." Ilhan and Erta looked at the newcomers in surprise. Angel said, "It seems other ability users have arrived here." The hero replied, "I can sense their extroversion by the timbre of their voices." He told the newcomers that it was already over. A small group of 5 men approached the military. There was silence for a moment. One of the guys asked in surprise, "So you're saying the monster has already been killed?" The dark-haired youth said to the blonde-haired one, "I heard it was a second-class monster, but it's so uninteresting, don't you think? And I was hoping to stretch myself with ease." The other agreed with those words, but they all wanted to know who had destroyed the giant bear. Suddenly, the newcomer noticed Ilhan, whose face was hidden by a mask. The hero realized he had been noticed. Erta said, "To be precise, that young man wasn't looking out for you, but for the body of the bear. And he only noticed you because you were nearby." But now Ilhan was seen by everyone else. They recognized the stranger as the famous Sunbolt. The dark-haired man muttered irritably, "So you're saying that this guy alone destroyed the bear? That simply can't be. How is this even real on the 3rd day of the Great Cataclysm?" Meanwhile, the other kids surrounded the hero. They were excited to meet him and wanted to know more about the masked guy. Ilhan didn't want to talk to them, so he kept silent. In his mind, he begged them to disappear. The basis of the introverted mind, the desire to limit the need to communicate with others. The dark-haired guy was infuriated by this behavior of the hero. He shouted angrily, "Answer when you are addressed!" The comrade put his hand on his shoulder to calm him down. One of the young men realized that the hero did not want to talk to them and offered to leave him alone, which further angered his comrade. There was one girl among all these guys. She said, "It's even cool Kuma, he's like Samurai Gourmet, a character from a manga, a lone traveler traveling around Japan and trying different dishes." Her comrade said the girl has specific interests. The head of their squad said to the military man, "There doesn't seem to be any more work for us here. Do you need any more help?" The uniformed man replied that other areas could use some help. Ilhan heard all this and thought, "He's talking freely with the people he just met. He must have an active social life. I knew he was an extrovert." The hero imagined him, unseen, approaching and offering help. He would have failed already at the first stage. Suddenly, the young man heard footsteps and realized that someone newly arrived was approaching him. The head of their team said, "Sungbolt, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Do Jun." The young man extended his hand to Ilhan to say hello, but the hero was confused. He was not used to such communication with strangers. When I saw how you destroyed that bear, I realized that you would have bested me back during the first mission, Du Wujun said. But I'll definitely catch up with you soon. I recommend you memorize my name, advised the cocky guy. The hero asked his new acquaintance, and what are you going to do after you overtake me? Du Wujun did not expect such a question right now, and he fell silent, not knowing what to say. After thinking for a bit, he finally said, in a world where strength is denoted by level, it's easy to distinguish the strongest. The overconfident lad believed that one day he would be higher than everyone else on the score sheet. Now it was Yu Ilhan's turn to not find something to answer this insolent man. The hero thought to himself, what a pathetic reason. This puffed-up turkey wants to become something like the main character of the seinen manhwa. A little later, Ilhan asked his new acquaintance, why do you need an adversary? You can't get better unless there's another person to compare yourself to? What do you want to accomplish by setting a goal to break another person? You lack aspiration. If you want to develop your abilities, just focus on working alone with yourself. The hero seemed to burst out. It could be self-training at home, or training with a punching bag, or anything else. Why do you want to get another person involved? If you want to overcome something, you have to overcome yourself first. You couldn't do it and thought it would be better to compare yourself to others? I've been working for 1,000 years, but I still can't get self-confidence, Yu Ilhan continued to say. The young man pointed his finger at Dujun and summarized, you neglect this, so what? You say you'll get stronger? That's ridiculous. It turned out that the hero had actually said all this only in his own imagination. Erda noticed his depressed state. Only now did the guy look around and see that everyone had already left. The hero touched his face and replied to the angel, what are you talking about? I'm very calm. The celestial replied, introverts cannot be eloquent in conversation with an extrovert. You'll only sweat with excitement. Better stop pretending to be cool. Instead of magic stones, the guy got a bearskin. It's pretty useful. Even bullets don't take it. Suddenly, the hero was approached by one of the military men. The man called the boy Mr. Sungbolt. Before even hearing the question, the hero immediately replied, I won't sell. But it turned out that the representative of the army had a completely different proposal in mind. He began to explain something quickly, while gesturing vigorously with his hands. And now, if you install the program I told you about, you'll be able to track the location of the monsters that appeared on the city map. It will be very helpful in hunting. The military man finished his sentence. The hero asked, isn't that a state secret? Can you talk about it? The man replied, it's for the safety of the citizens. We hope it will at least reduce the harm caused by dangerous monsters. Ilhan looked confused at this response from the military man. He looked back and walked away, while the two uniformed men stared silently in his wake. One of the subordinates asked the major if they were sure they could let this guy go that easily. They'd better get him to cooperate, using any means of coercion. But the elder responded, Balboa, do you really think that an ability user who destroyed a Class 2 monster in 3 strikes would obey our orders? I saw how in another world, an outstanding ability user alone ruled his nation, and how one monster completely destroyed that country. He will grow even stronger from here. If we try to limit his will, it will only turn out to be a complete failure. The major added, this world no longer obeys the previous rules. It's now a world where both the government and the army can collapse just because of one man. Therefore, there is no need to control a large force. It will be more reasonable to exist peacefully, benefiting each other. The major's subordinate was stunned by the commander's monologue. The soldier said, you just looked incredibly smart. The major irritably replied, fool, I don't look smart, I am. I got my college education in Seoul. Erta said to Ilhan, this military man is really smart. He will live a long life. The hero replied, I don't know. I think he really overestimates me. Angel thought the young man was underestimating himself. The celestial thought, if the army forced Yu Ilhan to cooperate with him against his will, then he would wipe out an entire military unit just for not following their orders. Now the military has no control over Yu Ilhan. That soldier quickly realized that and offered cooperation instead of coercion. He remained on good terms with him. It seems that Yu Ilhan hasn't realized how strong and valuable he is yet, Erta thought confusedly. Meanwhile, the hero was looking at his phone screen. He exclaimed, Erta, look, 3 monsters have appeared at the same time. What should I do? The angel replied, why bother thinking about it? Let's destroy all 3 of them. Such a response from the celestial only amused the young man. He didn't mind working up a sweat to take down a few monsters. Using the map on their phone, they quickly made their way to the first place where the monster had appeared. It was some kind of abandoned building. The first hero destroyed a huge rat. It didn't take much time. Next, a giant praying mantis appeared in Yu Ilhan's path. The last monster was a giant black bird. The young man couldn't understand why he was still at level 24 after killing 3 monsters. A display appeared in front of the guy's face. Why did I only go up to the first level? Erda replied, because those monsters are weaker than the dreadful wolf and brown bear you defeated earlier. Your unique profession requires a lot of experience. If you were an ordinary person, you'd be at least level 30 right now. In what city can this blurry face be strong? Ilhan decided not to be discouraged, for he managed to find many valuable items, which he sold to an interested army. The guy couldn't believe his own happiness. He now had $1 billion in cash. It was like a fairy tale dream. He could do whatever he wanted with that kind of money. Maybe he should look into real estate. Erda disagreed. You shouldn't be so foolish with a lot of money. What would you do if you were tracked down? This kind of spending is just like shouting around that Sungbolt is you, Ilhan. So, just this once, as a special bonus, I will erase the memory of the people involved. That's exactly how it will end, the Sky Woman promised. The hero clapped his hands together. Angel magic is the best ever. Thank you. You've helped me a lot. The next morning came very quickly. The guy woke up in his own bed. Opening his eyes, Ilhan immediately activated the system to look at his vitals. He immediately received a message that said, communication with the other world has been restored. From now on, you can physically appear in the other world you were summoned to and perform tasks for appropriate rewards. At this suddenness, the young man's hands began to shake. The world I was called to. The hero had time to get upset. He decided that he would remain invisible again. The young man didn't want to be alone with himself again. He showed the monitor to Angel and irritably asked what it was. The monsters on Earth have gotten much stronger. It was necessary to come up with some way to deal with this problem. Celestia replied. Barely containing his own emotions, Ilhan inquired, have you decided to send people to another world where they can safely gain experience? Erti's answer was in the affirmative. The hero couldn't hold back any longer. He shouted, then what about me? Other people go to another world. But what about me? The celestial woman put her hand out in front of her and said, you've always been alone. So what's different now? The hero clutched his head in despair. But still, Mom will definitely be asking me why I don't go to the other world. Answer her that there's nothing to learn there, so there's no point in you going there, the angel advised. Celestial added, she feels very sorry regarding the guy's situation. There's nothing I can do. I'm not the one choosing this fate for you, Erta added sadly. The young man calmed down a bit and replied, that's right. I guess I can't go to another world after all. But suddenly, he heard these words. It's not that impossible. If you become a supreme creature, you will have the opportunity to do it. If you Ilhan, become the highest creature, you will be able to enter not only another world, but even heaven. Then you'll be on the same level as us angels, Erta explained. The hero was shocked by such news because if he became a supreme creature, he would be able to see Laida again. The celestial thought irritably, it's like they're lovers separated by distance. Hertha's mind was swarming with thoughts. She had a definite idea. Only now did she realize that she was playing the role of mediator between these two lovers. Earthy disliked it very much, for she herself had no object of affection. The celestial exclaimed, train even more concentratedly to become a supreme creature, and then you will be able to enter another world and meet your beloved again. The hero inquired, how long will it take? And got the answer that it should be less than 1,000 years. Ilhan breathed a sigh of relief. Such news pleased him. When the young man entered the kitchen to eat breakfast with his parents, he heard the breaking news. The TV presenter was telling us that martial law had been imposed all over the country today. Such news stunned the hero. His quiet struggle with the monsters was over. The young man's mother said, martial law has been declared not only in our country, but all over the world. It seems that because of the monsters, the world government had no other choice. All schools and businesses have closed, and meanwhile the army is planning to destroy all the monsters. People are forbidden to go outside, the young man thought as he sipped his morning tea. Even the government has admitted that it won't be possible to live like before. The hero decides it's a good time for him to talk to his parents. Ilhan asked his mom and dad to go to another world. They would be safe there. The woman decided to talk to her son, to explain to him that this was not the best way out. But her husband managed to beat her to it. What's the point? I was there for 10 years, but I couldn't even make it to 2nd grade. The young man objected. But the monsters will keep coming. We need to get stronger. At least it'll be safer than Earth for now. The father decided not to argue with his son. He replied, I understand. If that's the way you feel, I'll leave. Don't give up trying to manage the property and practice faithfully. The mom, on the other hand, disagreed. The woman wasn't ready to let her son go just like that. I think a little differently than your father. I'll be happy for you to try, but it pays not to overdo it. The hero tried to change the subject by saying that today's breakfast was delicious. Suddenly, his mother's words made the young man freeze in place. It's you, the masked hunter. Ilhan was shocked at how his mom found out about it. How can a mother not recognize her own child? I was so surprised when I saw you on TV. I guessed at first sight that it was you, despite the mask and different clothes. The woman explained. Mama Penguin always knows where her penguin baby is. Only now the youngster realized what a unique skill his mother had. The young man couldn't contain his emotions. He shared with the woman that she was ignored by the world. The woman said, I don't know how you became so strong, but I'm very worried about you. Be careful, we always make the right decisions. I think you realize how scary monsters are? The hero did not have time to answer, but his mother added that people are much scarier than monsters. It should not be forgotten that there are much more evil people, so you should beware of them. Ilhan smiled. He was glad to have this conversation with his mom. The woman said, I am pleased that you have such a good appetite this morning. I have to go now. Don't do any dangerous things. The boy waved to his mom and told her to take care. As the woman disappeared into another dimension, the hero looked around the empty kitchen. His eyes stopped at the sink full of dirty dishes. He remembered that Laida had always done the dishes before. The boy put on rubber gloves and took up the dirty plates himself. He thought, my parents went to another world to gain experience. Although I can't go after them, I have other things to do. Suddenly the hero's thoughts were interrupted by Erta. I'm going to heaven for a while to pick up the reward for the task. The young man asked the angel to grab some ice cream on the way back. The celestial flew away, surprised by her ward's request. The young man watched her from the window. He was pleased with the kami that he was all alone for a while. Last night, Ilhan bought a small space with cash where his workshop will now be. He didn't have the tools and proper equipment yet, but he already wanted to try something. After all, without processing, the skin and bones would quickly deteriorate. The hero wanted to use metal, but due to the lack of proper materials, he would have to improvise. He decided what he had now should be enough to handle the bones. Ilhan thought, but it seems that processing leather and other materials takes too long. At this rate, I don't know when I'll be able to complete the outfit. The hero was brought out of his reverie by Eartha's voice. You can get by with magic. The young man smiled and asked why the angel had returned so quickly and if she had bought ice cream. But when the guy saw the face of the celestial woman, his smile disappeared. Now Erta had become human-sized. She was coming straight at the hero. Angel folded her arms across her chest. She looked annoyed. The hero shouted, You also know how to use gigantism magic. The celestial replied, What do you take me for? I've been using miniaturization magic all this time. Okay, let's forget it. Hold out your hand to receive your reward, Erta said. The guy wiped his dirty hand on his sweater. He was a little dazed. As the young man's hand shook the angel's hand, a thought flashed through his mind. Eartha's hand is cold, but very gentle. At the same instant, the young man received a message. The task 001 that the heavens had given was completed. All of the hero's characteristics were increased by 1. He was the best at completing the task and received an additional reward. The name of this bonus is Eternal Flame. The guy wanted an explanation from the angel what it was. Erta smiled slyly and remained silent. She decided to pull a pause, and the next moment she pointed with her hand where the hero should look. The young man exclaimed, When that fire broke out in the fireplace, I didn't light it. The angel explained, The eternal flame. It is a living flame that never dies out and is constantly growing. It is the precious flame of heaven. The young man rejoiced. A flame that never dies out. That's just what he needs, Erta replied. I knew it, especially Laida emphasized it. Celestia remembered how her friend had begged her to bring down a bunch of gifts for Ilhan. She had replied at the time, It's too much. What am I to you, a loader? In heaven, Laida worries too much about you, Erta muttered. The boy was amazed that Laida had actually sent all of this. Meanwhile, an annoyed Erta was very jealous of the two of them. She even muttered that couples should go to hell. Meanwhile, the young man paid no attention to her. He was looking at the gifts from heaven and thinking, Laida really understands what he needs. Earthy was hurt to hear about it, but she decided not to broach the subject. I also have good news for you. Heaven has given you a second assignment since you can't move to another world, the celestial woman informed. Angel finally revealed the secret of this assignment. From now on, you must create dungeons on Earth. The young man was silent. He was dumbfounded by this suggestion. There were more questions than answers in my mind. Create a dungeon? Who? Me? Why? How? Finally, Ilhan was able to utter, Yeah, dungeon sounds fun, but I'm sorry, I don't think I can do it. But I know how to make ramen. Will you have some? These words from the hero only made the angel angrier. Erta held up a finger and said, This is an order from heaven. You have been given a task. You are to help create dungeons. The young man thought for a moment, trying to decide on which side to approach this task. The next moment the hero shouted, It's not for me, it's for you. Stop deceiving me. The celestial woman replied, Since it is for the earth, it means it is for you too. The heavens told me to wait only 10 years, but in the end, those 10 years stretched into 1,000 years. They said that at the beginning of the great cataclysm, the monsters would be weak, but that also turned out to be a lie. And afterward, they claimed that the monsters in the dungeons should help me grow, but they were useless. What was even going according to plan? The hero didn't control himself with rage. The young man didn't understand the point of making him believe their words. Erda decided she could explain something. When God stopped time on Earth, this situation affected all living things. Animals, birds, and fish were able to develop immunity against this power. Eventually, the dungeons began to work differently than they should. The hero still did not calm down. He exclaimed angrily, "That's your entire explanation for what happened here?" Erda was beginning to lose her angelic patience. The boy wondered why she was so sure about this. For thousands of years, you have been perfecting your skills. Especially your blacksmithing abilities have reached a divine level. The only being besides us who can build a dungeon is you. Ilhan didn't want to believe it was even possible. He didn't want any part of it. But suddenly it came to him. Erda had just praised him a lot. The hero decided that this behavior of his was rather suspicious. "You just said that to put a huge amount of work on my shoulders." The guy accused the angel of being devious. The Celestine replied, "It's a win-win for both us and you. We do our bidding, and you get rewards for completing your tasks. The young man wants to know what will happen if he refuses." Angel replied that in that case the monsters would not come to the dungeon. Because of this, humanity will have to live in a wilderness environment. Erta showed the blueprints and materials. She explained that heaven was willing to provide any help he needed. Harkonam, Pekanam, and Elhadra are the 3 materials used by the higher creatures. They are not on Earth yet. The hero was stunned that the gems were so big. He had never seen anything like this before. Hidden in the next gift were some brand new tools. The guy's mood changed completely. He was excited about the highest quality equipment. Ilhan asked if he could really use it. The Celestial replied, "We loaned them to you for a while. You'll return them when you're done." The hero did not like this turn of events. The hero didn't understand how a dungeon could be built using something like this. Wouldn't it be better for him to start tearing down the ground? Erda stretched her arm forward and objected to the boy's last words. "The only thing you'll have to do is create magical tools to attract the attention of monsters. This changes the nearby terrain and creates a dungeon," Celestia explained. "Based on this blueprint, you should perfect a destructive trap," Erda added. Angel understood that this was not light labor. After being silent for a bit longer, the hero finally said, "Already looking at it, I can tell it's going to be very difficult." The next moment the young man smiled and added to the calm that they had better get busy preparing the reward. Erta said, "You, Ilhan, I will prepare such a reward that will blow your mind." The hero decided not to postpone the matter in a long box and immediately began the task. The first magic stone that Erta presented to him flew into the fire. "With a little power of the eternal flame, you can put magic stones in it," sounded in the guy's head. The guy took the next jewel with his special claws and held it up to the fire. In the next moment, something incredible happened. The right reaction occurred. Having heated up the stones, the hero took them out and started working with a sledgehammer. It was very hot by the fire, with drops of sweat running down his face and arms. Erta watched the hero's actions with a stunned look. The thought arose in her mind, "Have I made a mistake? If Yu Ilhan wasn't a spearman, I would recommend him to become a blacksmith. This young man is skilled at creating weapons that can challenge even God." A little later, a relieved exhalation from the guy was heard. The uniform was completely ready. The guy was worried. He wasn't sure it would work out the way it should. Erta said, "If it doesn't work, it can be melted down and tried again. It will take a very long time." The hero chose not to comment on her words. He took even more focus to his work. The young man looked really focused. He didn't take his eyes off his hands. The Celestine, as if mesmerized, watched Ilhan's work intently. A little later, the angel realized something. She remembered Laida and her friends' stories of her and her boyfriend's time on Earth. Only now did Erta realize how the angel had felt then. In the last 1,000 years, Laida has personally observed this. "I wondered how Laida, being a higher angel, became interested in an ordinary human," Celestia pondered. The only thing Erta wanted to understand was what controlled her friend's heart, and nothing else. Suddenly she flinched at a loud sound, the hero noisily placing his instrument on the table. Ilhan yawned and said he was finally done. Erta couldn't believe her own ears. Angel doesn't understand how such a difficult task could be finished so quickly. At the same instant, the guy received a message. "You have awakened a top-level blacksmith. You have earned the title of legendary creator. The efficiency of all productive activities has increased by 20%. Erta was amazed, for it seemed to her that very little time had passed. She asked the hero in surprise, "Already finished?" The young man irritably replied, "What do you mean already? It's been 5 whole hours." The Celestial thought, "Have I lost track of time and watched him work for 5 hours straight? But really, for this kind of work, that time is fast. Did he really do everything exactly according to the blueprint? Ilhan threw his choice right into the angel's hands, let her check it out for herself. The beauty was spinning the little cube in her hands. It was unrivaled. She shifted her gaze to the guy, still not fully believing her own eyes. Erda thought the man could not have done such a thing, though she herself had watched him work. Blushing and turning away, the angel replied, "It meets certain standards." The celestial's rather dry words pleased the boy anyway. After a bit of silence, Erda said, "It's time to use the craft mana. Yes, I'll get the other angels to help. Wait a bit." The hero had already managed to betray, for he had hoped that the mentor would call Laida. But she disappointed him. Some more time passed. Erda again excommunicated herself to the sky, and when she returned, there was a magical glow overhead. Ilhan assumed it was a fluorescent light above the angel's head that he had seen in his youth. Celestia said irritably that it was an angel's halo. It looked like a hoop, glowing with a gentle golden glow. When Erta found herself in the sky, her co-workers couldn't believe her story was true. How could a human being create a destructive trap? The young man finished faster than one would expect. The smell doesn't smell like heaven at all. It was definitely made by a person on Earth. The hero thought, angels are all so beautiful. I didn't notice it when Erta was small in size. But now that she's as tall as a human, I can see how beautiful she is. The celestial clapped her hands and motioned for the boy to speed up. They don't have any time at all. They need to get to the craft mana as soon as possible. You, Ilhan, you just need to focus on wanting to complete the destructive trap. The other angels, who had come down to Earth with Erta this time, were going to do the rest on their own. All three of them, they touched the hero. Real magic began to happen. A powerful magical golden energy emerged from this interaction. Suddenly the hero screamed. The young man felt a force pressing down on him. It was an incredible pressure, as if mana was pressing down on him from all sides. Only now did the boy realize the power of the higher powers. One of the angels smiled and asked, "Can't take it?" But Ilhan was confident that he would pull through. He forced himself to focus on the devastating trap he'd made. That it attracts monsters, beckons them, so that the monsters go in and can't come out again. It is the most magical thing for animals that have survived thousands of years of loneliness. Suddenly the young man opened his eyes. It occurred to him, we must find a way to soothe the loneliness of these unfortunates. The pressure of the angels on the hero's body continued, but he was already much easier to bear this divine energy. One of the angels thought, he is strong for an inferior being. Usually people faint when they meet an angel. This guy has a special self-awareness. Suddenly another celestial exclaimed, "If I am not mistaken, we will be knocked down. I will not allow my pride to be struck." The newcomer angel said, "It's really amazing. How could such an interesting person be born?" From the street, you could see how brightly the building shone from within. The hero received a message. You have completed Earth Compact Destructive Trap. Mana crafting has been upgraded to level 7, and the quality of the completed artifact has improved. Ilhan raised his head to the ceiling. He couldn't believe his own eyes that he had done it. The angel with long blonde hair gritted his teeth. He didn't want to believe this guy had gotten it right the first time. The green-haired celestial said, "I thought he'd spend at least 10 tries. But this guy even has alpha and beta options," Erda told the blacksmith. They are talking about the extra options attached to the result of crafting mana. These definitions of earthy and compact, they appear randomly depending on luck, the object, and the ability of the craftsman. It is not every day that you can see both alpha and beta in the first work. One of the angels clapped the hero on the shoulder and said, "You are an impressive man." And the celestial added that it was about time to set up the dungeon. Erda offered Ilhan to go along with them if he was interested in watching. The young man was pleased with the offer and gladly accepted. When their company was in the streets, the angels saw many destroyed buildings. The celestials moved through the air thanks to their own wings. They carried the hero with them as well. Ilhan said, "It looks quite like the apocalypse, the end of the world." One of the angels asked Eartha, "Don't we need to use invisibility on this man?" The celestial replied that it was fine. As long as the hero didn't attack first, he definitely wouldn't be seen. The higher being saw to it that the monsters in the streets of the city really didn't react to the young man. One of the angels exclaimed, "Of course, it's you, Ilhan, who is overlooked by God himself." The hero thought irritably, "Do they take me for a monkey in a zoo? Let's see if I'll talk to you after the next mission." At last the mountains that towered over the city appeared ahead. The celestials reached the place where they planned to make a dungeon. It was an abandoned piece of vacant land. Erda, who had been holding the trap in her hand the whole time, tossed it up. The object the hero had just created hovered in the air on its own and began to glow. And the next moment he just disappeared. Ilhan couldn't figure out where he'd gone. One of the celestials was pleased that everything was going very smoothly. The hero, on the other hand, looked confused or even scared. Meanwhile, somewhere in the streets of the city, military personnel with guns in their hands also looked confused. The people noticed that the giant rat they were hunting began to behave strangely. It stopped destroying everything around it, as if distracted by something. Huge ants from the side of the other military team started moving in the direction the rat was looking. People raised their heads to the sky, all of it darkened by the wings of huge birds. All these mutated creatures that had been making a mess of the streets were now obediently walking into the trap the hero had created. Angel said, "I hate to admit it, but Ilhan has a great talent for creating traps." Erda said that all the other dungeons had also activated. The young man asked confusedly, "The other dungeons? But you said they were unusable." The Celestial explained that it was a pity to throw them away, so in other destructive traps, they used magic to change the energy of the dungeon to earth energy. Now the boy understood why Harcanum was in short supply. Recycling was the first step to an eco-friendly environment. The angel who came down to earth today said with a smile, "You two are so close." These words were addressed to Erdi and Ilhan, but they disagreed. Suddenly, the hero's attention was drawn to what was happening among the monsters. Despite the fact that animals have lived on Earth for 1,000 years, the result is that they just obediently head into the destructive trap as God and the angels wanted them to. Divine power is absolute. God can send all of humanity to another world in an instant, and monsters are helpless before his almighty power. After all, humanity also dances in the palm of the supreme ruler's hand. The fact that Ilkan was left alone for 1,000 years was explained only by one word: mistake. These thoughts in the young man's mind only frustrated him. Suddenly, the hero felt his back touched by someone's palm. He looked around and couldn't tell if this was really happening or if his eyesight was failing him. The young man realized if Laida hadn't been around then, he would have lost his mind in 1,000 years of loneliness. But now she's not around, so the guy needs to get stronger so that no one and nothing can control him. Ilhan firmly decided for himself that he would become stronger for the sake of his own will. A little later, he was sitting at home, eating Given's sandwich and listening to the news. There are reports that the cause of Seoul's sudden monster movements last night was due to the activation of dungeons that were located in different places in the city. The young man washing dishes listened. Dungeons have appeared not only in Seoul, but all over Korea, Japan, and even parts of China. Reporter Odegi, please give us the details. The boy thought about when Mom and Dad would already be back. He felt a little sad. He couldn't even imagine how these two could be, but after they have a lot of experience living in society, they probably survive in another world somehow. Erta said, "The dungeons seem to be functioning properly. Great job, Ilhan." The hero inquired, "I thought you said I had 27 more to make." "Then why did the angels leave? I could start working right now." The Celestine replied, "It takes a large amount of mana to create a destructive trap. Angels need a few days to regain their strength." The young man said that they were not the only angels, and remembered that there was also Laida. He longed to see her at least one more time. Erta replied with a smile, "Not all angels have a lot of free time. For your convenience, Laida is taking extra work. It's making it hard on her. She won't be able to appear on Earth for a while." The hero thought disappointedly that in that case Laida really couldn't make it. Ilhan decided to distract himself and suggested that the celestial woman go to the workshop and start working on the base. Erda thought disappointedly that the young man was indeed fully immersed in his work. When the two were outside, the young man said, "I've been thinking, why did you get bigger when we were creating the dungeon and now you're small again?" The beauty explained, "As an angel, I have other tasks to perform. This is the perfect size to be your helper." Over these conversations, they reached the workshop. The young man decided to make some more traps for the next day. Meanwhile, Erta was looking with interest at the loot that Ilhan had gotten from past fights with monsters. She turned to the guy. "Since your result yesterday was above reproach, I'll give you a small gift. After this, you will hardly have time to create new traps." The guy scratched the back of his head and asked, "What, you want to give me more hankanyum?" But the angel advised him not to dream. The next moment, something began to happen to the bearskin that was lying on the table. Erda explained that as performing the drying and sterilization of the monster skin he got on the hunt, it will be completed in 1 second. The hero was pleased with the result. The job was done perfectly. Angelic magic at its best. The celestial woman asked with a smile, "So, you've already got a job, right?" Ilhan was happy to explain that he could make gloves and boots out of it. He got right down to business. The fire in the fireplace was burning merrily, and on the workbench was spread leather, from which the young man was cutting out parts for future crafts. The first to be created were the leather gauntlets of the Terrible Wolf, a rare class with 600-point armor and 700-point attack power. The Terrible Wolf boots were created next, also a rare class, with 550-point armor and 750-point attack power. The hero was pleased with his creations. They also had an airing option. Still, it would be problematic if he had trouble moving because the boots were hot. Erda asked the guy when he had time to learn the fortification techniques. Ilhan replied, I told you. You have to know a lot of things to do hard work. The hero decided that he would make armor out of the bear's skin. Erda hesitated, watching the young man's actions. A sly smile appeared on her face. The sun over the skillful hero was already heading towards the horizon. Evening would soon come. The Celestial yawned and said, It's been a full day already. She offered the guy a rest, but the young man did not react. The work absorbed all his attention. A little later, Ilhan said, Just a little longer and I'll be done. I'm not tired at all. Erda said, I guess a sleepless night won't affect your superhuman stamina in any way. But no sooner had she finished her sentence than the hero announced that everything was ready. The tough bear leather armor had a unique grade, 2100 point armor, 850 strength. The boiled leather made by a master who had reached the highest level, made from the hide of a huge second-ranked brown bear, is the best in its class. It can even withstand the bite of a high-ranked monster. Erda was stunned by the piece. The young man explained that the finishing touches were left. His hand reached for the claws and bones. This way he was going to further strengthen the armor. The guy thrust his arms forward and all the strength from the remains of the bear transferred to the armor. Thus the hero was able to increase the characteristics of his armor, made from the skin of a giant brown bear. Ilhan received a message that mana crafting had risen to level 8. The young man told the angel that this armor had hidden functions. Erta replied, I understand what it's made of based on its name. The Celestial reached forward and hidden spikes emerged from her armor for a counterattack. The hero smiled and explained, She acts like a hedgehog that can make even a tiger run away. Erta remembered that the armband the young man had created last time had concealed a mantis blade. She wondered why the young man was hiding sharp spikes in his armor. The hero was silent, and a little later he spoke cryptically. So that's what you're interested in? The celestial woman's mind flashed. It was a random question, but the atmosphere is frightening. Then she inquired, Do you have a special reason for that? Erta wanted to know, Perhaps the hedgehog hurt your parents, or was it all about a man's dream? Ilhan exclaimed irritably, You know my parents are fine. Their elevated conversation continued. Such a deep meaning. Angel shouted angrily. What kind of nonsense is this? I was listening to all this with a serious face. Anyway, it seems this time around there are alpha and beta options here. Everyone might start to think that anything you create with mana crafting is bound to have options in it. The Celestial added in a calmer tone already. The hero replied, There are still bones left. I will make a knife from them to process. It's hard to process monster carcasses with a spear. The young man wasted no time and got right down to business. Very quickly, another work of art from Master Ilhan was ready. A knife made of bear bone, a rare class weapon with an attack level of 500 points and a durability of 450. Next, a mask in the shape of the skull of a dire wolf was created. Its armor reached 600 points and durability 660. This mask was made from the bone of a wolf. This monster had a lot of mana when it was alive, Erta inquired in surprise. Made another mask? The young man replied, Yes, there were a couple extra materials left over. Ilhan fully put on his equipment. He thought he looked pretty cool. The hero walked over and looked in the mirror. He said, addressing the celestial woman, I look good hiding my face. Erta screamed, What have you done to your mask? Your presence has become even weaker. This is unbelievable. The young man claimed he hadn't done anything to her, if the angel herself didn't realize that. Suddenly they heard something strange. What's that sound? Is there something going on outside? Ilhan asked Eartha. The angel replied, It sounds like someone is fighting a monster right now. The hero took off his mask. He looked shocked at what he had heard. The battle was taking place in the Chono area, where a huge Class 2 monster had appeared. The people who were currently in the building were advised to flee to another world right now. Erta gave a surprised hum. A monster that isn't locked in a dungeon. Ilhan exclaimed, Oh no, please be weaker than a huge brown bear. Angel asked the hero, You're not afraid to fight now, are you? It's not like you. The young man replied that it wasn't that. If he's stronger than that bear, I'll have to skin him and make new armor. The process of processing a monster's body scares me more than a fight. Ilhan explained. The hero pulled out his old spear and examined it closely. He explained to the Celestial that the weapon needed to be repaired before rushing into battle with it. The deadly sharp steel spear had a unique class with an attack power of 1100 points and a durability of 715. The option it possessed was an increased critical strike probability of 20%. It was a true miracle that the guy had created without using mana. The guy was satisfied. He had just fixed his spear, and his attack power had already increased by 300 points. Ilhan wanted to refine something else, but Erta was against it. It was time to go hunting. The hero took a deep exhale, for the angel was sometimes like a pain in the ass. When they went out into the courtyard, they saw the considerable destruction the city had suffered. Ordinary passers-by ran in the other direction away from the danger. Only Ilhan was heading straight to meet the monster. Erda, who was constantly by the hero's side, pointed him in the right direction. Subsequently, the young man saw the creature that was terrorizing the town. It was a huge leopard with red eyes. He growled wildly, trying to reach for the military helicopter. The soldiers shouted to each other. Not even an anti-tank missile worked. The head of the law ordered, "Those with second grades, go out and plug him with knives." If the military does nothing, the Blue House, the official residence of South Korea's president, will come under attack. Watching the actions of the military, Ilhan asked Erda, "Besides soldiers, those with second classes fight." A man who had a second class said, "In the other world, we can safely gain experience points. But fighting a strong opponent here on Earth, it's too much." The giant leopard's paw descended to the ground, wiping out a dozen people in one fell swoop. Even fighters with second-class fighters can't easily overcome a second-class monster. Ilhan thought they were not wrong. But things are somewhat different for him. "Even though people can go to another world, the Earth is where I live. So everything will lose meaning if it is destroyed," said the boy. The hero didn't plan to risk his life for others. Still, he decided not to be too emphatic. "If I have to try a little harder to save others, I'll do it," brought to the hero's mind. Ilhan moved with such speed that the human eye could barely notice it. The giant leopard continued to rampage and crush everything in its path. Erta reported, "This monster is definitely stronger than a huge brown bear." At that moment, the military fired a tank at the monster. They managed to hit the leopard with the first shot. The soldiers shouted, "Great! We got him! If we hit him in the face, we'll definitely hurt him!" But the next moment, when the powder dust cleared, the men were in for an unpleasant surprise. The monster's head was intact. The military attack made the leopard very angry. The monster turned his head in the direction where the tank stood. Another moment and the giant cat's paw came down on the tank, preventing it from moving. The leopard lifted the tank and opened its giant maw full of bones. For a moment, the monster froze, scrutinizing its prey. The tank fit in its paw. At this moment, Ilhan pushed off the ground and flew into the air, rapidly approaching the leopard. "I have never been more grateful than now for the inconspicuousness of my presence," ran through the hero's mind. The leopard's eye was very close. Just a moment more, and Ilhan's spear would hit its target. The creature screamed wildly in pain. Blood spurted from the attacked eye, and the leopard released the tank from its paw. The system rated the hero's hit as critical. People immediately recognized their hero. A whisper was heard in the crowd. "Sunbolt! He has not gone to the next world. We are saved." The tank released by the leopard's paw began to fall to the ground. Ilhan froze in place, trying to analyze the situation. The wounded leopard continued to growl loudly. The hero decided he'd better bounce now, and pushed off and flew into the air. "The leader of the military detachment told us to open fire right away." The captain ordered the leopard to be shot with everything the military had on hand. Meanwhile, Ilhan tried to rescue the soldiers who had become hostages of a tank hurtling toward the ground. The hero aimed his laser gaze directly at the metal machine. The young man managed to cut the tank in half like a tin can. The soldiers who were inside looked at the hero with frightened eyes. The guy said, "If you don't want to die, hold my hand tight." One of the soldiers grasped Ilhan's arm tightly. The hero grabbed both military men and bounced off the falling tank. The young man landed unharmed on a hard surface, and the soldiers were also unharmed. People thanked Sunbolt from the bottom of their hearts for their amazing rescue. Ilhan thought, "I didn't do it to be considered a hero. I only saved them because I could do it." Suddenly, the lad's ear caught some disturbing sounds. The young man ordered the soldiers to flee. The danger was rapidly approaching. A giant, predatory leopard loomed over them like a mountain, saliva flowing from its mouth. The monster's entire eye was aimed directly at its victims. The hero said, turning to Earthy, "This monster is smarter than a bear. He understands who poses the greatest threat to him." The Celestine asked Ilhan to be very careful. She added, "The leopard has spotted you. Your stealth ability has stopped working." The hero replied to the angel with a smile, "Don't worry. This is an enemy I can defeat even if I fight directly." The creature was fast approaching. Not only Ilhan was threatened, but everyone else here as well. The commander of the military operation shouted, "This is our chance, attack!" A bunch of different bullets were fired at the leopard at the same time. "The monster is focused on Sunbolt. Now is the perfect opportunity to attack. Everyone use magic. Try to hit the leopard's eyes," shouted one of the heroes. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared in the sky and hit the monster directly. The leopard was again attacked right in the eye. It roared wildly in pain. People looked up and saw a helicopter in the sky. Inside sat a girl with lightning discharges visible around her. The crowd murmured, "Did this girl really summon lightning? It's the Empress. The Empress is here." The girl was very beautiful, her looks impressing all the men she saw. The leopard continued to roar. The military did not stop their attack. The monster quickly came to its senses and lunged straight at Ilhan. The hero didn't back down, he was waiting for this attack. A leopard's paw with sharp claws was rapidly approaching Ilhan. The young man managed to bounce away, so he managed not to get hurt. The predator's one eye had yet to recover from the hero's attack. The guy decided to hit the same spot again to deprive the monster of his sight. The crowd watched Sunbolt's actions uninterruptedly. The Empress heard people saying, "What will we do if Songbolt dies?" Supergirl didn't take her eyes off the leopard. She tried to make out Ilhan's silhouette. Suddenly, onlookers from the crowd shouted, pointing their fingers in that direction. On the asphalt, right under the leopard's feet, blood flowed down. A whole puddle had already formed there. At first glance, it might have looked like a giant hedgehog sticking out of the monster's head. But it was actually a hero who took advantage of the power of his armor. Ilhan said to Erti, "Look, I think my money has paid off, don't you agree?" The Celestial was silent for a moment, and then replied cryptically, "I have something I want to tell you." "You look awful, unbelievably awful," expressed her opinion to the angel. The hero replied, "Under the circumstances, looks don't matter. The important thing is that the outfit does its job." "So you're okay with Laida seeing you in this guise?" Erta slyly inquired. Ilhan exclaimed, "No, never." At this moment, the leopard roared loudly and rose up on its hind legs. The monster was moving too intensely. Eartha, who was sitting on the hero's head, began to vomit. Ilhan exclaimed as the monster tore forward, "I should have learned rock climbing." The leopard was really smart. To get rid of the hero, he decided to smash his head through a building. The needles on the hero's armor disappeared. He managed to bounce back in time. But that wasn't all. The hero did a somersault in the air and attacked the monster again. This time, sharp spikes appeared on the soles of his shoes. All the while, the young man did not let his super spear out of his hands. It was the turn of the critical strike, which you, Ilhan, took advantage of. The hero's critical strike skill has reached level 2. The military, who were closely monitoring the situation, saw that the leopard had slowed down and opened fire to kill it. People shouted, encouraging the soldiers, "Keep firing! Faster, faster, charge!" For a Class 2 monster, attacks from people who only have Class 1 have no effect. But there was blood on the leopard's paw from the cuts the humans had inflicted on it. "Sometimes even an army of ants can overpower an elephant," Ilhan said, turning to Erti. "This demonstrates the importance of strategy." The Celestial advised the guy to finish sooner rather than later. He asked, "Why?" "I think they can take care of everything else." But the angel saw more than the human. Erta explained, "This leopard is on the verge of getting a 3rd class." The next moment, something resembling red tentacles emerged from the resulting wound on the monster's head. The hero exclaimed in disgust, "What kind of demoness is this?" Erta explained, "The monster's upper body has begun to mutate. Evolution is happening too fast." Ilhan shouted out, "I'm not the best at this. Bring an elven archer or a princess knight." The Celestial replied irritably, "Do you realize that this is no time for jokes? I hope you realize that I won't be able to save you if you die here." The hero replied, "I thought jokes would at least help me not die." But of himself, the guy thought to himself, "He hasn't fully turned into a 3rd-class monster yet. I need to deal with him while I have the chance." Before the young man could even finish his thoughts, a bolt of lightning from the sky struck the monster. The electrical discharge was able to destroy some of the tentacles. Ilhan looked up and saw the helicopter the Empress was sitting in. Beauty exclaimed, "I can't kill him. The difference in levels is too great." The guy thought, "What the hell, it keeps regenerating. I need to deal enough damage to the monster so that the monster stops regenerating." The Empress exclaimed, turning to Ilhan, "I can strengthen you with magic. But after that I won't have any manam left." "Are you sure you can kill this leopard?" Beauty asked. The young man exclaimed impatiently, "Just send me away already." The girl replied, "Then I'm counting on you." The next moment the Empress jumped off the wing of the helicopter and flew to the ground. For a moment Ilhan seemed numb. He was amazed at the brave girl's act. When the beauty was right in front of him, the hero shrieked and fell silent. The Empress said, "I need to make physical contact. It will take all my mana, and after that, I won't be able to help you anymore." Holding a pause, the girl added, "My life will be in your hands." The hero was confused. "What do you mean her life will be in my hands? You shouldn't be so gullible." The Empress stretched her hand forward and said, "It's time to begin." At the same instant, the hero received a message from the system. "The spirit of thunder has taken over your body. Attack power, movement speed, and critical hit probability increased by 50% for 30 seconds. Thunder is empowered during each attack. After the enhancement ends, the effectiveness of all abilities will be reduced by half for 3 minutes." Next message from the system. Erda said, "That's remarkable for a human. You were able to withstand that much mana, to both attack and have reinforcement while only possessing a 1st class." Ilhan made the decision to act this very minute. There was no time to lose. With a war cry, the hero attacked the leopard, thrusting his spear into it. The Empress shouted, "If we don't kill it, The military will launch missiles. And if it comes to that, we won't be able to contain the damage the monster will do to buildings and people. The hero's mind flashed. I can't let this happen after all, my workshop is nearby. It was time to use the critical strike skill that had been strengthened with Empress magic. Ilhan repeated the blow, blood splattered in all directions. In the same second, the system reported that the hero had gained 784,983 experience points and reached level 28. His strength, agility, health, and tamana increased by 5%. The last message was the best. You have received a recording of a level 87 giant leopard. Erda praised the young man. Well done, Ilhan. It's great that you managed to finish off the monster before it got level 3. The Empress asked, shocked, Is this leopard surely dead? The hero replied, Yes, for sure. Didn't you get the experience? The girl said confusedly, I wasn't on the same team as you. Such thoughts arose in the young man's mind. A team? Is there really such a system here? I've always gone alone, so I didn't even know about it. It's not my fault at all that I didn't know about it, thought the hero. Erda, who could read minds, mouthed, Yeah, loners like that don't join a team. Forget about it. You don't need it. Message from the system. Reinforcement time has expired. The effectiveness of all abilities will be reduced by half for 3 minutes. It was at this point that the leopard began to fall, nearly dragging the hero down with it. It seemed like just a moment more, and the slain monster would crush the young man. Ilhan thanked Earthy for the advance warning. Otherwise, the leopard might indeed have crushed him. The Celestine replied, folding her arms across her chest. You barely won. It would have been a great disappointment if you had died crushed by the leopard's corpse. The crowd shouted in shock. You did it! You did it! The young man froze in place, stunned by the shouts of his supporters. The help from the Empress was impressive. Empress! The people chanted. Erta said, turning to Ilhan. You are being praised. Rejoice. Angel noticed the young man's stupor and asked, What's the matter? The enemy is finished. You have won. The hero looked so disappointed that he didn't have the strength to even answer. A moment later, mastering his own emotions, the hero cried out, I just now noticed that the leopard's skin is all tattered. I can't make a new leather armor out of that. Celestia was amazed that this was so important to the guy. Meanwhile, a conversation was going on between the military men. The leopard is dead. Because of this, it has been halved. How shall we divide the trophy? One of the soldiers replied, First, we have to break it into pieces. Let me try. The uniformed man had yet to plunge his dagger into the monster's skin when someone behind him asked him to wait. It was Ilhan. The young man said, Processing corpses is my specialty. The hero apologized, turning to the Empress. He asked the heroine how it would be best to divide the monster's body. Meanwhile, from the crowd of men, one could hear, Wow, she's so pretty. Who knew the Empress was so pretty? After thinking for a bit, the girl said, addressing Yu Ilhan, You'll get 60%, 20% to me, and 20% to the others. The hero looked back to the others and wondered if everyone was okay with it. Then the guy raised his head to the sky and hummed, muttering to himself, 60%. In the next instant, pushing off the ground, Songbolt slid onto the leopard's body. The young man decided not to hesitate and immediately thrust his hand into the monster's head wound. After a second, he pulled out a pink magic stone. Ilhan said, I knew there would be one here. Erda said, You should expect high quality from this stone, as the leopard has almost evolved to 3rd class. It's a magic stone! A 2nd-class magic stone! Empress said it could be counted for 60%. Hero clenched the stone in his fist and said, Then this will be the part that belongs to me, and divide the rest as you wish. A man in military uniform exclaimed, But it's a magic stone. It must be counted separately. Other people picked up on his thought. We also put our lives on the line in the struggle. We have also been wounded. We are against this distribution. Erda said, It was to be expected. Low creatures are completely hopeless. I was a fool to think everyone was like you. The hero thanked the Celestial for this praise. The woman sighed. At least you realized it was a compliment. Yu Ilhan said, addressing the crowd. Okay, if everyone is against it, we'll do it like this. Angel didn't understand what he was getting at. A man in military uniform said, Good decision. How lucky you are to be a well-mannered person who listens to the opinions of others. A young man who was standing nearby added, We should have done it sooner. Erda asked the hero, What are you going to do? Are you really going to give them the magic stone just like that? Yu Ilhan replied, It's not easy to convince people in a situation like this. At such a moment, the hero remembered his mom's words. The woman was saying, Son, remember, building relationships with words between people who want to outdo you is very difficult. So what's the use of words when you can use your strong fists? Mom added with a smile. The boy was still young at the time and thought his mom was incredibly cool. He said, turning to the angel, "Like a good son, I'll take my mom's advice." Ilhan said he was going to give away the magic stone, but he decided to do it in an unusual way, so he threw the magic artifact back into the leopard's body. The young man said, addressing the crowd, "Divide the spoils as you wish. Like you said, I'll get my share." The next moment, the hero jumped to the ground and added, "If I don't get my 60%. He paused. "No one leaves here in one piece," Sunbolt later threatened. The young man thrust his spear into the ground with all his might, which frightened the people even more. A whisper was heard in the crowd. Those present had time to regret their behavior. Even if they all united, they couldn't do anything to the hero. After a bit of consultation, one of the men said, addressing Ilhan, "Just take the magic stone." The military man added, "Do whatever you want." They couldn't see the hero's face, but he was pleased with the crowd's change of mood. The young man jumped onto the leopard's body again with the intention of searching for the magic stone. The next moment, he heard the voice of the Empress behind his back. "If you give me my share when processing, I'll give you 40% of it back. I'll give you more skin than bones." The hero decided not to argue, and immediately agreed to the girl's proposal. Time passed, and the leopard skin was folded into even posts. Ilkan thought that an auto would be needed to transport all this. The hero saw that the Empress was making a phone call somewhere. She must be calling for a car. She's either from a rich family or owns a successful business. If you think about it that way, the Empress flew here by helicopter. It's not a cheap pleasure. The military man asked Sunbolt pleadingly, "Can you process our fate as well?" This turn of events didn't really please Yu Ilhan, but his disappointed expression was hidden behind a mask. He saw the eyes of the crowd full of hope and realized that these men would not be up to such a difficult task. "Sunbolt, please save us. We need your help," the people begged pitifully. "We can't remove the skin on our own. Even if we try to do it, we'll only mess it up," the men said. And the military man added, "I also want to get the trophy and go to the next world as soon as possible," Erta said irritably. "Inferior creatures that they are. A minute ago they were trying to take the magic stone from you, and now they're begging you to help with the processing. Humans have a complete lack of shame." Celestia muttered to herself, "I don't like my job. I guess I'll quit and move to the country." The hero heard everything and said to her back, "Yeah, and get Laida as your replacement." After the guy's words, Erta calmed her own feelings and decided to work some more. Yu Ilhan said, addressing the crowd, "For processing, I will take 50% from you." People were displeased with such a proposal. "What? Why take 40% from the Empress and 50% from us? This is discrimination. You want 50% just for processing fees?" The hero was not going to bargain with them. He replied, "If you don't want it, you don't have to." The men tearfully agreed to his offer. They watched the lad's labor intently, occasionally releasing a comment. "Look, divide it into equal parts. Why are you taking one share more? Just look at the size difference. Why are you talking to me on a first-name basis? How old are you? Where is the respect for your elders?" The men scolded unhappily. Ilhan thought tiredly, "It's time to go home." The young man had already taken a few steps away when suddenly someone asked him to wait. Sunbolt paused, waiting for an explanation. It was the Empress. The girl said, "Your stealth skill is astounding. I wouldn't have noticed you disappear if I wasn't focused on you." The young man irritably thought, "I wasn't the one who chose this skill." Belle offered, "I'd like to form a team with you if that's okay with you. I think you would make the perfect partner." Yu Ilhan replied in a confident voice, "I don't think so." The girl replied with a smile, "I see. I plan to stay on Earth. I'm not so weak that I need to return to another world for tasks. You too? We'll probably see each other a lot more often," the beauty added. She handed the guy her business card and asked him to contact her. Then the Empress turned around and walked away. The piece of paper was left in Yu Ilhan's hand. The beauty's name is actually Kang Mir. The hero confusedly thought, "So that's what the Empress's real name is. I like that she's not pushy, but I'm not going to call her. But I'm not going to call her anyway." Sunbolt said to Earthy, "Let's go home. There's still a lot of work left to do." Leopard skin won't treat itself, so the hero has something to do this evening. Once in the workshop, the young man immediately set about making traps. Erta said, "The monster was already about to evolve to Class 3. What's wrong with Earth?" Ilhan advised her to ask God about it. The enraged Celestial screamed, "I can't come to a conclusion on my own." The hero calmly repeated his advice. "I told you, ask God." "Then you just kept quiet." "Why are you complaining now?" the boy inquired. Erta exclaimed, "I must maintain my reputation as a superior creature. How can I show my displeasure in front of a crowd of inferior creatures?" Ilhan replied, "Ah, all right. But you don't mind showing your displeasure in front of me?" The celestial woman asked, "Why are you so calm?" This is your world's problem. You don't realize what a huge problem it is to have a third-grade monster appear in a world where people with first-grade skills live. The balance of power right now is dominated by the monster's side. For the moment, humans are becoming stronger in the other world, performing the ordinary tasks that God has set before them, Angel revealed. But monsters evolve much faster. How can we adjust the balance? Ilhan asked. The hero replied, I'm not calm, but I don't accomplish anything by mere worrying, so I just do what I can. The young man asked the angel how things were in other countries. The celestial replied, Korea is the only country where monsters are on the verge of getting third class. Ilhan said, in that case, the destructive trap could be a problem. The expression on Eartha's face showed her stunned. She thought about the fact that the destructive trap might have strengthened the monsters. But that's impossible. Maybe that's what triggered it. Probably the monsters, feeling threatened, woke up and became aggressive, thought the celestial. Eartha said, in other worlds, monsters were shut down before they had time to suspect anything. For that reason, most of the monsters' evolution takes place in dungeons. Because of the endless interbreeding in the dungeons, there are more and more dangerous freaks that devour each other. Because of this, evolution in the dungeons is very slow, Angel explained. Ilhan said in shock, this is the real abode of demons. But if they aren't locked in dungeons, then they will evolve by eating humans instead of other monsters. Monsters don't fight each other often. That's why their growth is stunted in dungeons. Sunbolt said, so dungeons are necessary for humans. Erda replied, yes, that means you are of great benefit to humanity by creating trap dungeons. After hearing what he heard, the hero felt that he had to hurry and make as many destructive traps as possible. The hero sent another magic stone he received from Eartha to the fire. The celestial asked the young man, do you really like to create stuff? The young man replied that it's fun, that's why he does it. But there would be no point if that was the end of it. The reason I create things is to get new experiences, explained Sunbolt. This admission startled Eartha, for she had not thought of it before. Ilhan had to live in an unchanged world for 1,000 years. The young man was left all alone on Earth for a long time. Angel tried to imagine exactly how the guy might have felt alone with his own thoughts. Celestia thought, now I see why he's so eager to have a new experience. What was I just thinking? Did I really show sympathy for an inferior creature? Stunned, Erda thought. The young man noticed that the angel was acting strangely. Meanwhile, the celestial thought to herself that this feeling new to her wasn't such a bad thing. The next moment she said, Ilhan, get stronger. Then you can experience more things. Whenever and wherever you want. The young man replied that he knew it. Drops of sweat appeared on his face. He said as if to himself that he would definitely become even stronger. The hero worked diligently in his workshop all day. As night fell on the city, a light burned in the windows of the workshop. As darkness fell, the angels returned, having had time to recover their mana in the meantime. Finished with creating a variety of traps using mana crafting, the angels went to create a new dungeon. Ilhan's mind flashed. I don't know what country the dungeon will be created in, but hopefully no more dangerous monsters will appear on the streets of their city. Even if a Class 3 monster appears because of the destructive traps, it won't be your fault. Right now, you're on an important mission, Erta said encouragingly after reading the hero's thoughts. The boy gratefully replied, I know. Thanks for your concern. Angel was silent. She needed time to gather her thoughts. Ilhan went outside and stretched. He told the Sky Woman that he had managed to get tired. It's time for the hero to go home and get a good night's rest. Once in his own apartment, the young man immediately went to the bathtub to take a hot shower. The hero glanced in the mirror, his tiredness making his thoughts confused. The TV in the living room was humming about the killing of a Class 2 monster and the considerable destruction in the city. Coming out of the bath, Ilhan asked, Erta, don't you think I've put on a little weight? Angel inquired. Just now realizing that? You grow every time you level up, so don't be surprised. The hero touched his face and said, I feel like I've gotten better looking too. What do you think? Erta replied irritably. Your face has no meaning to a supreme being like me, but to a human it might. Just as she said this, the young man began to brag about his own appearance. The beauty exclaimed irritably, throwing the chips at the guy. You, Ilhan, don't block the TV and get dressed. The hero smiled and announced that he was going to bed. On his way out of the room, he advised Earthy, you go to bed early too, don't watch too much TV. The packet of chips that Angel had thrown fell and the chips scattered across the floor. The Celestial silently picked up her goodies. She chose not to comment on the hero's words in any way. Then, as the young man left the room, Erta said, Such a body and face are nothing among the higher creatures. The Celestine believed that Ilhan's greatest significance was not on the outside, but on the inside. The angel's mind was a jumble of thoughts. She had lost control of her own emotions. If I say that, it will sound like I'm praising his inner qualities, Erta thought angrily. Laida popped up in her mind, thinking Ilan was impressive. That memory irritated the Celestial even more. Angel heard the hero say in his sleep, "Laida, I miss." The night for the hero flashed by imperceptibly. He woke up with the first rays of the sun. As soon as the young man opened his eyes, he saw the window of his own accomplishments. He did not immediately realize that it was not an alarm clock. The system reported that the young man had reached his maximum level of rest. All performance indicators for that night had increased. Yu Ilhan was stunned by the news that the rest skill even existed. It was at that moment that Erta flew into the room. Angel looked confused. She inquired, "When did you have time to learn a skill with SSS difficulty?" The hero replied with a question to a question. "Is it an SSS rank skill? Some kind of recreation? Are you kidding?" The Celestial couldn't understand how he had learned it, after all. She hadn't gotten around to it yet. The hero couldn't believe his own ears. Is Erta really talking seriously, and this skill is really incredible? Every night for the past 100 years, Ilhan has tried to find a way to sleep in the greatest comfort. Angel was stunned that the young man was studying sleep patterns with such persistence. "You learned a skill that is incredibly hard to get and even harder to pump. It's impressive. I'm really overwhelmed," Sky Girl honestly admitted. Ilhan wanted to know what the skill was for. Erta explained, "To sleep well and rest. What else is it for?" But the hero didn't believe her. He thought there was something the angel was not telling him. The young man exclaimed, "If that was the only plus, you wouldn't be so shocked." "Confess! Tell me the whole truth," the boy demanded. Erta replied, "I wasn't trying to hide it." The hero waited impatiently for an explanation from the celestial woman. Angel put on her glasses. "It's time to tell you about the evolution of skills. Skill evolution is an achievement like skill acquisition, and the same rules apply there as when you move to the next class. And it offers new paths based on the user's lived experience. They're reminiscent of the paths of the Akasha Chronicles." The young man raised his hand, trying to get teacher Erta's attention. "Please explain all of this to me like a small child." Angel showed 2 pictures of the hero, one before and one after. "This is how after you get stronger through the evolution of a skill." The hero replied that it made sense to him now. "The skills you have satisfied the conditions for evolution. They are taijutsu, spear-wielding, rest, and stealth." Erta continued her explanation. "Machining and blacksmithing don't have next levels. In those, you have already achieved perfection," the Celestial added. "Stealth is a skill you don't know how to control, so it's not worth taking into account," Angel told me. "The requirements for evolution in taijutsu and spear-wielding are difficult to achieve at your level, so they should also be excluded. That's why I didn't tell you anything about the evolution of those skills." The assistant summarized. Ilhan asked, "I take it the skill of resting is different." Erta advised the guy to find out for himself. The young man decided that the system could help him with that. The hero was surprised to read, "Sleeping heart of a second-class monster. Now the points are 0, and you need 500. Troll blood 0 out of 500 liters. Good sleep 0 out of 100 hours, and third-class monster's magic stone 0, and need 1. Ilhan shouted, "What is this? How am I supposed to fulfill all this?" Erta calmly replied, "It's nothing compared to the other." Angel advised the guy to check the requirements for evolution and spear skills. The hero received the following information. He needs to kill the third-class monsters with 1 hit, then he can get the magic stone. If the requirements for the evolution of the spear skill are as hard for you as climbing Mount Everest, then the requirements for the resting skill is Mount Pictou. Ilhan shouted irritably, "That doesn't mean that climbing Pekta is easy at all." But the Celestial was confident that the young man could easily accomplish such a task. The hero wasn't about to calm down. "You constantly overestimate me. I can't even use mana, and I'm still only level 28. Erta thought, Yu Ilhan's level increase is really too slow. Perhaps it's because of his title. The wall against mana is absolute. The difference between someone who can use mana and someone who can't is huge, concluded the Celestial. The reason why Yu Ilhan is strong now is because of the martial arts he has perfected over 1,000 years, decided the beauty. If even one of his martial arts or characteristics is lacking, then other people can surpass Ilhan. But if he learns how to use mana, he'll be in charge over all the creatures from the Akasha Chronicles. Erta summarized her thoughts. That day will come without a doubt. What kind of revolution will he stage when he is stronger? Wondered the angel. Celestia took a deep exhale, trying to quiet her own thoughts. She decided it was best not to think about it. Erta watched Yu Ilhan yawn. She knew it was dangerous to get so attached to her ward. When the hero went into the kitchen, he found breakfast on the table and a note from his mom. "Son, don't skip breakfast. You'll find the rest of your meals in the fridge." The young man asked the angel, "So where am I supposed to find and kill trolls? Do they even exist on Earth?" Erta replied, "Once the mana is activated, Monsters that have not lived here before will begin to appear. It will intensify, and creatures that didn't exist on Earth before will be left to live here. Ilhan said grudgingly, "Are you used to the role of teacher?" Angel said, "I am perfectly fine explaining at your level." The next moment their attention was caught by an announcer's voice coming from the television. "This is where the Class 2 monster attacked a few days ago. That event caused significant damage to the buildings," the reporter recounted. The hero immediately recognized the place shown in the report. There he fought 2 days ago and left the corpse of a huge leopard. The young man immediately noticed that the body had disappeared. Ilhan exclaimed, "They removed it in just 2 days? Wow!" After a little silence, Erda said, "It's not what you think." At that moment, the TV presenter said, "As you can see, the place where the dead body of the 2-class monster was lying is completely clean. It disappeared along with the people who shared the spoils." Sounded absolutely stunning news. Ilhan was amazed at what he heard. "Some eyewitnesses say they were swallowed up by a dungeon that suddenly opened up." The hero spoke through clenched teeth. "No, it can't be underground." The young man immediately realized that the humans had fallen prey to another monster that was hiding underground. Erda said, "The huge leopard is definitely dead. We even took its mana stone. The hunt ends at this point 99.9% of the time. The guy wanted to know what about the 0.01% that was left." Angel held a finger up and explained, "A pregnant monster. If the monster had a baby that was about to be born." Now the young man understood everything. It turns out the leopard was female and was pregnant. Only for a moment. "But I saw a black leopard on the screen." Ilhan spoke thoughtfully. A picture of a dark shadow against a backdrop of ruined buildings appeared in the hero's memory. "This monster is a master of stealth." The young man muttered irritably, "This wouldn't have happened if I had brought the processing to an end." The Celestial exclaimed, "It's not your fault, but the consequences of those people's greed." "But many people died. Among them were those who trusted and helped me," the boy said sadly. Erda thought confusedly, "This is not what I expected. I didn't think he'd be so caught up in this." Angel was frustrated, for she realized that she still didn't understand her ward well. Ilhan said, "Now I understand why the leopard was so rampaging until the moment of its death. He was doing that because he wanted to protect his cub," summarized the hero. Erta agreed with Ilhan's musings. "It's my fault for not thinking about the possibility of this situation, especially if that kitten's skill is stealth." The hero continued to blame himself. "I left half the body without treating it. Surely that leopard was hiding where the young man's hands had not reached." The celestial girl muttered, "Yes, I couldn't spot it because of the stealth skill. Because people were arguing over who would take what. The leopard mother's body wasn't processed to the end." Angel figured those people spent a lot of time arguing, so the little one had time to be born. Erda said thoughtfully, "What a marvelous coincidence." She tried to imagine what the kitten had seen when it came into the world. A small leopard cub saw its mother killed, and a crowd of people shouting at each other. The reporter continued to report the news from the scene. Ilhan said, "I hope it's not true, but if it's as we assume, then a 3rd-class monster has been born." Erda said, "Considering how good his stealth skill is, he's definitely a Class 3 monster." The hero walked over and turned off the TV. They'd had enough of the news for this morning. The celestial woman asked the young man, "Do you think you can do it?" Ilhan replied, "It will be difficult to do it alone, but it's probably worth a try if I prepare well." The guy smiled and added, "If the opponent is a stealth user, I can't afford to lose." Erda exclaimed, "Wow! More expected from the master of stealth, Ilhan." The hero irritably replied, "Don't call me a master. He doesn't have any other skills as good as stealth, does he?" The young man decided to inquire. The celestial replied, "I think not. It's impossible to have excellent skills in all areas. If the stealth skill is good, then defense and strength shouldn't be as well developed. If you make up for it with stealth skill, then it's worth fighting him," Erta added. The young man replied, "All right, I'll create a new outfit right away." Ilhan put on his sweatshirt and headed away from the apartment. "I should kill him as soon as possible because he's going to do a lot of damage alone." The hero had no sooner reached the door than he remembered that he had better ask for help. The young man rummaged through his pockets and found the business card the Empress had left him. Erda asked in surprise, "Are you going to use this phone? In that case, you can just make a public announcement that Sungbolt is Ilhan." The guy realized that the angel was right. This way his identity would be easily revealed, so it was better to use a payphone. The hero stepped out of the entryway and walked over to the phone booth. A business card with Kanmeyer's phone number appeared in Ilhan's hand. Angel was sure that this girl would be able to help him, so going to the Empress was a good decision. The smartphone in Kang's room vibrated. The girl walked over and looked at the display. The Empress was surprised to see that she was receiving a call from a telephone booth. The phone was finally picked up on the other end. The young man heard a woman's voice. Ilhan said, "It's been a long time since we've been in touch. I mean, 2 days. Kang Mir didn't realize who she was talking to. The character was unhappy that he would have to spell out the nickname he got from supporters. "It's Sunbolt," stammered the boy. When the beautiful girl finally realized who she was talking to, she was overjoyed. "Mr. Sunbolt! Hello, I didn't expect you to call me so soon," the Empress said in a friendly manner. The hero was a bit uncomfortable. Kang laughed. She realized the young man was uncomfortable with his nickname. Ilhan didn't answer. He asked himself, "Have you seen the news yet?" "This isn't a dungeon. It's a monster. A strong monster with a stealth skill," the young man emotionally added. Bell replied, "I think I can guess what happened there, and I realize it's very dangerous." When the conversation ended, the hero hung up the phone. The young man said to the angel, "Kang Mire quickly realized everything. She said she would tell the army and the government just in case. She has a lot of connections." Ilhan asked Erda for advice. "Perhaps in that case I should prepare myself too." Upon reaching his workshop, the young man set to work, determined to make use of the last of his loot. "The base is ready. Then I'll get right to work," said the hero with a smile. The celestial woman asked, "What will you craft?" "Your steel spear will do as a weapon." Sunbolt took the giant bone in his hands and said to Earthy, "Just look at it." Angel pulled the young man's hair irritably. "I asked you what you were going to master." The hero's answer stunned the Sky Woman. It was succinct. "Pillars." Identical columns came out from under the guy's hammer, one after another. "What are they for?" "Do you want to make some sort of necklace for the giant?" Erta inquired. The young man replied with a smile, "No. Go back to kindergarten and learn it again." The Celestine was beginning to lose patience, but Ilhan took his time explaining things to her. The boy took up the next bone, at which point it hit the beauty. She exclaimed that it was a spear, but again she didn't guess. The hero fashioned a weapon with a strange tip out of leopard bone. Erda couldn't believe her own eyes. If her ward had actually made a harpoon. Ilhan smiled, the angel finally guessing what such an interesting thing he was mastering. The guy explained, "A harpoon is very different from a regular spear. It is to be thrown at your prey to attract it to you. It's mostly used when hunting whales," Sunbolt expertly explained. "A harpoon is easy to stick but difficult to pull out of the victim's body. Normally, rope can't handle that role, so if I make a rope from the skin of a giant leopard, it will be strong enough," the young man added. Erda said admiringly, "You really are a master at this. Are you sure you didn't start using mana? Otherwise it would be impossible to do it so quickly." "Why would I build weapons if I knew how to use mana? I wouldn't waste any time and go straight to hunting," exclaimed the hero emotionally. At last everything was ready. A few harpoons, a strong rope of leopard skin, and poles. Erda said, "To use a mother's bones to kill her child. How cruel." But the hero paid no attention to her comment. A magic stone appeared in the young man's hand. It was his turn to use the craft mana. Angel exclaimed, "Wait! You're going to spend all of it on making just one weapon? Don't you think that's too much?" Ilhan replied, "It is for my own survival." Celestia looked disappointed, she thought. I assume that is his mindset. The hero held out his palm, which held a pink stone, towards the angel and said, "It's time to begin." Crafting mana made the hero's weapons interact with each other. After a moment, the system reported, an aggressive and violent leopard hunter's harpoon had been created. The mana crafting skill had reached level 12. Angel shouted, "Even the skill activation time is decreased. Mana crafting is usually not that easy. You can't go wrong." Meanwhile, the young man paid no attention to the celestial woman's warnings. He couldn't take his eyes off his harpoon. Wow, alpha and beta options again. The new weapon, mastered by Ilhan, received a unique class from the system with an attack power of 1050 points. The harpoon had options: 20% increase in critical strike probability and 20% increase in binding power. Thanks to the first-class skills of the artisan, a hunter's harpoon made from the bones and skin of a huge leopard is much stronger and more effective than a harpoon made from ordinary materials. Erda was amazed that this weapon had gotten top-of-the-line options. The hero proudly said, "The Akasha Chronicles understand everything. The options are really great. This weapon turned out much better than I had planned." Celestia rolled her eyes and thought, "At this point, it's cheating." The hero noticed the strange expression on Eartha's face and inquired, "Is something wrong?" After preparing himself, the young man called the Empress. He informed her that he would be there soon. At the end of the conversation, the guy said to Kang Mira, "Don't leave right now. The monster has a stealth skill. It might attack you from behind. He was born almost immediately after his mother died. That was 2 days ago," explained the young man. The hero was sure that the leopard was still lurking in the very spot where his mother had been killed. The Empress was already sitting behind the wheel of the auto. She asked Songbolt, "Why do you think so?" "Probably to get revenge on the people who killed his mom," Ilhan suggested. "We must be especially careful, for it was we who killed the huge leopard," the boy added. The Empress said she was prepared for such a thing. After a bit of silence, Kanmiri inquired, "Do you have any plan?" The hero answered in the affirmative, but was in no hurry to share his details. "I'll make sure he can't use stealth, so wait for that moment," advised the young man. The Empress decided not to argue and leave it up to you, Ilhan. A little later, the guy got to the very spot where his fight with the giant leopard was taking place. Erda immediately sensed that the monster was somewhere nearby. "He doesn't seem to be frightened at all. How brave," said the hero. "He's probably just trusting his stealth. He hasn't noticed you yet," replied the Celestial. With a fair amount of swinging, the hero slammed the heavy pole into the pavement. "I wonder how long I can make him afraid," Sungbolt asked as if to himself. He pulled the pole out of the ground and struck again. "I deliberately made a sound, but he's not attacking, and he should have attacked by now," thought the hero. Erda said, "I doubt he found you. It just means that your stealth skill is better than the leopard's. Your pillars and harpoon were also hidden by your skill," Angel explained. The hero asked, "He doesn't notice anything even though I'm setting a trap right in front of him?" The Celestial said, "You were indeed born to be an assassin. You should choose assassin as your subclass the next time you change your title. In any case, you have advantages in this situation. Don't miss this chance," Erta advised. It was after these words from the angel that the hero noticed something suspicious. The young man could make out a giant translucent paw with sharp claws right on the pavement. The leopard really didn't see the guy. He calmly walked by. Now was the moment to act. Ilhan was at the ready. The leopard's red eyes glowed in the twilight. The system informed the hero that his damage level had increased by 10% as a result of stealth and spear wielding. The young man thought, "That makes sense. Since the system mistakes harpoons for spears, I get the skill effect." Sunbolt decided not to hesitate, and the very next moment he attacked the leopard with his harpoon. The throw was very accurate. The weapon flew straight into the target. A second later, the sharp point of the harpoon entered the monster's body. The leopard roared loudly in pain. Ilhan said to Erti, "He's about half the size of his mother, but definitely third class. I got bonus effects from stealth and spear art, but the harpoon still only went in halfway," said the hero. Angel replied, "If this monster was replaced by an ordinary Class 3 monster, it would be even worse. Since it specializes in stealth, its health and defense should be reduced. Be glad he's only developed stealth," the Celestial advised. While they were talking, the leopard finally saw his opponent and didn't hesitate to rush to the attack. Erta managed to warn the boy of the danger in time. At the last moment, the young man managed to bounce away. "He's fast!" flashed through his mind. At a certain point, when the length of the rope ran out, the hero's harpoon prevented the leopard from moving forward. The creature froze in place, feeling a sharp pain and unable to move forward. The leopard made a few more attempts to move forward, but the rope of his mother's skin held firm. Ilhan stated, "The rope is holding up just fine." The hero lunged forward, snatching up a second harpoon. With a swing, he hurled it at the monster. A critical harpoon strike, a direct hit right into the leopard's shoulder. The young man was pleased with his hit, everything going according to plan. The guy in no way expected what would happen in a moment. Despite his considerable injuries, the leopard swung his paw and hit Ilhan. The blow was so powerful that it shattered the hero's protective armbands. A strong paw with sturdy claws threw Songbolt backwards. The young man was upset because his bone blades had broken. But the guy quickly pulled himself together. "Luckily, it wasn't my arms that broke, and I'll be able to fix my defense a little later." Erda thought. The ugly hedgehog protections on her arms did help, though. How unfortunate. Meanwhile, the leopard attacked again. He repeated the powerful strike with his strong paw. The hero barely had time to react, and that's what saved his life. Taking a breath, he asked the angel what it was. The Celestial replied, "It's a skill. What else is there?" Ilhan exclaimed, "Leopard definitely has a lot of trump cards up his sleeve if he wields a third class." The monster roared ravenously. He wanted revenge for the death of his mom. Although he was restrained by strong ropes, the leopard still did not give up trying to get his prey. The hero exclaimed, "Just look at this. If you resist, it will only hurt more." The leopard was not going to give up, its sharp teeth trying to tear the rope. Erta advised Ilhan, "Use the other harpoons before he chews the rope." In the young man's mind, I didn't think he would have the skill to cut at long range. I used to think monsters were only very strong beasts, the hero pondered. But now I have to face monsters that are far beyond common sense and logic. The boy realized how many dangers still lay ahead of him. Trying to get closer to the leopard with harpoon in hand, Sunbolt barely managed to avoid another attack from the enraged leopard. Swinging, the young man hit the monster with his weapon the first time. This time the harpoon hit the leopard's front paw. "With a paw like that, he won't be able to use his long-range skill," the hero said. Erda called the young man talented. The hero put his left hand to his chest and said, "Call me Ishmael." But when he saw the angel's stunned face, he realized that Erda had heard nothing about Moby Dick. The Celestial exclaimed, "You relaxed too soon. The situation hasn't been resolved yet." At that moment, the hero heard his name being called, "Mr. Sunbolt." The boy looked back and saw that the leopard had disappeared. Erda said, This monster is truly unrivaled in stealth skill. Meanwhile, a car was rapidly approaching the place where the hero was standing. The Empress leaned out of the window, holding something in her hand. Lightning danced around her. The next moment, the beauty put her hand forward. She attacked the invisible leopard with double lightning. Canmire hit the target, a powerful charge of current hitting the monster directly. It turned out that the leopard was standing right behind Yu Ilhan's back. The beauty got out of the auto and asked with a smile, "How did you manage to catch that monster?" The hero squeezed out, "You're here, Miss Kangmire?" He looked dumbfounded. Calming his own emotions, he added, "That's not what a man who just struck a monster with lightning should be asking." The young man thought, "This girl is definitely no ordinary hunter. The power of this attack is impressive for a first class." The hero didn't stop marveling at the Empress's skills. Suddenly, the guy felt some movement behind his back. The leopard was recovering from a double lightning strike. He was able to move his paw. The next moment, the leopard rose to its feet and roared predatorily. This fight isn't over yet. Now the superheroes will work as a team. Ilhan stuck the pole into the ground, no more delay. The young man prepared to attack the leopard again. Another harpoon hit the monster's body, now held back by 4 ropes. Another paw of the leopard was immobilized. "Attack him when you're ready. He's strong, so I don't know how long the pillars can hold out," Yu Ilhan exclaimed. He asked the Empress, "When can you counterattack?" Kangmire replied, "I can do it now by using lightning. I should be able to hit with more power in a few minutes," clarified the beauty. "Then warn me when you use a strong attack," Yu Ilhan exclaimed. The leopard, through pain, tried to get rid of his restraints. The monster was trying to get closer to the enemies who destroyed his mom. Erta exclaimed, "He hasn't run out of mana yet." The hero realized this without her comment. The huge cat's red eyes looked directly at the object of his anger. "With that look, he informs me of his intention to destroy me. Such eyes I have met many times," thought the young man. The trapped beast becomes much stronger because of its desire to survive. The hero remembered his past hunts when he was alone on Earth. As strange as it may sound, it is at this moment that living creatures shine brightest. Ilhan remembered his past experience. It's as if the flame burns even stronger because the animal realizes that after this flame will come emptiness. Sunbolt's next attack came right at the leopard's head. The monster screamed loudly in unbearable pain. The creature quickly pulled itself together to try and answer its opponent. Angel was right, the leopard possessed mana. He aimed at Ilhan. The hero barely escaped danger. "Phew! What's that? It's really strong." The Celestial warned, "This is the bath of bleeding mineralization. Be careful, he's very evil." At this moment, the Empress was finally able to recover enough to repeat her attack. The lightning bolts hit their target, but this time they didn't do much damage to the leopard. Kangmire's attack bounced off the monster's skin. The ricochet almost hit the car. "The lightning can't reach him. It'll be hard to get any closer to him," said the Empress. The leopard continued to resist. He did not give up trying to get rid of the restraints. Ilhan was amazed at the tenacity of this monster. "Do you want your paws ripped off?" Songbolt exclaimed hotly. "To paralyze him like before, I need to wait for the Empress to be ready." The young man had time to think. Dieting was urgently needed, so the guy pushed himself off the ground and jumped on Canmira's auto. Once on the roof of the car, the hero asked the beauty, "You wouldn't happen to have any stronger magical skills, would you?" The Empress remained silent, but her driver offered Ilhan a machine gun. The girl asked the hero, "Won't that be enough?" Sunbolt replied, "No, it's just something I've been thinking about, but now is not the time." Kangmire asked the hero if he knew how to use a machine gun. Yu Ilhan replied, "I know how to use most weapons on Earth." The hero jumped off the car and ran somewhere. The girl said to the driver, "I wouldn't believe it if someone else said that, but I don't think he's lying." Celestia asked, "Did you start hesitating because you were worried that the bullets would damage your skin?" The young man wondered how the angel had managed to know him so well. Erta replied, "Your thoughts are obvious. It'll be hard to use a taiju or spear against him now. I doubt a harpoon will help much." "Obviously the pillars won't last long," said the hero, approaching the leopard with his automatic rifle in hand. Suddenly, Yu Ilhan heard a cry of warning of danger. The hero lifted his head up and saw a giant paw that was rapidly approaching him. The leopard pulled the pole. "The rope didn't break. I actually managed to make it very strong," the young man said to Earthy. Angel replied that this was no time for fun. The Empress sat in the car and watched the monster's behavior. Belle waited for her own strength to recover, a minute left before attacking again. Kangmire exclaimed encouragingly, "I need just a little more time. It's only a matter of time now how long the poles that are left can last." Pointing the machine gun at the leopard, Ilhan exclaimed, "Try this, alien monster." Erta corrected him. "It's a monster from Earth." The young man hit the monster right in the eye with his first shot. The creature lost its balance. Blood spurted from its wounded eye. The leopard screamed in unbearable pain. At the same instant, the system reported, "You have reached the maximum level in firing." Erta exclaimed, "Wow, you've mastered shooting in such a short time." There was a strange light coming from the monster's wounded eye. The Empress was astonished. How could such damage be done by an ordinary automaton? Was there a buff on the automaton? Erda thought, otherwise the automatic rifle would be useless against a third-class monster. Yuilhan's shooting skill pushed the limits of the weapon. The young man took aim again and exclaimed, addressing Kang Mira, "Magic!" The girl exclaimed, "I need 7 more seconds." The hero was willing to wait. The countdown began. At number 2, the automaton flew to the ground, Ilhan now needing his hands free. The young man rushed forward. For a moment more and the leopard would be free of its bonds. All the poles had been pulled out of the ground. Now there was nothing else holding back on the piece. And an open mouth full of sharp clicks was rapidly approaching Yuilhan. The hero realized that he was now bait to divert the monster's attention away from the Empress. Finally, Kanmeyer had so recovered her own strength that she was able to hit the predator with triple lightning. The blow came right at the leopard's head. Would Beauty's lightning finally stop this beast? The attack was so powerful that it was able to light up everything around it. It was difficult for the girl to hold the discharge for so long. She was rapidly losing strength. The lightning charge had run out. Kang exclaimed exhaustedly, "Did we make it?" Ilhan realized that there was more to come. This monster was too strong. At this moment, the young man noticed that the leopard had activated the stealth skill again. The Empress was stunned by this turn of events. In a few seconds, the monster would become completely invisible. The creature's skin was covered in a layer of protective armor that glowed red. But the hero, unlike the girl, was not upset at all. Yuilhan swung around. He swiftly approached the leopard with his weapon in hand. "The stealth skill didn't work on me from the start," the young man exclaimed. He repeated the attack, this time knocking the leopard to the ground. The monster fell to the ground, its body shaking in pain. "He saw him because of stealth. How could he see him?" Kangmir muttered in surprise. The hero decided not to waste time talking. He needs to put his new plan into action as quickly as possible. The boy took hold of the sturdy ropes and swam them quickly between them. The system sent a message. "You have mastered the skill of binding." Erda asked the young man in surprise, "Why don't you kill him?" Ilhan looked at the angel and replied, "I want to do something." He looked back and saw that the Empress had gotten out of the car. The girl looked confused. She looked at the hero with a question in her eyes. She could not see the boy's eyes, for his face was hidden by a mask. Ilhan suddenly suggested, "Let's make a team? Or do you want me to take all the experience for myself again?" The Empress looked stunned at this suggestion, but Kangmir quickly tempered her own feelings and shook the outstretched hand. As soon as their hands touched, the system reported that a team of 2 participants had been formed. The hero glanced at the monitor, the information on it startling him. "I can check the statuses of team members. It's like my senses have improved," flashed through the guy's mind. The girl looked confused and surprised. She asked Ilhan, "Why are you acting like you've never made a team before?" The young man pretended that it was just that it had been a long time ago. A little later, the hero approached the bound leopard. The monster was lying on the ground, one eye closed. Ilhan walked up to the leopard's head and said, drawing his weapon, "Farewell." One blow, and the monster's entire eye closed forever. When the creature died, the young man received a message from the system that he had gained almost 3 million experience points. The young man had reached level 36, and all of his stats had increased by 10 units. A level 102 leopard entry has now been added to the hero list. "After one battle, you jumped from level 28 to level 36, Erda said with a smile. Suddenly, Ilhan touched his head and said he felt nauseous. "Surely I didn't take all the experience. There's too much of it. Did she really get the same amount?" The young man inquired of the celestial woman. "Still, a Class 3 monster is different from a Class 2 monster. Considering the amount of experience you've gained now, the level has risen relatively low," Angel explained. "You must have gotten a lot of penalty points because of your title," the mentor decided. The hero breathed a sigh of relief, saying that his head finally stopped hurting. Ilhan decided it was a good time to get to work processing the leopard's body. The young man was silent for a moment. He needed time to think about something. "Skin, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. If I was stronger, I wouldn't have let you get hurt," Sunbolt tearfully said as he hugged the body of the slain monster. "Think to yourself, how wonderful the armor would be if I created it from the skin of a third-grade monster," exclaimed the young man, turning to Eartha. The latter did not argue. What a shame. I'll at least take what's left intact," exclaimed the hero in despair. The guy made an incision on the head of the slain monster and froze in place in amazement. "There's a mana stone in that leopard's head," Ilhan said, stunned. Erda exclaimed, "Both mother and child had mana stones. You're a lucky man." "Mana stones are formed when at the moment of a monster's death, the mana that should have left its body is curtailed. For that reason it can't be obtained from every monster you kill," Celestia explained. "I've heard that there's about a 17% chance of such a stone appearing. The lower the grade, the greater the probability," Erda added. Angel thought the guy was incredibly lucky. For some time the hero tried to find a valuable prey. Finally he succeeded. When the young man stretched out his hand, he saw a huge red mana stone. This was to be expected from a third-class monster. Wait, the third-grade monster mana stone was one of the conditions for evolving other skills? I need to fulfill the other conditions for evolution, said Sunbolt. If the manila stone was in the monster, should I share it with the Empress? The hero asked the celestial woman for advice. Kangmir held her head. She asked, I've gotten about 1.5 million experiences. How about you? The young man named his amount of experience. It was about 3 million. The contribution seems to be 2 to 1. I think I got too much, said the Empress. No, if it weren't for you. I wouldn't have been able to kill him even at the cost of my own death. You helped me a lot. Yu Ilhan admitted honestly. The beauty admitted that she was pleased to hear that. After a bit of silence, she ventured to ask, will you tell me your name? The hero was confused. Should I keep calling you Sunbolt? With a cute smile, the Empress inquired. Please stop calling me by that nickname. I am Yu Ilhan, the hero finally admitted. You can keep the mana stone. I'll just take half of the body if you work it yourself. Mana stones are about 6 parts in contribution, so that should equalize everything, Kangmira said. The hero decided to clarify. Are you sure you don't mind? All this work for just half a body. What do you think is the most important job on Earth right now? Beauty inquired. Mage, warrior. What exactly are you interested in? Kangmira continued to interrogate. Yu Ilhan was not prepared for such an interrogation. After thinking for a bit, he finally replied, Right now, the most important job is Carcass Master. There's no point in killing a bunch of monsters if you don't know how to process them in a certain way for rewards. Your processing skills are incredible. They are of incredible value, the Empress said. The young man plunged his dagger into the leopard's carcass and began the butchering. At this time, the girl called someone. She said a few words and the conversation ended. Erda said, She has a lot of connections. You should stay on good terms with her. It's hard to find someone who has skills, pride, and background. Without stopping his work, Yu Ilhan pondered what to say to the celestial woman. Erda, getting close to someone is really hard, Angel asked. Did I remind you of another trauma again? How do you know what it is to be lonely? Exclaimed the hero in his heart. The hero wiped the sweat from his forehead in relief. The processing was finally done. Kanmeyer asked the deputies to put all the pieces of the monster's body on the trucks. Thanks to you, we were able to get rid of the monster before it did any more damage, said the Empress, turning to Ilhan. The hero thanked the girl sincerely for her help. Suddenly, the beauty said, Please forget about the fact that we made a team. The hero looked dumbfounded at such an offer from the Empress. Thoughts flashed through his mind that he had done something wrong, and by just not liking the girl. Belle decided to explain. She felt that she wasn't worthy of being Yu Ilhan's partner, because he was very strong and there was a huge gulf between them. The young man heaved a sigh of relief, but Kangmir added, Sooner or later I'll catch up with you. That's when I'll ask you to be my partner. After a brief pause, the hero replied that he would think about it when the time came. The Empress laughed and held out her hand, saying that the young man was reasoning logically as always. As the two shook hands, the system reported that the team had broken up. In that same instant, Ilhan felt himself regain his freedom, but at the same time he lost his teammate. The feeling was both sad and refreshing. The hero checked his windows and saw that the team status window was gone. The driver of the car Mireille came in told the Supergirl that it was time for them to go. Belle caught up but asked her comrade to wait a second. She asked Yu Ilhan if he could give her his phone number. This question took the young man by surprise. Seeing that the hero was hesitating, Kangmir decided to use feminine charms to achieve what she wanted. She smiled sweetly, fixed her hair, and promised she wouldn't tell anyone this confidential information. The young man faded his eyes. He pondered, taking his time to answer. Images of the Empress during the battle flashed through his mind. Ilhan wanted to figure out once and for all if he could trust this girl. Kangmir could make the right impression, so the hero no longer hesitated. He already knew the answer to his dilemma. The young man had made up his mind that he could trust the Empress. Ilhan told the girl that he was willing to give her his phone number. The guy pulled out his smartphone and sent a call to the beauty's number. Now she knew how to contact him. Having reached her goal, the Empress got into the auto and promised that she would contact him when the need arose. The hero shared with Eartha that this was the first time he had gotten a phone number from a girl. Angel replied how sad she was to see Ilhan being made happy by such nonsense. The young man exclaimed irritably that he had only earned the right to be confident in the eyes of others. The celestial woman said, That's even sadder. A little later, once in his own workshop, the young man activated the system to remind himself of his own accomplishments. Leafing through the pages, he realized that until a few hours ago, he never imagined he would kill a third-class monster. At the time, he had thought it was impossible. The young man exclaimed joyfully, Karma really exists. Erda said she didn't mind his optimistic attitude. The hero decided to ask his mentor why her words didn't sound like a compliment, though the celestial woman thought she had made exactly one. Ilhan realized that the problem of the lack of trolls on Earth was standing in the way of his evolution. Angel said if he was a different person, he'd just go to another world. These words only made the guy angry, because he doesn't go to other worlds not because he doesn't want to. He just can't get there. Erda explained that the concentration of mana on Earth was getting higher every day, so the trolls would soon appear. The hero asked the angel if he needed the blood of trolls for his own evolution, just because it had healing properties. Erda confirmed her ward's hunch. But the next moment she added with a sly smile, "That will only work if you have resistance to the deadly poison." Ilhan wondered why the level increased with every conversation the Celestial gave. First, the resistance to ordinary poisons increased, then to strong poisons, and now to deadly ones. The young man didn't even want to imagine what would happen next. Erta advised him not to even think about drinking the monster's blood or eating its meat. Angel thought only crazy people were capable of that. The big problem is the second-class sleeping monsters. You have to kill them with one punch. The boy looked at his own spear and decided he needed to strengthen his weapon. The hero looked at Eartha and asked her to share the hark. She refused. The goddess reasoned that it would create a great imbalance. She thought it was a big mistake to lend him the hammer and anvil. He'd better make a good weapon now, before Erta took back the tool. Ilhan decided it was best not to argue now and went straight to work. The young man looked at his harpoon and decided that he could use it again after some minor modifications. He had made it from the bone of a huge leopard, so it was definitely a strong weapon. The hero looked at the muscles and tendons he had gotten after handling the monster's body, trying to decide what to do with them. Suddenly something unexpected happened, and the guy let the material out of his hands out of surprise. A part of the killed leopard flew straight into the raging flames. Ilhan was upset by this incident, for he wanted to create a strong antidote for his own use. Erda said, "Muscles and tendons will rot before you create an antidote." The boy stared at the flames as if mesmerized. He didn't know what it was. Was it the effects of the eternal flame? In the next instant, both man and angel saw the heated tendon change. The young man asked the celestial why she had not taught him. The young man asked the celestial lady why she had not taught him. The hero saw flaming tongues of flame. He addressed the fire as a living being and asked it to stop. The next moment he took the claws and pulled out a fiery piece. Placing the object on the refractory surface, the young man exclaimed that it was impressive. The hero exclaimed that this elasticity is simply amazing. He will call this material the giant's rubber band. Erta wanted to know what her ward was going to do with it. Ilhan replied, "Although it's very stretchy, it's also incredibly strong." The hero explained that this material gained resistance to fire by being heated by eternal flames. The material also has resistance to impact and water. The guy got the idea in his head to make a wonderful bounce house out of this material. The Celestial was surprised by this decision of the young man. Ilhan explained his idea. Such weapons work on a similar principle to firearms, but it does not shoot bullets, but stakes. If you use tendons to work with this weapon, it will be more like a crossbow. This kind of eliminator is not easy to use, but its power is at a high level. The guy wanted to note the special power of penetration. Such a weapon is more likely to be seen in a virtual game than in real life. The hero decided to use the elasticity of the giant's rubber band instead of gunpowder, and threw the material into the eternal flames. The master concluded that this is the best source of power. It returns more power than you put in. There was nothing left for Earthy but to recognize the infinite energy her ward now possessed. Angel was amazed that the young man's mind came up with incredible ideas every time. Even now she couldn't wait to see what he would come up with next. The hero explained that he wanted to adapt the new weapon to the limit of his own power. And the guy planned to use the leopard's tooth as bullets. It's much sharper and stronger than his bones. A little later, small stakes appeared on the table in front of the young man, which he made from one large fang. Ilhan said it would be ideal if he just reinforced it with a leopard mana stone. Erta said her opinion, "It's strong enough on its own." Angel said, "If the young man was confident enough to fight against a third-class monster before the trolls appeared, then it was worth using the debuff now." Scratching the back of his head, the hero decided he'd better save it for later. He didn't really want to fight another third-class monster right now. Ilhan promised his new creation that he would later get a mana stone especially for him. Erta thought that this guy didn't know how to give up. Not a year later, the incredible new device, which the guy called the Eliminator, was absolutely ready. Now all that was left to do was to put the giant's rubber band on a stake made from a leopard's tooth. The young man explained to Earthy that he had divided the power into 3 levels. Ilhan decided to test his product. It turned out that even he found it difficult to switch the lever. Without noticing it himself, the boy called out for his mom, but the Celestial reminded him that his mom wasn't here. She was in another world right now. The hero put a lot of effort into finally doing what he wanted to do. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he asked Eartha how long it took to charge. She answered that it was only 2 seconds. The young man came to the conclusion that he couldn't be handled long enough to use the debuff during an actual battle. If he was still calling out for his mom at level 1, when he charges to level 3, he will call out to his distant ancestors. Ilhan realized it was time to experience the second level. It was even harder. Erda counted the time. It took the guy 10 seconds for the second level and 2 minutes for the third. The hero thought for a moment that he was dying. At this point, the system reported that the world flashback debuff was complete. Weapona received 1240 strength points and a unique class. The maximum impact strength of the third level is 2900. The weapon was made from the bones, tooth and sinew of a ghost leopard by a master craftsman who had reached the limit of his abilities. It strikes me that the excellent firing system was created without magic or gunpowder, but the heaviness of use and inconvenience of carrying it is a disadvantage. The hero showed this information to Erdi. The debuffer now has an alpha option even without mana crafting. It will have a reduced time cost for charging and attacking. The Celestial said that with the tooth, the length of this weapon exceeds 3 meters, a clear disadvantage. The young man remarked that Erta would find disadvantages everywhere. Ilhan replied that it was just in case a giant showed up. Now the guy was going to make smaller monster weapons. The Celestial advised taking a break before creating a new weapon, since it was morning outside. But there was no stopping the hero. He was passionate about his own business. The system didn't have time to send messages. Detailed underground destructive trap completed. The mana crafting skill had reached level 24. The young man was now able to create better artifacts with less mana consumption. Ilhan threw another completed trap behind his back. The angels who had time to recover were amazed by this trap. It was really good, had an extra option, and could lead to overflow. Erda noticed that this was the 17 destructive trap the hero had created. He had to make 11 more first, but it seemed he only had 8 left to create now. The young man wondered if it was because of the overflow. The Celestial replied that Ilhan was quick to grasp the point. He's right, because these traps are incredibly good quality. They have a wide range. Thanks to them, other destructive traps around the world have also been strengthened. Erda said that if all the monsters were involved in just one strong destructive trap, it would be a fiasco. But then the other traps would be left empty. Angel asked, if Ilhan continued to spread mana in an area without monsters for the sake of attracting them, what does he think would happen? The hero asked, did humans get trapped instead of monsters? No, said the Celestial woman. Bell explained that the Akasha Chronicles and mana traps could collide, and this would lead to new monsters. Ilan asked to interpret it as if he were 5 years old. Erta said that a super-strong monster would then appear. He would chew his way out of the trap. The young man finally understood everything. He realized how terrible the overflow was. His only wish now, to stay away from third-class monsters. He was only able to kill the ghost leopard because the monster's ability was stealth. But that's not how even a guy could overcome this thing on his own. The hero realized that he couldn't overpower the Class 3 monsters with his current strength. Celestia said that is why they will reduce the number of traps to prevent overcrowding. One of the newly arrived angels said, I am so annoyed by the appearance of so many unexpected things on Earth. What annoyed this Celestial the most was Ilhan's personality. He advised Earthy to take the boy under special control. The hero was struck by the angel's words. The Celestial decided to stand up for the hero and said that he was not a human being ruled by angels. She was ordered to help the guy. I wasn't told to watch him and limit his abilities, the beauty added irritably. The blonde angel didn't like Eartha's words, calling her unshakable. The Celestial raised her hand up and activated her own angelic mana. The next moment, a sword began to appear in her hand. Angel pointed her weapon at Shuit and advised him to focus on his own duties instead of ordering her what to do. Angel hadn't expected such a selection from Eartha at all. The look on his face was dumbfounded. The Celestial gritted his teeth and stared at the tip of the blade, which was pointed directly at his face. Ilan was as amazed as Shuitu by Erta's behavior. The young man had never seen Eartha so angry before. The other angels agreed that Shuita was poking his nose into his own business. He should do his own thing and not interfere with others. They tried to reassure Eartha by explaining that the Celestial had interfered in her affairs inadvertently. Observing this scene, the hero decided that angels are no different from humans other than the fact that they are higher creatures. Now Erta also resembled a normal girl with understandable human reactions. The angels took the traps and said goodbye, saying they had to go. Shuita was the first to plunge into the sky without saying a word. Erta sat on her ward's head. They watched together as the Celestials disappeared into the celestial firmament. Angelica told Ilhan that she had shown a side of herself she shouldn't have revealed in vain. The hero replied that it was unexpected, but in a good way. The young man was surprised that angels were capable of human emotions. Erta said that angels have long since moved away from pathetic emotions, for they are higher creatures. The young man smiled and replied. It wasn't as if Shweta was devoid of emotion at all. Celestia said that was why Ilhan was so wonderful. The boy didn't understand what he had to do with that. Angel explained that she meant his talents and skills. They reach such a high level that they make even an angel envious. The young man had not expected such words in his direction from Eartha at all. After coming to his senses a little, Ilhan replied with a smile that she was overestimating him as usual. The Celestial replied seriously that the young man was underestimating himself. Eartha thought the guy had too low an opinion of himself. But she immediately decided that this was not a bad thing in a way, for if one believed in oneself, one could challenge God himself. Angel hesitated. She looked at Ilhan in silence. The hero noticed that look and wondered what was on her mind. Eartha decided it was best not to think about it. Celestia said she had something to tell me about the reward for the destructive trap assignment. The guy folded his arms across his chest and replied that he only agreed to a financial reward. Eartha smiled and said mysteriously that he would change his mind once he heard what she wanted to talk about. There is a new kind of metal in a dungeon that has appeared on Earth. Angel is ready to tell us where it is. This news greatly interested the hero. He wanted to know now about the location of a new kind of metal. Ilhan decided not to delay. He packed up and went outside. The hero walked on, looking around. He said in surprise, turning to Eartha, "It is very strange that there is no one outside." Angel wondered if it had brought back memories for the guy of the days when he had been left all alone on Earth. Ilhan replied that not much at all, but it was different now. He knows everyone will be back someday. Plus, there are people like the Empress left on Earth fighting monsters. Now everything changed, for the boy knew he was not alone. Eartha rejoiced at such words from the hero. Meanwhile, the city was far behind. Ilhan had entered the forest. The Celestial had been pointing him in the right direction all along. The young man saw a portal in front of him and wondered at Eartha if this was the entrance to the dungeon. The hero was glad that this dungeon was even in Korea and he was able to reach it on foot. Because of the state of emergency, he couldn't leave the country's border. No one can cross it either by boat or by airplane. The young man even had time to think about whether he could build an airplane himself. But Eartha suggested not to waste time and to start what they had in mind as soon as possible. The hero stepped closer and touched the protective layer of the portal that led to the dungeon. The next moment, something incredible happened. A system window appeared. It showed an error. All people below level 50 are forbidden to enter. Ilhan pointed Earthy to the message and reminded her that he was only at level 36. Celestia asked the guy if he had forgotten who she was. The young man called Eartha a rude angel who violates property rights. The enraged Celestial screamed that she was a higher-level being who creates and controls destructive traps. Concentrating on the entrance to the dungeon, she swung her hand. The next instant, the system reported that the entry restriction had been lifted. Eartha said that Ilhan could come in now. The boy realized that she was more useful than he had thought. Angelica thought that the hero had better not forget about it, because she was an incredibly useful assistant for him. The boy reached forward, wanting to try again. This time it worked. Ilhan was immediately inside the trap. There was no limit to the young man's surprise. He had never felt such a powerful energy around him before. The hero looked around and saw the stone walls of the cave. Some places showed material that was unfamiliar to Ilhan. It was probably exactly what they had come here for. The young man wanted to find out as quickly as possible how things functioned here. Eartha informed him that he was the one who had created the trap. The next moment, glasses appeared on the angel's face. She fixed them and announced the start of the quiz. Eartha asked if the guy knew how new monsters appeared on Earth. Ilhan answered. She told him that it happens when it reaches a certain concentration in the atmosphere. The Celestial said that this was a basic condition. Now she wanted to know if the boy knew who appears in abandoned jars of rice. Ilhan replied that rice weevils appear there. The quiz continued. Who shows up in rooms that are not cleaned and have bits of food scattered everywhere? Quick, of course, the heroes knew the answer to this question. Cockroaches appear in pockets of filth. Eartha continued that monsters are like rice weevils and cockroaches. They appear in their ideal environment. A thought flashed through the young man's mind as to why she had chosen to choose such examples, though it was because of them that he understood everything more easily. Ilhan asked his assistant why she was even bringing it up. The Celestial explained that from this day forward, he would have to kill the monsters in this dungeon and get their hearts. She then added that this is the metal that first appeared on Earth. This news struck the guy like a thunderclap. He froze in place. It surprised him that Eartha had decided to bring it up now. You, Ilhan interjected. Monster hearts are metal? He wants to know why it happened this way. Why she only told him about it now, since he was looking forward to mining the metal from the rock. Eartha decided to clarify that she had promised to find the metal, not mine it. Only now the guy realized that it was about hunting, not developing the adit. For nothing he had prepared all this equipment. The goddess was amazed that he had brought so much with him. The hero took the helmet off his head and decided to explain everything. It turned out that the young man was using the enchanted bag to enlarge the space. He couldn't help but use it when the opportunity arose. It's a very useful item. Erda said it's a reward for the quest, but it has a limit. Also, the spell does not reduce the weight of the items in that bag. Ilhan said he could carry several tens of tons without a problem. The Celestial was amazed at such human capabilities. The guy wasn't done yet, he had something to add. He thinks they look like mining dots, and Erda claims they're all monsters. Angelica confirmed his words and asked why the young man looked disappointed. Ilhan frustratedly replied, "It's like I ran into a spoiler. He was supposed to run up to the rock and try to mine the metal and then get ambushed." Erda asked in surprise, "Is that really what you wish for?" The young man ran his hand into his backpack pocket. He wanted to experience something new. The next moment he pulled out some incredible tool he called a metal monster. Ilhan thought it should work better than a spear. The system called this weapon a rare class heavy combat destroyer. The hammer's strike power is 1250, and the axe's is 1270. Erda said he had a great idea. Strength is guaranteed since it's made from the bones of a ghost leopard. Plus, it has an alpha option, despite the fact that the hero didn't use the craft mana while creating this weapon. The celestial woman's mind flashed. Whatever this guy does, he easily gets a rare class. This was to be expected from Ilhan. He's incredibly capable. The hero said even if his metal monster had a really good option, he wouldn't use it while mining new metal. The boy swung and put all his senses into the blow. The guy's eyes were burning with fire. He was like a madman. The system rated this hit as critical. Ilhan gained over 137,000 experience points. A level 51 metal heart entry appeared on his card. A young man has reached the maximum level of blunt weapon technique. His skill can evolve if he has the necessary ingredients. The guy doesn't expect to be able to kill a stone monster with a single blow. Erda called him a good boy. The next moment they saw a shining stone. It was the heart of the metal monster. It was the strongest part of its body, and it contained all of its mana. That's why metal hearts don't have mana stones. If a metal heart senses danger, it can reinforce that part of its body with mana. Usually one person distracts it while another attacks from behind. Ilhan thought he was light for a Class 2 monster, but it was simply a matter of its weakness, its surprise attack. But the hero believed that danger finds a way to approach you when you lower your attentiveness. The young man told the celestial woman that people are always attacked when they think, "This is easier than I thought." That's how characters in short stories die all the time. But in reality, things didn't turn out the way the hero imagined. No ambush befell him. His adventure was not like a literary work. The system reported that the hero had reached level 38. His strength increased by 2 units, and his dexterity, health, and mana increased by 1 unit. The young man asked his assistant if the dungeon was always so uninteresting. Erda replied that it was just that it was unusual. He walked farther and farther, but the environment didn't change. Monsters on his path were caught occasionally. All of these stone monsters were killed by a single blow from the hero, even if it wasn't critical. The young man looked furious, for he had hoped for adventure and thrills, but had gotten none of it. Erda wanted to know how he managed to reach the maximum level in blunt weapon technique after the art of spear and hand-to-hand combat. Ilhan answered the question with a question. Have you heard the Buddhist saying, "All rivers flow into the sea"? It means even if you study different types of martial arts, once you peak in all of them, they will merge into one. The Celestial decided to remain silent as they suddenly heard strange sounds. The young man received a message from the system. There was a large level 74 metal heart ahead. So much for the adventure. The hero said that this monster was bigger than he expected. Angelica explained that it was a big metal heart. It is about 20 levels taller than its kin. Ilhan rejoiced. Finally, he would be able to test his new weapon on a real opponent. He now decided to use the straggler he had charged up to level 3. Erda rolled her eyes. Her ward seemed to have prepared weapons for every situation. The young man pushed off the ground with his feet and flew into the air. The jackhammer was at the ready. The monster didn't stand a chance. The stake hit its target. Cracks went down the stone heart. Even for a monster of this level, a single hero strike was enough. The system reported that the young man had gained 548,000 experience points and a level 74 big metal heart entry. Ilhan was satisfied with the result of his attack. Looking at his stake, the young man saw that it was also covered in cracks. The guy realized he couldn't use it anymore. It was only good for 1 hit. The hero wondered how he could make it possible to reuse the orbs, perhaps to make a cartouche. Erda advised to think about it later. Right now, it was worth taking the monster hearts. When the young man took out his loot, he realized that the big metal heart was stronger than the hearts of other metal monsters. The Celestial added that the king of metal hearts is a normal form of metal hearts. It has the highest durability in the world, but it won't be here since it's a Class 4 monster. The young man advised her not to jinx it as she usually does. Erta said that it was just a coincidence. Unlike the monsters that came through a typical evolution, metal hearts had appeared on Earth quite recently. Ilhan was extremely lucky to see a large metal heart here. It won't happen again. Suddenly sweat appeared on Angelica's face. She was sure it wouldn't happen again, but she was wrong. The hero pointed his finger at another metal heart. The celestial woman's mind raced. Damn Earth, my predictions never come true. Ilhan reacted instantly. He decided that the debuff was better put aside. It was time to use the ferocious hammer of the 1,000 bombs of the unique class with the power of a 1974 strike. The guy rushed to attack, and the angel decided he was the only person in the world who was beaming with such joy. The hero and his mentor spent several days in the cave. The young man reached level 40. His dexterity score was increased by 2, his strength, health, and mana by 1. With a hammer on his shoulder, Ilhan asked Erda if that was all. She replied that the dungeon was completely cleared, and he could come back later when he needed something again. The guy hoped he would meet the King of Metal Hearts here next time. He noticed Eartha's strange reaction and decided to bet that some significant event was about to happen and wondered what was wrong. The Celestial replied, she was just surprised that an old destructive trap had been used to create this dungeon. There was no problem with that. The hero thought that judging by the angel's tone, it was worth betting that some significant event was about to happen. Ilhan had managed to notice such a peculiarity. When Erda starts talking about something in a normal tone, something bad always happens. The guy's back felt a portal appear behind him. Just then he looked back as he saw several figures just stepping onto the ground. They were angels already familiar to Ilhan, who always took away the destructive traps he created. The hero waited for news, and it didn't take long. It was at this point that the establishment of destructive territories on Earth was fully completed. Hundreds of thousands of dungeons set up across the land activated one after another. The monsters slowly began to disappear from the city street. They were beckoned by the energy that the dungeons had, so the monsters obediently went to them and trapped themselves. Once the predators were locked in the dungeons, people felt safer. There was a sense of stability. That same evening, the anchor spoke from the TV screen about Korea, Japan, China, and other Asian countries regaining peace. The hero hears reports of diminishing tasks from another world coming from the other side. He turned off the TV, not wanting to listen to any more news. Erda explained that the higher creatures were reducing the rewards for tasks so that the humans would return to Earth. Plus, the dungeons have been activated. People need to go back to get rid of the monsters. Now the young man realized why it was so loud. It meant his parents would also be back soon. The Celestine wanted to see what new things the craftsman had managed to do. She was interested in the additional options of Ilhan's new products. The young man replied that he could not test his creations properly at the moment because he wanted to sleep. Yawning, the boy added that he was tired, having created all this without a sleep break after visiting the dungeon. Angelica advised him to lie down and get a good night's sleep. The hero objected, saying that the destructive traps are finished, which means the angels are coming to take them away. He has some work to do. First, Ilhan created an armor with a metal heart. The system called it a terribly durable and stealthy rare class black armor that can withstand a 4,800 hit. Their option is to increase defense by 40%, increase hitting power by 30% during a surprise attack. Strength 2550. This is the masterpiece of the century, created by a master craftsman on the verge of his popularity. Armor materials, only the heart of a large metal heart. The system believed that this masterpiece had no flaws. The armor gained the necessary elements of armor: protection, beauty, and abilities that help during attacks. The hero glanced at Eartha and asked if perhaps more options should be added. She supported the idea. The Celestial has authorized them to activate them right from this moment on. The hero was happy with the additional options, because during the surprise attack, the strike power increased. During stealth, the strength of the surprise attack increases by 10%, and the strength of the blow increases by 30% due to the effect of armor. And if you also use the spear, the strike power will increase by 50%. Angelica decided that the characterization terrible was needed to enhance the options that already existed. For an item created without mana crafting, it's almost unbelievable to have 3 variants at the same time. But thanks to Ilhan's title of legendary creator, he was able to create something that was once impossible. Erda asked the hero not to sell items with 3 options to other people. It's too dangerous to reveal his abilities like that. The young man was not going to stop there. With persistence in his eyes, he asked what if his products had 4 options. These words of the guy made the celestial woman angry. With a menacing expression on her face, she said she was serious. The master decided it was better to apologize. Angel said, "In any case, I hereby declare that from now on, items with 3 options will be called Gamma options." Ilhan couldn't resist saying that he had expected a more interesting name from Erda. The hero decided to make a weapon out of the remains of the stone heart. The Celestine asked, "Is he no longer going to use the steel spear?" The young man looked at his creation and decided he was over the old man. Weapons and armor he no longer uses will go to eternal flame. As soon as the guy threw the weapon into the fire, as the system reported that the eternal flame level had been raised. This fire seems to have the ability to evolve, its level growing quite rapidly. The master asked his mentor what it was for. He thought the flames looked happy. Erda didn't bother to go into details, tossing over her shoulder, "For everything." It was at that moment that the young man finally realized how tired he was. He yawned and decided it was not worth staying up any longer. Ilhan didn't hesitate and headed straight for the workshop door. Time to get a good night's sleep. Angelica lingered in the room for a moment and looked confusedly at the eternal flame. Then the door closed behind them, and now the workshop was silent. The hero quickly got to his house. He was driven by fatigue. When he entered the apartment and continued yawning, he went straight to his bedroom. Morning came quickly. Ilhan barely woke up and forced himself out of bed. Suddenly, the hero realized that he was not alone in the apartment. The boy smelled fresh food and saw his mom and dad in the kitchen. The father was reading the newspaper and the mother was preparing breakfast. The young man was very happy that his parents had finally returned. He missed them very much. Sitting down at the table, the hero began to greedily, with incredible speed, devour his mother's dishes. The woman was amazed by this sight. She asked her son to eat slower, if he had been hungry all this time. Ilhan's mind flashed. "I survived for 2 weeks on beef jerky alone while in the dungeon." Out loud, he told his mother that her food was the best. Dad got up from the table and said he had to go. He had to get to work before the siren sounded, announcing the arrival of the monsters. The son was surprised that Dad was going to work, especially at this hour. The man said the financial support had been withdrawn, so it was necessary to return to work as soon as possible to be reinstated. One of the workers in their department quits to become a hunter, and Ilhan's father has no talent for it. Monsters scare him. So today he has to work to avoid getting fired. So the memes that say Koreans will go to work even during the zombie apocalypse turned out to be true. The hero watched his father head for the door. Suddenly a sound idea popped into his head. He ran out into the hallway and asked his father for something to put on. At first glance, it was an ordinary long-sleeved light-colored t-shirt, but it could actually protect a man from monsters. The father was amazed, for the option and protection of this item was impressive. He wanted to know where his son found such valuable clothes. Ilhan decided not to go into details. He said that he had somehow managed to find some. He then added that he had the same clothes for his mother. The man sincerely thanked his son for his concern. The woman and the guy walked the head of the family to work and wished him a good and safe day. The mother told her son that universities were also starting to open. She wanted to know if the young man was going to return to his studies. The hero replied with a refusal, for he didn't think he needed university classes now. The woman was not upset. She told her son that she believed in him, and he could do what he wanted to do. The young man was touched by his mom's sincere words. He was really very happy to have his parents back home. The boy took out another t-shirt from his bag and held it out to his mom. He explained that these clothes would protect her even from the crushing attack of a second-class monster. But the woman had fallen in love with the young man's backpack. She thought it would be perfect for shopping. But Ilhan couldn't give up the bag. Besides, it was very heavy. Having had a good breakfast, the hero went outside. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Enjoying the beautiful weather, the young man reached his workshop rather quickly. Just as he opened the door, a change within the room made him freeze on the threshold. The hero looked stunned. What the hell had happened here in just one night? His workshop has completely changed, and for the better. The stove with the eternal flame looked different. It was more solid. New equipment appeared on the workbench where the young man's main work took place. Erta explained that it was heaven's reward for his success. These tools are made of metal that will only appear on Earth once it rises to the second level. The system reported that Heaven 002's task, called Creating Destructive Paste, had been successfully completed. Ilhan was very grateful for such a gift, and promised to use it all successfully. Erta said that wasn't all. All characteristics were increased by 5 units, and the young man received an additional reward for a perfectly completed task. In the next instant, a large book with the title Recording the Deadly Poison Resistance Skill. This will avoid being poisoned even by a rank 4 monster. The boy was dumbfounded by such a gift, because this book is incredibly rare. Once he had its knowledge, he would be able to eat even troll meat. As a final reward, the Celestial told the lad the location of the troll dungeon. It turned out that the hero will have to go to the United States to achieve what he wants. Ilhan made the decision not to delay, and went straight to Incheon Airport. Already entering the terminal, he whispered quietly to Earthy that he was going to fly on an airplane for the first time. The Celestial said the young man had forgotten something. He needs a passport and a visa to travel abroad, but right now he has neither. The hero realized that the angel was right, but he seemed to have some idea because he said, "It doesn't matter at all." The next moment, the young man explained what he meant. Ilhan had decided to make his journey illegally. Murmuring a little song to himself, he walked past the registration windows. In the hero's mind, a plan to make his idea a reality. The young man kept humming that he was going to travel illegally, which annoyed the angel. She asked him to shut up, because it was too loud. Already in the airplane in the empty seats, Ilhan said to Earthy, "Even the most advanced security system is unable to detect me with my stealth skill." The Celestine replied that this system would not notice him, even if it was equipped with magic in the future. At that moment, a flight attendant appeared in the airplane corridor, pushing a beverage cart in front of her. The hero reached in and pulled out a blue jar from there. The woman couldn't see it, but she thought she hadn't taken enough coke. Ilhan looked out the window. He saw a fighter jet flying rapidly nearby. Erda said it's a fighter jet that the ability user controls. It was needed in case there were monsters in the air. That explained why tickets for this plane were so expensive. To get to Arizona, where the troll dungeon is located, they need to make a layover in Los Angeles. Erda was confident that this time everything would go smoothly. But Ilhan had already noticed. When she said that, something bad always happened. It wasn't long before there was a commotion all around. A monster appeared somewhere nearby. The hero couldn't resist saying that the celestial woman's next phrase should be, "There must be some mistake here." So well, he had time to study the Angelica's behavior. The young man added, "If the angel could not foresee such a trouble, he, a human, would take care of it." It flashed through Erda's mind that the prediction had finally come true. Redundancy is a phenomenon that occurs only in a particular case, related to a destructive trap. If it explodes for some unknown reason, the result is a large number of mutated monsters on the loose. Such redundancy creates mutant monsters that are significantly stronger than previous ones. The biggest feature is that everything around it absorbs the energy of the destructive trap. Because of this, everything around it changes. The hero looked around and saw that part of the airport had become a stone desert. It turns out the monsters that are closed in the dungeon in case of excess turn the land into a dungeon. Erda confirmed the young man's hunch. She explained that redundancy happens when the world evolves and the dungeon forms. It could also be a side effect from very strong magic or the disappearance of a dungeon. But the Celestial believed that right now was not the reason. The biggest problem is that mutants created with redundancy can interact with other dungeons and provoke redundancy after redundancy. In other words, if Ilhan misses even one monster, there will be another overabundance. These words of Erti made the hero stop. He wanted to know if there was another prediction. If the hero misses a monster, another overabundance will occur, and he'll have to work his ass off to solve the problem. The goddess said that this must be thwarted. She would give the boy a task, for the fulfillment of which the reward would be characteristics and skill. The young man decided to accept the offer. It was at that moment that a massive explosion occurred to their left. People screamed, begging for rescue. Dark figures could be seen through the hole in the airport wall. Some of the bravest tried to scare the monsters with firearms. The man even fired at the giant crocodile, but the bullets bounced off the armored skin. The monster growled and said he needed to find the tape. Ilhan told Earthy that it was some kind of light monster. The Celestial explained that the monster was a second-class mutant monster with a special ability. Don't underestimate it. The hero reminded the angelic girl that he had great armor and a sharp spear. The system named his weapon the Black Spear of the Reaper of Death Unique Class, with a strike power of 2,400. Optionally, increases the probability of a critical hit by 30% during a surprise attack. Strength, 1,700. This weapon is a masterpiece of the century, created by a master craftsman at the limit of his abilities. The spear is made from the heart of a great metal heart, specifically for one man. It has the power of the Reaper of Death, which allows you to hide in the darkness and take other people's lives. The young man decided to attack the monster from the air. The spear went straight into the giant lizard's head. The monster was killed with one blow. The system reported about it, crediting the fire monster to the hero's account. Ilhan was pleased with the capabilities of his new spear. The hero felt great. Erda explained that this monster had no mana stone. If the young man were to refresh it, it would be worth putting the necessary body parts in his bag afterward. People began to pull up to the scene. They were stunned that this young man had overcome the fire lizard so quickly. It went through the guy's mind. Even with my stealth skill, people can see me if I'm in the center of things. Meanwhile, the fire lizard decided to attack the hero, with flames appearing in its mouth. The next instant, a huge column of flame covered the spot where Ilhan had just stood. The young man barely escaped the fire. He thought that it seemed to be the same fire attack that had recently destroyed the airport wall. The hero made the decision that it was best to go outside now. But the fire moved faster than the boy. He stopped and met the danger face to face. The fire lizard's attack was so powerful that the fire covered the hero's head with fire. The people were shocked. They thought their savior was dead. But when the dust cleared a bit, the crowd saw the hero's hand. Ilhan himself looked dumbfounded that he had survived a direct hit. Now he could fight in peace, taking all the blows. Gripping his list even tighter, the guy began to fight again. Suddenly, the young man noticed that he was not alone in countering the fire lizards. People in the crowd started shouting that you can't just watch. Everyone who can fight must act. One of the men exclaimed that they should form a team. Those who have no fighting skills should run away. Ilhan froze in place. He was not used to this kind of behavior from ordinary people. Erda noticed that after the last blow, the crowd had completely forgotten about the hero. Even the monsters ignore him. That's impressive. The humans fought bravely against the monsters, even though they were stronger. Some of the crowd possessed magic and could create protective barriers. Ilhan simply watched the unequal battle for a while. He decided to let the people stand up for themselves. But after a moment, it became clear that the team from the crowd couldn't handle the fire lizards. Another monster spat fire into the human crowd. It seemed that the man who stood closer to the monster could no longer be saved, but Ilhan intervened in time. The hero was finally spotted. The terrified man thanked his savior. The guy again had just enough of a punch to pierce his list of lizard heads. The giant creature began to settle to the ground. It managed to utter, "The record of a strong warrior." Ilhan replied, "Let him better give him his record." The young man struck another blow, finishing off the monster, and received 420,000 experience points for it. The fire lizards behind the hero's back recognized that he was a strong warrior and longed to obtain his record, for with his help they could evolve. Guy asked Eartha if all monsters go crazy over records and evolution. Is it really because of the overabundance? A man in armor approached the young man and thanked him for his rescue. Her face was hidden by her helmet, but Ilhan realized from her voice that she was a girl. The hero advised her to stay attentive on the battlefield. He heard that a girl thought he was cool. This comforted the fighter's self-esteem. He's a real looker. The Celestial said contemptuously that no one can see his face, because it is hidden behind a mask. Subsequently, the fight with the lizards continued outside near the airport building. After killing another monster, Ilhan gained 431,000 experience points. After killing another monster, Ilhan gained 431,000 experience points. He reached level 44. His strength score increased by 2 units, and his agility, health, and mana by 1 unit. The lizards continued to advance. Erda said that the hero wouldn't have enough time if he killed them one by one. He should kill the leader first, since he was the main cause of the environmental changes, and then get rid of the others. Erda emphasized that as long as the guy didn't destroy the leader, the monsters would continue to appear. That was easy to say, but much harder to do. The hero had a rhetorical question. How easy would it be to get rid of each of them? Meanwhile, the monsters took the hero in a circle. They wanted to kill him first and get the record of a strong warrior. Ilhan was beginning to lose patience. These annoying bastards were annoying him. One of the monsters released a fireball towards the hero. Thanks to his quick reaction, the young man was able to notice the enemy attack in time. He was able to defend himself from the fire with his incredible spear. Due to the length of the weapon, Ilhan was able to attack the creature through the fire. The hero leapt forward and climbed out of the vortex of fire. People watched the battle in amazement. They couldn't believe that one person could handle so many monsters. There were whispers in the crowd. We're barely able to take one down with a team, and this guy single-handedly kills several at once. Ilhan realized that there was no time to rest now. After killing one lizard, he would immediately take on the others. The hero flew up into the air. He was right above the crowd of monsters. The young man did this on purpose to see the whereabouts of the fire lizard leader. The lad immediately recognized him among the others, for the monster was tougher than the others and had dark skin. The fighter realized that Erda had given accurate advice. He aimed his spear straight at the leader. The weapon hit the target, and in the same second Ilhan received a message from the system. You have reached level 45. Your dexterity score has been increased by 2 units. Your strength, health, and tamana scores have been increased by 1 unit. The young man told the Celestial that at this rate he would not be able to control mana even when he chose a second profession. Angelica calmed him down. She thought that everything would be fine until level 100. By the way, his level was increasing quite slowly. The next moment, the hero heard the sound of an explosion. He looked in that direction. Suddenly, he heard a guy in the crowd yell, "Run! They explode on contact with people!" Ilhan understood every word. He wondered where another Korean had come from. At this moment, a giant lizard appeared behind the young man's back. Upon hearing that monsters can explode from contact with humans, the hero got very excited and grabbed the monster by the neck. The guy pushed the lizard with all his might and it flew to the ground. The explosion came the very next moment. It was so powerful that pieces of rocks flew in different directions. The people in the crowd thought it was a great way to kill monsters, but they wouldn't dare to repeat it themselves. Ilhan was at the epicenter of the explosions but remained completely unharmed. Meanwhile, the monster leader threw a piece of building at the hero. Swinging around, he took a step forward. The ground shook from his weight. The young man jumped up with ease and found himself on a rock. Ilhan exclaimed that balancing it was the easiest thing to do. For a real surfer who fought the waves of the ocean to catch Moby Dick, it's not hard at all. The next moment, another explosion sounded. It was more powerful than all the previous ones. The frightened people decided that this time their savior was dead after all, because it is simply impossible to survive being in the epicenter of such a fire. But a moment later they saw an unharmed hero who knew in advance that the depths would explode. The hero dipped his hand into his magic bag. He exclaimed, "It's time for a new weapon." In his hands, a unique class world flash debuff appeared. This weapon received an additional option: charging and attack speeds, as well as hitting power increased by 20%. The jackhammer is crafted from the bones, tooth and sinew of a ghost leopard by a master craftsman who reaches the limit of his abilities. Even the soulless system was amazed that such an incredible weapon was created without magic or gunpowder. But the jackhammer was difficult to use and carry. The metal hearts amplified its pros and cons. The hero aimed his superweapon at the leader. Time to call it a day. It was a critical blow of incredible power that literally knocked the giant lizard off its feet. Falling to the ground, the monster was still alive. It was wheezing and snapping its teeth. The leader's subordinates saw that he was in danger and rushed to his aid. But at that moment, observers from the crowd intervened in the fight. They prevented the monsters from approaching the leader. The humans persisted in trying to stop the monsters, allowing Ilhan to finish off their leader. The two crates ran straight into the sharp blade of the sword. The hero managed to change weapons. This time he wielded the dark great sword of the stupid giant. The weapon was a unique class with a strike power of 2,300 and a durability of 2,100. The sword had an option. Its weight increases by 50% and the user's strength by 20. Erta said that it sounded strange. The system reported that the young man had reached the maximum level of swordsmanship and could evolve the skill with the accessory of some components. Dropping his last breath, the fire lizard leader still dreamed of obtaining the record of a strong man. Suddenly the young man felt some powerful vibrations behind him and looked around sharply. Everything around him began to collapse. The ground began to crack, which rapidly turned into deep chasms. The huge stone wall began to fall to pieces, and people rushed to avoid being killed under the rubble. The monster wanted to lift the whole place into the air. The energetic vibrations were so strong that the airport building and the rocks next to it could not stand. Everything around him was like the frames of a horrible disaster movie. The leader of the fire lizards was still alive. He wanted to take the strongest warrior with him to the other world instead of a bunch of frightened people. But Ilhan got tired of listening to his chatter, so the hero launched a giant sword at Potwaru's head. The young man muttered to himself, "You wish." His phrase was addressed to the slain fire lizard leader. The hero received 1,897,000 experience points for killing this monster, and a level 91 fire lizard entry. Ilhan asked Erta, "Are these monsters really lower in level than black leopards despite being able to change their surroundings?" The goddess replied that such mutated monsters, their level does not match their strength. The young man feels some disappointment, because after killing such a monster, he expected to receive a greater reward. Suddenly the guy froze in place. He wasn't used to the attention. He was surrounded by people, all of whom thanked him for saving them, and said that the hero had incredible abilities. The first to stand were a girl and a young man. The beautiful girl wanted to kiss Ilhan in gratitude for his rescue. The master immediately remembered that he had met this Korean couple before. Erta told her ward that she sensed envy in his emotions. The hero advised her to shut up. The young man muttered to the people that he was fine and advised them to get rid of the other monsters. After all, there could be big problems if people missed even one of them. The girl inquired of the comrade, whom she called Hajin Oppa, whose hero had attained the third profession. The young man replied that it was unlikely. He had not heard of a man who had been able to attain such a level. Belle thought Ilhan was incredibly tough. She told Hajin that this mysterious young man was even stronger than him. Meanwhile, Ilhan continued to destroy the monsters one by one and gained experience points for their lives. He thought that even if he put his soul into killing the monsters, either way one of them would survive. The hero can only continue his journey to Arizona when he is sure he has destroyed everyone. One of them will stay alive and watch the airplane disappearing into the sky, and then run off into the woods. Then when Ilhan returns to Los Angeles, this surviving lizard will cause another mutant incident. Erta was skeptical of the character's thoughts. It was more like a movie script. But the guy didn't listen. He rushed to destroy the monsters as if in his second breath. The character moved so fast that at first glance it could seem as if he was in several places at once. After the lizard leader was destroyed, they decided to flee. But the monsters didn't stand a chance. With one swing of his sword, the young man cut them in half. At the same moment, he received 2 messages from the system and double his experience points. Looking around, Ilhan breathed a sigh of relief. The lizards were finally finished. Erda wondered what the hero was sure he could carry them all off with. He hummed in response. After the battle was over, a mountain of monster corpses lay on the ground. Suddenly, the guy felt the ground under his feet as if it were splitting apart. His foot went under. Ilhan felt an incredible heaviness. The young man asked the Celestial for the weight control option over his gear bag. Angelica wasn't surprised. It was as if she knew this would happen. The airport was finally cleared of the green mutant monsters. The window displayed information that Heaven's Quest 003 has been completed. All characteristics have been increased by 2 units. The hero successfully completed this task more successfully than anyone else, and received a special award. It was time to fulfill Ilhan's request. Erta flew into the air and directed her angelic magic at the boy's bag. At the same instant, 2 more angels descended from the sky to the ground, who had previously taken away the traps. They wanted to know why their colleague had called them here. Erta explained that she needed help with mana crafting. The higher creatures immediately realized what the mentor wanted. They joined her efforts. Now the 3 angels directed their mana at the hero's bag. Outwardly, the thing did not change its appearance, but now its weight could be controlled. Erta picked up the bag and placed it directly in Ilhan's hands, explaining that he could now control the weight however he wished. The young man was pleased with the new option. Suddenly, the young man noticed that the angelic girl who had just descended from heaven was laughing at him. Seeing the question in the boy's gaze, she explained that she had seen him today as she watched her ward on the battlefield. This news stunned the hero, if angels help other people besides him. Erta confirmed that it was true. They needed to protect the rare ability users for the good of the earth. The girl's name is Nayuna. The angelic girl has asked Ilhan to help the beautiful girl when he gets the chance. It will also be good for him since she is blessed by the goddess of beauty. Erta asked Perta not to tell her ward about the boy's abilities. Information about him should be kept secret. The co-worker smiled and said that she had never seen Erta so concerned about inferior creatures before. Pertha put her hand to her mouth and quietly wondered if her friend had accidentally fallen in love with him. If it was true, Laida would kill her. Erta became angry at those words. She exclaimed that she would let Perta return to heaven as soon as possible, and in parting she asked Ilhan to be kind to Yuna. When the angels disappeared, the Celestial asked her ward if he planned to help the girl. The hero smiled and said it was impossible because he was an outcast who could never approach someone first. These words from the guy improved Eartha's mood, and she promised to give him the remaining rewards. It was a skill that gave the hero inhuman strength. He could use it along with mana. Ilhan thought it wasn't bad, but it sounded like a monster skill. Erta explained that he guessed right, since he had already learned all the skills available to humans. The airplane stood on the runway, ready to take to the skies at any moment. Angel Nayuna's ward, Angel Nayuna happily plumped herself into a seat in the cabin of the airplane. She looked around the cabin and told her companion that she didn't see the mysterious hero on the plane, but Peta promised that he would be here. The young man advised her to sit down and fasten her seatbelt, and she should keep her voice down, because she could be heard. The beauty liked to guess what Ilhan really looked like. Her friend was annoyed by such talk. He seemed to be jealous of Layuna. The hero sat nearby and heard every word they said. The master told his assistant that he should walk past the couple. Erta advised him to stop acting like he was the main character in a movie. At that time, the airplane was rapidly gaining altitude. The Celestial asked if the young man had ever heard such an expression as Chekhov's gun. The writer Anton Chekhov once said, "If you hang a gun on the wall in the first act, it has to go off at the last moment." Ilhan thought about those words while Yuna and Hojin enjoyed dinner by the fire. The young man didn't realize how busy he was making dinner and feeding the 2 men. He was not very friendly and advised them to get out if they were full. Nayuna asked if the hero could cook some more, as the meat just melts in her mouth. They had scorpion monster meat for dinner. It was a very exotic affair. To explain what just happened, Ilhan needs to go back sometime. In the young man's memories arose a deep chasm somewhere in the midst of a canyon in America. She and Eartha saw a huge portal with a strong mana right in front of them. Both the human and the supreme being looked at the magical passage confusedly. Angelica asked her ward what it was. He replied that he would like an explanation from her, for who was the superior being. Erta volunteered to go exploring. She had heard that this was usually what a troll dungeon looked like. The young man wondered why something strange was happening wherever he went. Angelica flew closer to the portal and tried to see something through it. After a little thought, she said that now it was clear. It was a very rare occurrence. There was a mistake, and so 2 destructive traps were placed here at once. Because of this, 2 dungeons merged and became one huge dungeon. There must be monsters other than trolls in a dungeon like this. Erta advised Ilhan to be careful. Taking a step forward, the young man received a message about the restriction of entry to level 50. The hero asked the angel to keep the story short. The Celestial heard his request and said the most important thing in 3 words. There would be 2 bosses. This dungeon is a green plain. The next moment the young man saw a troll. Erda wondered if he was only able to see monsters. At that moment, the troll opened its mouth and said it wanted to rest. These creatures were not smart. Only realizing that he wanted to sleep, the monster simply fell to the ground and put his hands behind his head. The hero exclaimed, "He fell asleep in 3 seconds as soon as he lay down. Is that really a rest skill?" Erda explained that all trolls had one. Only now did Ilhan realize why he needed troll blood to evolve the rest skill. Ilhan decided that such a monster would be an easy prey for him. He crept up quietly, spear in hand. The goddess noted that the young man's expression now resembled that of a thief. The hero destroyed the first troll in his life with one apt strike and received 560,000 experience points and a level 72 plains troll record for it. In the next moment, the young man obtained the heart of a second-class sleeping monster, 1 out of the 500 needed, and the blood of a troll, 3 liters out of the 500 liters needed. The boy shared with Eartha that it was very easy. Ilhan, satisfied with his easy victory, did not hesitate and immediately rushed to find the other 499 trolls. Meanwhile, other members of this expedition approached the portal in the cave. They were Nayuna, Hajinopa, and the angelic Peta. The latter said that it was a giant dungeon that had a level limit of 50. The assistant advised the girl to be careful, because you can never predict what will happen in the dungeon. Appa said that it was time for them to go. He wanted to get the scorpion poison as soon as possible and return home. Yuna called this outing a date. The girl believed it would be a lot of fun. The young man said in surprise that she had never thought of meeting him as a date before. Peta shouted, trying to draw attention to herself. She wanted to warn them to be very careful in the dungeon. When the people disappeared into the portal, it changed color from blue to purple. Meanwhile, a fire was blazing in the midst of the plain, on which a large piece of meat was roasting. Ilhan pitched his tent and waited impatiently for his dinner. The young man saw that the meat was cooked and took it off the fire. Erda was surprised that the guy decided to satisfy his hunger with troll meat. Had he forgotten that it was poisonous? The hero didn't argue, but offered the Celestial a taste. The meat reminded him of beef, but it was a little tougher. The young man activated the system window and read that the deadly poison-resistant skill had reached level 2. He rejoiced at the increase. Angelica explained that it only meant the fact that the meat he was eating now was very poisonous. Ilhan objected. He thought that because of his skill, everything would be fine. A little later dinner was finished and the fire was put out. The young man sat down near the tree and said, "How delicious. My cooking skill has also increased. Because I cooked monster meat, its growth has accelerated." It had been 5 days since they had gotten to the troll plain, and they had met only them here. The boy was making a fire and cooking meat, but no other monsters had appeared. He thought that was strange. Erda told her that she had a theory, but the angel wasn't sure about it. Ilhan didn't mind hearing it. The Celestial said, "Your stealth also hides fire and the smell of meat." The hero exclaimed that this went against the laws of physics, to which the Angelica replied, "The laws of physics. Your stealth has fooled even God." The next day, the young man and his assistant found the last 500 victim. A lot had happened in those 5 days. The young man had been eating troll meat all this time. The two met difficulties along the way. Ilhan wanted to taste the meat of other monsters because he was tired of eating with trolls. But the desire to become stronger gave him the motivation to keep moving forward. Erda thought he couldn't stop, because this meat increased his skills in resisting deadly poison and cooking. Angelica read her ward's mind, much to his annoyance. The hero decided it was no longer worth the delay, and struck the last troll on his list. At the same moment, he gained 572,000 experience points. Suddenly, the system reported that he could not reach level 50 until he got a second class. All records obtained would be counted once the second class was chosen. The path shown to you that you can take is built on your achievements and the records you have received so far, the system wrote. She advised the hero to choose a class and complete a challenge that would be appropriate for that level. 4 levels to choose from: Expert, Arcane Spearman, Combat Expert, Novice Reaper, and Berserker. Erta congratulated the boy on finally getting a second class. But the Angelica warned that much could change. It was finally time for an explanation. The Expert Misted Copeler is a new level he has reached. It would greatly enhance the characteristics he already had. Ilhan supposed if he became even stronger, even his mother wouldn't recognize him. A martial expert wields any weapon. Even one's own body can be used as a weapon. The hero thought it sounded too much. Did he really have to take blows with his naked body? A berserker is a warrior who does not leave the battlefield until the enemy or he is killed. The boy was stunned by the explanation of these categories. Erda explained that these 3 classes are rare and powerful. They are mana independent, so you can choose whichever one you like best. Ilhan realized that the celestial woman hadn't said anything about the aspiring reaper. Erda honestly admitted that she didn't know, as she had never seen anyone like this. Surely this one must be some unique class. She suggested that in practice this class may be a little different from its name. Without a moment's hesitation, Ilhan chose it, the Novice Reaper class. "Just as I thought, you like solving mysteries more than anyone," the Celestial said. The young man knew she had time to study him well. Once selected, the system reported, "Beginning Reaper is the stage you must go through to become a Reaper who deals death honestly to everyone. It is also the only path you have, because you have chosen to deal with death by being alive. You must prove yourself worthy of this position." The guy got an assignment. He needs to kill the second and third class monsters in one hit from an ambush. The young man exclaimed angrily, "What's wrong with complexity?" Now he understood why people didn't go past level 50. How could you kill a third-class monster with a single blow at level 50? But after a little thought, he decided it wasn't such an impossible task. Erda folded her arms across her chest and wondered if Yu Ilhan had found a way. A hammer appeared in the hero's hand. He decided to wait with the evolution of his rest skill. But if he uses a mana stone to strengthen the weapon with mana crafting, it might work. The next moment, somewhere in the middle of the forest, a strong energy surge appeared on the troll plain. Ilhan looked a little confused. He didn't realize if that would be enough. Suddenly, the hero felt a strange sound and turned his head in that direction. There, he saw a giant sand scorpion that held Na Yun in its claw. The girl looked scared. She begged Yu Ilhan for help. The beauty tried to resist, but it was all useless. The monster was stronger than her. Peita, who was next to her, reminded her that she had asked her to be more careful. Tears came to Yuna's eyes. Hajin Appa ran after the scorpion, but there was nothing he could do to help. Ilhan didn't understand what was wrong with these two, why they couldn't kill these weak monsters. Erda explained, "That could happen if you were attacked suddenly, but the hero wouldn't understand that." The young man covered his face with his mask and said irritably that he didn't want to meet this couple in the dungeon. Though he grumbled, he realized he couldn't just pass it by. The prediction had come true. This guy could still surprise Eartha, even though she'd had time to study him pretty well. The goddess asked in surprise if the young man was going to fight with the skewer from which he had recently eaten meat. Without answering, the hero threw the steel skewer made of metal heart directly at the monster. Erta was surprised that Yu Ilhan had spent such a valuable material to create a skewer. The boy's strange weapon hit its target. The scorpion released the girl from its claw. The young man jumped up just in time. He managed to pick Nayuna up in his arms. Throwing the beauty right into her comrade Hajin, the hero rushed at the monster. The girl landed right on top of Op, knocking him to the ground. Meanwhile, Ilhan reached into his magic bag and pulled out a more serious weapon from here. Holding his spear in his hands, the young man swiftly attacked the giant scorpion. Swinging around, he hurled his sharp weapon, which hit right on target. The hero took advantage of the critical hit and gained 668 experience points. The system reported the recording of a level 78 giant sand scorpion. The young man's critical strike reached level 9. He rejoiced at this news, for he thought the monster's level was lower. Erta informed him that the scorpion's main weapon was poison, but luckily Ilhan had resistance to deadly poisons. This fight was not a bad one. Looking over the slain monster, the hero said, "A giant sand scorpion. I bet it will turn out delicious. I think its meat is similar to lobster meat." The Celestial was surprised that the young man was going to eat it. Did he really only come here for food? Meanwhile, Yuna had come to her senses. Her guardian angel was by her side, worrying about her ward's health. The girl looked confused. Suddenly her gaze stopped on her savior. She called him the Dark Prince from Los Angeles for some reason. Ilhan looked dumbfounded after hearing this. Yuna showed her Instagram photo and asked, "Don't you know? You're trending on Instagram right now. People are calling you the Dark Knight of the American government." Hajin Appa said that some are even saying as if the hero is an FBI agent. The girl smiled and said that in her opinion, Dark Knight sounds cooler. Erda, who heard all of this, only confirmed that the internet is garbage and evil talk always ruins everything. The hero decided that he would just pick up where he left off and went to the slain scorpion, ignoring the rescued couple. Hajin realized that Ilhan was taking the scorpion apart. They watched the young man's work in amazement. Ilhan was at it until late in the afternoon. He finished when the full moon appeared in the sky. On the fire was a pan on which pieces of white meat were roasting. They were sizzling appetizingly. The aroma was such that Yuni and Hojin were drooling. They remembered that they hadn't eaten anything all day. The hero said he was willing to share the scorpion meat, but warned that it was poisonous. The girl exclaimed that it was no big deal and she could fix it. Belle pointed her palms at the pan and ordered the poison to disappear. Yu Ilhan and Hajin watched as the poison in the form of lilac energy came out of the meat and rose towards the sky. After a moment, the girl reported that it was now safe to eat as the poison had completely disappeared. The hero dejectedly thought that these two are good and have good skills. God is unfair. Erta heard the guy's thoughts. She said, We heard that Yuna is blessed by the goddess of beauty. She has astonishing divine power. The young man muttered in his heart that someone was lucky, and he was forgotten about for 1,000 years. A little later, the uninvited guests were devouring the delicious meat at both cheeks and praising the Dark Knight's culinary talents. Time to return to the present. Yuna and Hajin thanked their savior profusely for the delicious dinner. The hero didn't find anything to reply, and he faded his eyes. He was still hiding his face. The girl inquired if he was sad alone and offered to join their team. A weighty argument was transferred to Yuna, that he would have a beauty like her by his side. But the hero refused. Yuna was stunned. She complained to Appa that she was turned down in a second despite her incredible beauty. Hajin thought that was what she needed to do. Thoughts arose in Ilhan's mind. Are these two not dating? That's not the reaction I expected from a couple. Appa thanked the hero for saving his teammate and said they should get going. He held out a piece of paper with a phone number on it and asked him to call to get paid for his help. The business card had a phone number and the owner's name, Kang Ha-jin. The young man realized that he had seen a similar business card before. This one was similar to the one he had gotten from Kang Mir. He decided that the three of them were from the same company. Yuna decided it was worth keeping her card as well. The girl said they were only here on business, so as soon as they finished, they would go straight back to Korea. Kajin silenced the girl, asking her not to reveal the secret information. Ilhan glanced at the girl's business card and realized that they were definitely from the same company. The young man continued to reprimand the girl for her chatter, and she excused herself for not saying anything unnecessary. Angel Peta flew after them. The hero told Earthy that he would most likely run into them again in this dungeon. The Celestine asked him not to predict the future, but the young man added that he was going to pursue the couple. He had no other option to find a new scorpion. Angelus thought that was even worse. Meanwhile, Yuna assured her comrade that the Dark Knight would move to their team if she had time to seduce the guy. If he was interested in girls at all, he would give in. Hajin didn't bother to argue with his friend. The pretty girl thought it was hard to work with only two people. She wondered if the hero would help them if they offered him everything from the scorpion except the poison. Khan asked the girl what if it was the poison that the Dark Knight needed. It wouldn't be good if he wondered why we needed poison. You need to watch your own words, Hajin emphasized. Ilhan, who was quite close by, smiled at the boy's words. He thought that was why one should watch their own words as well. The beauty wondered why they had to hide the task from the heavens. Besides, this young man had saved them and fed them. She's sure he's a good man. Kang replied without looking back that he was amazed at Yuna's naivety considering her age. The girl smiled and replied, "It's all because of him and Meyer's tutelage of her." Ilhan shifted his gaze to Erta. He wanted an explanation, for the Celestial had said that they had come to a troll dungeon, and it turned out that scorpions lived there. The one noted that she did not possess this information. The hero thought this was suspicious. He decided that the angel was just mocking him because of the fact that he accurately foresaw what would happen. At that moment, a new scorpion appeared in the clearing behind the men. The Dark Knight only needed one hit to earn 697,000 experience points. Erta was stunned that the hero once again used a skewer made of metal heart instead of his usual weapon. Ilhan noticed that the two didn't even notice the monster because of the hero's stealth skill. The young man didn't understand how they could get into such a situation when they have their own guardian angel. Erta explained that on Earth the angel's power was limited. The Celestials are not allowed to interfere too much in a person's life. He can only share hints and advice. The hero said that guardian angels do not help at all, only bring trouble. These words of his angered the celestial woman. Meanwhile, Yuna looked super giant scorpion. Kang decided to clarify if she was referring to the giant death hunter. Ilhan, of course, heard every word. He was surprised and excited at the same time when he heard the monster's name. Angelica looked no less stunned than her ward. At that moment, Hajin finally noticed the threat behind his back. It seemed to be exactly what the two had come down to the troll dungeon for. It was the giant death hunter they needed to overcome. Yuna was amazed at the size of this monster. Khan exclaimed, addressing the girl that now was not the time to be amazed. The young man told the beauty that they needed a buff right now. The girl didn't hesitate. Activating her magic, she appealed to the higher powers to strengthen Hajin. In the next instant, a magic amulet appeared under the guy's feet. Kang didn't hesitate a moment longer. Holding his shield in front of him, he rushed at the giant scorpion. Ilhan asked Erta in astonishment. "Paladin and healer, I don't need to interfere, do I?" The Celestial agreed with him. They could probably handle it themselves. Nayuna clapped her hands, trying to encourage her friend. The girl was so focused on worrying about Hajin that she didn't notice the huge troll behind her back. Finally, the girl heard some strange sounds behind her back and looked back at the noise. It was at that moment that the monster roared loudly, its eyes burning with red fire. Belle screamed, warning her friend of the danger. In the next instant, right above the troll's head, as if from nowhere, Ilhan appeared. The hero held his superweapon, which hit its target with a stake. It entered the back, piercing the troll through and through. In the same second, the monster fell to the ground. It didn't move. Nayuna screamed loudly, covering her face with her hand. Kang Hajin froze in place. He didn't expect this turn of events at all. The young man landed on the troll's body. He was a bit disappointed by the message from the system. The Mineral Death Strike debuff has a unique class and a 5th level of impact. The option is a 50% increase in hitting power. A 50% increase in piercing power will be destroyed after use. Ilhan said to Erti, "I can only use it once." The Celestial replied, "That's because you didn't pay attention to durability and put everything into punching power. Who makes things like that anyway?" The system told her that the weapon puts everything into one attack. It's unstable and destroyed after one use, but this attack would definitely destroy the target. The hero thought that one had to be very strong to destroy a third-class monster. The young man didn't want undue attention to his own person. Ilhan said, addressing his new acquaintances, that he was done and they could continue. All this time, the giant scorpion didn't move, its attention fixed on killing the troll. Kang Hajin slowly turned his head towards the monster. At the same instant the scorpion struck with its giant claw. The young man barely had time to roll away. He had completely forgotten that a moment before he was fighting a giant scorpion. Nayuna screamed. She saw that Hajin was in danger. Belle realized that her friend couldn't do it alone, so she stopped Ilhan. Belle shouted, "If you help us with killing the scorpion, we will give you everything but the poison." The hero agreed without hesitation, for it was a favorable offer. Hajin was angered by his friend's offer, which she made without consulting him. Nayuna begged Appa to be smarter, for he couldn't do it alone. It was at that moment that the scorpion struck again. Kang barely had time to bounce back, but he couldn't escape the trap. The monster's strong tail grabbed the young man. Ilhan got there just in time. He wondered if Hajin was ready to stop arguing. He would help. One swing of the spear and the scorpion lost its tail and Khan flew to the floor. The hero didn't stop there. He attacked the monster again. Once on the ground, Hajin watched Ilhan's actions in amazement. He was shocked by his skill. Nayuna shouted, "Hajin, you also need to attack!" The boy heeded his friend's advice and rose to his feet, taking his sword in both hands. He used a strengthening strike and attacked the scorpion. Erta explained to Ilhan, "The skill he just used affects the previous attack, causing the next one to become stronger. In other words, he took advantage of your power." The hero was surprised that this skill also required mana. He had thought that Kang was stronger. The Celestial said that not all humans are monsters like Ilhan. The next moment the young man exclaimed, "Hey, Scorpion, do you know what my specialty is?" The young man repeatedly attacked the monster at the same spot. In the same second, the system reported that he had gained almost 2.5 million experience points. Ilhan had obtained the record of a level 95 giant death hunter. The hero didn't waste any time and immediately set about distributing the scorpion carcass. The master separated all the parts with venom and showed his new acquaintances the poisonous sting and the glands that produced it. Yuna and Hajin were very grateful for the help. At that moment, Erta pounced on Peta, using an angelic, overwhelming hold. The enraged Celestial wanted to find out if Peta was the one who brought that scorpion. At this moment, Ilhan pondered whether the scorpion's meat would taste good, but he decided that he should deal with the slain troll first. The hero went to the place where the monster's body lay. He saw a third-rank mana stone. It was a wonderful find. Peta also saw this find. She was amazed by the coma that had happened so quickly. Yuna saw both angels, but she figured it wasn't a confrontation but a friendly embrace. Kang, on the other hand, figured it out. Finally, Erta let go of Peta. She thought the Manaku stone was a wonderful acquisition for her ward. Ilhan was pleased that he would finally be able to complete the task. Hajin said that they were going to return to Korea. He suggested the hero to go with them and join their clan. Yuna said, "Mr. Dark Knight, join our clan. Meyer will also be very happy about it." Ilhan put his hand forward, but coldly refused the offer. Kang tried to persuade the hero. He said that his skills were enviable. If he joined their clan, he could develop further. Peta said, "People become better at working with others. That way they share experience and knowledge." Yuna said that hunting monsters together with a pretty girl like her is a lot of fun. The hero was adamant, he said slowly, syllabically, that he didn't want to. The guy thought that popular people could have fun alone. Then he decided to explain. "I know about how great it is to work in a team, but I don't have that experience because no one noticed me or cared about me before. I always overcame all the obstacles by myself and improved my shortcomings by myself. It will be strange for me to accept such an offer from extroverts like you. Just leave me alone." After the hero's words, Erta realized that the boy's trauma had manifested itself again. The Celestial realized that it was time for her to intervene. so she told everyone present not to be so pushy and to leave. Her words were heard, but as a farewell, Kang asked Yu Ilhan to contact them. The hero hoped that this meeting would never happen again. The guy said that now his stealth skill could return. Erta stunnedly replied that he really only does what he wants to do. The young man held out his hand for the mana stone and said it was time to work with it. The system recorded the hero's trophy. The heart of a second-class sleeping monster 500 and 500, troll blood 500 and 500 liters, good sleep 100 and 100, third-class monster mana stone 1 and 1. Ilhan was pleased with his achievements. He had finally reached the evolution of the rest skill. The master had finally achieved what he had been going for all this time. He had made all these ingredients turn into energy. Because of this, he had gained incredible regeneration. The system reported it. Now his body and mind would quickly recover from injuries and fatigue. At the moment, this skill was at the first level. Even if the young man loses a finger, he will be able to regenerate it in an instant. When activated, he will not be able to regain the skill until sufficient recovery is complete. The other abilities of the skill were not changed. Erta congratulated her mentee for obtaining the expert rank training difficulty skill. Once this skill reached a high level, the hero would be able to revive even if his heart shattered into small pieces. Ilhan wanted to know how long he needed to train to reach that level. The young man thought that he had acquired a great skill. Such an acquisition was worth any training. The Celestial smiled. Her ward continued to surprise her. The hero said that he now needed to kill 100 Class 2 monsters to fulfill the conditions for a novice reaper. Angelica said that was a terrible condition, and Ilhan was the only one who could fulfill it. The young man didn't argue. That was probably the reason he got the assignment. Watching the trolls in the dungeon, it seemed to him that the trolls moved differently. Until now they had been resting near a tree, but now they were constantly moving and not sleeping. The young man assumed that they were going to avenge their leader or something, but they didn't look like they were out for revenge. Erta advised him to hurry up and get it over with. After that, for several days, the hero hunted trolls. Ilhan wandered through the dungeons, defeating the monsters one by one. There was not much left to the goal. He was able to kill 97 monsters. The young man noticed that their number had deteriorated a lot. Back then, there was at least one every 10 minutes. Now he was barely stumbling upon one every hour. The boy couldn't help but notice that the trolls were behaving strangely. The monsters were too lazy to run away, but they were trying to fight for their lives. The hero assumed that these creatures had been taken over by someone. Erta said, "You killed their leader." The Celestial did not believe there was another troll here in a position higher than the leader. The young man concluded that in that case there was another monster. The angelic woman agreed with that. Having finished with their dinner, Ilhan said they should head back. Erta agreed that it wasn't worth the risk and supported the young man. She added that this wasn't the only place with second-class monsters. The young man and his assistant headed towards the exit of the dungeon. The boy noticed almost immediately that the road had changed. He told Erta about it. The celestial girl closed her eyes, promising to find out. The next moment she opened her eyes, her face looking puzzled. Angelica felt that the way out of this dungeon had disappeared. They were trapped. Erta was desperate. The exit was gone. She couldn't contact the other angels. Nothing like this had ever happened to her before. The hero tried to calm her down, but all words were in vain. At this very moment it came to the guy. Has he been abandoned again? With a question in his eyes, he looked at the angel. She only confirmed his guess. They were in the abandoned world. God rules over many worlds. He helps other living beings when they are in danger. But sometimes monsters become too strong and end up destroying entire species. Monsters that have lost their enemies begin to consume each other. After that, the future of the world fades into oblivion. Heaven refuses to give up on this world. The nimbus that is over the angel's head helps him communicate with other super beings. Erta exclaimed in despair, "I can't communicate with other angels in the abandoned world because all ties to heaven disappear." The hero countered that it was not an abandoned world, but a dungeon on earth. The angeless lowered her gaze. Her words made the young man nervous. "Yes, it must be." Erta saw the state of her ward. She expected him to say something. But Ilhan snapped out of his seat without further ado, bringing the angelic girl with him. The next moment they fell to the ground. Thanks to the guy's excellent reaction, they managed to escape. The sharp point of some gigantic weapon went into the ground where Ilhan had been standing a second ago. Some giant creature with something that looked like an axe said, "Found it." The monster's face was hidden behind a hood. It wanted to get a record in the system by killing the hero. Ilhan wanted to understand what it was. Erta replied that the monster in front of them was not a registered monster. A mutation that resulted from monsters eating each other and evolving. The Celestial couldn't predict its behavior, so she advised the guy to be careful. The monster did not wait, and attacked the hero again with his sharp weapon. Ilhan concluded that he was without a doubt stronger than the leader of the plains trolls. But the young man was confident that he could overpower him. Even if he is strong, he is only a third-class monster. The hero realized that it wasn't him that the monster just tried to hit, but Erda. Could it be because of its stealth? Probably the monster's peculiarity is also due to stealth. The Celestine promised him a reward for saving the supreme creature, and if he gets out of this fight alive. Angelica was very worried about the boy. She didn't want him to die. Once again, the young man managed to avoid the attack of a strong opponent. Ilhan had time to notice a red eye glowing in the darkness of the hood. The monster kept talking about the recording. The hero wanted to understand why he needed it. The young man remembered that his debuff was destroyed. Of weapons, he now has only a spear. His armor is practically a strong shield, since I can't ambush him. The monster held out his bony hand to the lad and wheezed, "Quickly give me all of this." Erda cautioned her ward. She sensed that the enemy possessed magic. Ilhan lowered himself to the ground and touched her hand, trying to feel something. The next moment it was covered in sharp spikes. The young man barely had time to leap into the air. From his height, he got a good look at his opponent and noticed the dark mana swirling around him. The hero had time to map out where to strike first. He struck the monster with his spear with all his might. The young man used a critical strike. He managed to wound the strong monster. The boy was dissatisfied with his attack. Erda wasn't surprised, since the level difference between the opponents was almost 100. The fact that you wounded it slightly was a miracle created by your skills and fine weapons, the Celestial said. With 2 red eyes glowing in her hood now, the monster called the hero a weakling. She wanted the guy's record. The opponents clashed again, their weapons clanking over and over, shooting sparks. The monster was really strong. Ilhan couldn't defeat it. The hero focused on the battle as much as he had never done before. He believed he could destroy the monster. In the next moment, the guy's spear hit the target again. The monster cried out in pain and uttered, "How can you be weak yet strong at the same time? Give me your record. Let me gain knowledge." Ilhan was unwilling to listen to this and ordered the creature to shut up. The creature swung around and tried to attack the hero again, but it was faster and managed to bounce away. In the next moment, a loud explosion sounded at the place where the boy had just stood. The young man tried to catch his breath caught. In his mind, "He's even using my explosion skills. My armor is deteriorating. I won't last long if I lose my equipment." The hero was stunned. Is this really truly mana power? A new spear appeared in the monster's left hand, as if out of nowhere. Swinging, the monster attacked the hero again. This time the young man was saved by his own instincts. The boy rushed forward, promising himself that someday he would master mana. This time he managed to jump close to the monster and hit it with his spear right in the opening of its hood. Ilhan was stunned by what happened in the next instant. Erda looked equally dumbfounded. Sharp spikes emerged from the monster's hood the moment the young man attacked it. The angel-faced man had never seen anything like this before. This mutation was truly unusual. The armor could not withstand it. One of the spikes pierced through the hero's right shoulder. The guy screamed in pain, and Erda was confused because there was nothing she could do to help. She looked at the wound, trying to determine the severity of the injury. What bothered the Celestial was the fact that the red wound had turned black in a matter of seconds. Erda realized that this was a curse, and even the young man's resistance to deadly poisons could not stop it from spreading through his body. The Angelica tried to quickly think of what she could do to help in such a situation. Ilhan saw his assistant fly high into the sky. Erda exclaimed, "You'll have a harder time fighting if he keeps coming after me. I shouldn't stay here." The boy decided not to argue with her decision, and suggested the angelic girl take a walk. Without looking back, the Celestial asked her ward not to perish. Meanwhile, spikes were already rising from the ground in her direction. Ilhan realized that now was the time to use another critical strike. The hero realized that he could barely feel his wounded arm. He realized that the situation now was really dangerous. But the young man was not one to give up so easily. He hid his face behind a mask. The guy couldn't even feel a drop from the tea. He would definitely win. He remembered the prediction that must come true. Meanwhile, Nayuna, who had yet to leave the dungeon, heard strange sounds. Meanwhile, Erda, who was moving away from the dueling site, thought, "If only my power wasn't limited on Earth, things wouldn't be so bad." The image of a reaper with a scythe in his hands appeared in her mind. Everything around her was red. Celestia realized that now was not the time to think about it. She needed to hurry. They wouldn't have to leave this place if it wasn't an abandoned world. She mentally pleaded with her ward to get. Erda had time to grow attached to him. She begged God, hoping he could hear to protect Ilhan. Meanwhile, in the clearing, Hajin couldn't figure out why the exit scroll wasn't working. Yuna asked, "Are you sure it's not broken? The entrance is gone too." Suddenly, Peita and Nayuna heard a strange rustling sound and looked back at the sound. In the next instant, a green beam fell to the ground right under their feet. Peita was surprised by the appearance of her colleague. The green beam was Erda. There was no face on the angelic girl. She was so out of breath she couldn't utter a word. Exhaling slightly, she exclaimed that Peita should return the favor right now. Meanwhile, the mask on Ilhan's face was almost falling apart. The armor was no longer holding up as well. The monster that kept attacking the hero couldn't understand why the guy was still holding on. There were questions in the monster's mind, but no answer. It didn't understand how, with such exhaustion, a person could continue to stay on his feet. The creature said the question out loud, but the hero wasn't going to debate with him. He exclaimed angrily, "It's been 2 months since the humans returned to Earth. You think I lasted 1,000 years just to live for a few months?" The young man only gripped his spear tighter. It was time for action. The hero was not going to die here. This confidence gave him strength, and he rushed into the attack with renewed vigor. After striking the creature again, Yu Ilhan fell down without strength. He felt the curse spread throughout his body. The young man could no longer move even a finger. The monster saw that his opponent had fallen without strength. He said, "You're going to die now." The hero gritted his teeth and thought, "Dream on." The young man remembered the request of the Celestial. She begged that he not die. Now an image of Laida appeared in the boy's mind, the last time they had seen each other. The next memory was of the hero's parents, and he missed them dearly and did not wish to die here. There were many more things he wanted to do and create. He couldn't die like this. The young man wished he could see Laida at least one more time. Finally, the boy was able to admit to himself that he missed the angelic girl. Yu Ilhan continued to lie face down in the ground. The danger was very close, but he had no strength to resist. The guy couldn't move. Suddenly an image of Laida appeared in his imagination, calling out to him. Ilhan tried his best to regain his self-control, but the monster's poison was stronger. The next moment there was an explosion that covered everything around him. When the dust cleared, the monster saw that her weapon had sunk into the ground, and the young man had disappeared somewhere. The monster started looking around, trying to find its victim. When it finally saw the boy, it was amazed at how he had escaped death. Suddenly, Yu Ilhan heard Yuna's voice. The girl wanted to know if they were too late. The beauty put her hands forward, activating all her mana. She was begging God to protect the hero. The young man realized that the prediction had finally come true. The boy felt the curse recede. His body began to heal. Ilhan clenched his fist. Now he felt the strength to continue the fight. The monster attacked again. Doing a somersault, the boy avoided the attack. The monster's eyes burned predatorily from the darkness of the hood. He couldn't understand how the man was able to get rid of his curse. The young man was pleased that he could finally move again. Ilhan realized if the new acquaintances didn't show up in time, he would really die. Kang Hajin couldn't understand where such a monster came from in this dungeon. Nayuna ordered his friend to attack, but he was not so eager. The young man gritted his teeth. He knew he couldn't do otherwise. Ilhan could use some help right now. The beauty continued to help the boys with her mana. Nayuna spoke with her hands outstretched forward. Blessing, spill over Hajin like a waterfall. At this time, Kang had already managed to run up to the monster. He attacked first. The young man didn't realize the force that threw him back. Hajin couldn't tell if it had worked. Peita grabbed her head. How should a guy fight against such a strong opponent? Meanwhile, Erda watched Yuna's actions and thought, who is she? It took Yu Ilhan a lot of effort to inflict at least some damage on the Reaper. When did this girl send him flying with just the power of her blessing? The Celestial rushed to her ward. She wanted to know how the young man was feeling. He replied that he was still alive. The Angelica seemed to have figured out how to help, but she needed a little more time. Ilhan asked Hajin how much longer he could hold out. Kang exclaimed, "What? You want me to face this monster alone?" The hero asked the guy to buy some time for him. The young man looked frightened, and there was a mute question in Yuna's eyes. Finally, Kang said, "If Yuna helps, I can probably last about 30 seconds. Yu Ilhan replied that this time would be quite enough for him. Hajin decided to waste no time and immediately lunged at the monster. Time after time, Kang withstood the monster's attack thanks to his girlfriend's blessing. Peita shouted while addressing her colleague. "At this rate, Nayuna will die. I don't care about Hajin, but I'll hate you forever if my ward dies." Erda recalled Yu Ilhan's words that 30 seconds would be enough. She advised him to trust him. The Celestial hesitated. What if the hero was late? Peita didn't know if the young man had an ace up his sleeve. They waited, but the master kept failing to appear. He urgently needed to find the trolls to restore his own strength as quickly as possible. One of the monsters sensed danger, but it was too late. Trolls are not the kind of creatures that have fast reactions. The hero moved with lightning speed. With one strike, he destroyed all 3 of them. Peita flew to find the guy. She was amazed that he was hunting trolls right now. Erda explained that her ward needed 3 second-class monsters to reach the second profession. The Celestine had faith in Yu Ilhan and understood what would happen when he leveled up. She explained that very soon, the hero would be able to fully recover. The system immediately reported that the guy had fulfilled all the conditions for obtaining a second profession. Now the young man became a novice reaper. He achieved his goal. The effect of stealth increased by 10%. The probability of a critical hit and the strength of the blow when attacking from ambush increased by 30%. The strength of the blow increased by 20%. The conditions for stealth skill evolution were relaxed. The system absorbed all the collected records. Yu Il-han had reached level 53. The hero was happy as his stamina had fully recovered. He had learned a passive skill, Death Collector. Now he could collect the powers of the creatures he killed. The system reported that the young man could not use mana at the moment, and he could not learn the active skill. But he was presented with the opportunity to choose a subclass. All this time the hero was making a countdown. He knew that there were 10 seconds left, so it was time to rush back. Another blow from the monster hit Kang Ha-jin, and blood spurted out of the guy's body. The young man realized that his armor and shield were already barely holding on. Kang didn't understand how Il-han stayed alive, fighting against this monster alone. Yuna was still holding the defense. She was begging the goddess not to let Ha-jin die. After another blow from the monster, Ha-jin's shield shattered. The young man fell to the ground. At the same moment, the beauty rushed to him. Peita rushed towards her ward. She was afraid that she would get hurt. The beast was already ready to celebrate victory. But Nayuna did not give up. She stretched forward her hands, begging the goddess to teach this scoundrel a lesson. Not really hoping for help, the girl suddenly saw a light coming from her palm. The girl had enough power to activate the rest of her mana. The beauty's prayers were answered. The next moment there was a powerful explosion. Erda was amazed that a human had managed to do such damage to the Reaper. Nayuna had impressive potential. Peita believed that her ward would save humanity. But the Celestial realized that the creature would not last long in such a state. The beauty tried to agitate Kana. The young man was completely exhausted. He could not move. The monster did not restrain himself. He promised to kill everyone present. Now the friends were really scared. They suddenly believed that they could really die today. At this terrible moment, they heard words that gave them hope. Let's form a team. The system informed Ha-jin that he had accepted the application to join the team. The number of members equaled 3. The friends were stunned that the third member of their team finally agreed to be Yu Il-han. Kang was very happy that the hero had returned. Now there really was a possibility of winning now. The master put his finger to his mouth, thus asking everyone present to be silent. At this moment, they heard the monster begin to wake up. Ha-jin gritted his teeth. The Reaper would soon attack again. Yu Il-han told his new team that they were holding up just fine. Now the hero had enough strength to finish off this monster. The friends looked stunned, but there was a glow of faith on their faces. Kang Ha-jin was carefully watching the hero's every move. A thought flashed through the boy's mind. The second I saw his back, I thought, we're saved. The young man breathed a sigh of relief, which startled his girlfriend. Kang said, as if speaking to himself, that he had not realized how weak he was until that day. It made him sad, but he was relieved when Il-han appeared. Meanwhile, as the hero approached the monster, the young man heard a whisper. New people, new records. The master realized that the monster didn't realize his return because of his anger, and that was to his advantage. It was time to activate his superpowers. Il-han decided to use his superhuman strength. In that instant, his muscles became as strong as stone. The creature took notice, its eyes glowing even brighter. Il-han's eyes also glowed, but they shone with a blue glow. The hero said that this was the end. The young man moved with lightning speed. He swiftly attacked the monster, striking it with his spear. The monster received a critical hit. Dust rose up around it. The lad waited until everything around him dawned to see the result of his attack. The young man froze in place. He was stunned by what he saw. From the head of the monster came off the hooded hero saw a maiden's head with long blonde hair. The beauty was wounded. Tears flowed from her green eyes. The girl said a word of gratitude which stunned the young man even more. But Il-khan's hand did not tremble. The monster was finished. In front of the hero's eyes, the energy that was hidden in this body scattered in all directions. At the same instant, the guy received a message from the system. He had gained almost 32 million experience points and reached level 55. His strength score had been increased by 4 units. Dexterity, health, and Taman's stats had increased by 2. Yu Il-han asked in surprise, "Did she really break free from the curse? I've never gotten tens of millions of experience." He also obtained a level 157 level Lidakari entry. At the same moment, the Death Collector skill activated. The hero absorbed and stored Lidakari's life force. The friends ran towards the hero. Kang Ha-jin exclaimed, "Thanks to you, we've leveled up and fully recovered." But upon seeing Il-han's gaze, he fell silent half a word. Nayuna was amazed that the monster was actually a human. Kang said that he had never met something like that in the 10 years he had spent in the other world. Il-han didn't pay any attention to their conversations. He took out his carcass tools and decided to finish everything as usual. But Erda stopped him. She wanted to know what exactly the young man was going to do. The hero thought that the corpse in front of him was the corpse of a monster and should be dealt with as usual. But the Celestis emphasized that it was a human body. The young man replied that he wasn't going to do anything wrong, only the most important thing. "If this girl has strong skin, hard bones, and mana stone, I will only take those." The celestial woman froze in place with her mouth open. She silently watched her ward's actions. Yu Ilhan also froze. What he saw stunned him. Right before their eyes, the girl's body began to disappear. The guy had never seen anything like this before, but he had never encountered a curse before either. Kang Ha-jin told Yuni that the monster's body had turned into ashes. Ilhan was in despair. He didn't think this would actually happen. Suddenly, Erta broke the silence. She uttered a single word. Destroyer. The hero asked in surprise. Destroyer? Another person with a cool name? Am I the only one who doesn't know? An introvert who didn't find the strength to confidently ask? The Celestial explained. Those who have eaten mana stones and been consumed by a mana monster are called destroyers. When he dies, his body crumbles into ashes. Ilhan wondered if that Reaper wasn't real then. Erta replied, he may have been an intelligent being like an elf, but he was originally human. The boy needed a few minutes to think it over carefully. He was disappointed that he couldn't process the creature's body. It was a scientific curiosity. But suddenly, upon lifting the monster's cloak, the hero found something. This find improved his mood. As it turned out, there was not only the mana stone left behind. In addition to it, the young man found armor and weapons. Suddenly, the silence was cut through by Peeta's shout, "Did you notice? There's a way out of the dungeon again!" The Celestials rejoiced that their abilities had returned. Erta concluded that they had been disappearing because of the mysterious Lita Carrick. Angelica felt sorry that she couldn't hear an explanation from that girl. Yu Ilhan caught a glance and wondered why he was being looked at like that. In the next moment, the young man exclaimed while addressing Erta, "Are you saying it's my fault?" The Celestial replied with a smile that she thought he was cute. The boy relaxed. He smiled and replied that in that case it was no big deal. The angelic girl thought confusedly, the Reaper is defeated, but nothing has been resolved. This mysterious advanced dungeon suppresses the powers of even the highest creatures. Equally strange is the fact that the Destroyer was given a third class, which is impossible to obtain on Earth. The question of the abandoned world was also very interesting to the angelic girl. She looked thoughtfully into the sky. She could not even guess what was happening on Earth now. But in one thing the supreme creature was sure. Her ward, the strongest among humans, Yu Ilhan, had won. Angelica couldn't take her eyes off the young man. She was proud of the hero. His victory was simply masterful. Kang Ha-jin sincerely thanked the hero for saving them. He bowed low in front of Yu Ilhan, which amazed the young man. Suddenly the young man said, "No, I'm the one who should be thanking you. If you hadn't shown up in time, I wouldn't be here anymore." The prediction has come true. Kang emotionally replied that the hero's help couldn't be compared to their help. They definitely wouldn't have been able to escape from this dungeon on their own. After pausing for a moment, Ilhan decided not to argue with him anymore. The victor clutched in his hand the shaft of the weapon obtained from the destroyed monster. The hero decided to ask if his new acquaintances would be okay with him taking all the items he had received. Kang Ha-jin pressed his lips together. He was silent, but his face betrayed real emotion. After calming his feelings a bit, he exhaled deeply. He had no choice but to agree that Ilhan would get the artifacts. Nayuna was fine with that agreement, but wanted something in return. The beauty held out her hand. She wanted the hero's phone number. But the savior stood firm on his own. He denied this request. The young one was amazed that a beauty like her was denied again. Ilhan's mind raced. She does have an angelic appearance, but I refuse extroverts. The young one stood her ground. She wanted some true information about the hero, but the young man wouldn't even give her his real name. The girl folded her hands in supplication, begging for his name. A divine radiance emanated from the beauty. Suddenly, not expecting from himself, the guy called out his name. Nayuna called his name cool. The hero disagreed, but said that he was already used to it. Kang silently watched this scene. In the guy's mind, this is the first time I've seen Yuna so determined around a man. And it was the first time he witnessed a man genuinely pushing her away. Ha-jin thought that the two of them were not the kind of creatures that could be understood by the logic of an ordinary man like him. Finally, a portal back to Earth opened in front of the team. Ilhan looked back at Erta but saw another super being. It was an angeless in shining armor, her face hidden behind a visor. The unfamiliar celestial wanted a report regarding the events in the dungeon. Kang Ha-jin and Nayuna looked dumbfounded. They didn't expect to see an angel in the portal. Erta looked confused, but she wasn't scared. She agreed to report. The angelic woman flew closer to the stocky sky woman, and the two struck up a conversation. The humans were still impressed by their encounter with this huge Eartha leader. In the next moment, the celestial lady addressed Yu Ilhan. "For saving the Erta angel in an emergency situation, we will discuss your reward and inform you of the decision later," said the angeless. The hero didn't mind the reward. He was willing to receive it after work, but he didn't do it for profit anyway. The celestial added that this incident was very serious, so she would take Erta to the sky for a while to clarify the details. Yu Ilhan didn't argue. He was confident that he could handle it without an assistant. The Supreme Angeless said that this dungeon would be temporarily blocked by the power of the heavens. At the same moment, as if from nowhere, 3 more angels appeared and directed their mana to the dungeon portal. A question flashed through the hero's mind. Will such dungeons continue to appear in the future? But suddenly he had the thought that someone is intentionally creating them. But the question remains, why? Ilhan remembered the face of the girl before her death, who was under the curse. The young man clenched his fist. He would not find the answer, only worrying about it. One must act. The lad decided that in this case it made sense to get stronger and stronger for his own survival. He would not further improve his own abilities. The system advised him to stay away from the portal. It's really dangerous there. The Erta leader said, "Among the numerous worlds we are on, Earth is the only one with unpredictable factors." She added that more angels will appear on Earth to control the situation. Suddenly, the Angelica paused and smiled strangely. The next moment she said that Laida asked her to tell her that she missed her. The hero was stunned by these words. The young man was very happy that the angelic girl, to whom he was so attached, missed him. Suddenly, the guy decided that the Celestial had not said everything. He wanted to hear what else Laida had asked him to tell him. The Celestial lady took to the air. She said she was blessing Yu Ilhan's future and promised to bring Erta back as soon as possible. The hero shouted, trying to stop the angelic woman, for she had not answered his question, but she could no longer hear him. One way to make a person suffer is to stop in the middle of a sentence without saying the most important thing. It was time for the travelers to return to Korea, with a plane ride ahead of them. When the plane landed at the airport, Na Yuna and Kang Ha-jin quickly went through passport control and went outside. The girl immediately noticed a black limousine waiting for them. The glass of the car's rear door was slowly lowered. The girl with glasses who sat in the limo congratulated the heroes on their return home. She wanted to get the scorpion poison as soon as possible. Na Yuna was very happy to see Miri. Kang, on the other hand, wasn't happy with the girl's phrase. Was that really all she wanted to say after seeing her friends? In general, they were glad to be back home and to see their friend. Meyer wanted to hear the details of their adventure, and Na Yuna didn't keep him waiting. The black car started moving on the Autobahn, moving away from the airport. Kang Meyer was amazed to hear the story of a Korean man who kills monsters with a spear. Yuna chirped that this guy was incredibly strong, since Ha-jin couldn't do anything. Kang covered his face with his hand. He was very embarrassed. Miri remembered Yu Il-han wearing a mask and carrying a spear. She immediately recognized who it was about. Ha-jin noticed the smile on her face and immediately realized that the girl knew him. But Meyer lied, saying that she had never heard of him. The girl was very grateful to her friends that now she could get a second profession. She offered to have a good drink tonight and promised to pay for everything. Na Yuna got excited at this offer and shouted that she wanted a beer. Meanwhile, Yu Il-han reached his own house. For a while he froze under the door of the apartment. Once home, the hero shouted loudly that he was back. No one responded, and the young man saw a note on the table. Parents were not at home. Mom wrote that she had gone to the yamen for fresh seafood and would be back for dinner. The young man was amazed that she goes to another world for shopping. The hero wanted to wash off the grime of traveling as quickly as possible. Washing under the shower, the young man thought maybe his mom was stronger than he thought. Ilhan remembered the scene when his father complained about his weakness, and his mom said that there was a lot of seafood in the yamina. The boy decided his mom was much more talented than his father. After wiping himself well with a towel, the craftsman decided he should go work in his workshop. Once there, he shook out of his super bag the material for work that he had gotten on his business trip. The hero realized if the meat wasn't dealt with urgently, it would spoil quickly, wondering if he could turn to magic to prevent the expiration date for his backpack. Ilhan had nowhere to put it all, but the young man didn't want to throw the meat away. Suddenly, the hero froze in place. He felt some kind of presence behind his back. It turned out that it was a living flame. It seemed happy to see the return of the master. The young man understood this reaction. The fire wanted to let him know it was eating meat. Such a turn of events liked the hero. He found a way out. What to do with the meat of the trolls. The guy immediately grabbed a few pieces and threw them into the flames. He decided that he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, while practicing the preparation and consumption of meat. Ilhan did not spare the pieces. He threw them into the fire one by one. Meanwhile, high in the sky in paradise, a meeting of angels was taking place. One celestial was standing in the center of the great hall and was reporting on the progress of the investigation. Erta was also present here. It was being revealed that Lita Karich was the elf Daru. The angel was saying that this girl was an incredibly capable child. If she had been born 500 years earlier, Daru is an abandoned world. How could Lita Karich have ended up on Earth? There was a commotion in the auditorium. The angel behind the counter ordered everyone to be quiet. He said that this incident raises 2 important questions. 1. How did it happen that the abandoned world traveled through space and time and became connected to Earth's underground? 2. Why did it happen in a dungeon that intersected with destructive traps? If Yu Ilhan's man hadn't killed Lita Kari, things could have ended very badly. If the hero hadn't saved them, Erta and Peta would have died. In the worst-case scenario, the Earth could have merged with the abandoned world. Suddenly, someone in the audience hummed, drawing attention to themselves. It's only been 2 months since the great cataclysmic event on Earth, and you say that man has overcome a Class 3 destroyer on his own? Some angel asked with a sneer. Peita could not agree with this statement. She angrily exclaimed that her ward was fighting on par with Yu Ilhan. The daring angel replied with a smile that it was impossible. He added that the man was suspicious and advised him to consider the case that he might have been behind the incident. Suddenly, one hooded angel got to his feet and exclaimed, "What?" The celestial demanded that everyone present stop saying bad things about Ilhan right now. "My ward has put a great deal of effort into becoming incredibly strong," added the angelic girl. This was Laida herself. She wasn't going to tolerate bad words towards Yu Ilhan. All the other angels couldn't take their eyes off the beautiful girl. They were surprised by her reaction. The angel standing in the center of the audience said, "The angels who were near him are present here. He is beyond suspicion." Erta now took the floor. She confirmed that the hero had protected her and Peita. She had reported many times earlier that the young man had uncommon abilities. Erta did not notice any evil intentions on his part. The dark-haired angel looked annoyed after the celestial's words in defense of Ilhan. "We won't be able to come to a unified conclusion right now. In addition, we have decided to quadruple the number of angels on Earth. In this way, it will be possible to continue the investigation," added the main speaker of this meeting. To bring balance back to Earth, God decided to reward people who showed high progress. To some people, they will send more guardian angels, like Erta and Peita. Superhuman ordered his subordinates to keep a close eye on Earth. They wouldn't be able to fix anything if the abandoned world and Earth were to rejoin. "I don't want to be associated with an inferior creature. We will connect them to the other worlds to avoid the chaos of having things turn out this way," the angel added. He believed that it was easier to come to the root of the problem if they spent time around a strong person. The chairman of the meeting asked Laida and Erta to stay a little longer. He wanted to talk to his two friends about something. The angelic girls stopped, a mute question in their eyes. Through the windows of the large hall, golden sunlight streamed into the auditorium. They created a slightly magical atmosphere. After a long monologue, the chairman of the meeting thanked Liddy, Earthy, and Peita for listening. He wanted to consult with them on what kind of reward should be given to Ilhan. After all, they are the ones who know him like no one else. Laida was happy for her former ward, and Erta said, "We should give him something that will benefit him." Angel said he understood Laida's feelings. Following God's order, he promised to give the hero the best reward possible with his powers. Laida was pleased with such words from Mr. Muir, while Erta looked dumbfounded. She thought that Mayura always maintains a neutral stance and values impartiality. But why is he making an exception now? Angel said that he is only fulfilling God's wishes. They are only doing this for the sake of bringing balance back to the Earth. Mr. Mayura was silent for a moment. He had some strange premonition. It seemed to him that this person, Yu Ilhan, could get close to the root of the problem, unlike the 7 billion people who had returned to Earth from other worlds. Meanwhile on Earth in his workshop, the hero didn't notice how quickly time flew by. He looked at his watch and was amazed that it was already the first hour of the night. Time to go home, wondering if his mom's fresh seafood dinner had waited for him. It was deep night outside, but the hero's workshop was still bustling with work. The young man stood over his work table, enjoying the result of his own labor. Ilhan breathed a sigh of relief. He had managed to reinforce the debuff with a metal heart. The system had assigned a unique class to this weapon, and named it a terrible destructive metal heart debuff. The strength of its strike had reached level 4. The debuffer received a 40% increase in penetration and impact strength, and became even more durable. It was a ruthless weapon that was created by the best craftsmen on Earth. The hero told himself that he couldn't empty it at level 5 if he wanted to use it more than once. The durability isn't that high yet. A message came from the system. Due to the amount of force and recoil, loading ammunition would require more bravery compared to in a battle with monsters. Now Ilhan felt that he should create a long-range weapon. The pistol and bow were useless since the young man still hadn't mastered the Marn. In the end, it might end with his demise. But this possibility did not upset the hero, but only made him work even more conscientiously. The hero bet on Atlatl, a spear but an unusual one. There is a hook at the tip of such a weapon. It provides more destructive power and range than other weapons. Ilhan remembered, besides, he has a spear skill. In this context, this weapon is just perfect. The lad caught fire with the idea and didn't waste any time. He immediately began to realize his plan, the creation of Atlatl. Suddenly, the young man's gaze was attracted by the remains of the cloak of the cursed elf. There on the table next to the scraps of cloth were her weapons. At the same moment, he received a message from the system. The fallen cloak of a hidden reaper of unique rank, with 2400 defense and 1238's 2430 durability. Just as he thought, the extra option is stealth. If Ilhan gains even more stealth abilities, he might disappear forever. There was another message. In case of an ambush attack, the user's stealth and hitting power would be increased by 20%. The cloak that had been absorbing mana for years now had the power of a reaper. The young man found it much more useful. The reaper's deadly and sharp scythe increases the probability of a critical strike. But in the hero's opinion, this weapon was not perfect. The system explained that this scythe was created by the last master of the destroyed world from an unknown metal. Ilhan made a decision that he would melt this scythe into a spear. The hero grabbed the dead elf's weapon and sent it into the eternal flames. The young man stood motionless near the flames. He was surprised by what he saw. It appeared that this scythe could not be melted, so there were things that even eternal flames could not melt. These words of the hero angered the fire, which was capable of emotions as if it were a living being. Ilhan tried to encourage the eternal flame. He believed that the fire could handle melting the scythe. The boy kept his gaze on the tongues of flame, trying to see something. He felt behind his back the already familiar gaze of the monster from the dungeon. The hero looked back, a furious grimace on his face. Had Laida Karach returned from the other side of the world? The young man didn't understand what the hell was going on here, but he wasn't used to staying out of trouble. Taking the list in his hands, he looked around to face the danger. The boy expected the resurrected monster to attack him, but something strange happened. It was as if the monster's dark energy was attracted to the mana stone. Eventually, the artifact fell to the floor and sucked in all the dark magic. Ilhan stared at that purple stone in amazement. He didn't realize what it was. As soon as the black silhouette disappeared, the scythe began to melt. Could it be that the master's soul was within the weapon? The young man didn't understand what happened, but it worked. At that moment, the angels appeared in the workshop. Erta said that the boy was working with metal. She knew he would start doing it one day when she saw him at work with the Harcanum. Laida exclaimed that he didn't even notice them, so focused was he. Ilhan's first mentor was very proud of him. She was happy to be back on Earth again. The spear turned out to be incredible. The system called it the Spiked Spear of Annihilation and gave it a legendary rank. It has a strike power of 3,700, and the critical damage option has increased by 70%. This masterpiece was incredibly durable. It was created by a majestic Earthmaster from weapons from another world. But the system thought that the spear was not yet complete. Ilhan agreed that it was missing something. He realized that the weapon would not be complete until it went through the mana craft. He should use the mana stone. Thinking about it, the hero saw Laida out of the corner of his eye. He rubbed his eyes, deciding he was too tired and was seeing hallucinations. Opening his eyes again, he froze. It wasn't a trick or the result of fatigue. It was really Laida. There was a joyful expression on her smiling face. The beauty asked, "Are you surprised? I'm back." A silence hung between the two. They looked into each other's eyes and couldn't tear their gaze away. Ilhan still couldn't master his own emotions. He had dreamed of this meeting but wasn't ready for it. The celestial woman couldn't hold back her tears. She was moved by her boyfriend's reaction. She threw herself into the arms of the hero. The guy asked how long it had been since they had seen each other. 2 months. The angelic girl replied that it was like it had been over 100 years for her. Erta folded her arms on her chest. She was uncomfortable to watch this meeting of two lovers. The celestial had also managed to get involved with Ilhan, and now she was feeling jealous. But the young man caught up in time and told his second mentor that he was happy to see her. The boy smiled and said that she had done a wonderful job. Erta felt something pleasant on her heart. She smiled faintly and replied that she was back. A little later, all three of them sat at the table in the workshop and sipped coffee, discussing the recent events. The young man said with a smile that he was now carrying a double burden. Laida was infuriated by the comparison of her to a burden. Is that really what Ilhan calls her after the separation? Erta said, "Heaven has decided to send as many angels to Earth as necessary to find the source of the anomalies." The hero was surprised that not even God knew what had happened here. Celestia confirmed his assumption and added that there was a high chance of something like this happening again. The young man felt that the heavens could do nothing. They don't know the cause and also can't prevent the recurrence of this unpleasant incident. Meanwhile, Laida could barely contain her irritation after all. She had worked so conscientiously for the heavens and they are already talking about work. Erta agreed with her ward's thoughts. He was surprised by this fact. Previously, the Angelica would have reacted with an angry tirade. "How dare you speak like that about the higher creatures?" Erta calmly replied, "You are a helper of the heavens. I don't need to protect them anymore." To make matters worse, the angel remembered that the hero had saved her life. At that moment, the relationship between him and heaven changed significantly. Ilhan realized that the celestial was right. He remembered that heaven owed him a reward. "You said I would get a reward. Can you make the things in my backpack not spoil?" the hero inquired. Seeing Eartha's strange reaction, he figured she couldn't do that. But the Angelica was rather surprised that it was enough for him to receive such a small thing as a reward for saving the Earth. Ilhan and Laida looked at Eartha in surprise. The hero couldn't understand why Erda had suddenly become so kind, and Lita continued to be angry that she wasn't being paid attention to. The Celestial said that the guy's deed was praiseworthy. She applied her mana to his bag. She now had these options: space expansion, weight control, decay prevention, and weight transfer. A little while later, the Angelica watched the joy Yu Il-han felt after getting what she wanted. She felt that the young man deserved more. Erta said, "That's not all," which caused the hero to be surprised. The Celestial looked at Lita and said that it was her turn now. The hero's face turned red. He didn't seem to expect such gratitude from heaven. Lita also blushed. She twirled a strand of hair with her fingers and looked at the object of her affection. Lita moved closer. Now it was her turn to reward Yu Il-han. The hero couldn't stand such tension. It was hard for him to hold back when the beauty was so close. He couldn't figure out what kind of reward the beautiful Lita would give him. The boy's thoughts began to muddle, the uncomfortable pause lingering. The Angelica asked in a seductive tone if Yu Il-han was ready to receive the reward. The hero's face was still red. He eagerly exclaimed that he was ready. The beauty exclaimed, "Then open the subclass window." There was no way the young man had expected such a turn of events. He had fantasized about another reward. Erta enjoyed his reaction. She asked sweetly, "Ilhan, is something wrong?" The young man understood without further ado. The guy activated the system and saw the inscription, "Partner of an Angel." The hero did not understand what it meant. Erta decided it was time to explain. Heaven has awarded you this subclass to help you as much as they can, so that even with the limitation of angel power, we can give you some of that power. You'll be able to use the powers of a supreme creature in case a similar situation that happened in the ruined world happens again. Lita exclaimed that in fact, they would now be together forever. Her counterpart reminded her that she would also be with them. The hero didn't look like a happy person. He said that he didn't really need it. This reaction of the man stunned the Sky Girls. They were expecting something completely different. The angels wanted to know why he didn't like it. The young man said, "I doubt you will be of much use during the battle." Tears came to Lita's eyes. It hurt her to hear that she was useless to Ilhan. Erta exclaimed, "I admit that I was only a nuisance during your last battle with the Reaper, but I was useful in every situation except that one." The hero remained silent. He didn't think he could offend the angelic woman with his words. But his next reaction just crushed Lita. The guy laughed out loud. Finally, he decided to explain his reaction. It was just a joke. Of course he was happy about such a reward. It was a provocation to see how the angels would react. Lita could no longer contain her own emotions. She called the boy a brute. When the emotions were quenched, the young man pressed the button labeled Angel Partner. At the same instant, the system reported that the hero had become an angel partner. He could now create a partnership bond with two angels at the same time. All stats were increased by 30% during the battle with destroyers and undead. The young man received a passive skill, Angel's Blessing. The chances of getting critical hits are reduced by 30%, but the resistance to curses on the contrary is increased by 30%. All rewards for tasks will increase by 30%. This skill has no levels. The hero must fulfill the necessary requirements for its development. Now in the arsenal of the young man has an active skill, Angel Support. Ilhan will be able to borrow the power of the angel depending on the possession of the skill in the battle in the abandoned world. The more time the young man spends around angels, the stronger this skill will become. Right now his partners are the angels Lita and Erda, and the more contact the hero has with them, the stronger he will become. The young man decided that now it resembles a team. Here he can see the statuses of the angelic girls. The hero silently studies the messages from the systems to memorize all the benefits of the new skill. His stop was at the suggestions. All stats will be increased by 30% while fighting destroyers and undead. This raised a number of questions he had for his mentors and partners. The next moment Ilhan rushed to hug the girls. He apologized to them for his bad joke and added that they were actually very helpful. Lita was pleased with the change in his mood. A smile appeared on the pretty girl's face. Eartha's face turned red. She wasn't used to such displays of affection. The guy wanted to know if he could train the active skill Angel Support. The blonde replied in the affirmative. She explained, "The deeper the interaction with angels, the faster this skill develops." The young man looked startled after the celestial Lita's clarification. The hero's mind flashed. What? Why did I get the feeling that she was going to eat me whole? Is this really my misunderstanding? Erta heard his thoughts and remained silent. The celestial coughed and said that there were no more rewards at the moment. Erta couldn't wait to continue working with Ilhan. Lita exclaimed happily that it had been so long since they had seen each other and suggested they play a game. The boy happily seconded the suggestion. He told the angels that as soon as he was done with crafting the spiked spear mana, creating a harpoon, and perfecting the troll blood. Lita looked upset that the young man only had work on his mind. She wanted to know what was more important to the boy, her or work. Erda advised her not to make a drama. But the celestial girl didn't stop. She kept saying abusive words at Ilhan, but he didn't even hear her. The young man was so absorbed in perfecting his spear that he didn't pay attention to anything around him. Now it was time to use the craft mana. The hero muttered to himself, "As soon as you wish, unleash all the skills of a reaper." Laida was shocked by what she saw. The young man had become much stronger since they parted ways 2 months ago. "Our Ilhan has become capable of super complex mana crafting," exclaimed the beauty. Erda explained that he had gotten the assignment from heaven, so he had learned quickly. As the guy held his spear in his hands, red mana enveloped him. It resembled real magic. A heavy energy appeared around it. The system called this weapon the spiked spear of the extinct Dark Reaper dragon. Its refinement was complete. Class legendary. Strike power 4,000. Durability 3,200. It seems the young man was himself dumbfounded by his new creation. The chances of critical strike, damage, and hitting power would be increased by 30% in the case of a surprise attack. All characteristics of the Reaper's skills will be increased by 30%. Critical strike and damage chances will be increased by 150% in case of a battle with dragons. The following message from the system. The spear has been reborn in the hands of a master with a fierce hatred and a bright desire for revenge. The tip of the spear of vengeance will always wait for the opportune moment to pierce the dragon's throat. The young man's imagination painted a giant dragon. He couldn't understand why his weapon had such an option. Laida looked at the spear with interest. She said the first option wasn't like that. A little thought, she decided that the hero had gotten too deep into recording the weapon. The Celestine added, "It seems the world of Lidakari was destroyed precisely because of the dragons. These options are present in the system due to the fact that her last wish was to kill the dragons and protect her own world." The hero concluded the reason is because he reached right into the potential power of his weapon. Erta said that his mana crafting was too successful. Laida said she wished she could be useful, but dragons are at least third-class monsters. She advised the young man to run away if he had to face them. Suddenly the boy said that the Skywalkers had missed the most important thing. He looked around and shouted that the angelic girls had missed the predictions. Erta finally realized what was the point. Ilhan would have to fight dragons soon. Laida didn't understand how the two came to that conclusion. She looked confused. The young man exclaimed in despair, "Do I really have to face the dragons when I'm so weak? It's utter hopelessness." Erta tried to cheer up her ward. She said that she was sure the man would be able to get through somehow. During this time, Laida decided that she should defuse the situation. Belle asked why they were worrying about it ahead of time. After all, there was still plenty of time ahead before they could meet the dragons. The hero replied that he had his reasons.
And they knew what the Emperor was planning against them, so 10 necromancers opposed the Emperor's army. Only 10 necromancers, but all 50,000 soldiers of the Rose Brigade were destroyed and turned into the undead. Thus began the destruction of the Empire. The destruction of the Rose Brigade eventually led to the surrender of the remnants of the Thalhern Empire. In order to take revenge on the arrogant Emperor, necromancers turned him into the undead, and the Emperor met his miserable end in the form of a rotting corpse, permanently sitting on the throne of the Empire. Thus began a new era of necromancers' rule. They were able to conquer half of the entire continent without meeting any worthy resistance. But another force stopped and threatened the dominance of the necromancers, ruling the other half of the continent. These were the priests, the only antagonists of the necromancers who served and worshipped the goddess Devi. But for now, there was a fragile peace between the two opposing forces on the continent. Yet in the small town Lashhill, things were calm and friendly. Humans and undead worked side by side, and Richard's use of necromancy served a good purpose. Later that day, Simon returned home. He entered a small but pleasant house for lords. His mother, Anna Valentia, waited for him. She greeted him kindly. Anna was once a priest, and she could use bright, holy magic. In the kitchen, she boiled laharka mushrooms, which looked poisonous. Simon worried about them, but Anna was calm. She said her magic would make them safe to eat. She used her bright light magic, and the sight amazed Simon. He always wondered how his parents, a necromancer and a former priest, ever came together. He admired their love and noticed how well they got along. The family gathered to eat. There were many tasty dishes on the table. Simon ate only a little, and Anna asked if he felt sick. Meanwhile, Richard ate with great enthusiasm. Later, Simon saw Anna placing a cucumber mask on Richard's face. They acted as if they were still newlyweds, laughing and showing affection. It was a warm and happy home. That evening, Simon went to his room. He looked at the full moon outside his window, enjoying its beauty. After wishing his parents good night, he turned to close his door. Suddenly, a letter flew in and hit him right in the face, knocking him off balance. Surprised, Simon peeled the letter off. Then he noticed a girl sitting on his windowsill, smiling at him. He could not believe his eyes. He tried to ignore her, thinking it might be a dream or a trick of the light. He lay down and covered himself with a blanket, hoping she would disappear. But she jumped into the room, yelling at him not to pretend he could not see her. She even tried to pull the blanket away. Simon realized she would not give up, so he finally sat up and asked who she was and what she wanted. Before she could explain, his parents rushed into the room. They carried simple weapons like a frying pan and a rolling pin, worried that a thief had broken in. But the girl greeted them happily by their names. To Simon's shock, his parents seemed overjoyed to see her. Her name was Nephthys Arkbold. Simon recognized the name Nephthys Arkbold from stories. She was a legendary necromancer who had lived for over 300 years. She was the one who turned the emperor of the Thalhern Empire into an undead puppet. Now she sat on his bed, acting like an old family friend. Nephthys handed Simon the letter that had hit him in the face. He opened it and read it with shaking hands. The letter was an invitation to the Necromancer Academy in Kazan. It said Simon had shown great potential and was accepted as a student. Nephthys then held out her hand and asked Simon to come with her to Kazan. She offered him a future full of learning and adventure. Simon realized that everything he knew might change from this moment on. Nephthys leaves after telling Simon that she will see him in Kazan. His dad asks him for the letter. According to the letter, Simon has been admitted into the academy through a special admission. The father explains to him that Kazan is the center of the Dark Alliance and the headquarters of the necromancers. It also acts as a school for necromancers. The girl he just met was the chancellor of the school. Simon can't believe that Nephthys is the chancellor since she was acting a bit like a child. The dad tells him that the school is on an island called Roke, and he will have to board a shop in Langerstein to reach it. He assures him that there is nothing to worry about since the island is really beautiful and he will have plenty to do there. He also reveals that the school is known for its stylish uniforms. His mother tells him that it will keep him busy till the matriculation ceremony. Before going to the school, he needs to open his core. While his parents talk about teaching him stuff like black magic, he stands there with a confused expression. After this, Simon experiences the busiest week of his entire life since he has to prepare for school. Even though his parents told him that he would have fun in the school, they were still worried because of his sudden admission. As his dad prepares to open his core, he asks him to hold tight since he might feel a bit of pain during the process. A blue light glows around Simon as his dad forms the core with the help of his magic. After this, he learned the breathing method and took his dad's crash course on black magic. A week later, he departed for Kazan with his dad, leaving his small town behind. While in the carriage, his dad asks him to draw the magic power floating around him into his body and slowly tries to utilize that mana. He tells him to move it through his core and asks if he can feel the mana. As his dad guides him through the entire process, Simon begins to form a small drop of mana. His dad explains that this is the source of power that necromancers use. It is called the darkness. The biggest difference between a magician and a necromancer is the darkness. While mana can disperse in the air due to its low density, the darkness is more dense, almost like a liquid, so it allows the caster to bind and change its shape easily. His dad demonstrates this by making a small doll in his hand. He reveals that people who use the darkness are called necromancers. They don't really have a lot of time, so he suggests that they continue practicing the basics. Simon tries molding the darkness into a shape, but he lacks control, so it drips away. 2 days later, he has full control over the mana. His dad can't believe that Simon has managed to make shapes using the darkness in just 3 days, when normally it takes about 6 months to 2 years. He knew his son was talented, but his talent could also backfire. He hopes that he won't make the same mistakes as him. Simon forms a blue flame and excitedly shows it to his dad. The dad smiles and tells him that his darkness has a beautiful hint of blue. This makes the protagonist even more excited since he thinks that it must be a rare color. The carriage stops as they finally reach the border of Dresden. The dad prepares to leave and tells Simon that he can't accompany him further because of some things that happened in the past. The protagonist is a bit sad, but the dad assures him that he can do this better than anyone else. Simon finally reaches Dresden almost after a week of travel. The city is filled with people and skeletons walking around the streets. Simon is a bit overwhelmed since this is his first time in a big city. He takes out a piece of paper that has the address of his guide. As he looks around in confusion, he comes across a woman and decides to ask her for directions. When she turns around to face him, he nearly freaks out and starts trembling since one of her eyeballs is dangling out of her eye socket. He calms down a bit when she politely tells him the address. After he thanks her and leaves, another guy wearing a hat walks over to the woman and asks her for a favor. Meanwhile, the guide is still waiting for Simon. She wonders if he got lost in the city. She is not completely off since in reality our boy is being surrounded by a bunch of goons. The guy in the hat that was mentioned earlier points a knife at him and asks him for all of his belongings. An hour before, Simon was looking around the city for the guide when he got approached by the hat guy. The guy told him the address and asked him if he was going there. He claimed that he was the guide sent by Howell and told him that he started searching for him after assuming that he had gotten lost. The man introduced himself as Rowley and asked Simon to follow him to his lodging. He also warned him of crooks and robbers in the area since it was a big city. As they walked, Simon casually asked him if that was the reason why he was also trying to rip him off. This completely shocked the man. He immediately turned around and nervously denied it. Simon told him that he was looking down a lot and also felt his lower vest. This indicated that he was probably checking for his knife. The guy told him that it was for self-defense. However, our boy revealed that the name he gave him earlier was the name of a goat living in Leshil. The guy started trembling and asked him why he followed him if he already knew all of this. After that, he pulled out his knife and called the rest of his gang. Simon refuses to give anything to the man. Hearing this, a guy standing behind him pulls out his knife and starts charging at him. Our boy effortlessly dodges the knife and grabs the man by his hand. He tells him that he has already dealt with people like him back in his hometown. Simon says that it is his duty as a successor of the lordship to clean dirt like them. Hearing that he is a noble, the robbers can't let him go anymore. Suddenly, the guide shows up. She reveals that she started looking for him when he didn't show up on time. As she casually walks towards the goons, she calls out to Simon and tells him that she had been waiting for him and came to get him when he didn't show up. She smiles and says that it seems like he is dealing with something else. The bald guy is still convinced that they can take on both of them since they have the numbers. Suddenly, they all hear the sound of bones snapping from a nearby shop. The girl asks them if they remember that the building in front of them is a skeleton shop. Moments later, several skeletons jump out of the building and charge at the men. The skeletons overpower the goons easily, and they start begging for mercy. The girl asks them the name of their group. It turns out that they are from the Cleven clan. Hearing this, the girl asks the bald guy to make the leader of the clan surrender himself to the guard headquarters while dragging his face to the ground. If he sends a fake or his face isn't graded enough, she will wipe out their entire clan. After this threat, the goons leave in a panic. She then casually turns towards the protagonist and tells him that she is his real guide. Without waiting for his answer, she grabs him by the arm and takes him away to meet her mom. As she looks for her mom, she finds her buying some ice cream. The mom starts trembling since the girl orders her to stay put. While the two of them are having their argument, Simon cannot believe that Nephthys is the girl's mom. She calls out to him and asks him if he has learned some things from his father. He shows her the dark flame, which makes them both impressed. Nephthys then leaves her daughter Lorraine in charge of Simon and leaves. After the mom leaves, Lorraine introduces herself and reveals that she is also a student of Kazan like him. She grabs him by the arm again and takes him shopping for the new semester. Lorraine takes Simon to the library. She gets them their course books, informing the main character that he has to finish all of them in first grade. The girl goes away to get the last course book. While waiting for her to come back, Simon realizes that he has never been around his peers, which makes him even more excited for his upcoming days. While he is in his thoughts, a girl comes and stumbles upon the books. Both apologize to each other for their distracted minds. The girl helps Simon in putting the books back into the racks. She introduces herself as Cindy, who is also a new student like the main character. She is from a small town like Simon, and is excited to meet new friends. The protagonist promises her that he will stay in touch with her when they join the school. Cindy turns away saying goodbye, but Simon stops her. He asks her for his wallet that she has stolen. She is amazed at the main character's attention, as she thought he did not see her stealing the wallet due to her spirit magic. Simon reveals that he saw the wallet floating in the air. His attentiveness makes Cindy more excited for her upcoming time in the school, as she expects other students to be as surprising as the main character. Simon wonders if Cindy is too shameless to be a pickpocket. She does not bother Simon's remarks. She plans on seeing the main character on campus for 3 years if he opts for spiritology as his major. Cindy also invites him to be her competition in school when the time comes. She throws his wallet back at him. The girl takes her leave, reminding Simon to remember her when they see each other at school. Just when the girl leaves, Lorraine comes back without the book. She could not find the last course book as it was out of stock. Simon gets to know that he will receive those books with the others in his dorm. She teases the boy by asking about the girl he was just talking to. She wonders if the main character has made his first friend in school. Simon blushes, admitting that he made a friend. Lorraine offers herself as a friend to Simon with whom he could share if he has a crush on that girl. Simon, on the other hand, ironically thinks he has just dodged losing his wallet to that girl. Lorraine suggests they should buy a bag for the main character. The bag that they are going to buy is not an ordinary bag. It can rather be considered as an inventory for the necromancers that they call subspace. They see the lady at the bag shop who knows they need a bag for Simon, as Lorraine has already bought her bag. As the protagonist is new to all this, his friend wants a subspace that has the least limitations. The lady shows them an exclusive ring that is not even on the market yet. Simon wears it, letting the darkness flow through him. He sees a handle in front of him and uses it as a lever. The handle reveals the subspace, which is the latest Galen Eclipse product. That subspace can load up to 4,000 UB. The best thing about the space is that it can open up on uneven surfaces and slopes. Moreover, the inventory features 7 magic spells, including the temperature control and grade 1 preservation spell. Wearing that subspace will activate the invisibility spell that can aid in hiding one's location from the enemies. Upon asking, Lorraine comes to know that the bag also features ejection. Simon wonders about the bag's price given all the amazing features. To his fear, the bag costs 5,000 gold, which is way more than his town's several years' budget. Lorraine comes to the rescue and pays for the bag. Simon admits that he would not be able to pay such a huge amount back. But the price has been paid by Lorraine's mother, who is indebted to the main character's parents. Simon insists on returning the favor, but his friend assures him that they only want the main character to do really good in Kaizen, nothing else. He pledges to work hard and leaves with his friend. Their schedule does not end here. They still have to enjoy the day. Lorraine takes the main character to shoot plush dolls. Later, they visit the highest point of the city and see lanterns. They end their day watching these lanterns lighting the sky when Lorraine predicts that Simon will do good at Kaizen. Simon and his friend are having dinner and he impresses her with his table manners. The reason for such impressive manners is the main character's noble family and his father's strictness about etiquette. Lorraine advises him not to brag about his status at the academy, as 30% of the students in Kaizen are commoners, and their selection is totally merit-based. She also offers him assistance if he wants to ask anything about the academy. Simon asks about majors. He gets to know that there are 9 courses in the first semester of first grade, 7 majors and 2 minors. In the next semester, the students will choose the electives. Once they are done with the first grade, they will have to choose their major in the second grade. One has to figure out which subject they are best at and focus on their main courses. Only those with grip and strength on their subjects will be preferred in group tasks. Simon is really impressed with what Lorraine did that day when they first met. Therefore, he is interested in taking summonology as his major. This makes the girl excited, as in her opinion, summonology gives off orthodox magician vibes. They keep on talking, and Simon gets to know about Professor Hong Peng and other amazing faculty members at Kaizen. She drops him off at night as her mother would beat her if Simon gets late because of her for the next day. Simon has a really great time with her. When she is about to leave, she turns around and confesses something. She is also a new student like Simon, which means they will meet again at the campus. She has not purposefully concealed this fact during the day, but she has not found a proper time to say it to Simon. She takes her leave, reminding the main character to become friends if they meet on campus. The scene changes to the next day when Simon and the other students are ready to go to Kaizen. Every student has his own unique style, which makes our guy a little worried about his style. Simon remembers that Lorraine will not be with them as she is taking another route. All the students have to be on board a ship that is unusually anchored. Simon confirms his identity. While he is about to board the ship, he hears something. The voices of a boy who is at the top of Kaizen's waitlist yelling at a servant. The boy named Lucius is from a noble family and is not ready to accept his failure when the servant tells him that he is not on the admission list. The boy does not believe it and wants him to contact the authorities at Kaizen. On the other hand, the servant politely requests him to go back. He grabbed the servant by his hand, showing his power. Simon comes to the rescue of the poor servant. He grabs Lucius by his hand and crunches it badly. Meanwhile, Professor Sillage comes and he takes this matter into his own hands. The boy requests to call Nephthys. The professor does not even listen completely to what Lucius is saying. He clicks his fingers, uses hematic black magic, and splashes Lucius's blood all around. He orders the students to quickly board. The professor's amazing magic spell makes all the students wonder if they will be able to take his course in first grade. Simon is still worried about the boy. The professor assures him that he is not dead. Once all the students are on board the ship, there is an announcement that the ship may feel a little turbulence. All of them have to remain seated until the next announcement. Everyone wonders how the ship will sail due to its unusual anchoring. Soon they hear a noise which they suppose is of the waves. But to their surprise, the noise is of a huge whale. The whale is many times larger than the ship. Before the students get any time to comprehend the situation, the whale eats the whole ship. Soon the students realize they are inside the whale's stomach. That huge whale travels across the world and is famous for even taking bites at the harbors. Moreover, the whale transports new students to Kaizen as the fastest transportation means. There is a huge space inside the stomach where other people are living as well. A student named Rowan, who is also new like Simon, starts talking to him. He is impressed with how Simon stood up in that awkward situation created by the waitlist guy. He humbly takes the compliment. Rowan is eager to know about the kind of admission test given to Simon. He himself got in by causing darkness to shift shapes. Simon at first wants to tell him about the way he got in. That is through Nephthys' admission letter, but he hesitates. He fears that he could get into an issue of fairness if he tells the truth about his admission test. Therefore, Simon lied about his admission test to be the same as the other boy. While the boys are discussing the test, they hear an announcement. According to the announcement, they all have to be seated again since they are about to reach Kaizen. Simon notices that the waters in Whale's stomach have become rougher than before. Once all of them are seated, the professor uses a spell on the ship. He also announces that the ship will again face turbulence while arriving, so everybody should hold the handrail. Before the student could reach the handrail, all of them crashed along with their luggage due to the turbulence. Soon a bright light appears and the ship flies out of the whale's stomach into the sky. The professor lands the ship safely using his spell while Simon watches in awe. Once the ship lands, the deck opens up in Kaizen. All new students line up in rows of 4 to receive their uniforms. The male and female students head towards separate dressing rooms in opposite directions. All of them need to assemble again outside after 5 minutes. Simon quickly dresses up. The uniform is as graceful as his father has described to him. The jacket in the uniform even has a spell on it which makes it even sturdier than armor. After dressing up, everyone assembles again outside and marches towards the auditorium. While they are outside, the boys, as expected, notice that the girl's uniform is prettier. On their way to the auditorium, Rowan catches up with Simon and admires how he looks in the uniform. The main character's new friend is excited to be at Kaizen and wonders if it's even real. Soon they are in the auditorium among the other 1,000 students who enrolled in grade 1. Only 300 students will get a chance to reach the 2nd grade, and the size will shrink to 150 in the 3rd grade. That means only 30% of these new students will be able to sit in 2nd grade. The competition between these students must be fierce, and they have to watch out for top students if they want to reach the 3rd grade. Among them is Cerna Eindark, the successor of Ivory Tower, Darwin Carradine, Jay Sanders, and Chattel Mayer, who is a huge guy. Lowen also adds Lorraine to the list of top students, sitting on the other side of the auditorium. Everyone initially thought she got in under a special admissions quota due to her mother's status, but she actually passed the admission test. She has not topped the admission exam, but everyone knows her strengths and considers her a competition. Soon the matriculation ceremony starts, and the representative welcomes all the students. He also adds a caution against entering the forest. Next, he introduced all the professors who would be teaching the 1st grade. These professors are top necromancers who could only be seen in magazines. Simon wonders why Nephthys is not present at the ceremony. Rowan explains that a chancellor like Nephthys does not come to small matriculation ceremonies, and it would be an honor for anyone to meet her even in the 3rd grade. Meanwhile, the last part of the ceremony starts when the student representative will take an oath. Both male and female top students are eligible to become the representative. The presenter on stage calls the 2nd special admission, that is CERN, to take an oath. After that, the presenter announces Simon's name as the 1st special admission, which stuns everyone, including the main character. While Simon is walking towards the stage, everyone wonders who he is. Our boy is nervous, but he keeps on reading whatever is written on the paper and takes his oath. The 1st graders have a class on the 1st day of the matriculation ceremony. There are more than 14 classes for all 1,000 1st graders, and each class is full. In Simon's class, everyone is talking about his special admission, which pressurizes him even more. He learns that summonology is also included in his courses. Summonology attracts him as his father used to practice it, which means he can also become like his father if he takes this course. The 1st class is about to start as the 1st professor has arrived. Professors at Kaizen are famous necromancers. Some people associate necromancers with a dark and evil image, but that time has gone. The new generation's necromancers are smart, practical, and trendy. One such modern necromancer is Professor Bahil, who is a member of Kaizen's core battling group called the Crows. Bahil is a young professor in his late 20s and very popular among students. All the students are happy to learn that he will be taking the 1st grade catarology course. The class starts with the professor's introduction, and he also urges the students to introduce themselves when he calls their names. All of them introduce themselves one by one, including Simon. The professor then starts the class with a fundamental question about curses in catarology. A student named Jaime introduces a curse as a dark magic that maintains one's power while weakening the opponents. The professor then explains the curse by giving an example to the students. His example is based on the fight between the 2 primitive knights. Both of them have similar skill sets. They attack each other continuously and wait for their opponent to make a mistake. They exchange strikes, but none of them surrender. At one moment, one of the knights screams, giving a death stare to his opponent. The opponent knight flinches and turns pale. Finally, the sword slices through the opponent's shoulder, spilling his blood. The other knight attacks his opponent's legs, impeding his movement. Next, he throws sand into his opponent's eyes and removes his helmet. The battle intensifies, and at last, the knight finally cuts through the opponent's head. Through this example, the professor proves that even the most primitive and barbarous battles of clashing weapons are just a series of actions. These actions are used to weaken the opponent and achieve victory. The professor also demonstrates how modern necromancers fight. They defeat their opponents by just a single move. He also explains that curse is the lightest and simplest structure among different black magic spells. Moreover, its activation is quick, which makes it even more popular. The spell can totally shake the opponent even if it needs a little effort. He then takes a few steps towards the students and decides to practically demonstrate the theory. The professor picks up a student and snaps his fingers to use his spell on him. The student falls down on the desk and Bahil takes out his knife. This practically illustrates that the necromancers can take down their enemies in just a single move. Students understand the power of curse in catarology through this stunt. After such a wonderful teaching methodology shown by Professor Bahil, it is evident that 80% of the students will take his course again in the 2nd semester. The professor also suggests the students should work on their specialties while cursing so that they can have an upper hand on their enemies. Students learn that catarology is the core of modern necromancers because it is the most effective way to stand against the priests. The professor explains the way priests and necromancers go against each other. He He tells the students that while necromancers have curses, priests have blessings. The main difference between a blessing and a curse lies in the fact that one strengthens the target while the other weakens it. He then asks the students how cursing is better than blessings. Jamie raises her hand and answers. She says that a curse is faster to cast than a blessing, therefore it can weaken the target faster than the blessing. The professor finds this answer interesting, but he tells the class that it is incorrect. As per the scholars, if only casting speed is considered, the curse is a bit slower than the priest's blessing if it has to be cast through an opponent's resistance. Professor Bahil asks if anyone else wants to answer. Hector raises his hand and answers, saying no one trains themselves for when they are weaker. The professor is impressed by his answer and mentions that he will remember Hector's name. He then explains that weakening spells cannot be warded off with training. Everyone trains for regular conditions. He also explains that the measure of our skills depends upon how well we can perform, given the fact that all environmental factors are under control. He goes on to explain that human beings are more sensitive creatures than they seem. They can give up even on the slightest change of the environmental factors. That means you do not have to cut the hands of the archer who is aiming at you to win. You can rather give his eyes conjunctivitis to block his vision, or you can give him nausea. Moreover, you can distract him, or you can confuse his sense of distance. With all these tricks, one can ditch the archer's arrow that is supposed to hit him. Bahil reveals that necromancers have many different ways to disrupt their enemies. He exemplifies saying if any of them have a stomachache or are tired, they will not train for curses, instead they will take a day off. Therefore, he suggests to the students that they should learn how to weaken their enemies rather than strengthen themselves. Meanwhile, Kizun's staff comes with correction devices for all the students. The professor announces that they are going to learn how to cast a curse. It is a bit embarrassing for Kizun's students to use a correction device, but since it's their first day, they have to use the device. Bahil eases their hesitation, saying it is okay to use the correction device to get the hang of it, but the students should not rely on it much. The first spell that he chooses to teach is the exhaustion spell. He instructs the students to hold on to the handles of the correction device and transfer their darkness into the mold made on the device. Bahil goes on to explain that the key to a successful magic circle is how perfectly one forms the main rune word. By rune word, he means a set of letters that have magical powers. Drawing out the rune words using darkness will give out magical effects. Their professor then instructs them to lift the magical circles that they have made in the molds. Many students, including Simon, successfully lift their circles, but just a few moments later their circles start to collapse. According to Bahil, that happens when someone doesn't refine their darkness properly, or their binding is weaker. He encourages them to try again. Those who are able to maintain their circle in the air, he instructs them to start the actual practice. Each of them has a plan along with their correction device. The students have to aim their circles at the plant and use their curses. If they see any change in the plant, that means that the curse is successful. Some of the students cast the spell successfully, while some, like Simon, are still struggling. The professor sees a difference in skills among his students. He instructs them to keep on practicing the speed even if the students are successful in casting the curse once. Those who have practiced it perfectly with the correction device are now instructed to do it without using the device. Most of the students in the class are able to do the spell except Simon. This frustrates him as he tries again and again to form a perfect circle. He wonders what is wrong and remembers what Nephthys and her daughter said about the vapor state of his darkness. He also recalls that they mentioned he has to learn how he can use his core effectively to transfer mana. He then, instead of directly transferring mana to his circle, uses his focus to collect mana first. Once he has enough mana, he sends it into his circle and casts the curse on the plant. He finally successfully weakens the plant with his curse. Once he does it, the whole class hears his exclamatory remarks. As soon as Simon finishes his spell, the professor announces the end of the practice. Those who were not able to do it had to practice it in the dorms. The rest of the class has to use the magic they have learned into use. Before ending the class, Bahil calls number 1 special admission forward. Everyone wonders how good he will be as the first special admission. The professor announces a face-off between accident number 1 and Hector based on his admission exam scores. The professor explains the rules of the face-off. The only curse they are allowed to use is exhaust. They just have to complete exhaust and cast it on their opponent. The one who touches the ground first will lose. Hector wants to complete the task without using the correction device. The professor finds his attitude admirable. He wonders if Hector seems pretty smart for his crude looks. He must have remembered what Bahil said before about using the correction device. Therefore, he suggested against using the device to impress his professor. On the other hand, Simon wants to use the correction device, and the professor agrees. The professor wishes them luck, and they both start on his mark. Simon is a bit nervous, but he reminds himself to do it just as he did it last time. Just as Simon is thinking about making the magic circle, he sees that Hector has already cast the spell without using the correction device. The protagonist feels weak after just one hit. He focuses on making his circle, but it collapses. He decides to start over because even if he heads it, it will not be effective. While thinking about starting over, Hector hits him with another spell. Hector sends 5 more spells towards Simon, and he's not even able to make one. The whole class wonders if he is number 1, as he has not even been able to cast a single curse against Hector. He wants the main character to surrender. The professor is watching the face-off closely. He observes that Hector is actually a great talent. Apart from his talent, he also has the mindset of a top Kizan student. The professor thinks he will become an outstanding student who will survive until the 3rd grade. Simon, on the other hand, does not impress the professor as the number 1 special admission. In the professor's opinion, he has no proper prior experience or basic knowledge about dark magic. He wonders why Nephthys chose Simon as number 1. All 4 special admissions at Kizan are invited without taking the admission exam. All of them are supposed to be the talent of the century, especially the number 1 special admission. The number 1 is always picked by Nephthys herself, who proves himself to be the most prominent figure in his field. Therefore, Bahil wonders what has Simon actually done to become the number 1. The professor notices Simon's stamina. An ordinary student at Simon's age would have given up at the 4th exhaust. However, the protagonist is still not giving up even after the 9th exhaust from his opponent. Although Simon's stamina impresses the professor, he thinks that his strength would be a better fit for magical combat, rather than catarology. Meanwhile, Simon finally manages to float his circle and use curse. To everyone's shock, our guy's single curse was so strong that Hector almost fell to his knees. He wonders how someone can do such an intense exhaust spell. Simon's opponent is not ready to lose by just 1 spell, as he has already made the protagonist exhausted by back-to-back curses. He uses his final exhaust that sends Simon to his knees. The professor announces Hector as the winner, while appreciating both of the participants. The class ends. The professor is still in awe of Simon's only exhaust. His curse beats all of the exhausts that Hector sent. Professor Bahil has never seen someone make such a powerful move. After watching such a wonderful strike, he is now adamant that Simon would take catarology by any means. The scene changes to Simon being completely exhausted because of all of his classes. Another student sitting with him tells him that it feels exhausting because he is the top special admission pick. The competition in Kizan is fierce not only among the students but between the teachers too. They are required to show results and even get fired in the middle of the semester. For this reason, all of the professors try their hardest to take in good students. Simon finally realizes that the professors called him out in all their classes to check out his skills. Moreover, the girl who was chosen as his opponent was Malin Valine. She is at the top of the class and even their entire grade. Our boy couldn't win a single round against her, and it made all of the professors confused. They all expected him to be an excellent student, but he turned out to be a beginner. Simon thanks the student for explaining all this to him and asks him who he is. The guy gets annoyed and tells him that they all introduce themselves in Professor Bahil's class. His name is Dick Hayward and he is in the same class as Simon. He asks the protagonist how he feels considering that every student is talking about him. Simon tells him that they are probably just discussing how bad he is. They then talk about what happened in Professor Bahil's class. Our boy got hit with 10 exhaust curses, but he still feels that it was fun. This takes Hayward by surprise. He can see a twinkle in Simon's eye as he tells him that all of the classes are fun. He suddenly changes the subject and tells him that there is a serious issue. After Hector won the duel against him, he started forming his own clique. A lot of students were impressed by him, and they are now following him around. Moreover, he is also the eldest son of a powerful family, so he is quite popular among the noble kids too. Even after hearing this, Simon doesn't seem that interested. Hayward screams at him and says that politics are too important in this academy. If everyone in the class falls under Hector's influence, it will be difficult for other students to find team members for group assignments if they lose their favor. Simon asks him why he chose to come to him instead of just talking to Hector. Hayward scratches his head and reveals that he is just a commoner. Even though commoners are treated equally in the academy, there are still some noble students who like to flex their backgrounds. Simon assures him that he is not one of them. The guy gets excited and asks him if he would like to join his clique. Even if he lacks in skill, he is still the number 1 special admission student. There must be a reason he was admitted to the academy by Nephthys. In other words, he may be hiding talents that even he doesn't know about yet. Simon smiles and tells him that he isn't interested in joining any cliques. However, he is okay with being friends. The guy starts cringing at his words but eventually agrees to become friends with him. He pulls out his book and tells him that it is time for their next class. Their next class is summonology, which makes Simon light up since he wants to summon creatures like his father. As Simon walks into the class, all the students start talking about him. Hayward asks him not to pay any attention to them, but when he turns around, he sees Simon acting like a child because he is so excited for his class. The professor finally walks in, but he doesn't look like a professor at all. Bro looks like he is forced to be there. The professor sighs and introduces himself as Arendea. He starts his lecture by revealing that summonology is the root of all necromancers. Even though scholars don't admit this, they originated from coffin bearers and necrophiliacs. He tells them that everything bad they heard about summonology is probably true. This makes all the students confused since none of the other teachers talk that way. Aaron tells them that he is against appealing to the students to join this course. For this reason, he will start by telling them both, the advantages and the disadvantages, so they can make the decision for themselves. The first disadvantage is the cost. The material fee for summonology will cost them more than all the other subjects combined. They can't simply start killing people or animals because they are out of skeletons. This is why they purchase and use skeleton sets or specially treated corpses. However, these can only be used once, and they often end up spending more on the materials than the reward they get from the task. If any one of them is willing to choose this subject, they shouldn't think about money. The second disadvantage is that summonology is highly dependent on creatures. Since it involves fighting with summoned creatures, when the creatures are destroyed, the power of the summoner is reduced drastically. Summoners mostly use semi-permanent remodeled undead rather than disposable corpses. If the remodeled undead is destroyed, they will suffer strategic and financial damages. Moreover, until they get new corpses, all they can do is watch. The third and biggest disadvantage is that summonology is weak against priests. In other words, it is not suitable for modern warfare. The only time summonology is truly effective is during an all-out war. In a full-scale battle, there is no shortage of materials for a necromancer. However, because of the truce, the only battles which take place are small-scale localized wars. In such cases, curses and spirit controllers are much more efficient. Summonology is weak against priests because a single spell can dismantle their undead troops, and it will cost them a lot of time and money to rebuild the corpses. After Professor Aaron is done trash-talking about his own subject, a student named Jaime Victoria raises her hand and asks him about the advantages of the subject. He gives her a cold stare and says that he didn't ask for any questions yet. Bro does not want to teach this. He then proceeds to explain the advantages in 3 sentences. He tells them that it's their choice if they want to take this subject in their second semester, but they should never enter this field if they don't have the guts for it. He says that even if they are going to cry and beg for him to change their major after their second year, then this is probably not the subject for them. Moreover, if they are only thinking of taking this as a major because it may be less competitive, then he is personally expelling them. After he is done talking, the class finally begins. He hands over the bones of an island ratman to all the students. As Simon opens the box, he notices numbers written on the bones. The bone structure of this animal is similar to humans, but it is much more simpler and cheaper than human skeletons. The professor shows them a diagram that contains a detailed anatomy of the animal. He picks up the skull and instructs the students to begin the task. Inside the skull, there is a magic circle correction device. The students have to reach into the skull and use this correction device to form the magic circle. Before the professor can explain any further, all the students start screaming since the skulls have come to life. Aaron smirks and says that he was a bit late to warn them. Even though all the skulls are going crazy, Simon's skeleton is not doing anything. Hayward asks him if he has dealt with these things before since his skull seems calm. The professor instructs them to get used to the process, since activating the magic circle allows the undead to wake up. However, the skull can't move on its own, so they now have to make a body for it. A necromancer needs to be well acquainted with the bone structure of the creature they are trying to summon. Humans have 206 bones, but smaller creatures like the island ratman only have 53. This makes them easier to memorize. For their assistance, the bones already have numbers on them. The students just have to place the bones according to these markings. With the help of the professor's instructions, all the students begin assembling their undead creature. Aaron stresses that they need to get the bone structure right since the wrong assembly will prevent the creature from moving properly. If they get the order wrong, the bones may break down at a crucial moment. Hector and the girl with the top grade finish before all the other students. As the professor walks up to check on everyone's progress and help the students, Simon can't help but feel proud of his first skeleton. Hayward screams at him and asks why his skeleton keeps sticking his leg bone to the arm. Simon tells him that he probably has put them in the wrong order, so the skeleton is mistaking the arms for the legs. The professor finally announces that the time is up and they will do a demonstration for the final part of the class. As expected, he calls Simon and Hector to the front of the class. As they both stand face to face, Professor Aaron explains that they have 10 minutes. Their goal is to assemble a skeleton and use it to get the necklace. The person who has the necklace at the end of these 10 minutes will be the winner. They are not allowed to take the necklace by themselves or use black magic. Both the students begin opening their boxes as soon as the timer starts. As Simon picks up the skull, he is confident that he can win this. He decides to start by putting the spine entirely. To his surprise, the assistant hides the bone structure diagram, which means that they don't have anything to reference. Simon starts to get a bit nervous, but he is still sure that he can put together the skeleton using the markings on the bones. Unfortunately for our boy, these bones don't have any numbers on them. The professor reminds him in a harsh tone that the bones he used for his skeleton earlier were for instructional purposes. The skeleton sets sold on the market don't have those numbers on them. He looks at him and tells him that a necromancer should be well acquainted with the bone structure of the creature. Meanwhile, Hector is busy assembling his skeleton like it's his day job. Simon still hasn't given up since he thinks that he might be able to recall the order of the main bones. Professor Aaron looks at him and realizes that even though he is a #1 special admission student, he seems like he has never put together a skeleton before. On the other hand, Hector seems to have memorized the order and structure of the entire skeleton. He has also done a prep course which is also helping him. The professor thinks that he has some talent, but he doesn't feel the same thing from Simon. He thinks that Hector might be the only student in that class who has any talent. Suddenly Hector's skeleton stands up and everyone starts cheering for him. He wants to crush Simon and embarrass him in front of the entire class. Without wasting any time, he sends his skeleton forward. The rat jumps on the table and immediately grabs the necklace. Both students now have only 5 minutes before the match ends. Simon is still in the process of assembling his skeleton. He realizes that he has a low chance of winning against Hector since he didn't take any prep lessons. Instead of relying on his memory and remembering the order of the bones, he decides to give it all up and just go with his gut feeling. Simon breaks down the skeleton and starts assembling it in a different order. All the students look at him in confusion as they wonder if he has already given up. Simon knows that his goal isn't to make the perfect skeleton, but only to get the necklace. He doesn't really have time to think about the complicated structure and just wants to assemble the skeleton as soon as possible. Simon takes a different approach to the entire structure and starts putting together bones based on his gut feeling. As the professor glances at his skeleton, he is shocked to see that Simon has actually assembled the skeleton of a gray rat. In other words, it was the bone structure of the island ratmen before it evolved. Even though the structure is not perfectly the same, it is still the undead, so he doesn't need to get all the details right. Professor Aaron wonders how someone without prep work is able to deduce this from his own reasoning, instead of relying on their knowledge. With Simon's skeleton in the game, all the students start to cheer for him. Hector is confused since he is the one who made the perfect skeleton in the shortest time. However, his opponent was taking center stage. This makes him furious and he sends his skeleton forward to attack the rat. With just a single blow, Simon's skeleton breaks down into pieces. Hector laughs as he thinks that he has won. Simon smiles at him and uses the arm bone of the skeleton to snatch the necklace. Hector complains to the professor that it isn't fair since they were supposed to get the necklace with the entire skeleton and not just a bone. Simon snaps his finger, which immediately puts his entire skeleton back together. The time ends and Simon is declared the winner of that round. He excitedly holds his gray rat skeleton in the air to celebrate his first victory in the academy. In the teacher's room, all the professors sit together and discuss their first day of classes. The teachers discuss how great the students are in their class. One of the professors mentions the top grade girl, Malin, and says that she made a chenille poison on her first day. The other professor tells her that all 7 children from the Villian family are outstanding students. They also talk about Frieren and a student named Chatelle Mayer. One of the professors seems eager to take Chatelle into her class. The other professors remind her that they are not allowed to get in touch with a student during the protection period. In all of this, someone mentions Professor Behil and asks him about his class. Professor Behil tries acting oblivious and asks them what they mean. The other professors want to know about the special admission number 1 student in his class. He says that the special admission student lost 10-1 against another student from his class. Hearing this, the other professors wonder if there is actually nothing special about the student. Professor Behil mentions that Simon did have great stamina since he was able to endure the exhaust curse 9 times in his first class. This is not enough to make him stand out, so the professors turn to Aaron and ask him about his experience with Simon. Without even looking at them, he says that he is a slow, mediocre boy, but he did possess some originality and creativity. While all the other professors start talking again, Professor Behil is still shocked by what Aaron just said. He knows that he is just putting up a smokescreen. For him to say such things about a student is extremely rare, which means that he must have really liked Simon. These were the best compliments that he could give. With this, Professor Behil starts to get more interested in Simon. He calls out to Aaron and asks him if he still stands by his statement from last year. He said that he didn't intend to directly mentor students anymore. Before Professor Aaron can even reply to this, Nephthys bursts open the door and enters the room. Professor Behil summons an ice cream for her, which she accepts immediately. After greeting everyone, she sits down and asks them about their first day with the new students. While all the other professors start yapping about their favorite students, Professor Aaron silently watches from a distance. Nephthys asks them to report any issues to her and to go home early since it's the first day. Professor Aaron calls her out and tells her that he wants to have a private discussion with her. All the professors are shocked and curious at the same time. Professor Behil smiles as he watches the two of them leave. He knows that Nephthys won't tell Aaron what he wants to know so easily. Back in the reception area, Simon and Hayward are busy finding a room. They can't seem to find a room with 2 open spots since most of them are already occupied. They were a bit late, and all the other students had already found their rooms. The girl at the desk apologizes to them as she informs them that there are no free slots for them on the 2nd floor too. The 3rd and 4th floors are also similar. Simon decides that it will be a good idea to check around the floors by themselves. The girl volunteers to go with them since she might be able to help. As they are moving, the girl accidentally crashes into a student who is coming her way. He pushes her away and starts looking down on her since she is just a caretaker at the academy. She starts apologizing, but the guys are not done yet. Simon interrupts and asks them if they don't see him talking to her. Hayward also joins in and mentions that they ran into her on purpose. This makes the students furious and they get ready to put up a fight. Suddenly, one of the students recognizes Simon as the special admission #1 student and they all run away. The girl thanks him for helping her and they continue on their way to the upper floors. As she flips through the pages, she finds out that there is actually one room with 2 spots on the 4th floor. The room is big and has good views, however. As the girl starts checking the names of the students in that room, she immediately freaks out and suggests that they move to different rooms. When they ask her what is wrong with the room, she tells them that it already has students inside. One of them is Kajin Edvald, and this is his 2nd year in this grade. He failed to advance to the 2nd grade because he had some problems, so he had to start over. The girl whispers to them that a lot of his roommates requested to change their rooms. The students had bruises on their faces. Even though Kajin is strict in these cases, for some reason, Kajin managed to survive without getting expelled. Hearing all this, Hayward asks Simon if they should just look for a different room, but Simon suggests that they should at least check it out and say hello. The two of them enter the room to a guy sleeping on his bed. Simon apologizes for waking him up and asks if it's okay for the two of them to stay with him in that room. Kajin hits them with a murderous stare but soon goes back to normal when he realizes that they are just some new students. He tells them that they don't need to be so polite to him since he is in the same grade as them. He scratches his head and asks them to keep 2 things in mind as long as they stay in this room. The first thing is to not interfere in his business, and the second is to not disturb him before he goes to bed. Once he is asleep, they can do whatever they want. Simon asks him if this means that he is letting them stay in the room. Kajin turns away from them and says that it doesn't matter since someone is going to stay in this room eventually. The two of them stare at him silently as they realize that he has fallen asleep again. They leave the room and confirm to the lady that they are going to stay there. She asks them to let her know if there are any issues since she will immediately report them to the dorm master. After she leaves, the two go back inside the room and wonder if Kajin really won't wake up. Out of nowhere, Hayward drops all of his books on the ground. Despite the loud noise, Kajin is still asleep, which makes them convinced that he was not joking. Simon believes that he isn't really a bad person as long as they abide by his rules. Hayward tells him about a bathhouse that he spotted on the 2nd floor. The scene changes to Simon acting like a kid after taking the bath. Hayward asks him if he lives in the mountains since he has never seen someone so excited about a simple shower stall. He jokingly tells him not to say wow every time he presses a button on the shower since other students will start talking about him. Simon tells him that he is just happy to be in Kajin. Hayward says that whether or not they stay in the academy will depend on their grade. There are only 300 students in the 2nd grade and the only reason they have so many students in their class is because of the student protection period. During this period, professors officially cannot evaluate or grade students. They can't even talk to them or expel them. However, after this period is over, student expulsion becomes common. It may be because of underperformance, showing no promise of success, or something else. If a student can survive till grade 2, they are guaranteed a job pretty much anywhere. Moreover, if a student manages to graduate, they can become leaders. The graduates from this academy can become anything except becoming a part of the royal family. However, they may still be able to marry a princess from a small kingdom. Hearing all this, Simon asks Hayward if he wants to become a noble. Hayward tells him that there might be an advantage to becoming a noble, but he has other goals. He just wants to make money. As the two of them are talking, Simon casually summons a box out of the ground which freaks out his friend. He explains that it is a subspace. The box contains a skeleton kit for the island Ratman. Since Simon hasn't taken a prep class, he wants to practice as much as he can. As he takes out the skull, Hayward asks him if he is going to assemble it in the right order this time. The protagonist smiles and says that he will just go with his gut feeling. He begins assembling the bones and in no time the entire skeleton is complete. After taking a look, he notices that one of the legs is shaking and he can make it better. He immediately strikes the skeleton and breaks it into pieces. Hayward is confused and asks him why he did that. Simon doesn't say anything. He simply thinks back to the lesson from that class and closes his eyes. He knows that the skeletons always go back to their real form. If he knows the order, it won't be hard to assemble the bones. Simon immediately raises his hand and the entire skeleton comes back together. His friend is impressed and asks him how he managed to do it despite not taking any prep classes. He yawns and says that he is going to sleep. Simon tells him that he wants to practice more, so he will probably be awake for a bit longer. He sits in the room and tries different combinations for the bone structure. As he experiments with different orders of bones, he notes down the key points for each combination. All the assembly formulas for the bones have been established by necromancers over a long time. They must have gone through trial and error to get to this point. Simon knows all this and it makes him appreciate those necromancers even more. He tries on another combination for the arm bones, but it doesn't seem too comfortable for the undead, so he removes it and puts the bone back in its place. He thinks that there is always a better way to arrange the bones and wants to learn the quickest way to find them. He wonders what he lacks in comparison with his father and Lorraine, since both of them effortlessly summoned the undead skeletons. Simon can't wait for his next class to learn more. The next morning, Professor Eric begins his lecture on darkness dynamics. He claims that darkness is the foundation of a necromancer. He begins the lecture by asking how darkness is used to create black magic. The professor explains that they first need to understand the flow of darkness, rune words, and the mechanisms of the magic circle. Rune's words began with the eternally burning torch of the Temple of Del. No one tried to question why the torch didn't go out because it was deemed as a disrespect to God. One day, the people noticed letters in the ashes of the torch. It turned out that the entire miracle was caused by mere letters. This was the origin story of rune words. These rune words have undergone countless improvements and changes throughout the years. The professor starts demonstrating the rune words by drawing a magic circle on the board. He draws 2 magic circles to give an example of how the rune words are used. One of the circles can't be activated because of an incorrect usage of rune words. The professor finally finishes his lecture and gives the students an assignment for the next class. They have to modify the non-active magic circle and make it work. Hayward feels exhausted after the class since he thought it was too boring. Simon, on the other hand, thinks that the class was okay. Even though he didn't understand most of the lecture, he still loved the way their professor described everything. The two of them walk towards an empty ground for their magical combat class. The rest of the students are also waiting for the professor to show up. One of the girls notices something coming their way. It is a huge bloat of hippos running towards them. The students start to panic and gather around while the hippos run in circles around them. A man riding one of the hippos informs them that Professor Hongpeng will be holding her class at Roque Mountain. He orders everyone to get on the hippos. Hayward whispers to Simon that the professor is known for being odd and camps in different parts of the Roque Mountain. One of the students orders the man to put on a rug on the hippos before they get on. Without saying a single word, the man leaps off the hippo and kicks the student to the ground. The student screams at him and calls him a servant. Hearing this, the guy asks if the new students are really that clueless. He reveals that he is a TA and not a servant. This immediately makes the student apologize. After teaching the student some manners, the guy jumps back on the hippo and instructs everyone to get on. The hippos can hold up to 3 students, but they are hard to climb because of their huge size. Simon notices a girl struggling to get on and offers to help her. After she gets on, the hippos start running. All the students are in complete chaos. The TA tells them that they will probably die if they fall off the hippos, so they should hang on tight. Imagine dying to a hippo. The students finally reach Roque Mountain and are exhausted. They are given drinks and some time to relax. Just as they begin to catch their breath, they hear the voice of their class professor. Her name is Hongpeng Tun Soka Marlat, so we'll just call her Professor Hongpeng from now on. She is going to teach magical combat. Kundar Hydra was a massive undead monster that burned 4 fiefs to the ground. Professor Hongpeng was the one who fought this monster for 5 days and eventually defeated it after breaking all 100 of its necks. The professor instructs everyone to stand and line up in columns of 4. She simply tells them that they need to get going and dashes away without explaining anything. As the students unwillingly follow her, she explains to them that the basics of magical combat begin with physical fitness. Simon is impressed by the professor since her fitness seems to be on a different level. She tells them that the necromancers who mainly rely on magical combat are called battle necromancers. If they train hard enough, the darkness will flow out of their body as smooth as silk. It can even take the shape of clothes, and it is called the dark robe. This dark robe is the characteristic of battle necromancers. As they reach the forest, Professor Hongpeng warns the students to look out for the trees. Simon looks ahead and notices a bunch of kids simply dashing through the forest. Hayward asks him how he is still okay despite them running for so long. He looks back with a smile and tells him that his hometown has a lot of mountains like this, so it's fun to run after a long time. At this point, most of the students are exhausted. The professor stops at the edge of the cliff and reveals that they will now have to jump over the valley using the darkness. If they fail, they will fall straight into the river below. The professor instructs them to let out the darkness from under their feet instead of their hands. She demonstrates it by jumping in the air and doing a flip. It's almost like they are using the darkness as a spring. The professor is the first one to jump. A few other students immediately follow after her and barely manage to finish the jump. She instructs them to release the darkness early since it can get a bit dangerous if they do it too late. Simon closes his eyes and starts to think about what the professor told them. Hayward thinks that overthinking will just make it worse, so he runs towards the end and makes his jump. While in midair, he notices Hector, who appears to have made the highest jump so far. After successfully finishing his jump, Hayward calls out to Simon and cheers him up for his jump. Simon closes his eyes for a second to concentrate and then leaps forward. As he lands, his friend tells him that he made the highest jump. Professor Hongpeng is also impressed and commends him for the jump. As he celebrates with his friend, Hector can't help but stare at him furiously. The professor informs them that they will wait for the other students to make their way here before they move on to the next area. While they are waiting, Hayward takes out a nook that has the names of the students that they should try to recruit for the group classes coming ahead. The classes start next week, so he thought they should prepare in advance. Simon is impressed upon seeing the amount of research Hayward put into the list. He thinks to himself that his friend managed to find out things about other students, while he could barely even follow the lectures. Simon wonders if this was the reason he came to him and not Hector because he knew he wouldn't get along with him. He asks him for his opinion on the students. Hayward tells him that most students in their class are talented. He points out to the girl who rode with them in the hippo and predicts that she might drop out after the protection period. She was among the 2 students who failed to make the jump. Suddenly, the teacher calls out all the students to start running again. As the students prepare to run, Simon notices a bloat of hippos running towards them at full speed. The students try calling the professor, but she is nowhere to be seen. As the hippos get closer, Simon uses the technique he learned in class to jump off the ground and avoid the accident. He wonders why the hippos are running at them since it is still the protection period. This makes him think that this is actually real and not part of the class. As he starts to worry about his other classmates, he notices that they already have the situation under control. Some of them used curses to put down the hippos while others jumped on trees. He gets back down and realizes that he was worried for nothing. Even his friend Hayward managed to dodge the hippos by climbing on a pole. Seeing him like that, Hayward tells him that there is nothing to worry about since the hippos are under the control of their professor. Even though she is an expert in magical combat, she can also use the power of the druid bloodline. While he was up on the pole, he saw the hippos avoiding students who fell on the ground. Suddenly, the TA screams at the students and instructs them to continue running since the hippos will come back for them. The students finally make it to their destination, and it is truly breathtaking. The professor is standing in a grass field with beautiful flowers around. This makes the students light up and they hurry towards her. She tells them that she called Kizan ahead of time and arranged lunch for them. The students start cheering her on, and some even consider her their favorite. Hayward and Simon sit together and discuss the professor. Simon thinks that she is a bit different from what he heard before coming here. He heard that she was the most typical Kizan professor. Hayward can't believe this and asks him where he heard that. Simon can't reveal that he heard it from the daughter of the chancellor. The professor calls them out again and informs them that they are going to leave in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Simon can't help but feel like all this is just the beginning. After lunch, Professor Hongpeng asked all the students if they were wearing the wristband she gave out. She instructs them all to let their darkness flow into the wristbands. As soon as the students release the darkness, they start to feel a heavy weight on them. There is an exhaust curse embedded on the wristband. The students have to make their way to the top of the hill with the exhaust curse pulling them down. The students wonder if this is even legal. All of them look exhausted and tired. As soon as the professor signals them to start, they all start running to the top of the hill. Simon starts taking deep breaths. His head is spinning and every step is hard to take. But he can't blame the prep classes this time since this is purely a matter of stamina and willpower. He knows that he has to come on top if he wants to get ahead of other students. My man Hector is also climbing up with him. He has weakened the curse using his own techniques, but he can't believe that Simon is still able to keep up without using any tricks. He wants to crush him for real this time. Professor Hongpeng stands on top of the hill as both students struggle to make it there first. To their surprise, neither of them can take first place since the top grade girl, Malin, casually walks to the finish point without breaking a sweat. The professor congratulates her and asks how she managed to reach the finish point so easily. Malin reveals that she used a resistance formula to nullify the curse. My boy Simon is dumbfounded since he didn't even know they could lift the curse themselves. The TA informs the professor that one of the students is injured and she rushes over to help them. Hector immediately removes the curse and starts walking normally. He goes over to Malin and asks her why she lifted the curse in a magical combat class. She tries to ignore her, but he fuels the flame by telling her that she doesn't know anything about the world since she was locked in the ivory tower like a princess. She gives him a cold stare and asks if he is trying to pick a fight. Hector tells her that they aren't even being graded in the protection period, but she still pulled off a cheap trick like this in order to win. As the two of them continue arguing, Simon makes it to the finish line and gets third place. He sits by the tree to catch his breath. Sometime later, his friend also shows up and he is understandably exhausted. He tells Simon that he just die if they have to ride on the hippos again on their way back. The professor calls all the students to gather up and informs them that she has arranged a magic circle for them which will teleport them back. All the students start teleporting back in groups of 2. When it's Simon's turn, he gets teleported to a different location. It feels a bit like his hometown. Soon the door opens and Professor Hongpeng walks in. She apologizes to Simon for scaring him and asks him to take a seat. She explains to him that the magic circle was modified by someone. When they investigated further, they found out that it had a formula that would only react to the darkness of a specific person. In other words, it was made specifically for Simon. Once that formula is activated, he will teleport to a different place. She asks him if he knows someone who could be doing this to him. Simon tells her that he has no idea. The professor mentions that it is her duty to protect the students, so she made him come to his home. Moreover, she also wanted to talk to him in private. She tells him that it is against the rules of Kizan to talk to a student during the protection period, but some professors have already broken that rule. She asks him straight on if he wants to major in magical combat. If he accepts, she will take him in as her disciple, and he will be able to learn from her directly. The performance of a disciple is directly linked with the professor's performance, and they can only take 3 disciples per grade. Simon is still in a bit of shock as he thinks about this offer. He looks down and tells her that he didn't really show her much during the class. Moreover, he also couldn't climb up the hill faster than the other 2 students. Simon wants to know why she is offering him such an important spot, even though he doesn't show much promise. Professor Hongpeng smiles and says that the professors don't really care for the rankings of the students. All they are looking for is talent. The way he utilized his darkness during his jump was impressive since it was only his first time doing it. He also climbed the hill using pure stamina and endurance, unlike the other students who lifted the curse. He may not think he has done much today, but she has already seen what she wanted. The professor believes that his talents can truly bloom if he chooses to major in magical combat. With the correct training, he may even beat her in a few years. Simon thinks for a few moments and respectfully declines her offer. He tells her that he has another field that he wants to explore for now. The professor thanks him for being honest, but mentions that she won't let him go completely. Since he still has a year left to decide his major, she will try her best to convince him to change his mind. Simon asks him why she is willing to go that far for him. Professor Hongpeng reveals that she is just curious how much he can grow. She asks him to come to her if he needs any help, even if he doesn't want to be her disciple. She then summons a different magic circle for him and tells him to keep all this a secret for the time being. Simon smiles as he says goodbye to the professor. After he leaves, the TA walks into the room and asks the professor about the meeting. She tells him that he declined. This makes him confused, and he asks her why doesn't she make an offer to Hector instead, who appears to be more talented. Professor Hongpeng cuts him off and says that Simon is a genius. She has seen a lot of geniuses in this academy, but she has never seen someone like him. After Simon enters his room, Hayward asks him why he is so late. He simply tells him that there is something wrong with his teleportation magic. Hayward lights up and reveals that something really shocking happened after he stepped on the magic circle. At first he felt like his body was blocked, but when he finally gathered himself, he found out that he teleported to a different place. It turned out that he was inside Professor Bahill's office. Simon starts to get interested and asks him what happened after. Hayward reveals that Professor Bahill made him clean his office. Bro became a victim of free labor. He is convinced that Professor Bahill is trying to scout him out and thinking about making him his direct disciple. As he excitedly keeps yapping on about being a direct disciple, he comes across a Hector who thinks he is better than everyone else. He asks him how a commoner like him dreams of becoming a direct disciple of Professor Bahill. Hayward looks back at him with an annoyed expression and asks him if he is jealous that the professor didn't consider him. The argument starts to escalate, and Hayward mentions how he tried picking a fight with Malin because he thought she didn't know how the world worked. He tells him that he is the one who doesn't know anything about the world. This hits my boy Hector a bit hard, and he starts choking Hayward with a curse. He lifts him off the ground and slams him to the wall. As he threatens to kill him, Hayward simply smiles and asks him to try harder. One of Hector's friends tries to tell him that he is crossing the line, but he isn't ready to listen. He simply shoves him off and continues fighting. At the same time, Simon jumps in to protect his bro. This is what Hayward wanted from the start. He creates a dark flame and prepares to fight him for real. Suddenly a bar of soap comes flying at him and barely misses. Cajun walks in and tells everyone to keep it down, or he will snap their necks. Hector tries to argue with him, but one of his friends tells him that he is the guy who got suspended for beating up other students. Hearing this, he decides to stop the fight. Before walking away, he turns to Simon and his friend, and warns them both to not do anything like this again. Simon tries to thank Cajun, but he tells him to shut up and walks away. This makes him think that he is truly not a bad person. Later, the two of them discuss their plans for the weekend. Simon says that he doesn't really have any plans, which annoys Hayward since he thinks that the way you spend your weekends is super important. He reveals that his weekend schedule is more important than what he does on the weekdays. He is planning to go down to Rochester, which is a nearby town, and start planning his business. Even though Kazan pays for the living expenses of students, it is not enough for the students once they move on to higher grades. They can aim for an academic scholarship, but Hayward doesn't think he can get the grades for that. He is going to use his specialty as a businessman to earn some extra cash on the side. They can't hope to survive on the living expenses given to them by Kazan, so students in higher grades have ways to make money on their own. It will be even harder for Simon since he wants to specialize in summonology, and that takes a lot of money. Simon never thought that they had to be efficient in extracurricular activities as well. Hayward asks him to wait for him to establish himself in the market, and he will be able to arrange a job for him as well. Our boy doesn't think that it's fair, so he tells him that he will look into making money by himself. Before Hayward leaves, Simon tells him that it's too late and asks what he will do if he gets caught. Bro simply tells him that he won't get caught and leaves. Simon has a bunch of sweats since he wanted to thank Cajun for what he did today. However, since he is not back yet, he starts eating them by himself. As he is busy eating, he senses someone watching him from the window. He looks back to find Nephthys looking at the sweets with glowing eyes. He opens the window and asks her how she even got here since his room is on the 4th floor. She gets inside without answering and starts eating the sweet. As the two of them sit together, she asks him about his first week in the academy. He says that he enjoyed it a lot, and now realizes that he is more suited for this school than he thought. Nephthys smiles it off and tells him that she expected him to struggle since he didn't take prep classes. Looking at him reminds her of his dad. She reveals that he was also a student of this school once. Unlike him, his dad was a complete troublemaker. On top of that, he was also really clever and talented, so he would get into trouble for making fun of the professors. Simon can't believe everything that he hears about his dad since he has a completely different image of him in his mind. He asks her if his dad graduated, but she tells him that he dropped out. He thought that the school was too small for him. She was also young back then, so she couldn't handle him well. She gets excited all of a sudden, and tells him that his dad turned the entire island upside down. He may find traces of his father if he looks a bit closer. After talking to him, she tells him that her evening schedule is about to start, so she will be leaving. Before she jumps out the window again, she thanks him for the snack and throws a piece of paper at him. He thinks that she may have dropped it by accident, but eventually realizes that it's for him. He opens the paper to find something that resembles a treasure map. The destination is marked by a skull symbol, and it lies deep in the forest. The next day, he stands in the middle of the forest, debating whether to turn back while he still has the chance. He reminds himself that he got permission to stay overnight and decides it would be a waste of time to leave now. As he walks further, he notices a warning sign about monster sightings. There are monsters in his hometown too, but he has no idea what kind of inhabit this forest. Looking around, he confirms he is on the right path. While walking, he hears a noise and wonders if it's something big. Before he can figure it out, a monster suddenly appears. It leaps at him immediately, and Simon barely manages to block its attack by drawing his knife. The monster is fast, making it hard to spot in the dark. When Simon finally gets a clear view, he realizes it's a werewolf, and a young one, judging by its size. If he had seen such a creature before coming to Kizan, he would have fled without hesitation. Without wasting any time, Simon summons 2 skeletons using the bones he carries, arming each with a knife. Standing beside his skeletons, he feels confident he doesn't need to run anymore. The werewolf growls and charges at him again. Simon orders the skeletons to attack, but the monster reacts quickly, smashing one of the skeletons into pieces. As the skeleton crumbles, Simon feels a sharp pain in his head. Meanwhile, the remaining skeleton manages to stab the werewolf. Simon quickly restores the shattered skeleton and sends it to attack again. While the werewolf struggles against the skeletons, Simon finds an opening and drives his sword straight into the creature. He catches his breath, realizing this is his first real battle since coming to the academy. Back in his hometown, he would have run from a monster like this. But after only 3 days at Kizan, he has already learned to fight back. Simon wonders if he can survive all 3 years at this academy. Pushing the thought aside, he decides to clean up quickly before the smell of blood attracts other monsters. He notices one of his skeletons is badly damaged and cannot function properly. With only 1 skeleton left, he knows he can't afford another fight. Moving carefully, he navigates the forest and finally reaches his destination. To his surprise, the area is barren. Not even grass grows here. This suggests something is hidden underground. Luckily, Simon brought a shovel. He starts digging and eventually uncovers a strange device, large enough for him to fit his fist inside. He wonders if it's designed to react to darkness. Testing his theory, he activates the device and it begins to flash. Moments later, stairs materialize beneath his feet. Simon descends cautiously with his skeleton. At the bottom, he finds a relic with a skull placed in front of it. Simon realizes the entire building must function as a massive joint magical device, given the abundance of runic inscriptions. The skeleton nearby makes a noise and Simon asks if it has found something. He notices a handprint in front of the skull. Picking up the skull, Simon uses his limited knowledge of undead creatures to deduce that this skeleton is ancient and immensely dangerous. He wonders what such a thing is doing here. Suddenly, the other parts of the skeleton begin to move. Simon picks up one of the bones and realizes it's a number 2 bone. Carefully, he starts piecing the skeleton together, even though he has no idea how it will react upon awakening. There's a real risk it might attack him, but Simon feels compelled to proceed. Determined, he declares that now is the time to boldly face the unknown. Placing his hand on the handprint, Simon channels his dark energy, and the skeleton begins to stir. His only option now is to fully reassemble its body. After several hours, Simon is almost finished. He's relieved that his recent study of summonology has sharpened his focus. Without it, assembling the skeleton in a single night would have been impossible. Although he isn't entirely certain, the skeleton appears to have a human-like structure. However, its towering height, over 2 meters, makes the process challenging. Once assembled, the skeleton's size and ominous presence leave Simon unsure of his next move. Suddenly, the skull snaps into place and the entire building starts to shake. A deep, menacing laughter echoes through the room. Covered in glowing runes, the skeleton comes to life and demands to know who has disturbed its slumber. Now resembling a dark, floating figure, it notices Simon and demands his name. Panic-stricken, Simon stammers that his name is Simon Valentia. Upon hearing this, the skeleton lets out a chilling scream and asks if Simon is truly the descendant of Richard. Simon, still startled, replies that he is Richard's son. The skeleton remarks that Simon's dark energy feels familiar and confirms that only Richard's lineage could awaken him. Simon then asks the skeleton for its identity. Drawing its sword, the skeleton introduces itself as Fear, the master of a legendary battalion who once ruled the continent alongside Richard. When Fear asks how Simon found him, Simon produces a piece of paper and explains that Nephthys directed him here. Realizing the truth, Fear lowers his sword and proposes a contract. By entering the contract, Simon would gain command of the battalion, capable of crushing all opposition. However, this path is one of blood and destruction, bound to his destiny. Fear asks Simon again if he is ready to lead the battalion. Before answering, Simon hesitates, voicing his doubts. He admits that he doesn't fully understand the battalion's power or its significance, as this is his first time hearing about it. Impressed by Simon's cautious inquiry, Fear assures him that the battalion's strength is unmatched. It could annihilate Kizan immediately if fully reassembled. However, Fear explains that the battalion was scattered and sealed away after his defeat. Now awakened, Simon has the potential to reunite its forces and become unstoppable. After a moment of contemplation, Simon agrees to form the contract. Fear picks him up and places him on a stone platform. The skeleton's ribcage opens, revealing a glowing core. Fear instructs Simon to place his hand on the core to seal the contract, but warns him there's still time to reconsider if he's afraid. Simon, resolute, declares that if the battalion were his father's comrades, it's only right to take them under his command. Hearing this, Fear is struck by Simon's leadership qualities and praises Richard for raising such a worthy successor. As the contract process begins, Fear grins and urges Simon not to die. After hearing these words, Simon screams and asks Fear what he means, but dizziness overtakes him and he passes out. Fear turns to the other skeletons and asks if their master is dead. Moments later, Simon regains consciousness and asks Fear about the contract. Fear informs him that the contract is successfully completed and instructs him to feel the changes within himself. Simon focuses on his core and senses that it has grown larger and feels much more stable. Previously, the darkness had overwhelmed his body, clinging to him like an oppressive force. Now it feels as comforting as soaking in warm water. Fear congratulates him on becoming one of the 7 battalion commanders. Simon thanks him, but as he attempts to stand, dizziness returns. Fear advises him to take it easy, as his body has undergone a significant transformation. With a pounding headache, Simon decides to rest there for the night. Fear warns him that this discomfort will linger for a while. Simon then inquires about the battalion. Fear, frustrated, raises his voice and demands to know how Simon managed to form a contract without understanding what the battalion is. After a heavy sigh, Fear mutters that it will take time to figure out what kind of human Simon truly is. Fear asks how much Simon knows about the undead. Simon admits that his knowledge is limited to what a first-year student might know, without any extra preparation. Fear begins to explain, breaking the undead into 3 categories. The first is the summoned undead, creatures artificially created through black magic to follow the orders of their summoner. These undead vanish when the magic fades or a set amount of time passes. The second type is the natural undead, which arises without the need for necromancers or black magic. These are what most people think of when they hear undead. Driven by a blind hatred for the living and extreme aggression, they are often classified as monsters. The final category is the battalion, which lies somewhere between the summoned and natural undead. Battalions are similar to natural undead in that they exist independently through their own cores. However, like summoned undead, they can follow the orders of necromancers or higher-ranking undead. Fear mentions that there are only 7 battalions in existence. This means only 7 necromancers in the entire world are capable of controlling them, and Simon is now one of them. Generally, a summoning necromancer can command an undead army the size of a platoon, and as their summoning skills improve, the size of their army increases. Simon asks Fear about the necromancers who graduated from Kizan Academy, assuming there must be many high-level necromancers from such a prestigious institution. Fear explains that while these necromancers can manage an army the size of a corps, he often finds them inefficient. This inefficiency arises because all undead led by necromancers are classified as the summoned type. Fear elaborates that summoned undead operate by drawing on the darkness of their summoner. Both summoning and controlling the undead drain the necromancer's darkness and mental strength. As the size of the undead army grows, so does the burden on the necromancer. Simon recalls that the headache he experienced earlier when his skeleton was destroyed was likely caused by using his darkness. Summoned creatures are directly linked to their necromancer, and any significant damage to them places a burden on the summoner. However, Fear notes that the undead of the battalion operates differently. They use their own independent magic, meaning there are no limitations on the number of undead a battalion can field. This allows a commander to lead an infinite army without being constrained by their own darkness. Fear then asks Simon if he has ever heard the story of a necromancer commanding a massive undead army. He explains that such necromancers were likely battalion commanders. Simon finally realizes the gravity of his new role. He is one of the 7 commanders. Simon thanks Fear for answering his questions. Now that the contract is finalized, Fear asks if they should discuss their future plans. He inquires whether Simon plans to leave school. Simon replies that he has no intention of quitting for now, as it would go against his father's wishes, and he still has much to learn. Simon then asks Fear what makes their situation so unique. Fear explains that Simon's battalion is currently a public enemy of necromancers. In other words, they are a wanted group, primarily because of crimes committed by Simon's father, Richard. Hearing this, Simon recalls how his father could never enter the territory of the Dresden Kingdom, likely for the same reason. Simon asks Fear what crimes his father committed. Fear reveals that Richard committed an unforgivable act in the world of black magic. His crime was treachery. Richard fell in love with a priest, a member of a faction that had been at war with necromancers for centuries. At the height of this conflict, Richard ordered his battalion to protect his lover and attack fellow necromancers who sought to kill her. Many necromancers died as a result, and an order was issued to exterminate Richard's battalion. That order remains in effect, even after the battalion's dissolution. Simon then asks if Fear harbors hatred for his father. Fear responds that the battalion does not feel emotions like resentment. However, if Simon were to follow in his father's footsteps, it would infuriate him. Fear reassures Simon that he doesn't need to feel guilty, as the actions were the will of their former leader. Despite this, Fear begins ranting about how terrible Richard was. Midway through his tirade, Fear realizes he is speaking to Richard's son. His realization escalates into a panic when he deduces that Simon's mother is the priest Richard protected. Simon smiles and confirms Fear's guess, revealing that his mother's name is Anna Valentia. Fear begins screaming in shock, demanding to know what Simon just said. Fear begins to break down as he realizes the new leader of the battalion is the son of both his old friend and his nemesis. Simon awkwardly watches him have a meltdown, unsure of what to do. He smiles again and says he's looking forward to working together. Fear screams at him, telling him to stop smiling because he resembles his mother. Eventually, Fear pulls himself together, accepting that the situation cannot be changed. They return to discussing their future plans. Fear advises Simon to focus on acquiring knowledge and growing stronger at the academy. He warns him to keep the battalion a secret and avoid drawing attention to himself. Since he is Richard's son, it's inevitable that the adults will be suspicious of him. Moreover, there's no telling how necromancers would react if they discovered a freshman was leading a battalion. Simon asks if this means that stronger necromancers might come after him. Fear nods, emphasizing that this is why Simon needs to become more powerful. He must absorb all the knowledge he can at the academy, ensuring the battalion slowly recovers its former glory. With the special circumstances they now have, Fear proposes an idea. Turning to a skeleton rat, Fear orders it to bring a lamp. Simon, curious, asks if Fear can control his skeletons as well. Fear explains that since they share the same darkness, all the undead Simon summons with his darkness belong to the battalion. While Simon is the first in command, Fear has secondary authority. However, the skeletons aren't yet incorporated into the battalion. Fear places his hand on the skeleton's skull and begins channeling darkness into it. The skeleton floats into the air, enveloped in darkness. When it lands, Fear announces that it is now part of the battalion. Simon examines the skeleton but doesn't notice any significant changes. However, when he looks into its eyes, he sees a dark flare. The skeleton now has a core. Simon points out that he can't bring the skeleton to school since it would draw attention. Fear reassures him that not all undead need to be incorporated into the battalion. Unless an undead has existed for a long time, like Fear himself, summoned undead are more effective in battles. He advises Simon to leave the skeleton at the base and continue using summoned undead at school as he always has. When the duration of Simon's undead expires or they become severely damaged, Fear explains that Simon can bring them back to him to incorporate them into the battalion and station them at their base. Fear advises Simon to grow stronger, noting that summoning exceptional undead will increase the battalion's overall power. Simon observes that the skeleton rat now behaves more like a natural animal. Fear explains that it shares certain traits with natural undead. But since Fear holds authority over it, the skeleton rat will come to him immediately if summoned. He then asks Simon how long he has been at the academy. Simon replies that it has only been 3 days. Fear informs him that within just a few days, first-year students at Kizan usually begin receiving tasks. He predicts Simon will receive his first assignment soon. Students can travel to places like Roke Island and other parts of the continent via teleportation. When that happens, he plans to accompany him, providing an opportunity to operate the battalion and gather scattered forces across the continent. Simon is surprised by how much Fear knows about Kizan. Fear reveals that he spent his life observing Simon's father during his time at the academy, including how he managed the battalion. Fear then asks Simon if he would like to hear more about his father's methods. Simon eagerly agrees, and they begin talking. Simon asks why the undead controlled by summoners sometimes behave unpredictably. Fear explains that it's due to the summoner's lack of understanding of the undead. Undead cannot be judged by common knowledge. What drives them is a strong nether will. When Simon looks confused, Fear elaborates, likening it to an unshakable determination. For example, If a summoner harbors intense hatred towards someone and wishes harm upon them daily, the undead near them will reflect that will. Even in the summoner's absence, the undead will act on that hatred, pursuing the target relentlessly. Fear reassures Simon that he will guide him through these nuances, so there's no need to worry. He then begins teaching Simon how to issue attack orders to the undead. Fear emphasizes that Simon must focus and strengthen his will, no matter who the target is. To demonstrate, Fear asks Simon to imagine the wall behind him as his enemy, and to channel all his hatred toward it. As Simon stares intensely at the wall, the skeleton rat suddenly leaps at it and self-destructs. Fear explains that a top-class necromancer can convey their will effectively, even when giving simple commands. He stresses the importance of using negative emotions, as they are the most powerful motivators for the undead. Fear then instructs Simon to command the skeleton to stop. Simon tries several times, but the skeleton refuses to obey. Frustrated, Simon lets out a deafening scream, and the skeleton freezes immediately. Fear is impressed, realizing Simon has just used an absolute command, a technique that demonstrates remarkable potential. He finally realizes that Simon is no ordinary boy. Simon feels like a mess because he struggles to control his undead properly. However, Fear reassures him that he did well. He tells him that he needs to train so he can command his undead with a single order. Suddenly, Simon feels dizzy, and Fear explains it's due to stress and the shock of what he just experienced. After a short break, Simon decides to return to Kizan since he only has permission to stay outside for a day. Fear gives him a small coin-shaped device and tells Simon he can use it to contact him anytime. Simon thanks Fear and promises to visit next weekend. He wears the device as a badge when he returns to Kizan. Fear is overly excited to be back in Kizan. He can't wait to see what will happen to the students after the protection period ends. When Simon asks him what he means, Fear teases him about the upcoming hellish exam. The night before, Hayward begins briefing our boy about all the lectures. Monday's morning and afternoon classes are on elementary black magic, which includes the infamous group assignment. Hayward explains that the group setup lasts the whole semester, so choosing the right members is vital for survival. Groups consist of 4 people, and it's best if each member excels in different subjects. Hayward mentions that he is average in other subjects but good in darkness dynamic, while Simon is better in summonology, so they already make a good team. He gives him a detailed review of the 9 subjects. The subjects they have to study in the first grade include catarology, darkness dynamics, summonology, spiritology, hematology, toxicology, magical combat, defense against holiness, and elementary black magic. Catarology, summonology, and darkness dynamics weigh the most in the final grade, making them the 3 core studies of necromancers. They are already good at 2 of these subjects, so Hayward suggests finding someone good at catarology. When Simon asks him about the final group member, he tells him that spiritology, hematology, toxicology, magical combat, etc. are auxiliary subjects that can't be majored, so they are better off skipping those. Most of the kids interested in magical combat are dedicated only to that subject, so they will have bad grades in others. They don't need those students in their group. On the other hand, kids who aim to major in catarology are usually good at defense against the holiness. Similarly, hematology has a lot of similarities with toxicology. Bro is just yapping at this point. Keeping in mind all of this, Hayward has come up with a list of students that they should aim to put in their group. If they can't convince their first choice, they move on to the second student. Since they have the special admission #1 student in their group, it won't be that difficult to recruit others. All this talk makes Simon a bit too motivated. On exam day, my boy has the exact opposite reaction. Jane Olivia, the vice chancellor, is overseeing the exam. All the students fear her since she can expel even 3rd grade students. She warns Hayward about chatting during the test and reminds everyone to focus. Since all the students appear confused by her presence, she explains that she is officially in charge of Class 1A this semester. She tells all of them to work hard and not disappoint her with the gaps in their skills. Simon struggles with the questions given in the exam. He realizes that having a battalion means nothing since it wouldn't allow him to get good grades. However, he refuses to give up and decides to try his best to adapt to life at Kizan. After the exam, Jane and her assistants begin grading. Soon after, Nephthys shows up like a Pokemon. She says that she is only here to hang out but gets hit with a karate chop on the head. Jane sends the 2 assistants away and asks Nephthys to grade the exam since she is also here. As she is grading all the papers, Jane gets stuck on one specific paper. The student got most of the basic questions wrong, but he dared to solve the hardest question at the end. Jane asks Nephthys why she actually assigned her to this class and shows her Simon's paper. Nephthys smirks, hinting she placed him there deliberately. Nephthys asks Jane why all the names of the students are hidden. She tells her that it's a blind evaluation to prevent any bias. Nephthys thinks that she is going overboard since this is just the first test of the semester. Jane tells her that it might just be a test, but she has already made some interesting discoveries. The paper that Nephthys is grading has question number 2 in toxicology, regarding the ingredients correct, but at the same time got the comparison question wrong. On the other hand, the paper she has is the complete opposite. The The student got most of their basic questions wrong, but they still decided to solve the hardest question. Moreover, the formulas they used were mostly wrong and all over the place. It seems like the student didn't undergo any prep classes and just came up with the answer based on their own deduction and last week's classes. They even used a summonology formula to calculate the amount of darkness. The correct answer to the question is 1,200,000. The student's answer is 1,200,146. Even though it is not really the exact answer, the student still managed to get close with just their deduction. Jane removes the sheet hiding the name of the student and asks Nephthys why she assigned her to a class with this particular student. Nephthys gives her a smile and says that she has no idea what she is talking about. Later, the exam results are posted. All the students discuss their results, and some even think about changing majors. Simon is shocked by his scores since his only above-average score is in summonology. Hayward tries to cheer him up and tells him that he has a high score in summonology. He says that it's impressive for someone without prior preparation. Hayward's own average is 70, with darkness dynamics being his best subject. Simon feels betrayed that Hayward is better at academics than he lets on, but Hayward tells him that he only studies enough to not get expelled. However, they now have a bit of an issue with their plan since the results are published already. They may have trouble recruiting even a single member with their current scores. Jane gives them 30 minutes to finalize groups and reminds them that their groups will stay the same throughout the semester. They will get group assignments that can only be solved by working with other group members, which means that poor teamwork will affect their grades. All the students immediately start looking for good group members. Simon notices that their top choices, Jamie and Claudia, are already invited to other groups, while their third and fourth choices, Rosenthal and Catherine, have also teamed up. He tries to calm himself since there is no group of 4 at the moment. The most important subject their group needs is catarology. He notices that most groups with 3 or more members have average scores, while the top-performing students in the class are still observing their options. Without wasting more time, Simon approaches Malin, the student with the highest average score of over 90, and asks her to join his group. The class is shocked by his boldness. Malin calls Simon funny and questions if he thinks his special admission is a free pass. She tells him that she only trusts numbers and points out Simon's low average score of 30. When she asks if he's serious about inviting her to his group, Simon confidently replies that he is. He tells her that she is lacking in summonology since it is the only subject where she scored in the 80s. Malin gets a bit annoyed and says that her score is still far higher than his. However, our boy decides to risk it all and bets that he will surpass her in summonology in a single month. If he fails, he vows to quit Kizan. Malin is stunned by his audacity and thinks he must be crazy. She asks him to take back his promise to avoid embarrassing himself, but Simon refuses. Malin debates the situation internally. She is determined to maintain her top rank this semester and sees Hector as her biggest rival. While she is confident about beating him in written exams, she worries about falling behind in combat and performance assessments. To outshine Hector, she realizes she needs to dominate group lectures. Since summonology is her weakest subject, Simon might be her best chance given that he defeated him without a prep class. After some thought, Malin asks Simon if he's certain he can keep his promise. Simon assures her he will, no matter what. Reluctantly, Malin agrees to join his group. Hayward hugs him joyfully at the news. When Malin asks who Hayward is, Simon introduces him as their teammate and tells her not to worry. She glares at him and says that she has already committed to this, so she can't do much, but if he gets in her way, she won't forgive him. My man Hayward catching strays. Curious, Malin asks Hayward about his darkness dynamics score. He replies with a modest 74, and Malin remarks that it's not bad. Hayward laughs, calling her picky, and asks who they should recruit as their final member. Malin suggests they look for someone skilled in hematology since it's time-consuming and requires meticulous calculations. Hayward confidently tells them to sit back and relax while he finds the perfect candidate. As he leaves, other students begin gossiping about how the top 2 students, Malin and Simon, are now in the same group. They still think that there is some hope because Simon doesn't look that promising at the moment. Malin asks Simon where his family is from, as she has never heard his name before. Simon explains that he is the heir to a barony in the Baldwin Kingdom, where his family manages Les Hill. When Simon questions Malin about her background, she proudly states that her family has deep ties to the Ivory Tower. Simon recalls that Cern, the second-ranked special admission student, is also from the Ivory Tower, but Malin quickly cuts him off. Simon wonders if mentioning Cern was a mistake. The two of them sit silently for a bit. Soon after, Hayward arrives with their 4th member for hematology, a girl named Kamabara's Ursula, who has 87 points in the subject. She introduces herself as Kami, and thanks them for letting her join the group. She bows down and pledges to try her best. Simon tells her that she doesn't need to be so polite since they are all in the same group. However, she reveals that she is just 16 years old. Malin immediately remembers the renowned vampire family associated with the name Ursula, but Hayward seems shocked that a member of this esteemed family is at Kizan. Kami explains that her mother is a regular human, which causes Hayward to apologize. Simon thinks to himself that Kami is an illegitimate child of the vampire family, which likely explains why her history is rarely mentioned. Hayward then shares his story, stating that he is a commoner and the son of the owner of the White Cow Merchant Group. Kami is astonished since the White Cow is one of the largest merchant groups. Hayward clarifies that as the third of 8 siblings, the family's attention and resources go toward his eldest brother. He explains that his family sees him as only slightly talented in black magic, which is why they sent him to Kazan. Hayward's goal is to graduate properly, identify the needs of necromancers for market research, and eventually create his own merchant group to earn his family's respect. As they talk, an assistant of Professor Jane hands the group a form to fill out with their team name and leader. He tells them that the group name is not that important, but they should definitely pick a leader. Malin snatches the paper from Simon and begins filling out the form. When Simon asks if she wants to be the leader, she confidently says yes and writes her name. They decide on Team 7 as their group name, with subjects including catarology, summonology, darkness dynamics, and hematology. The classroom grows noisy as other students argue over forming groups. Hayward notices the rising tension and feels relieved that their group is already complete. Simon observes how harsh students can be during group formations, but Hayward explains that this is normal during the student protection period. He warns that anyone who doesn't fight hard risks falling behind and being forced to leave Kazan. Professor Jane then announces that the 30-minute group formation period is over. She calls forward students who haven't joined a group. 3 students specializing in darkness dynamics step up, and Jane advises them to divide other subjects among themselves to balance their scores. Jane then announces the upcoming group performance assessment in their next elementary black magic class. The assessment task involves hunting a cyclops in Kazan's underground dungeon. The students wonder if they can even hunt cyclopes with their current skill level. Jane tells the class to keep quiet, and explains that they will enter the underground dungeons in Kazan with their teammates to defeat cyclopes. Each group must work together, but only one member will directly face the cyclops. The other 3 will support the fighter by weakening the monster or providing aid. Jane clarifies that support skills like binding, blinding, bleeding via hematology, and poisoning via toxicology are allowed. Summoned creatures can also attack the Cyclops, but direct offensive magic, including black magic, is forbidden. She mentions that the fighting member will wear a protective vest with a barrier spell for safety. Jane explains that their grades will depend on the Cyclops hunt's success, factoring in speed, stability, teamwork, creativity, and mastery of black magic techniques. In order to defeat the monster, they will have to improve their capabilities to the max. She then asks the students if they have any questions. One girl named Jaime raises her hand and asks if the monster they are going to fight will be an actual cyclopes, or just a simulated one. The professor clarifies that the monster will be a living, breathing cyclopes, and even instructs them to sign a life waiver form before the assessment. Another student asks her what would happen if they fail to hunt the cyclopes, to which she tells them that it will result in them getting the lowest grade. There are 3 ways to fail the test. First, if the fighter can't continue the battle. Second, if the professor or safety guard decides the fight is unsafe to continue. Third, if any team member gives up. Malin suggests they carefully plan their strategy against the Cyclops. Simon is excited about the test, while Hayward considers who should be their fighter. Malin confidently says she will fight since she is the strongest. Simon questions if the test favors students skilled in magical combat, and Kami agrees, pointing out that Cyclops' attacks are too powerful to block effectively with black magic. She suggests dodging the attacks, but Malin thinks the opposite. She believes magical combat students may favor physical attacks, but those won't work well against the Cyclops' thick skin. Hayward agrees with her and mentions that even with enhanced strength, stamina would be a problem. Kami asks Malin if she has a plan, and Malin says she does. Jane explains the upcoming schedule. In the first class, teams will present their strategies for fighting the Cyclops. In the second class, students will get hands-on experience in a virtual battle, and the third class will be the actual battle. After that, Jane advises all of them to discuss their strategies among their groups during the remaining time of the class. Malin shares her strategy with the group and shows them a spell called Dark Flare. Hayward and Simon are surprised to see that she knows such a spell. Malin plans to burn the Cyclops with Dark Flare while the rest of the group weakens it with curses like Exhaust. Hayward reminds Malin that teamwork is part of the evaluation. Her plan might highlight her efforts, but it leaves the others with little to do, which could hurt their teamwork score. Malin turns back and asks him if he has a better idea. Simon asks if she can cast Dark Flare while dodging the Cyclops' attacks. Malin admits she might struggle with that, recalling how she fell behind in physical tasks during combat training. However, she insists that if their curses are effective, she won't need to dodge. Hayward points out that curses aren't their specialty, and reminds her that she is the group's expert in catarology. Simon steps in with a new idea. If summoning creatures is allowed, he can distract the Cyclops while Hayward and Kami use their skills to support the fight. When Simon asks Kami about her role, she says hematology is quick and adaptable, so she will focus on curses. Since there is not much left to do, Hayward plans to practice exhaust all week to strengthen his contribution. As the bell rings, Jane reminds the students to prepare a 10-minute presentation for the next class. Their strategy must clearly explain each member's role and the black magic techniques they will use. After their class ends, Hayward thinks to himself how Simon can sometimes just think of solutions and lead his teammates naturally. He suggests they go to the cafeteria to eat the hamburger steak. All of them leave without Malin causing her to have a breakdown. She asks them how they can be so mean, and they tell her that she should have stuck with them since it was a limited time offer. The next class is toxicology, and the professor introduces himself as Lang Strauss. Bro is on 1 HP. All the students get bored immediately after the class begins, since they are just learning about some chemical reactions. The students immediately get up when the professor tells them that they will be making some low-grade poisons now. However, he starts coughing and one of the assistants urges him to take some rest. She sends him off and takes over the class for the day. After the professor leaves, she throws one of the books at a student who is sleeping in class. Everyone immediately wakes up as they hear the assistant screaming. She scolds them for acting so rudely in front of a professor. Francesca criticizes the students for being rude and reminds them to mind their manners. She informs them that she will be teaching their class today instead of Professor Strauss. The lesson is about making a low-grade poison potion. Assistants hand out materials, and Francesca explains that the key to making this potion isn't about controlling ingredient amounts or the order, but following precise steps. She instructs the class to light the candle under their cauldrons, wait for the water to boil, and then add salamander and barley powder. The students follow along, but Simon complains about the smell. Hayward notices Simon's potion emits green smoke while his own is blue. Francesca tells the class that blue smoke means their potion will cause neural paralysis, while green smoke indicates a potion that induces severe headaches and hallucinations, making it useful against magicians and necromancers. Students with green smoke are told to remove their jackets, place them on chairs, and wait for additional ingredients. She instructs everyone to skim off the thin layer of oil from their potion, explaining that vegetable fats reduce the poison's effectiveness. She then tells them to stir the solution until it becomes sticky, warning them to monitor the fire, as excessive heat can ruin the potion. A student asks if it's normal for her potion to turn yellow. Francesca praises her, explaining that yellow signifies the highest quality for poison potions. She claims that she should be able to sell this quality of potion in the market. Another student tells her that her potion changed from blue smoke to green. This probably means that the ingredients at the bottom floated up and changed the effect of her potion, so she asks the assistants to give her some additional ingredients. Seeing the professor helping every student, Hayward tells Simon that he has finally figured out the reason why Professor Strauss is able to survive in Kiezen for this long. It is probably because of his talented assistant. As they talk, Simon notices a green poison in the distance. Hayward asks Simon if they can use their potions in the Cyclops battle, but Malin dismisses the idea. She tells them that low-grade potions are ineffective against large monsters like the Cyclops. While flipping through his textbook, Simon finds a potion recipe using Lahark mushrooms, which he remembers from meals his mother used to make. He shows the recipe to Malin, who agrees it could work. This potion, called Nervier, temporarily paralyzes tendons and contracts muscles. It's effective against small and medium-sized monsters at level 3 or higher. They plan to wound the Cyclops with a summoned creature and pour the potion into the wound. However, gathering the ingredients is their biggest challenge. Cammy tells them that they can find basic ingredients locally, but items like Lehark mushrooms, blood slime, and silk vines are harder to obtain. Hayward tells them that he can go to Rochester and ask around for the ingredients. Simon volunteers to gather Lehark mushrooms, as he knows where to find them near the Forbidden Forest. Everyone looks at him in shock as they hear about the Forbidden Forest. He assures them that it won't take long since the mushrooms are located near the entrance of the forest. Simon reasons that Hayward is also taking a risk by going to Rochester, so he should be doing this much for the group. Malin warns him about monster attacks, so Kami decides to go with him for safety. Simon agrees, but he tells them that they should leave immediately if things seem dangerous. Hayward takes on the task of finding blood slimes and silk vines, while Malin gathers the basic ingredients and reserves the lab. They plan to meet at the lab in the evening with everything ready. Unbeknownst to them, a hooded student sitting behind overhears their plan. After class, the student heads to Hector and tells him that he has got some valuable information for him. Later at night, Simon and Cammy venture into the Forbidden Forest. Hayward shows them both a secret passage that leads outside. He tells them that the guards near the Forbidden Forest just finished their patrol, so they won't be back for a while. However, they can never be completely certain, so they should make it back quickly. As they part ways, Simon notices that Kami looks a bit too excited. She tells him that she loves taking walks at night, which reminds him that she is a vampire. As they continue talking, she thanks him for helping her during the magical combat class. She reveals that she couldn't jump on the hippo and all the other students ignored her. She thought that it was bound to happen since the academy was so competitive, but he still reached his arm out to help her. Simon tries to play it cool and tells her that it's what he had to do, but she cuts him off and tells him that it makes him incredible. Simon gets a bit nervous and tries changing the topic. They finally find a bunch of mushrooms and decide to take all of them. Kami asks Simon why he came to Kaizen. He tells her that he initially came to the academy because of his parents, but now he has goals of his own, and he wants to become a necromancer. As he asks her about her reason, they hear a noise nearby and immediately hide. They both can hear the sound of guards. If the guards catch them, they may not be safe even during the student protection period. It didn't make sense for them to patrol at this time, so Simon thinks that it must be an emergency search. Kami starts to cry as she is scared. He assures her that they will get out since he has an idea. He then calls out to Fear and tells him that he is in a bit of trouble. After preparing everything, he orders the two skeletons to run in opposite directions. As the guards start chasing the skeletons, Kami and Simon make their way out. Unfortunately for them, the guard dogs pick up their scent and start chasing after them. Simon asks Kami to use some spells on the dogs to slow them down. She uses one of her spells to stop them, but the guards show up and start shooting arrows at them. Kami starts to panic as she realizes that the arrows are real, but Simon assures her that the guards won't hurt them since they have seen their uniforms. As the guards try chasing after them, Simon uses the stones they gathered to block their vision. They then reach the end of the hill. Simon asks Kami if she can use the leaping technique they learned during their magical combat class. She starts shaking and tells him that she can't. Suddenly she smiles and says that she is okay and won't tell on him even if she is caught. Simon apologizes to her and picks her up in his arms. He then jumps to the other side of the mountain using the darkness. As he puts her down, she loses her mind since she really thought she was going to get caught. Simon is surprised that she was willing to let herself get caught when she was this scared. He smiles and tells her that they've lost the guards so they should return to school. She looks up and thanks him for everything he did for her. On their way back to school, Kami asks if they might be lost. Simon assures her they're heading in the right direction. Suddenly, Kami hears voices. Simon guesses they might be owls, but Kami insists it's a human voice. They cautiously peek through the bushes and are shocked by what they see. Kami is terrified to spot a priest praying in front of a large cross. Simon grows uneasy, wondering why a priest would be on Raj Island. Before they can retreat, the priest notices them. Simon quickly tells Kami to run, but the priest stops them using dark magic. Realizing the priest is not an ordinary one, Simon understands he's dealing with a traitor from Kaizen. Kami also notices that the priest is using both darkness and holiness. Simon tells her that it is probably a traitor, but the powers he is using are supposed to clash. He can't make sense of the situation but knows one thing for sure. If they're caught, they're doomed. He grabs Kami's hand and starts running. The priest tries to stop them by attacking and sending flying crosses that cut Kami's leg and Simon's shoulder. Suddenly chains shoot out which capture Kami and tie her to a tree. The priest then turns his focus to Simon, but he dodges the attacks and summons a sword to defend himself. However, his sword shatters when it comes in contact with the chains. Desperate, Simon leaps in the air and tries to attack the priest using his darkness. The attack is aimed to reveal the identity of the priest, but it narrowly misses. This makes the priest even more furious, and she summons hundreds of crosses in the air. As Simon looks up, he realizes that he can't handle all this by himself. He smiles as he shows his badge to the priest. In an instant, Fear appears behind the priest and launches an attack. The priest narrowly escapes using a shield. Fear tells Simon to back off and says that this fight is beyond him. He laughs as he continues battling the priest, since it's been a long time since his last battle. As the two of them fight, Simon checks on Kami. He is relieved to find her only lightly injured, but she is still unconscious. While Fear is dealing with the priest, he uses this opportunity to grab her and runs for his life. While he is running, Fear communicates with him and tells him that the priest is incredibly strong. He guesses that she may be at the level of a professor. Since his powers are still sealed, he isn't as strong as her. Simon tells him that he has an idea and to follow his lead. Fear knows that he must have some clever idea because he is Richard's son, so he agrees. Simon hears a huge explosion behind him, followed by the sound of the guards. He smiles and tells Fear to come back since the guards will be going after the priest. He asks him if he is okay, and Fear tells him that he can take this much. Since Kami is still unconscious, he grabs them both and starts moving at an incredibly fast speed. He takes them both out of the forest, but he can't carry them further since there is a wide-range detection spell ahead. Simon is still shaken, but he still thanks him for saving them. Fear starts walking away and tells him that he has just made a contract with him, so he can't afford to lose him already. Now that they are out of danger, Simon thinks about his next move. He wonders if he can take Kami back to the Academy's central ward, since they will definitely question him about it, and they might get into bigger trouble. Moreover, the priest could have seen their faces, and since she is a traitor, he can't trust any of the doctors. He needs Kami to get treated by someone they can trust. After thinking, Simon knocks on the door of the night duty staff. He goes to the same girl who helped them in finding their room. The girl screams as she sees them both injured. She asks him what happened and says that girls are not allowed into the boys' dorm. Moreover, since Kami is hurt, she suggests taking her to the ward. Simon tells her that he can't take her to the ward, and he can't explain the reason behind it either, but he still needs her help. The girl thinks for a moment, and then asks him to put Kami on one of the beds. While she is looking at her injuries, she asks him what happened. Even though most of her wounds are light, she still has a deep cut on her leg. She tells him that if he had a fight with some student, they should resolve it during the protection period. Simon clenches his fist and tells her that they didn't fight. He apologizes to her and says that he can't reveal anything. The girl trusts him, so she doesn't try to push him for answers. She simply tells him that their health is the most important thing, and they should think about staying healthy before trying to survive in school. After treating him, she tells him that since Kami isn't seriously injured, she will ask someone to just take her back to the girls' dorm. Simon thanks her for all her help and leaves. The girl sighs and wonders how long he will be able to stay in this school. Hayward immediately hugs Simon while crying as he sees him. Simon tells him to calm down since they are both fine. He says that they were just chased by some guards and asks what happened to him and Malin. Hayward tells him that he was also chased by the guards but managed to get inside. Moreover, he spoke to Malin and told her about the guards, so she suggested postponing the plan till tomorrow. She looked a bit hurt when he told her about it, but she understood when she heard about the guards. Simon suggests going back to sleep since Kami has also returned to her dorm. He later thinks about her and how shocked she must have been after seeing the priest. He saw his mom praying before, so it wasn't strange for him. He decides to talk to her tomorrow. He meets Kami tomorrow, who appears as bright as ever. He asks her how she is, tells him that last night almost seemed like a dream. To her, it still didn't feel real. Simon thinks that it's a good thing if it will help her to handle the shock. He grabs her and asks her not to say anything about this to anyone since the priest might not have seen her face. He tells her that he will find out the identity of the priest. Hearing this, Kami urges that she also wants to join him. She says that whatever happened, it happened to both of them, so he shouldn't leave her out. Simon agrees, but they can't really do anything for now, so he tells her that he will let her know when he needs her help. He then sits in Professor Bahill's class, who tells the class that they will be practicing with an easier curse this time. The curse he is talking about is called the transfer curse. The curse allows the user to transmit their darkness to an object. He tells them that their task is to make the magic circle float without a correction device. They should then use the curse to bloom the plants placed in front of them. Simon tries making the magic circle float, but he just can't make it work. Professor Bahill comes to his help and asks him how he is doing. As he tries explaining, the professor cuts him off and instructs him to use his core. He explains that he is inexperienced in using his core, so his darkness is not solid enough for the magic circle to take a concrete shape. Using the core is considered basic, so they don't teach it at the academy. Moreover, everyone has different ways of operating. He puts his hand on Simon's shoulder and transfers a curse to him. He tells him that most people think of curses as something negative, but that is not true. The curse he just applied to him maximizes the senses of a person. It can help a lost student like him to find their way. After maximizing his senses, the professor asks him to try again. Simon can feel the difference clearly. Professor Bahill tells him that his darkness is different from others, and it becomes useless if he just simply tries to pull it out. Instead, he should think about it like circulation. He should think of his core as a living creature and wait until the darkness naturally comes out of his body. The professor shows him a demonstration and casts his darkness outside. He then instructs Simon to try it out by himself. Our boy closes his eyes and puts all of his focus on his core. As the darkness begins to flow out, the professor decreases the curse's effectiveness by 50%. He tells him that the darkness can remember its flow. It's almost like the movement of one's hands. After a certain amount of time, you don't even need to think about it. Therefore, it is important to not develop any bad habits early on. The professor then asks him to cast the curse on the plant. Simon looks a bit nervous, but he assures him that he will aid him if something goes wrong. Simon completes the magic circle using his darkness and activates the curse on the plant. In mere seconds, the plant blooms into an entire tree, shocking both Simon and Hayward. Professor Bahill calmly tells him that this is the potential that he is holding. All he did was assist him so he could stably output his powers. He tells him that he just witnessed what he will be able to do in the near future because his darkness is special. He hopes that he will think about it thoroughly and pick the direction he wants to take in order to fully utilize his darkness. Simon asks the professor if he can give him any feedback on the curse he just cast. Professor Bahill is impressed that he can look at himself objectively without getting carried away by a good performance. He tells him that his curse is lacking emotions. Simon asks him if it's the same way as when making orders to the undead. Hearing this, the professor looks at him with a terrifying expression and then goes back to normal. He smiles and tells him that it's similar. Meanwhile, Simon is still shocked by the expression he just made. As the professor is walking away, Hayward calls him out and asks him if he can assist him as well, since it isn't easy to make the plant bloom. The professor smiles again and tells him that he shouldn't wait to be spoon-fed since it is the mindset of a lazy beginner. Simon excitedly thinks about what the professor just told him. In their next class, Hayward asks Kami if she also thinks that the professors are favoring Simon more than anyone. In their previous class, Professor Bahill was super nice to him, which allowed him to master the curse. Moreover, in this class, Professor Hongpeng corrected his form by herself. It almost felt like she was giving him a private lesson. Professor Hongpeng instructs Simon to stand firm on his toes and follow her guidance. Simon does as she says and uses the darkness to kick. She acknowledges his effort with a compliment on his pivoting, but points out that 4 of his basic postures are incorrect. She advises him to keep his gaze fixed on the target and engage his lower back properly. Simon apologizes and promises to be more careful next time. The professor reassures Simon that he's doing well overall. It's just that he needs more practice. Seeing Hayward like that, Malin tells him to focus on improving his performance and earning the professor's favor instead of holding grudges. He tells her that he is not holding a grudge, but only asking questions. He then turns the tables on Malin, teasing her about being labeled a problem student for trying to lift the exhaust curse in their last class. Malin angrily denies the claim, and the two of them start arguing. Poor Kami tries to intervene, but it's no use. Soon Simon shows up and they stop. Malin asks him for help, saying he's good at magical combat. Since Professor Hongpeng won't help her, she wants Simon to teach her instead. She explains that she needs to prepare for her performance assessment against the Cyclops and wants to improve her speed and earn better grades. Simon assures her she doesn't need to explain everything, and he was going to teach her anyway. He instructs her to get into position, but her posture looks awkward. Simon tells her she's too stiff and lacks confidence. He encourages her to relax and stand naturally, gathering the darkness around her waist and holding it there. She hesitantly tries to kick, but it's way off. He asks her to kick using her core strength and put the darkness behind her thigh after turning. As he keeps on correcting her from a distance, she loses her patience and asks him why can't he just show her by touching her. Everyone goes silent for a moment, and the girls start making weird connections between them. Simon grabs her leg and points out the exact spot to focus her darkness and helps her concentrate on channeling her power. He asked her to try again and focus on what he just taught her. Malin manages to improve but falls over in the process. Simon praises her progress despite the fall. Suddenly, a group of girls from their class gathers around Simon, asking if he can teach them his technique too. Later he sits in Professor Aaron's class as he teaches them about the restoring force. He explains that the biggest advantage of skeletons is their ability to regenerate. To demonstrate, he summons a skeleton and shows how, even when its bones are scattered by a strong shock, residual darkness allows them to reform. He explains that activating the darkness and maximizing its attraction property can restore the skeleton to its original structure. While the students practice with the rat skeletons, Simon is busy reading a book. Malin notices and asks if he thinks it's fine to slack off. In response, Simon effortlessly restores his skeleton, leaving her stunned by his skill. Still, she warns him not to get overconfident and reminds him of his promise. He reassures her that he will get a better score than her no matter what it takes. She tells him that she could have gotten 90 on the summonology test, but she couldn't solve the last question. Hearing this, Simon tells her that the question was easy. She doesn't believe that he solved it when he didn't even take any prep classes and asks him for his answer. Her entire expression changes as he reveals his answer. As the two of them are talking, Professor Aaron shows up and asks Simon what he is doing. He tells him that he was able to restore the skeleton, so he was just looking at the materials of the upcoming lecture. The professor stares at him for a second and asks him to stay after class. Malin thinks that he is in trouble for talking during the class, so she apologizes to him. After all the other students leave, Professor Aaron asks him to follow him outside. He tells him that he can't stand students who don't learn in his class even though they are willing. The professor then asks him to take out his skeleton and destroy it. He then instructs him to restore it back. Simon quickly restores the skeleton since he already knows the technique. Seeing this, the professor tells him that he will teach him a skill above restoration. Simon is confused since he thinks that he is in trouble for not paying attention during class. Professor Aaron tells him that it's nothing but an extra lesson for him. He explains that it's the role of a professor to offer additional lessons to students who excel beyond the regular curriculum. This excites Simon, who eagerly listens as Aaron begins the lesson. He then directs Simon to take his position and asks him to not make him stay here any longer than necessary. To start, the professor reveals a skeleton crafted from demon bones and asks Simon to observe closely. He demonstrates various skills: bone piercing, which is an offensive technique using restoration. He also shows him a binding skill that traps a squirrel in a bone prison, and a defensive technique that forms bone armor around the user. He tells him that depending on the skill of the necromancer, the skeleton can become their weapon, jail, or armor. Simon finds these skills fascinating. All of these are advanced applications of restoration. Though typically taught in the second year, Aaron decides to teach these techniques to Simon due to his exceptional talent in restoration. Aaron first instructs Simon to attempt bone piercing, but points out a flaw in Simon's restoration technique. He explains that Simon focuses restoration on the skull, waiting for the skeleton to fully assemble before moving it. Instead, Simon needs to guide the restoration process from the beginning, summoning the skeleton to a desired location. Simon recalls hearing similar advice from Fear and thinks about using it in a similar way to how he controlled the skeleton. When Simon practices summoning the skeleton in front of him, Aaron tells him that his speed is not terribly slow and moves on to the next step. This was a compliment, by the way. Simon dismantles the skeleton as instructed, and Aaron explains the difference between restoration and bone piercing. While restoration reassembles the skeleton, bone piercing uses restoration energy to attack. Eren advises Simon to practice tilting the bones during restoration, which sharpens their edges for offensive use. Eren demonstrates this by focusing darkness along a bone to create a blade-like edge, and even binds Simon's hands with bones to show how they can immobilize enemies. He tells him to think of bones as weapons or tools for binding, even if they lack sharp edges. Simon begins practicing and destroys a bamboo shoot by squeezing it with bones. Eren explains that he is still simply choking his enemy with the bones, but since he can repurpose the destroyed skeleton as an attack, it gives him more options. He tells him to continue practicing so he can use it in an actual battle. As the lesson concludes, Eren mentions hearing that Professor Jane chose Cyclops hunting as the performance assessment. He asks Simon if he is going to be the attacker, but he tells him that his teammate Malin will be the one fighting. Eren agrees that supporting teammates is just as important and encourages Simon to learn from observing. Before leaving, he reminds him that this is nothing more than an additional lesson for him. After the session, Simon returns to his friends, who are curious about what happened. They ask if Iran punished him. Hayward especially is the most curious since he heard that the physical punishment in Kizan starts with whipping. Simon reassures them it was just an extra lesson. They are still not convinced and think that Simon must have mistaken punishment for a lesson. Since he is not hurt, Malin asks him to take a look at the potion. The potion is a pure yellow color and Simon can tell that it is going well. Malin tells him that she was the one who made it, so it was bound to be perfect. All the ingredients put into the potion are in perfect quantity. She explains that it will be complete after simmering for 20 minutes on low heat. Simon appreciates the effort everyone put into it and hopes it will be effective. Malin tells them that they can present the potion during their elementary black magic class. Hayward suggests that they start preparing for their presentation tomorrow since they are together. The four of them go over all the questions that Jane can ask them about their strategy. It's a list of 300 questions and they are confident that they will nail the presentation. However, Jane surprises them by asking questions none of them even consider. She tells them that their team has a variety of majors but their roles aren't specific. Moreover, the combination of black magic lacks creativity. They even went ahead with the idea of placing the main damage dealer into a supporting position. Jane wants them to explain the reasoning behind their choices. She starts by asking why they divided the roles like this. Malin explains that their goal was to defeat the Cyclopes quickly and effectively. Jane asks her if this team formation is the best one for that purpose, and they all agree. She then asks Simon for his opinion on all this. He thinks to himself that the professor must be looking for a different answer, but it's still the protection period, and the presentation is for getting feedback on their strategy. He tries to focus on showing how good their teamwork is. Simon explains that even though their group lacks creativity in terms of black magic, they are focused more on safety. He claims that they can hunt the Cyclops in a more stable manner than any other group. The professor nods and moves on to the next question. She turns to Kami and asks her why she has given the attacking position to a catarology student when she herself is a hematology student and should be in the position to fight. All the group members start to panic, since they know that this is a hard question. They all try to whisper the answer to her and she finally speaks up. She says that she didn't become a fighter because of the unique nature of the Cyclops that they are fighting. The monster has a tough and firm skin which makes it strong against physical attacks and hematic spells in general. Malin knows how to use Dark Flare which will be more effective, and this was why the entire group chose her as the attacker. The professor then asks her what she would do if a different monster was the enemy. Kami hesitates for a second and then screams that she will take the attacking position. Everyone is surprised to see her acting this way. Professor Jane smiles and says that she will keep it in mind. She finally turns to Hayward, who is eagerly waiting his turn. Instead of asking him about the strategy, she tells him not to chat with other students during class and calls the next group. While all the students their classes, Simon sits at the table while waiting for someone. Suddenly Lorraine shows up and everyone starts staring at her. She coldly glances at Simon and asks him if he has something to say. Simon starts to feel a bit nervous since she seems like a completely different person in school, and it's a bit intimidating. When he met her before school, she was really friendly and cheerful, but now, she seemed so cold. However, it all goes away and she starts smiling when Simon talks to her. She asks her how he has been and says that the girl who delivered his letter made a fuss about it. Our boy tries to show his riz and tells her that she looks much better in that uniform than he imagined. She gets serious again and asks him if he thinks that she looks old. He starts stuttering while trying to explain himself, and she laughs, telling him that she was just joking. Lorraine then asks him why he wants to see her. Simon reveals that there is a traitor inside Kizan. He explains that he went to the Forbidden Forest because he wanted to collect some mushrooms for a class. After explaining, he tells her that it might be a bit hard for her to believe, but she cuts him off and says that she believes him. She asks him about the cross, and he explains that the largest cross was in the middle and a woman was sculpted on it. Hearing this, she realizes that the sculpture was of the goddess Diva. She is the only goddess that the priest of Efnel believes in. Simon asks her about Efnel, to which she explains that it is the college operated directly under the Pope. Just like how Kizan trains necromancers, Efnel educates priests. The Saintesses are considered the strongest in the Holy Federation, and there are only a select number of their members from girls who hold all the power in the Federation. Lorraine gets furious and breaks her glass as she realizes that a priest managed to step foot in Kizan. She asks Simon who else knows about this, and he tells her that it's just him and Kami. She thanks him for telling her about it. If whatever he just said is true, that priest must be a high-level priest almost as strong as a professor in the academy. This means that any of the professors can be a suspect. If he consulted one of them, they might have destroyed the evidence or obstructed the investigation. She tells him that her mom needs to know about this so that the investigation can be thorough. Lorraine then points forward and suggests going into the Forbidden Forest. She says that there might still be some evidence left at the scene. However, when the two of them finally get there, they don't find anything. When they arrive at the spot, Simon and Lorraine are shocked to find nothing there. Simon is especially surprised since this is where the sculpture and cross should have been, yet there's no trace of fear or the priest's battle. He wonders how this is possible. Lorraine tells him that the complete lack of evidence makes the situation even more suspicious. She guesses the priest must be very powerful. Even though she didn't witness the fight, she could tell they managed to clean up the area thoroughly. She finds it unbelievable that the priests, who serve God, would plant a core in Kazan, especially since priests view the core as something that opposes God. Simon asks Lorraine if opening a core means a priest can no longer use holiness. She tells him that it is true, though she doesn't fully understand how it works. It's simply what the priests claim. She explains that holiness comes from faith in God, while darkness comes from the power of a fallen devil. These two forces naturally clash. Lorraine then thanks Simon for cooperating with Kizan. She also warns him that the priests are a serious threat, and his life is in great danger. She doesn't know when they might come after him, so she advises him to take a break and rest. But Simon insists he's fine and prefers to continue his normal routine. He tells her that he doesn't even know if the priests saw his face. If they did come after him, it would leave evidence behind. Lorraine becomes angry and tells Simon not to be reckless. She argues that evidence is useless if it costs him his life. Simon tries to calm her down, explaining that taking a break from classes or acting differently would only make him more suspicious. If the guards start following him, it could draw even more attention. He worries it would become obvious that he reported everything to Kazan's higher-ups and is now being protected. Simon reminds Lorraine that the priests infiltrated Kazan and even opened a core, something their faith considers a sin. He says that fanatics like these can act unpredictably. Lorraine reluctantly agrees but warns him that if she notices any suspicious activity, she will make sure he's protected, even if it means restricting his freedom. Before leaving, she tells Simon not to sacrifice himself for others. Simon promises to remember that. As they return to school, he thinks to himself how he can't afford to take a break from his studies since there's still too much to learn at Kazan. The next day, Jane takes the students to the virtual battle simulation system of Kazan, called Avalon. This system is unique to Kazan and doesn't exist anywhere else on the continent. The students are amazed when they see it. Jane explains that Avalon can create magical creatures for virtual battles. She tells them Avalon was made by moving Hallucina, an ancient fortress of illusion, to Kazan and upgrading it over time. Jane briefs the students about the evaluation. She explains that the rules are the same as the real performance assessment. Each group will have up to 3 virtual battles before the actual match. She introduces the virtual Cyclops, which sees only the group's fighter as its enemy. Fighters will wear a vest with a protection spell, and when the vest's barrier gauge drops to 0, the training ends. They can then wait for their next turn in the waiting room. Jane encourages them to use these battles to test their strategies and prepare for the real fight. The students move to their waiting rooms. An announcement names Group 5, which includes Cindy and members skilled in categories like catarology, darkness dynamics, toxicology, and spiritology. Their group has a good balance, with spiritology members as the fighters. Group 5's simulation begins as they fight the Cyclops, but they fail after just 1 minute and 16 seconds. Hayward realizes that a single Cyclops attack removes 50% of the barrier, meaning they need to cast their curses faster. The group seems nervous, even though it's only a virtual battle. Hayward asks Malin if she's okay, and she tells him that she is fine. Next, Groups 3 and 7 are called into the simulation. Hector assumes Simon must be the fighter for his group, but Simon reveals that he isn't. When Hector accuses him of stepping aside to protect Malin's pride, Simon firmly replies that Malin is simply the best fighter in their group. An announcement calls Group 7's supporters to their positions. Jane explains that the Cyclops won't be able to see the supporters, so they can focus on their roles without worry. As the simulation begins, Malin tells everyone to stay ready and stick to their strategy. Simon notices that Malin seems confident, so he decides to focus completely on his own role. However, as the battle begins, Malin is taken down by a single Cyclops attack, and the simulation fails. All those strategies just to get sniped in one shot. Jane commends their effort, saying parts of their initial plan were well executed. She highlights how the summoner effectively distracted the Cyclops with skeletons. She also points out the team's shortcomings. Their plan to slow the Cyclops with an exhaust curse and finish it with a dark flare seemed good in theory, but didn't hold up in reality. The biggest problem, she says, is their lack of proficiency and frequent mistakes when casting spells. Meanwhile, Hector's group defeats the Cyclops on their first try with a 98% success rate, avoiding even a single hit. Simon feels envious and wonders how it's possible to perform so well. Malin, however, reminds them to focus on the actual battle since that's what matters the most. In the second trial, Simon notices that the Cyclops doesn't slow down even with 2 exhaust curses. He tells Malin to dodge the attack, while Hayward suggests to Cammy that they remove the persistency formula and focus on stacking the curse instead. As they make adjustments, Malin falls and the Cyclops hits her, causing the simulation to fail. As a result, Group 7 receive an E grade. Cammy is a bit worried because their next attempt is the final one, but Simon reassures them that he has a winning strategy. He explains that the basic plan remains the same: 2 curse casts followed by Malin's dark flare. However, since the double exhaust wasn't effective, Cammy and Hayward will cast a 4-layered exhaust using multiple incantations. Though neither has performed incantations before, Cammy thinks it's possible and asks if they'll have enough time. Simon confidently replies that he'll create the time they need. When the simulation begins, Simon uses his skeletons to distract the Cyclops. As Cammy and Hayward finish their first exhaust layer and move to the next, the Cyclops destroys the skeletons. Simon quickly summons more, keeping the Cyclops occupied. Malin prepares her dark flare while Cammy and Hayward complete their layered exhausts. Simon tells Malin that with the 4-layered exhaust, she should be able to dodge the Cyclops' attacks. Malin hesitates, asking if Simon expects her to avoid the Cyclops on her own, but Simon assures her to follow his lead. He instructs her to run ahead and dodge while Cammy uses a hematic spell to block the Cyclops' view. Simon's skeletons tie the Cyclops with chains, and he tells Hayward to enchant the chains to prevent them from breaking. With everything in place, Malin attacks the Cyclops with her dark flare, burning it completely and defeating it. The group celebrates their victory as the Cyclops falls. Jane congratulates them for defeating the Cyclops and praises their ability to turn a theoretical strategy into a practical one. She advises them to work on reducing the battle time and to address their over-reliance on the summoner's skills. Jane acknowledges their smart decision to stack curses with multiple incantations. She also points out their mistakes and instructs them to practice and improve their black magic. After leaving the simulation room, some students compliment their performance. Cindy congratulates Simon on his team's success, but Hector looks upset about their win. Later, Malin asks the group if they'll be practicing over the weekend. Cammy agrees since the simulation revealed her weaknesses. Hearing this, Hayward asks her if she was asked out on a date. She tells them that she declined because she wants to practice with the group. Hayward says he won't join them as he has a business meeting in Rochester. When Malin asks Simon about his plans, he tells her that he'll join the day after because he has personal training to do. She gets frustrated and asks him why he can't practice with them. He tells her he's just catching up on lessons he missed. The next day, Simon visits Fear and asks him to take a look at his skeletons. When Fear sees Simon's inventory, he jokes about whether Simon is there to train or move in. Simon explains that he's preparing a battalion of skeletons and needs weapons for their distribution. Fear notices Simon's skeletons are in bad shape and asks what happened. Simon explains they were damaged during a simulation. After inspecting them, he fixes the skeletons but tells him that the patched ones need time to recover. He then suggests Simon to try using human-type skeletons. However, they might be a bit difficult to control for a beginner like him. Fear decides to teach Simon how to control multiple skeletons, starting by asking how many he can control at once. Simon tells him that he can only handle 2, and trying to control 3 overwhelms him. Fear explains to him that the number doesn't matter as much as his ability to manage them effectively, even if it's just 1 or 2. To demonstrate, he challenges Simon to a fight using human skeletons. They each control 2 skeletons, and Simon orders his skeletons to attack. However, Fear's skeletons quickly defeat Simon's. Simon complains it's unfair since Fear is supposed to use only 2 skeletons at a time. Fear clarifies that he did follow the rules but used a strategy called cross-operation. By alternating commands between skeletons, he widened their scope of action without exceeding his limit. This makes Simon interested and he starts practicing. He even makes the skeletons a high five. The next day, after training with his group, everyone feels exhausted. Malin notices that Simon has much better control over his skeletons. Cammy mentions that while he could only manage 2 at a time before, now he can handle 3. When Malin asks how Simon improved so much, he tells her that it's just from his private lessons in Rochester. She asks if his teacher is a professor or some famous necromancer. Cammy thinks that it must be someone impressive. Fear can hear the conversation through his device. He laughs at being considered popular among the kids. Simon asks Fear to quiet down as his head hurts. Fear jokes about teaching Simon's friends if they die and join his battalion, but Simon reminds him that it's forbidden. Simon explains that his teacher prefers to stay out of the spotlight and barely has time to teach. Malin doesn't believe this one bit and says that he is being secretive. Hayward defends him and says that he probably has good reasons. He tells them that Simon wouldn't risk sharing anything that might lower his grades since he has a promise to keep. Hearing this, Malin claims that she can outperform Simon without private lessons and encourages everyone to get up and practice for the next week. The next day marks the end of the student protection period. The entire atmosphere of the class has changed. Professor Bahil scolds one of the students for submitting poor work and expels him after calling it trash. He expels 19 students on the spot after reviewing their assignments. Not long after, the count rises to 20, leaving Simon and his friend worried about their own futures at the school. In magical combat class, the students practice running. Hayward feels down because Professor Bahil deducted 10 marks from his homework, even though he thinks magical combat is the best class. Exhausted, Simon tells Malin not to overwork herself, but she pushes past him. Simon remembers Kami mentioning that she trained physically all day. Kami also told him that Malin claimed she could cast Dark Flare without any trouble, but she struggled to react in time to avoid a Cyclops attack. Later, they all study together. Simon is shocked to learn that Malin studies even after her physical training. Kami tells them that Malin stayed up all night studying without sleep, powered by an awakening potion. Simon is impressed by her dedication, but wonders why she puts so much effort into schoolwork. Malin excitedly calls her friends to show how she springs off the darkness and asks Simon if she needs to adjust anything. Simon reassures her that she's doing great. She is thrilled that her practice is paying off. Simon asks her to take it easy since they passed the simulation and will likely succeed in the real battle. However, Malin insists she isn't aiming to just pass. She's determined to take first place, no matter what. Hearing this, Simon begins to worry about her a bit. Later, Professor Hongpang checks in on Simon's progress with the darkness operation she taught him. Simon shares that he has improved a lot since starting, and the professor agrees. She tells him that his control and overall abilities have strengthened. She reiterates that Simon was born to excel in magical combat. Suddenly, a teaching assistant informs her about a student with a sprained ankle. The professor leaves to help, but reminds Simon that only consistent practice will help him improve. Simon starts looking for Malin and asks Kami and Hayward, but they also don't know. Just a few moments later, they see Professor Hongpang carrying Malin on her back. Her ankle is severely sprained, so they take her to the doctor. The doctor advises that while Malin can attend lectures, she must avoid physical activities for a week. She tries to convince her that she can still participate, but collapses in pain. The doctor firmly states that recovery is a priority, not a suggestion, and removes her from all physically demanding classes. Feeling frustrated, Malin apologizes to everyone and asks them to leave her alone. Simon tells her that self-pity won't help, but she is more worried about their Cyclops battle the next day. She asks how they will manage without her after practicing all week. Simon reassures her that they'll figure something out. Malin blames herself, yelling that she ruined everything. Simon cuts her off and tells her that it's enough. He then tells the group he will take on the role of the fighter for the battle tomorrow. The next day, the students enter the dungeon. Hayward is amazed at how Kizan has gathered so many dungeons and ruins in one place. Kami explains that since Nephthys is a collector, whenever she finds ancient ruins, she likely brings them to Roke Island. Despite her injury, Malin joins the team. As their team walks in with an injured group member, the other teams start feeling bad for them. However, some of them think that it's a good thing since it helps their chances. Kami wonders if they are really going to be okay. Hayward reassures her and asks her to trust Simon. After Team 6 finishes their evaluation, Team 7 is called forward. All the students start talking and wonder how the doctor even allowed her to fight in this condition. Hector sits silently while hearing all of them talk. Students think that their team is just trying to show that they are doing their best till the end. Simon tells his team not to worry about the changes in their situation and encourages them to give it their all. As their evaluation begins, the Cyclops enters the arena. Jane tells them not to overexert themselves and reminds them that they can stop the test if needed. As soon as the curse is removed, the monsters start to attack. The group sticks to their plan and Simon uses his skeletons to distract the Cyclops first. However, the Cyclops is acting a bit differently from the simulation. Instead of targeting the skeletons first, it focuses on Simon. He manages to dodge the attack, but he notices that the Cyclops is stronger than expected. He uses Restore to try and stab the Cyclops from the back, using one of his skeletons, but to his surprise, the sword breaks upon contact with its skin. Simon realizes that the monster is much tougher than the simulated one. As it enters the exhaust range, Hayward and Kami blast the curse. At the same time, Simon leaps into the air and tries to use a dagger to attack, but the Cyclops dodges, only getting a small scratch. Furious, the Cyclops begins attacking relentlessly, and though Simon avoids most strikes, he eventually gets hit. Just a single hit drops his shield to 72%. Observing the scene, Jane's teaching assistant notices something unusual. The Cyclops seems far stronger than it should be and isn't affected by curses. He suggests stopping the test and replacing the Cyclops, but she refuses. She tells him that you don't always face weak opponents during actual combat, and asks if they should abort their mission if their opponent is stronger than expected. Jane argues that unpredictability and adapting to challenges are part of combat training. She believes the students can learn more from this experience than from standard tests, and asks them to trust them and watch for now. Simon quickly realizes their usual tactics won't work. As he hides behind a broken structure, Hayward asks him why the Cyclops is still unaffected even though it was hit by exhaust 3 times. Simon tells them to give up on using the curse since it is not working. Malin doesn't agree with him and says that all the other teams won by using the same curses. He slowly starts getting up and tells her that he doesn't know the reason, but something is different. He tells everyone to abandon their original strategy and just help him however they want. Kami smiles as she can finally use all of her spells. Hayward also does his best to support his friend while the skeletons slash the Cyclops from behind. Simon tries to recall what Professor Bahill showed him in class. He closes his eyes and focuses on that same feeling. As he starts to feel it, he thanks the professor and orders all of his skeletons to attack at once. The skeletons charge at the monster and start stabbing him with their swords. The Cyclops get overwhelmed and scream in pain. Meanwhile, Hector wonders if this was one of their other plans. Since they changed their formation, he deduces that they probably improvised this strategy in a hurry. Inside the arena, Simon can feel that he is missing something. He remembers when Fear told him to put all of his emotions into even the most trivial tasks. The more negative the emotions, the more power the effect. Simon unleashes his hatred and directs it to the Cyclops. All the skeletons get even more violent. Suddenly, the monster tries attacking him. Kami warns him, but it's too late. At the same time, Malin comes in clutch and uses her dark elemental magic to put up a huge ice shield in front of him. The wall of ice successfully blocks the attack, giving Simon time to move. He screams at Kami, telling her that all the prerequisites have been met. Her eyes start bleeding as she starts using Ursula Hematic magic. After using her spell, she is weakened, so she asks our boy to finish it off. He uses the restoration force of the bones and pierces the monster using their sharp edge. Everyone is amazed at his skills. When the monster goes down, he signals the other group members to throw the Narvia potion. As the potion hits the monster, Simon nervously watches and prays for it to stay down. To everyone's shock, the monster growls and gets back up. This makes him think that they probably need to kill the Cyclopes instantly, otherwise it will regenerate. He calls out to Hayward and asks him to use his enchant. After being buffed up with the curse, he takes out his sword and starts running at the monster head-on. However, as he gets close, something happens and he falls down to his knees. It almost feels like his legs have no strength left. All of his friends cheer him on. Even Professor Jane gets worried as she stands up from her chair and drops her pen. Before the monster can hit him, Malin helps Simon jump into the air and he stabs it in the back. Using his skeleton's hand, Simon cuts off the Cyclops' head. Jane announces they have succeeded in hunting the Cyclops. Hayward hugs Simon, emotionally saying he is the best. Kami is happy Simon made it, and Malin says she owes him, but Simon tells her she did well too. Kami hugs Malin, saying she is amazing, and Hayward praises Malin's ice magic, calling it too cool. After a while, Jane tells the students they did great, and as a professor, she's happy that no one was seriously injured during the practical assessment. The students thank her, but Jane says the results matter most and starts the evaluation for Group 1. She praises Cindy's spiritology skills, but the strategy that relied too much on one person and caused many mistakes leads to point deductions. Jane tells Carol and Yuna from Team 2 to shake hands, suggesting they resolve any grudges soon. Simon is shocked that Jane knows about even the smallest fights between students, but Hayward says that's not the only thing to be surprised about. Malin mentions that many groups succeeded in hunting the Cyclops, noting that only about 8 succeeded in the simulation, but now there are 13. Jane gave an A+ grade to Hector's group because they had clear roles for each member, excellent teamwork, and completed the hunt in less than 4 minutes. Jane says the group did a great job, and Hector gets excited. But for Group 7, Jane says their performance was a mess. They took 13 minutes and 58 seconds, and their fighter's barrier gauge was only 7%. Their behavior was reckless and didn't follow the plan. Jane says their grade will reflect this, but there's more to consider. She shows them the autopsy result of the Cyclops Group 7 hunted, and explains that the curse and potions used to capture it caused unusual side effects. The Cyclops they fought became extremely aggressive and lost control once the curse was lifted. Its physical strength also increased temporarily. Jane says this made Group 7's assessment more difficult compared to the other groups. The administration concluded that the Cyclops they defeated was as strong as a red Cyclops. Group 7 is shocked, and Jane says they should apply the new evaluation standard to be fair. Jane then discusses each team member's performance. She says Malin used darkness elemental magic above the usual first grader level, playing a key role in protecting the fighter. Jane acknowledges that Malin got injured from overtraining and poor self-care, but her spirit was impressive, so she gives her 80 points. Jane then talks about Hayward, who used a high-performance darkness enchantment at the right moment to help defeat the Cyclops. He gets 80 points as well. For Kami, Jane says she did a great job as the key damage dealer, using hematology and rare necromancer techniques, so she gets 85 points. Finally, Jane praises Simon, saying he handled the fighter role well, managed unexpected challenges, and showed leadership in taking care of his teammates. He demonstrated physical and dark magic skills, avoided attacks, and used restoration skills effectively. Jane says Simon didn't give up until the Cyclops was defeated, and awards him 100 points, calling it perfect. She adds that it's a pity there's no grade above an A+. Simon celebrates with his teammates while Hector is jealous. That night, the entire group celebrates with drinks. They are a bit surprised to find real beer in their mugs, but Professor Hongpeng tells them not to worry, as she's their guardian for the night. She says she got special permission from Kizan to congratulate them on their great performance. She reminds them that the student protection period is over, and encourages them to keep up the good work. Suddenly, Hayward asks the professor if she cares more for Simon than the other students. Malin is surprised by the question, but the professor jokingly replies that professors are human too, and have students they like more than others. She then laughs and tells them that she loves and cares for all students. Professor Hongpeng apologizes for teasing them and gives them good news. She reveals that next week they'll finally go on a mission. The next day, Hayward explains to Simon that missions are a key part of Kizan's system. Once the student protection period ends, they enter the mission period, which usually lasts about 5 days. During this time, they can take on various requests from outside of Kizan. These requests range from simple tasks and part-time jobs to monster extermination, personal security, assassinations, and proxy battles. Simon thinks there must be dangerous requests among them, and wonders if they come with a good reward. Hayward explains that depending on the difficulty and completion of the requests, Keegan gives an evaluation score. Missions are also a good way to cover material fees at Kizan. Since Simon is majoring in summoning, Hayward says this is a great opportunity to make some money. However, Hayward reminds Simon that there are some important things to keep in mind. They must complete at least one request during the mission period. If they fail all of them, they fail the mission and have to write a letter of explanation. They can continue working on requests after the mission period, but Hayward advises against it because they won't be able to attend classes during the extended period. Some students take on easy requests to finish quickly and focus on their studies, while others leave the island to take on big cases for money and grades. Simon can come up with his own plan, but Hayward warns him not to pick an easy request just to get a good grade. At Kizan, they need to manage both their mission and school grades. If they fail too many missions, they might get stuck with dangerous tasks. Hayward tells Simon to take a look at the requested options, decide what suits his plan, and meet him after making up his mind. Fear reminds Simon that they need to focus on leaving the island to gather soldiers for their battalion and recover their former glory. Simon asks if there are any undead soldiers stronger than Fear, and Fear proudly says he is the master of the battalion, and no one dares to oppose him. He then mentions that some generals in the battalion were true monsters, and that the battalion consisted of several undead troops. This ancient undead had intelligence and commanded other soldiers. Simon gets excited about finding them, though he doesn't know where to look. Fear assures him that these generals are likely causing trouble across the continent, and he remembers all their characteristics. He tells Simon to focus on the requests and keep an eye out for them. Simon skips the missions on Raj Island, and Fear suggests he look at the red requests. Just then, Simon bumps into Hector, who asks if Simon is heading to the neutral zone, a lawless area where Kizan's influence doesn't reach. Hector warns Simon that Kizan won't be able to help if he gets into trouble there. Hector hopes they'll run into each other during the mission, but Simon just tells him to look after himself. Simon starts looking through the requests and asks Fear what he thinks about the zombie raid one. Fear tells him that infection is too common and even a necromancer could cause it. He adds that none of the requests on the board have anything to do with the general's abilities. As they look through the requests, Fear suddenly points out a blue envelope on the board. Simon thinks it must have been mistakenly posted in the red envelope section. He reads the request and sees it's about a missing person case where young women are found as dried corpses. Fear asks Simon to show him the details of the request. When Simon sees the pictures of the dead bodies, he gets scared. Fear tells him that an ancient undead leading a troop of spiders might be behind it. At the same time, a priest is being assigned to the same mission. She assures the Pope that she will solve the case because it is the goddess's will to save the continent from the evil deeds of the dead. The priest, Ellen Zyle, a second-year student from the Holy College of EFNL, assures her that she will solve the case no matter what. Simon is standing outside the Vice-Chancellor's office. Inside, Jane is busy with paperwork. She invites him in while still writing and asks if Simon is there for a mission. He tells her yes, and Jane suggests they take a look at the mission he picked. After reading the request, Jane tells him to choose a different request because this one is too difficult for a first-year student. Simon insists that he can handle it. He tells her that he is confident he can solve the case. Seeing his confidence, she decides to trust him and signs the paper. She tells him to take responsibility for the results, hoping he's not misleading her. Simon is happy to hear that and thanks her for trusting him. Jane wishes him to return safely, and Simon promises he will. Back outside, Hayward asks if the professor gave Simon permission to go. Simon laughs and tells him she did. Malin also asks if Simon is really taking that case, considering how hard it is to complete an investigation in just 5 days. Simon thanks her for her concern, but she quickly says that she wasn't concerned. Simon laughs again and asks her where she is going. She replies that she's taking a personal security mission near Langerstein, which is easy and will give her good grades. Simon asks what she'll do if she runs into thieves or danger. She confidently tells him that if they have any sense, they won't mess with a Kizan student. Simon jokes that it sounds cowardly, but Malin insists it's not cowardly. It's why everyone sends their requests to Kizan. After she leaves, Simon notices Cern sitting on a bench. She greets him with a smile and mentions that they haven't seen each other since the matriculation ceremony. She introduces herself as the official successor of the Ivory Tower and Special Admission number 2. Simon introduces himself as well, saying he's from Leschil. There's an awkward silence between them. After a moment, Cern speaks up and says that she's heard Simon is looking after Malin. She tells him that while she might snap at him sometimes, she's kind and tender-hearted inside, so he should continue looking out for her. This annoys Simon a bit, and he asks why Cern would say that. He tells her that Malin is also a student at Kizan, just like her, and doesn't need anyone to protect or consider her junior. She is doing just fine without Cerna's concern. An announcement then plays, saying the teleportation device will be activated soon and not to reach out to it during operation. Cern tells him that they'll see each other again before disappearing to be teleported. Simon feels drained just from talking to Cerna, since she carries herself like a queen or a high-ranking noble. He knows Malin is from the Ivory Tower too, and understands Cern's concern, but he doesn't like how she treats Malin as her subordinate. He never thought a simple conversation could tire him out. Meanwhile, Fear is hiding inside an armor, grumbling about how small and cramped it is. Simon explains that it's the only one left, and he couldn't just bring him around without a proper disguise, because people would get scared. He informs him that they've arrived at the request site and asks what to do next. Fear tells him that the first step is gathering information. They should meet with the client, the lord of the town, and introduce himself as a Kizan student to get all the details. However, Fear also suggests that since the client hasn't solved the case yet, there must be a reason. As they approach the town, Fear, still in disguise, says the next method is legwork, something he did often while on missions with Richard. Simon agrees it sounds good, but worries they only have 5 days to solve it and might run out of time. Fear reassures him that there's always the option of buying information from the Thieves Guild, or an information guild. Simon agrees, but they first need to find out if such a guild exists. Fear suggests asking the owner of an inn or pub, and Simon happily agrees, saying they should go and do that since time is running out. After a while, they reach a pub, and the bartender greets them. Simon tosses a gold coin at the bartender and asks for a clean, spacious room and breakfast tomorrow morning, along with some wheat bread. The bartender thanks Simon and asks if he wants the change. Simon declines and instead asks him for the information regarding the Thieves Guild. Seeing this, Fear starts laughing and thinks to himself that Simon already knows how to play with grown-ups. He takes out his sword and points it at the bartender to scare him off. After getting the information they need, Simon reads the case report and notices that most of the missing people are young men. However, the victims who have been found as mummified corpses are mainly women. Fear tells him that she had fun with young men, and since she wasn't interested in the women, she just sucked their blood out. This makes him even more convinced that it is Erzsébet. The two of them walk into another bar. Simon goes to the man at the counter and asks for the special menu. The man leads him to a secret door, which goes to the basement. After walking down the stairs, the two enter a room and come across a woman who smiles and asks them what they need from her guild. Simon tells her that they need some information. The girl asks him what he wants to know, and he says that he is looking for information regarding the missing people and the mummified corpses. Hearing this, the girl tells him that it will cost him a lot, and asks if a first-year Kizan student like him can even afford it. She reveals that the lord of this town was desperate to solve the case, so he sent out requests to many organizations, and Kizan was just one of them. Since it is not a big fiefdom, the lord didn't have enough money to hire an actual necromancer from the headquarters, so he simply chose to reach out to students. She comes closer to him and smiles, saying that the student who came to help is just a freshman. Simon reaches out and grabs her hand. He tells her that she made some interesting deductions, so he is also going to give it a try. A serious case has shaken up their entire fiefdom, and the lord must have asked a lot of people to try and solve the case. Those who accepted the request came to the fiefdom, but none of them was able to solve the case. As a result, the case found its way to him. Even the residents don't know much about the case. Even though the incident has continued for a few years, no one has questioned anyone or tried looking for culprits. He looks directly into her eyes and asks her if it's a bit odd that so little information is available about the case. Simon reveals that it must be because someone is clearly manipulating the people. Otherwise, the Information Guild must be really incompetent. He says that she doesn't look too incompetent to him. Simon then gets serious and threatens to turn the place upside down if she doesn't tell him the truth. The girl apologizes and asks him if he can let go of her hand first. After he releases her hand, she tells him that the risk from the information will be on him. As Simon agrees to it, the girl smiles and asks them to wait while she enters another room. My man starts turning red from all that tough acting, but he is certain that there is more to this case. Fear starts laughing all of a sudden, and when Simon asks him what's wrong, he asks him to keep his eyes wide open. As a guy standing behind starts decomposing and bursting into hundreds of spiders, Fear reveals that the girl is Erzsébet herself. She finally comes out in her true form and says that Simon has a strong will. However, she won't be able to see him again. Simon quickly calls out to Fear, who is ready to defend him. He uses his sword to slash the skeletons. Erzsébet recognizes his fighting style and figures out that it's him. He asks her what she is scheming in such a small town. Fear tells her that the battalion is back and asks her to come back. She furiously rejects his offer and calls him an idiot. She says that Richard abandoned them all like trash, and asks why he is still willing to stick with the battalion after all that disgrace. While fighting the spiders, Fear tries to convince her that the battalion is a power and will itself. He asks how a general like her can be swayed by such trivial emotions as hatred. Erzsébet reveals that Richard pushed all of his comrades into a death trap over a girl, and for that reason she still hates him. He suddenly throws his sword towards her, hitting her straight on the head. He says that he can't put up with her arrogance anymore and pulls the sword back into his arms. Fear asks her if she forgot the days when she crawled to him like a dog. As the two of them continue to fight, Erzsébet notices that Fear has grown weaker. She jumps over to the roof and guesses that his seal must have broken recently. She grins and says her goodbyes to both of them before running away. Simon realizes that the entire information guild is under her control. It would have been easy for her to control the information. While they are clearing out the spiders, a girl looks down at them from the roof and reveals that she is waiting for the two monsters to fight each other to death. This girl is Ellen, and she is the priest assigned to the same case. She lifts her staff and says that she will be going after Erzsébet after finishing both of them off. The priest launches a powerful light attack on Simon and Fear. After the attack, she looks around, expecting to find their bodies, but they are nowhere to be seen. Frustrated that she missed them, she decided to focus on Erzsébet instead. Fear talks about how complicated things have become now that a priest is involved. Simon asks him how they ended up in such a mess and how they are supposed to find Erzsébet now. Fear reassures him not to worry. He reveals that he sensed Erzsébet's dark energy when she used her skills earlier and is tracking her trail. If they follow it, they'll catch up to her. Simon is relieved but says that the priest seemed very strong. Fear tells him that judging by her white uniform under the robe, she is likely from FNL and must be on a mission as challenging as a black request from Kazan. Simon realizes that means the priest is likely a second-year or higher student, as black requests are the toughest missions. Annoyed, he considers filing a complaint with the Lord for issuing a duplicate request. He also wonders if solving this case within 5 days is even possible. Seeing him like that, Fear tells him not to be alarmed and reveals that Erzsébet loved Richard. Simon is shocked, but Fear explains that undead battalions often develop deep loyalty for their commanders. Erzsébet, being particularly emotional, seemed to harbor lingering feelings for Richard, which likely fueled her hatred. Simon finally realizes why she is acting so violently. Fear tells him that they need to focus on finding her quickly. As they move forward, Simon spots a boy and a girl trapped in webs, calling for help. The boy begs them to free them and says that a spider monster is trying to eat them. Simon promises to rescue them and starts untying the boy. Fear, however, is unimpressed and calls Simon too soft for a necromancer. Simon asks what a necromancer is supposed to do, and Fear bluntly replies that a true necromancer kills everyone they meet and revives them as skeletons for their army. Ignoring his remarks, Simon hands the boy a sword and tells him to use it to free the others. Fear reminds Simon that Kazan's rules don't apply here and there are no witnesses, but Simon insists on doing what's right. He explains that his father taught him never to become a monster. When Simon asked his father how to avoid it, his father told him that setting a boundary was important. Fear starts laughing and says that it's exactly the kind of advice his father would give. Simon asks him what he means, but he grins and ignores it. He tells him that he respects his decision as the battalion leader, even if he finds it naive. Eventually, they reach an abandoned building where Erzsébet is calmly sitting on a chair, waiting for them. She tells them that she won't run anymore, as she knows Fear will track her darkness wherever she goes. It's clear she's ready to face them here. Simon approaches Erzsébet and makes her an official offer to join his forces. Erzsébet angrily refuses and says that she will never return to the battalion that once betrayed her, no matter what. She mocks Simon, calling him a gullible child chosen by Fear only for sentimental reasons and questioning his worth as a necromancer. Simon stays calm and asks her if she truly thinks he has no credentials. He reveals that he is the son of Richard and Anna Valentia. This shocks Erzsébet, as she once served under Richard. Simon explains that, as Richard's son and the battalion's current commander, it is his duty to take her in. However, Erzsébet becomes furious at the mention of his mom's name. She yells that the woman, whom she considers her nemesis, is an abomination and should perish. Overcome with rage, Erzsébet transforms into her spider form and attacks Simon. Fear immediately leaps into action, cutting off Erzsébet's legs with his sword. Seizing the moment, Simon pulls a spear from his subspace, reinforces it with darkness, and strikes Erzsébet. Standing on her injured form, Simon gives her a choice: join the battalion or face death. Suddenly, an attack comes out of nowhere aimed at Simon. Fear quickly blocks it with his sword, saving him. Simon realizes how close the attack was. The priest reappears and says that all the evil spirits and spiders will be exterminated. She pulls a glowing stone from her robe, throws it into the air, and begins her assault with her staff. Simon turns to Fear and asks him what they should do. Fear calmly suggests taking down the priest first. He asks if they can even win against the priest. Meanwhile, Erzsébet hides behind a wall trying to recover. Fear reminds him that dealing with a holiness may be difficult, but the priest herself is pretty weak. He can take her down with a single strike. The priest notices Erzsébet's hiding spot and taunts her. She starts spinning her staff as she prepares to send her to hell painlessly. As she swings her staff, creating a powerful magic circle, she launches an attack to kill the spider girl. Erzsébet braces herself, thinking she is going to die, but to her shock, Simon steps in front of her and takes the spear to his chest. Bro simping for a spider girl. Simon kneels on the ground, bleeding and breathing heavily, before collapsing unconscious. Sometime later, he wakes up at the sight of a small spider in front of him. Suddenly, he jolts awake in shock. Fear notices that he is finally awake. Still confused, Simon asks Fear what happened to Erzsébet and the priest. He casually points in their direction. When Simon looks, he sees the priest hanging upside down, trapped in a spider's web, while Erzsébet sits calmly on the ground beside her. The priest is crying and begging them to spare her life. Fear explains that while Simon was unconscious, he temporarily teamed up with Erzsébet to capture the priest, who wasn't much of a challenge given her status as a former FNL student. Simon tells him to release the priest for now and suggests that they consult the relevant authorities before deciding her fate. After being lowered from the web, the priest thanks Simon for sparing her, but he tells her not to be too quick to celebrate. He asks her if she would answer their questions and whether she is an FNL student. She denies it immediately. Fear scoffs and says that she's already lying. Simon points out that she is wearing an FNL uniform, but the girl claims that it's a fake. She admits she was expelled 2 years ago during her first year. Simon asks why she pretends to still be an FNL student. She admits she didn't want to accept her expulsion and needed to make money for her struggling family, which led her to impersonate one. Erzsébet doubts her story and accuses her of making excuses. She tears the uniform to reveal it's just regular fabric. Erzsébet notes that real FNL uniforms are as strong as Kazan. The girl tells them that it's a replica she made herself. Simon apologizes for the situation and hands her a cloth to cover herself. Grateful, the girl introduces herself as Ellen. Simon asks how she took on this mission despite not being an FNL student. Ellen explains that brokers crossing borders told her about a lucrative job to eliminate the undead. Missions in the Dark Alliance pay well, and FNL-related work pays even more. Simon listens carefully and then asks if she has any proof to support her story, such as an advance payment or mission documents. Ellen nods and offers to show him the paperwork. While observing Ellen and Simon, Erzsébet is reminded of Simon's parents and feels a pang of emotion, realizing how much she has suppressed those memories. Simon then asks Ellen if he can take the documents to handle the matter personally. Ellen agrees without hesitation. Fear asks Simon what he plans to do with the documents. Simon replies that he intends to meet the Lord and get as much information as possible from him. This makes him laugh as he notices that the boy really takes after his father. Simon then announces it's time to leave, but Erzsébet interrupts. She says she will accept Simon's offer to join the battalion, but only on one condition. She points at Ellen and demands that Simon strangle the priest to death with his own hands. Ellen is terrified. Simon looks at Erzsébet and asks if she truly expects him to kill Ellen. Erzsébet says yes and tells him that it's her only condition. Simon glares at her and asks why she wants him to kill Ellen. Erzsébet explains it's to prove himself as a leader worthy of her loyalty. This makes him more angry and he questions why he needs to prove himself to her. While it's true she once served in his father's battalion, but he is not his father. He will lead his battalion based on his own judgments and values. From what he's seen, Erzsébet is unfit to serve. She's consumed by dark thoughts, ruled by her emotions, and blinds herself to what truly matters. Simon accuses her of using Ellen as an excuse to manipulate him for her own selfish and impulsive desires. He tells her plainly that he doesn't trust her and has no place in his battalion for someone as insecure and unreliable as she is. He turns to Fear and the priest and tells them it's time to leave. He says that he regrets wasting their valuable time here. As they leave, Erzsébet remains behind, sitting alone on the ground in the ruins. As they walk, Fear asks Simon if he's truly giving up on Erzsébet. He tells him that he isn't, and explains that this is his way of asserting control in their relationship. She is stubborn and insists on doing things her way, so he has to establish boundaries if he's going to manage her in the future. Fear then jokingly asks if getting stabbed by the Holy Spear is also part of Simon's plan. Simon smiles and says that he would rather not answer it. Ellen apologizes for the attack, but Simon reassures her that it's fine since she wasn't aiming for him. She asks if he's sure the Holy Spear didn't damage his necromancer core, which is located near the chest. Simon assures her that he's completely fine and doesn't believe the spear hit his core. Fear silently thinks otherwise. From what he observed, the spear seemed to pierce right through the core, yet the boy remains unaffected, not only physically unharmed but also with no disruption to their necromancer contract. Fear finds this impossible and deeply mysterious. Lost in thought, he snaps out of it when Simon turns back to ask what's wrong. He quickly responds and tells him that he's fine. After some time, they reach the Lord's estate. The Lord introduces himself as Count Raymond of Arnish and warmly welcomes Simon. He says that they must be tired from the journey and urges Simon to rest. Simon tells him that he used a magic teleportation circle, so he's not really tired. Raymond praises Kizan's advanced magic and invites Simon to enjoy dinner first. Simon declines politely and says that they should discuss the request immediately. Raymond laughs and says that the matter can wait until morning. He suggests that Simon should rest while he can. At the same time, he signals for his servants to bring food and drinks, but Simon firmly repeats that he needs to discuss the request in private. With a sigh, Raymond reluctantly explains that the issue Simon came for has already been resolved. He offers to issue payment as thanks for Simon's time and effort. Simon finds this strange and mentions that according to recent guild reports, a related incident occurred just this morning. He refuses to accept payment for an incomplete job and warns Raymond that it could cause trouble if Kizan decides to investigate. Raymond grows visibly frustrated hearing this. When Simon presses for answers, the Lord slams his fist on the table while glaring at him. He angrily questions why Simon can't just stay out of it when told to do so. He mocks him and asks how a mere first-year student dares stand up to someone of his rank. He asks him why he is making such a big deal out of this situation, even though he's offering to pay him. Suddenly, guards enter the room and surround Simon with their spears and swords pointed at him. Simon calmly tells Raymond that he first tried sweet-talking him, and now he's resorting to threats and force. He admires his boldness but warns him he won't just sit back. In response, Fear and a group of skeletons appear out of nowhere. Fear laughs menacingly, terrifying the guards, and says that they're about to gain some new family members. Shocked, Raymond stumbles back. He is horrified that a first-year student like Simon could summon so many undead soldiers. The Lord falls to the ground in fear. Simon then asks if he really wants this to continue. Raymond tries to save face. He furiously tells him that he has no power beyond his connection to Kizan Academy. He says that Simon has no authority to interfere with the autonomy of his region. Fear comes out with Ellen, who is cursed and unconscious. Simon explains they captured a priest from Fnel while solving the case. If they send her to Kizan for interrogation, this entire region could be punished for treason. Raymond finally realizes what is going on. He immediately bows down and pleads for mercy. He admits that he only wanted to solve the case quickly because his people were living in fear. He offers to take full responsibility if Simon spares his people. Simon asks him why he was so desperate to hide the case if he cared so much about his territory. Raymond explains that their business environment is finally stabilizing, and the Crown Prince plans to visit soon. If these incidents continued, the visit and the town's prosperity would be ruined. Out of desperation, he collaborated with the Information Guild to suppress details about the case, and even sought help from EFNL through a broker, unaware they would send a real priest. Simon laughs and tells Raymond he gets it. Raymond bows again and begs Simon to punish only him, sparing the others. Simon says that this territory is a strategic point near the Holy Federation, and he doesn't want to see it destroyed. He even admits he likes this town. Raymond is a bit confused and asks what Simon means. Our boy tells him that he'll cover up the case to protect the town's reputation, but it might come with a cost. Raymond quickly agrees and says that he is ready to pay whatever he wants. Just then, a guard bursts in, reporting that undead are swarming outside the castle. Alarmed, everyone rushes to the roof to investigate. Raymond panics, but Simon remains calm and tells him to open the gate so he can handle it. Despite Raymond's warning about the danger, Simon reassures him that he's still a necromancer, even if he's just a first-year student. Outside the castle, Simon meets Erzabet, who is leading an army of spiders. She kneels before him and introduces herself formally. She declares her wish to serve him as her master, and asks for a chance to join his battalion and prove her worth. She even agrees to undergo a trial. The next day, Simon talks to Erzabet and tells her that she needs to abide by 3 of her conditions if she wants to join the battalion. First, she must not kill humans without his permission. Second, she cannot harm anyone close to him in any way. Third, she must obey his orders without question. Meanwhile, outside on a stage, Raymond addresses the citizens. He announces that Kizan has sent them a necromancer, and thanks to him, the recent troubling events have been resolved. He assures everyone that they can now resume their lives, whether hunting monsters or performing daily tasks, as they prepare to welcome the Crown Prince. Inside the building, Erzabet thinks about her decision. She feels like she's walking into a nightmare, bound by an annoying and restrictive contract, with little hope for a better future. Yet, she admits she would make the same choice every time. Remembering how Simon protected her with his life, she smiles and reassures herself that she can endure anything as long as she's with him. She feels her body and soul belong to him entirely. Fear watches Erzabet and shakes his head since he can tell that she's deeply in love with Simon. She openly declares that all she wants in return for her absolute loyalty is his love, though she doesn't force him to reciprocate. For now, it's enough for her to cherish him. She grabs Simon's hand, making him uncomfortable despite her obedience. Erzsébet suggests they finalize the contract. She takes Simon's hand and places it on her chest, causing him to blush. She finds his reaction adorable. Once the contract is complete, Fear welcomes her to the battalion. She admits it's been a long time since she was bound by a contract, and mentions that Simon is surprisingly weak. However, she believes his connection to the commander influenced his strength. Despite this, the darkness within Simon brings her comfort and soothes her mind. Simon tells her that it's time to go as Ellen is waiting. On their way, she asks Simon if he'll allow her to console him if she ever hurts his feelings. Simon brushes off the offer, saying it's unnecessary. When they reach Ellen, she asks if they've finished their discussion. Simon replies with a simple yes and thanks her for her efforts. Ellen laughs and asks her if she played her role convincingly. Simon assures her she did well. He then opens a box filled with gold. She is surprised at how much Simon managed to get from the Lord. Fear says that it's still less than he expected. Ellen tells them that 500 gold is 10 times the original amount. Simon takes a portion of the gold and hands it to Ellen. He asks her to use it to support her family and take care of them. Ellen starts tearing up and thanks Simon. She promises never to forget his kindness. Simon tells her it's his pleasure and asks if she's returning to the Holy Federation. Ellen explains that she's heading to a place called Loharon. She even invites him to visit her if he's ever in the Holy Federation and offers to be his guide. Simon smiles and hopes their next meeting won't be on a battlefield. Ellen teases him for being too cold and waves goodbye as she departs. As she leaves, Fear tells Simon that he did not let a priest go, but he also gave her money. Simon explains that once he becomes more senior at Kizan, he plans to take on black requests. He thinks that building a connection with the priest now would be useful later, and giving her money ensures she becomes a perfect accomplice. Fear is surprised as he realizes that Simon essentially bought her trust with that money. Simon nods and says that he understands perfectly. Fear says that he can't tell whether he's a good guy or a bad one. Simon replies that it doesn't matter. Half of his blood comes from a priest, and he sees no reason to hate someone just for being one. He believes there's no point in taking extreme actions when all he needs is to get what he wants. Fear thinks to himself that it will take time to fully understand Simon's personality. He asks if Simon plans to return to Kazan now that the mission is complete. Simon says no. He has time to spare and intends to train before heading back, as using the battalion's force will be much harder once he's back. Fear agrees this is a smart move. At this moment, Erzsébet asks Fear if he's referring to her children. She then tells Simon, as her new master and commander, that he should learn how to handle the corpse spiders, and she'll teach him the basics. Simon becomes excited to learn a new skill. Erzsébet explains that the spider's core ability lies in their web, which can be used to restrain enemies or as a movement skill. She then orders the spiders to demonstrate by shooting their web onto a tree. Simon closes his eyes, commands the spiders, and successfully gets them to shoot the web. Erzsébet continues, explaining that corpse spiders can restrain enemies, block their movements, or use their poison to attack. She encourages Simon to practice on some orcs nearby. Simon sees 2 orcs walking in the forest and commands the spiders to shoot webs at them. The orcs dodge the first attack, but Simon quickly orders the spiders to jump and shoot again. This time, one of the webs hits its target. A spider lands on an orc and bites it with its poisonous fangs, taking it down. Erzsébet is impressed, and tells him that his control is already excellent, even though it's his first attempt. Suddenly, she hears a noise and says that it sounds like an orc settlement is nearby. She tells them this could be a great opportunity to showcase the power of the Spider Battalion. Simon thinks for a moment and agrees. He tells them that they might as well make their efforts worth the 500 gold they earned. As the fight begins, Simon calls out to Fear and orders him to take out the boss monster. At the same time, he tells Erzsébet to block any escape routes with her spiders. As his battalion easily overpowers the orcs, Simon gets a sense of how it feels to be a commander. He smiles and thinks to himself that this is what being a necromancer feels like. Erzsébet praises him and says that they won because of his efforts. Simon calls her Erzi for short and says that it was just her and Fear doing all the work. Her expressions completely change, and she asks him what he just called her. Simon nervously tells her that he called her Erze. This makes her light up since he just gave her a nickname. Meanwhile, our boy is confused since he just shortened her name because it was too long. Since she is happy, he doesn't say anything. Fear tells him that it is his turn now and asks him to turn all of the orc monsters into skeletons. As Fear is laughing, Simon tells him that he forgot one fact. He reveals that he doesn't know how to resurrect corpses yet. Fear gets a bit disappointed and says that it's understandable since he is in first grade. Erzsébet tells them that they can sell the corpses for money and suggests selling them all to the Lord. Simon thinks about it and says that the orcs must have harmed the thief quite a lot. The Lord may switch this to an official request and grant him an additional reward. As he makes his way back, Fear feels cramped in the darkness since he has to share the space with Erzsébet and her spiders. Cammy notices Simon and gets excited. She tells him that she was worried about him since she heard that he took on a difficult mission. Simon tells her that he got lucky and asks if she is going somewhere. As the two of them talk, Elizabeth feels a bit jealous. After Simon says goodbye to her, she comes out and furiously asks him who she is. This scares him a bit and he tells her that she was just a classmate. She tries controlling her rage and says that for a classmate, the girl was looking at him weirdly. However, since she remembers her oath, she won't harm her. Simon says that he is glad that she remembers her promise. She then asks her to get back into the subspace since people may see her as they pass. She says that she has another solution and transforms into a beautiful girl with Kizen's uniform. Simon is confused since she was just wearing spiderwebs before, and now she is wearing a uniform. She asks him to summon her if he has anything for her inside the academy. Simon gets even more confused and asks how she is going to do that with the surveillance spells around the school. She smiles and assures him that she has stealth skills that allow her to avoid surveillance spells. Since her spider army also specializes in combat, he can just use them instead of her. Simon is glad that he recruited her into the battalion since she appears helpful. She tells him that she can also change her body if he doesn't like it, and transforms into Kami. She starts acting just like her and changes her voice. This creeps him out a bit and he tells her to stop since he has seen enough. Fear pokes his head out and shouts at them to continue moving since the spiders are squeaking the living hell out of him. The three of them finally make their way to the ruins. Simon asks Erzi that they have about 30 corpse spiders in the battalion and she confirms it. Fear points at him and says that there are 2 ways to replenish the force right away. The first one is to increase the number of spiders, or he can just learn the spell to resurrect corpses. Simon turns to Erza and asks her how she makes more spiders. She reveals that she just needs to lay more eggs since she is the spider queen. This makes him tremble. She teases him by offering to demonstrate it, but he refuses immediately. Fear talks to the skeletons and says that she is being too provocative for his age, and the skeletons agree. Simon decides that Erzi would make new spiders, and as he thinks about other stuff, he finally remembers the priest. He quickly turns to her and asks if she can change into a priest. Simon explains everything that happened to him in the forest and his fight with the priest. He says that's why he wants her to disguise herself as a priest. She agrees but thinks it's better to deal with the corpse spiders first. She explains that no matter how perfect the disguise is, it won't work if the opponent is a real priest. Simon asks why, and she replies that people who use holiness have a special ability to sense and quickly detect the undead. Even if she could hide the fact that she can't use holiness, they would still sense her. Simon tells her not to worry because the priest has a core in their body. Erzi is surprised and tells him that she doesn't know the priest's goal, but they seem determined. Fear mentions that they could manipulate darkness like a professor. Erz adds that with the core, the priest can no longer use holiness and would also lose the ability to detect the undead. If that's the case, she can try it. She'll send the spiders to watch the forest while studying the appearance and behavior of high-class priests. She assures Simon to leave it to her, and he tells her he's counting on her. The next day, Simon arrives in class and notices everyone seems more cheerful, and it's probably because of the mission. It's been a week since they last saw each other. Suddenly he sees Malin and says it's been a long time. Instead of greeting him, she calls him shameless. Simon asks if something's wrong, and she hands him a gift. He excitedly asks if it's for him. She sits down and tells him it's just because they're in the same group, so as not to get any ideas. Simon asks her if she's giving him a cake since it's not even his birthday. Malin explains that it is cake day when girls are supposed to give boys cakes. Simon thanks her and says that it was thoughtful of her. She tells him that she wasn't really being thoughtful and only gave it out of pity because he or Hayward wouldn't get any cakes otherwise. At the same time, 2 girls approach Simon with cakes. One gives him a lemon cake, and the other gives him a black tea cake. One of the girls thanks him for his help in magical combat class. Simon thanks them and says he's glad to have been helpful. He tells them that the cakes look delicious, and he plans to eat them later. Malin tries to tease him and says that she thought he was popular, but it was just students thanking him. Just then, Komi brings a huge cake for Simon. She thanks him for taking care of her and hopes they can be good friends for the rest of the semester. Malin is amazed by the size of the cake and asks if it's handmade. Komi tells her that it's not handmade. She just bought it from Rochest and put a decoration on top. Simon thinks to himself that she went through so much trouble for him even though it is just another day. He reaches into his pocket and cleans her face with his napkin. She starts blushing and aggressively thanks him before running out of the class. Hayward enters the class at the same time and Simon wonders what happened to her all of a sudden. As Hayward walks over to sit with them, he realizes that everyone is probably excited because it is Cake Day. Malin says that they got an interesting monument thanks to Cake Day and asks Simon if he saw it. He looks over to Hector, who is wearing a birthday hat and surrounded by dozens of cakes. Bro still doesn't look happy. Malin suddenly asks him if he really didn't know that today was Cake Day. She tells him that he shouldn't forget he is in school. Even though he is from the country, he should study the events and trends a bit. Since they are teammates, she can understand him, but other kids won't, and they will get any chance to pull him down. Simon thanks her for the advice and asks her if there is a day when boys give presents to the girls. She tells him that it's called an accessory gift. He He gets a bit scared as he hears this, and she explains that he doesn't really have to give real jewels. However, to tease him, she says that she won't stop him from giving her jewels and winks at him. Jane starts the class and says that she got a report that all the students returned safely to the academy, and she is quite satisfied as their advising professor. She starts with an announcement that they will be having a battle evaluation this week. It will be held throughout the first semester. The students will fight other students from first grade, which means that all 14 classes in Kizan will be their opponent. The winner will simply move to the upper squad, while the loser will go down. The squad positions get refreshed every week, and each position has different points that a student can earn or lose from the battles. The points lost in the upper squad are greater than the points gained in the lowest squad. The professor advises them to strive for the upper squad, since all the students in the lower squads by the end of the semester will get expelled. She tells them that she did her best as the vice-chancellor of Kizan, and the advising professor of Class A. Only their class went through the real battle with the Cyclopes. She says that she trusts them not to let her down. Hayward raises his fist and gets on his desk as he shouts that they will do their best, so she can hold her head high. She starts cheering for Class A, but no one joins him. Professor Jane sighs and tells him that he is the one she's worried about the most. Jane gathers all the students and asks them if they can tell her the difference between the monster battle and the interpersonal battle they are going to have. One girl raises her hand and explains that they previously devised a strategy to kill the monster, but now their opponent will devise a strategy to attack them. The professor tells her that she is correct, and asks if someone else has any idea. Hector speaks out and says that, unlike the monster battle, they will have limitations on the type of black magic they can use in the interpersonal battles. Jane asks him to explain it in more detail. He tells her that skills that have a long cast time or skills that are slow to shoot won't really be effective in these battles. Similarly, trap-type magic circles installed on the floors also won't work. He then looks at Simon and says that summoning skills from summonology also won't be effective in these battles, since humans can simply ignore the summoned creatures, unlike the monster. Jane tells them that he is right, and that certain fields of study may have a hard time getting good results. However, some of the skills may not be good in interpersonal battles, but can still be used as powerful weapons. She gives an example of Hayward's enchantment spell, and says that if you take a simpler approach using that spell, it would be easiest to fight against a magical combat student, as they would need to get closer to fight. Making the enchanted weapon touch them would be easy. However, if he goes against a hematology student who can attack from a long distance, he will lose before he even knows it. She tells them that they will get a good result if they reflect on their strengths and weaknesses. The professor says that they will now train individually to check out their specialties, and when they actually fight, they will be wearing a protective vest. As everyone else is discussing their strategies, Simon sits alone while wondering how he can get good scores using summonology. He can win easily if he uses the battalion, but he can't do it during class. He also thinks about using the skeletons, but those are too slow compared to human speed, so it won't do much good. As he feels lost, the TA walks over to him and asks him if he has any problems. She tells him that she has spent nearly 2 years in this academy. Simon explains that he is a summonology major, so he was wondering how he was going to fight in the interpersonal battles. The TA suggests trying it out instead of just thinking about it and hands him a training vest. She tells him that she will act as his opponent and asks if he knows about the barrier gauge. Simon tells her that their professor talked about it during their first battle. The TA assures him that she will only use first-grade black magic and asks him if he is ready. As Simon takes out his skeletons, she smiles and creates multiple magic circles. He orders the skeletons to charge at her. He notices that she is using the Darkness Arrows spell. She tells him that it's a technique that most first-graders use for long-distance attacks. As Simon commands the skeletons, he wonders if she is really going to use the spells that first-graders can handle. As his skeletons try attacking her, the arrows destroy them completely. She tells him that he is pretty good for a first-grader, as he can control 3 skeletons at once. At the same time, she crushes another one of his skeletons with her fist. As Simon looks at her in shock, she asks him if he can really waste his time. She suddenly channels the exhaust curse and he starts feeling tired. Even though she is using basic spells, he can tell that she is experienced. She slowly starts walking towards him and says that she got rid of his creatures and cast exhaust on him, so it's a good opportunity for her to finish him off. Instead of guarding himself, Simon uses the darkness and tries to kick her. However, he doesn't feel his kick connecting. As the smoke fades, he sees the TA standing at a distance. She nervously smiles and says that she accidentally used spiritualization, even though she was only supposed to use basic magic. In her mind, she knew that she might have died if she didn't spiritualize. She clears her throat and tells him that the reason they do mock battles is for students like him to find out their strengths by pushing them to their limits. She says that he started with summonology, but changed to magical combat when he was cornered. Not only that, he was reinforcing his body for close combat while he was sending his skeletons to fight. Even when he didn't know if she was going for close combat, he still instinctively chose to prepare for a close combat fight. She pats him and says that he doesn't really have to choose right now, but he has the skill and talent, and if it were her, she would pick magical combat without a second thought. Simon thanks her as she leaves and wonders if it is really going to be hard to fight with summonology. As he is thinking, Hector asks him to put on the vest and challenges him to a fight. Simon is not interested in battling him right now as he is not in a mood. He throws the protective vest back at the bully and tells him to go pick a fight somewhere else. This agitates Hector and he curses Simon, but Malin interrupts. He warns her that she should not meddle between the two. She calls him a child and a bully. In reply, Hector calls her Cern's stooge. This infuriates Malin, and she sends her powerful magic circle towards Hector. Simon acts promptly and destroys the circle in time. Just then the TA comes and Hector apologizes for the situation. Hayward gets angry as Hector always pretends to be nice in front of the professors. The TA warns both of them as Professor Jane hates such behavior the most. Both students apologize for their behavior, and the TA asks them to carry on their practice. Hayward thinks Hector is so annoying he should know what not to say. Cammy asks Malin if she's okay. Turns out she is not hurt, she just lost her composure a bit. Simon wants to talk to Malin about her behavior, but she cuts him and reminds the main character that he is still holding her hand. Simon apologizes as he is in a hurry. She calls him a fool for holding her magic circle with bare hands. Simon's hand has received several burns while he stopped Malin's magic circle. She takes him to the infirmary. Later in the infirmary, while putting on a bandage, she asks Simon why he held her hand. He explains that Malin's actions would have resulted in great trouble for her. Even though Hector was wearing the protective vest, he was not wearing it properly, which means he could have been seriously injured. He also mentions that the bully should not have called her the stooge. Simon is thankful to her for stopping Hector and believes they are even as he also saved her later. Malin stands up irritated. She angrily tells Simon that he is really kind to the point where it is annoying. The main character looks confused when Malin says his tactics will not work this time. She finally grabs him from his shoulder, looks into his eyes, and thanks him. She rushes towards the door, leaving Simon behind. Fear comments that their relationship puts him at a loss for words. He also thinks that Simon is the same as his father. Simon tells him to stay quiet. The scene changes to Kami and Simon discussing spiritology. The main character asks what spiritology is, and Kami replies that she is not sure. Hayward joins them and asks Simon if he is okay as he looks tired. He inquires about their reserve squad in the spiritology class. Simon looks pale and he reveals that the lecture was too painful in an unimaginable way. He explains that the spiritology professor teaches only when they can feel the spirits. They have to be part of the reserve team until they feel the spirit. He elaborates that the professor in the spiritology class only emphasizes feeling the spirit first. If the students are not able to feel it, the professor gets angry and scolds them until they do it. Even the process of feeling the spirit makes Simon never want to experience it again. Cammy starts crying when she recalls all that happened in spiritology class. Simon consoles him, saying it's good that she made it out alive. He then asks Hayward and Malin what they have learned in the training team. The girl answers that they are learning attacking spells. All the professors are mainly teaching how to attack because the battle evaluation is happening soon. Hematology does not require prerequisites like spirits in the spiritology class. They believe that Simon and Cammy will learn something useful in spiritology class. Both of them beg Malin to stop due to their traumatic experience in class. Meanwhile, Professor Sillage arrives instructing everyone to gather up for the class. He starts the class by apologizing for conducting his first class so late in the semester due to some private matters. Since they are behind schedule, the professor hurries. He starts by explaining hematology is the kind of black magic that uses blood as a medium. He goes on to explain that many people consider it as the study that reenacts the secret skills of vampires or werewolves. Contrary to popular belief, hematology boasts a long history as blood is the substance that has the best compatibility with the darkness. According to the professor, the beginners will have a hard time extracting blood, so before the hands-on practice part of the class, they will use assistive tools to draw blood. He continues the class once everyone puts on the wearing device to draw blood. The professor explains that the darkness and the caster's blood are compatible. The necromancer can artificially mix the darkness with blood to create various magical reactions. In other words, it's a waste of power for a necromancer to not use the blood. It can consume 1 stamina, but the blood can be the fastest and strongest weapon. Amidst the professor's explanation, Simon realizes that Kami is also a vampire. The professor adds that they are going to identify the properties and corresponding characteristics of the blood. They will have to use hematic bullets in real battle. All the classes have to take part in this hands-on practice. After the first line, the professor calls Kami's line. Simon wishes her luck and she goes ahead confidently for her real battle. The professor goes on to call every student based on their line. He determines their blood type and directs them to the TA. The TA will give them a name tag. The students have to wear that tag every time they enter the class. Now it's Kami's turn to shoot. The professor wonders if she is a vampire because of her surname Ursula. He signals her to open fire. Once she opens fire, there are huge explosions. Hayward and Malin are astonished to see that her blood type is KP1, and there is no point in estimating the penetration diameter. She destroys 4 targets in the explosion. Her powerful strike leaves everyone, including Simon, in awe. They all admire her being a vampire and striking such a powerful bullet. The professor announces her blood type has the property of explosion when it is combined with darkness. In terms of attacking power, her blood type is the strongest among all. Such blood type is the specialty of the vampires only. Kami is overwhelmed by the praise she is getting from her classmates. The professor also wishes to see her often in the future, which makes her even more excited. Malin and Hayward also appreciate her, saying she did a great job. She thanks them shyly. Next, the professor calls line 6, which is Simon. When Simon opens fire, his bullet disappears, making everyone shocked. As soon as the bullet hits the target, it reappears and explodes. The Ta announces the blood type is unknown as it's a new kind. His bullet hits 4 targets and the penetration marks are immeasurable. The professor confesses that he has never seen such a kind of bullet before. According to him, it's a hematic bullet that spreads in a fan shape and he cannot explain its properties at the moment. He plans on discussing it in the next class and moves on to line 7. The TA does not have the name tag for Simon's blood type, so she promises to give him one in the next class. He thanks the TA and goes away to his friends. Kami expresses her amusement at his rare blood type. The main character, however, is confused as he has never heard about it before. Hayward comforts him, saying it's good, as this makes him look special. He also speculates that Simon might not have proper guidance in the class due to his rare case. He continues that all the hematology spells have different training methods depending upon the type. Malin adds that even the 4 of them have different kinds of blood types and will need special training. Hayward keeps on elaborating that hematology professors will only lead them in a direction, and the TAs will be responsible for providing detailed tips and training based on the student's blood type. That means if there are 60 types in the class, they would need 60 TAs. Simon now understands why there are so many TAs. He wonders what will happen to him as his blood type is rare. The scene shifts to Professor Sillage's office where he is pondering over Simon's blood type. According to Sillage, the blood type's property is multiplying. The moment his blood meets the darkness, it devours the blood. The darkness that devours the blood increases in volume and power. He also deduces a reason for his bullet to disappear. His darkness has the ability to consume the blood, that's why his bullet became invisible during the practice session. However, once his bullet hits the target, the damage goes in normally. This theory fascinates the professor. As per him, the strong vampire blood like Kami eats the darkness to grow its volume. But on the contrary, Simon's blood reinforces the darkness. For Sillage, all of this is interesting and worth researching. He now understands why Professor Bahil put so much work into Simon. Sillage remembers his conversation with Bahil when he asks Bahil what brings him to his office. He says that he has a deal to offer. He continues saying that he has a half-vampire student in Class B, but the student is thinking about majoring in catarrhology. The young professor smiles and continues that the student has some talent in catarrhology, but she has scored higher in hematology, both in the latest exam and even in the entrance exam. She also has the advantage of being born into a vampire family. Professor Sillage urges him to come to the actual point while sipping his tea. He replies that he will persuade the student to major in hematology. Professor Bahil is sure that she will become a powerful ally to Sillage in the future. The old professor, on the other hand, does not seem convinced. He reminds Bahil that he has always been arrogant since he was a student. He warns him not to step over even if he is now a part of the Crow. Bahil apologizes and explains that he just wanted to help as his former student. The professor mocks his past reference and reminds him that he dropped out of hematology at the start of the second semester. Bahil ignores his taunting and comes to the point. He wants Sillage to give up Simon. Due to this encounter, the professor realizes that Bahil's actions are just for his personal gains. He should have known better when the young professor came to his office and told him to give up on Simon. He also realizes that Bahil wants to take away a genius like Simon from him. Meanwhile, his TA comes in with coffee. He thanks her and orders her to get ready to register his research paper. The TA inquires about the topic, to which Sillage replies that it would be a new type of blood mark. She confirms if the professor is going to study Simon's blood. The professor confirms and says he should hurry before someone else snatches Simon away. He calls the new blood type SM1 and instructs the TA to let others know as well. He also reveals that they are going to join the battle to take Simon. In the catarrhology lecture room, Professor Bahil senses that all the students are looking tense regarding their battle evaluation. He understands that fighting against fellow students can make anyone anxious, as he has been a former Kizan student. He plans on giving them useful tips. In order to teach them how to safely defeat their opponent, he divides the class into 2 groups. Group 1 comprises those who are planning on using black magic in the battle evaluation. The professor will teach them leg down, a supplementary curse that they can quickly cast. Group 2 consists of those students who would mainly use curses. The professor plans on teaching them the improved paralyze curse. He also mentions that he has recreated and improved these curses himself, so the students would not be able to learn them elsewhere. Leg down generates a locally confined exhaust, including the feet to limit movement. One can cast it more quickly and easily than exhaust. On the other hand, remade paralyze is less effective than the existing paralyze spell. However, Professor Bahil has improved it for actual battle so that the students can cast it faster than the original. He instructs the class to line up for the skill they would like to learn. Bahil sees Simon and his group discussing their choices. He realizes that a genius like this boy should wear clothes that fit him perfectly. He basically wants the main character to forget about using summonology as his main skill in the battle and choose catarology instead. On the other hand, Simon chooses leg down, which means he is going with summonology as his main skill. This infuriates Bahil, but when his TA mentions it, he composes himself a bit. He informs his TA named Chehekle that there is a sudden change of plan. He will now lead the leg down group. Chehekle reminds him that all the other teaching assistants have already prepared the materials for teaching leg down, as per Bahil's former instructions. However, she soon realizes that there is no point in arguing with the professor, as he is not going to change his mind. Therefore, she informs the other TAs that they should put away the leg down materials and get ready to teach Paralyze. TAs are not really surprised by Bahil's behavior, as they know he is not the type to listen to anyone once he makes up his mind. Chehekle takes their lead and asks them to support her in the class. Deep inside, the TA knows that the professor has changed his mind due to Simon. She releases a sigh as things are going to get complicated from now on. Professor Bahil starts his training session with the leg down group. He starts the class by letting the students know that since they have chosen catarology as their supplementary skill, they have to be perfect at it. As per the professor, there is no better black magic than a curse to buy more time to cast the main spell. A girl raises her hand and asks a question regarding the type of magic that takes the most time to cast. The professor answers that summonology spells overall take a longer time to cast. After the class, Simon is sitting outside on a bench. He releases a sigh and asks Fear if the battalion commander has to major in summonology. Fear now understands why the commander is so stressed out. He clears that there is no such rule. The commander can still rule them if he chooses a different major. He also asks if the main character wants Fear to stop him from opting for summonology. Simon opens up by saying everyone, including the professors, thinks that summonology is weaker and behind the times. Fear inquires if he wants to quit summonology. Simon anxiously squeezes his hands and says no. Fear gets that Simon is not actually stuck between giving up or choosing summonology. He is rather troubling his mind because he wants to win the battle evaluation with summonology. Simon is surprised that Fear knows everything about him. The main character considers himself a fool for wanting to win with summonology. It annoys him when everyone considers summonology inferior, even if he has not yet chosen it to be his major. His belief in his choices is clashing with his feelings about other people's opinions, but he finally decides to follow his heart and win with summonology. Fear appreciates his daring spirit and supports his decision. He advises him to do as his heart wishes and not let others' opinions bother him. Simon's decision to fight with summonology alone agitates Professor Bahil. He throws a fit around his office as he thinks Simon is wasting his talents with summonology. His TA enters the office and asks if Bahil is done venting his anger. Professor Bahil fears that Simon will become the next Aaron if he occupies himself with outdated subjects like summonology. Bahil still remembers that Aaron was a talented student, and he entered Kizan as the #1 special admission. However, he is now being treated badly at Kizan. Bahil looks at the picture of him and Aaron in Kazan's uniform and puts it down on the table. He does not want a talented boy like Simon to waste his talent. He believes only he can put some sense into Simon and polish his talent. Chehekle asks Bahil to reveal his true intentions. The professor says that he wants Simon at any cost with an evil grin. He also states that he is even ready to sacrifice his soul if it is for Simon. He is ready to do anything to flourish a talent like the main character at his hands. Chehekle is not surprised by Bahil's intentions, as she seems to already know it. The professor carries on stating his true intentions in his own zone. He wants Simon to become the next Nephthys and ascend to God's realm with Bahil's mentorship. In return, he only wants Simon to regard his professor as his sole mentor. He only wants the boy to say his professor's name whenever someone asks him about his success. Even the thought of such a scenario gives him chills. The TA wants to leave him alone for a moment, but he grabs her by her chin and reveals that he kind of needs all the things he wants just like her. Chehekle stumps his foot, reminding him that it's harassment. The professor acts disappointed, saying he can't have her as his successor due to her rigid personality, to which the TA replies that she thought that he had decided Simon would be the one to carry his legacy. Bahil reveals that he does not want Simon to be his successor. He rather wants him to surpass the professor. He wants Simon to become Nephthys' equivalent in power. He asks his Ta if his desire to be an educator of such talent is vulgar. She adjusts her glasses and states that to manipulate one's teaching right seems like a vulgar obsession to her. As per Bahil, she always has an objection to what he says. He presents an idea that since Simon has been successful in summonology, he is quite satisfied with his skills right now. What he needs to experience right now is the most bitter defeat in summonology. This is the only way to make him reflect on his choice. Chehekle appreciates his idea and confirms if he wants to make Simon feel defeated on purpose. Bahil confirms it, saying this will be a piece of cake for him. Simon is standing outside with Hayward. He has learned that Professor Aaron will not take a single class this week. He is on a trip as a practicing necromancer, so his class schedule can be flexible. That news is a bummer for Simon, as he has been waiting to learn something from him before the battle evaluation. The match table for the battle evaluation is out. Hayward only hopes to avoid the monsters before reading the table. They read the table and learn that Simon will go against Harem Koak from Class G. On the other hand, Hayward has to go against Ligang Chopra from Class G. Simon inquires if Hayward knows any of them, to which he replies that he will try to learn about their specialty. Simon thanks Hayward for helping him out. He is eager to find out Harem's skill set as his opponent. Hayward asks Simon if he is up for personal training after their class. He also asks what's the use of training when only a few students have the ability to survive the main character's deadly magical combat kick. Simon reveals that he is not going to use magical combat and will go with summonology. Hayward advises him to choose magical combat by impersonating Malin. She is standing right behind him and hits him on the head with a book. Later that night, Simon is out in Rochester wearing his black coat. He goes to a necromancer store that Hayward has told him about. The store manager welcomes him and asks if he is looking for something particular. Turns out Simon is looking for skeleton archers. The manager tells him that since he is a first grader, it would be difficult for him to assemble the archers. The main character still wants to try them, and the manager appreciates his challenging spirit. He asks if the boy knows that skeletons have many positions other than the archer. Simon is well aware of the other positions, which impresses the manager even more. Simon notices that they are named after the positions themselves. The manager asks about his choice of archer particularly. Simon answers that once he gave a bow to his skeleton, he did really badly. The manager laughs and tells the main character that the skeletons have different positions that they fit in. He shows Simon a Sapiro skeleton from a brand named Vanilla, which is the safest choice for beginners to start with the archer. Its magic circles are better than others. Plus, its brand offers excellent repair services. Upon asking, Simon comes to know that the single box of archer would cost him 30 gold. Simon is interested in the set. Fear also urges him to buy it because even if it breaks, they can recycle it. Simon buys 3 boxes and a few other things. He leaves the shop after spending a huge amount of money. Fear reminds him of his unexpected splurge, but he actually needs all the things he bought. While he is returning, he halts as he sees someone unexpected in front of him. It's Professor Bahil. The scene shifts and we see Professor Bahil with Harem. He is a tough guy with tattoos all over his body. The professor informs him that the operation has been done. The guy feels he has a new surge of energy within him due to Bahil's operation. Bahil is happy and instructs him to go back to Kazan and be normal. However, he can never let others see the tattoo. Once the battle competition begins, the tattoo will naturally disappear. He clarifies that the operation won't be detected during the anti-doping test. Professor Bahil's curse will last about 2 months. Harem asks Bahil why he is helping with the battle evaluation. Bahil replies that the reason is not that important. All he has to do is follow Bahil's instructions. Harem has to defeat Simon as per the professor's instruction with the newly found power. Bahil mentions that he does not have to be afraid, as his powers are now beyond Simon's level. Harem brings out a hand made of darkness from his back and destroys the table. It's now confirmed that his darkness is bigger and stronger than before. He thanks the professor and says that he will never forget his favor. He also offers to kill Simon in a fake accident if he is in trouble with the professor. Bahil gets angry and tells him to not go beyond the orders or do anything stupid. He threatens to kill Harem and his family if anything goes wrong and Simon gets killed. Harem gets scared and falls on his back. He starts shaking with fear and says that he will do as he is told. Bahil now kind of regrets using Harem in his plan as he is not worth it. However, he plans on apologizing about all this to Simon someday, but he is sure that Simon will be thankful to him if he ever learns about Bahil's decision. Hayward arrives in the academy's hall and sees Simon with a box. The main character has come back safely without getting caught. Hayward asks him why he is here instead of coming back to the room. Simon tells him that he is here to make the skeleton archers he bought. Hayward is thrilled to hear it and asks about its brand. When he learns that the brand is Vanilla, he looks inside the box and says that it is so cool. He realizes that it's Sapiro's skeleton. Simon gets ready to wake the skeleton up. After reading the manual, Hayward tells the main character to wait, as it says that one needs to do a circling on the magic circle. Simon does not know anything about circling. It is a technique to create magic circles in darkness dynamics, but they have not learned it yet. Simon starts looking for the textbook to find circling in his book. He finally finds it and thinks that he can do this. Simon wonders if this is about circulation and not transformation. He remembers Professor Bahil teaching him in the class how darkness has a tendency to remember its flow. Simon puts his hand on the skull and says the darkness will turn by itself even without his intervention. That is how the circling works. The eyes of the skull light up. Hayward is surprised at how he can do that by just glancing at the book. Simon replies that it is because it's similar to the technique that he already knows. Hayward reads the manual again and it says that it might take some time to tame the skeleton. Simon reveals he is making the skeletons right now, because he doesn't have that much time to waste. He plans on assembling the skeleton once everyone is asleep. Once Hayward is asleep, Simon assembles the skeletons and asks them if they can move well. The skeletons start moving and turning. Simon gives a bow in their hand and takes them outside. He orders the skeleton to shoot at the tree. They shoot the arrow and strike the tree in the middle. Simon is glad to see that, and he continues practicing through the night. The next morning during the class, Simon is heads down on the desk when Malin asks if he is okay. Simon tells her that he didn't sleep last night. Hayward rushes in and tells Simon that they have a problem. He informs him that he should stop his plan to fight with archers, as his opponent is the son of a notorious necromancer family from the Baldwin Kingdom. The black magic he uses is the Black Hand. Malin has never heard of this kind of black magic spell. Hayward reveals that Heron's spell pulls out a hand-like thing made of the darkness from his back. This hand can easily defend long-distance attacks, even the bows made up of darkness. That means the skeleton archers are unlikely to work against him, because the skeletons would be using regular arrows. However, Heron can't use other black magic spells while he is maintaining the Black Hand. Simon is worried after hearing all the information. Cammy and Malin suggest using catarology if he wants to win against Heron. If he uses an exhaust spell, it would be an easy win. He just has to get enough distance and stack up the curse. The main character is still not convinced to use catarology as his main skill. He suddenly comes up with a good idea and starts writing something down. He keeps working on his idea for several days without taking any rest. His friends want him to stop as he could die if he keeps working like that. Simon, on the other hand, does not listen to anyone and keeps on working his idea out without thinking about his health. Simon keeps on scribbling day and night, and only a few days are left to the evaluation. His friends cannot leave him like that. Therefore, Malin decides to talk to him. She calls Simon. He stops writing and looks at her. He has dark circles under his eyes and looks really tired. She tells him that he is going to get himself sick. Malin advises him to take care of himself. Simon thanks her and asks if they can talk later. She grabs him by his face and offers him an energy pill. She instructs him to just swallow it with water. Simon has to survive until the evaluation. Simon takes the pill with water and asks for 2 more pills with a weird smile on his face. This annoys Malin, and she cautions him to not rely on the pills. Hayward suggests that Simon should go to Professor Aaron, as it is better to ask for help if he is researching a new black magic. Simon also comes to know that Professor Aran is going to come back this afternoon, which means he can meet him. Later that day, Aaron is going towards his office. He sees Simon, who is sitting on the floor and reading a book in front of his office. Simon gets up and tells Professor Aaron that he wants to ask something. The professor disappoints Simon by saying it's past his working hours, but later clarifies that it was a joke and invites him in. They go in. Professor Aaron's office is a dark room with a huge skeleton and a lot of books. The outlook of his office impresses Simon. Aaron invites Simon to sit. When Simon looks for a seat, he sees a mummy lying on a couch. Simon, while looking at the mummy, tells the professor that he would like to know how to win in the battle evaluation with summonology. Aaron considers his idea to win with summonology pointless when Simon is demonstrating good talent in magical combat and other subjects. He is not sure why Simon is getting himself in trouble when he can easily win with other subjects. Aaron sits down on his chair. Simon, while sitting on the couch, reveals that he wants to win with summonology and major in it. Both of them are facing each other, and there is absolute silence in the room. Simon thinks that he made a mistake, but Aaron speaks up. He asks the main character if he wants him to tell the solution or to supplement his solution. Simon smirks, confirming he wants the latter. The scene changes to the day of the battle evaluation. The battle stadium is quite large, with a lot of students, including Simon's friends. They do not see him, so they wonder where he is. Hayward goes away looking for him. Cammy looks around and nervously comments that there are too many students. As per Malin, it is not surprising, as today's battle is really important. Those who will lose today will fall in the lower squad. If they lose again, they will likely be expelled from Kazan. Cammy starts crying and asks Malin if she thinks that she will survive. Malin comforts her by patting her back and telling her that she will do great. Cammy doesn't know why so many people came. Malin replies that the students are just here to get intel. She also looks at a group near them and thinks that those people are from dark alliances. They are interested in seeing talented students like Simon. However, she does not reveal that to Cammy, as she is already anxious. Just then, they all hear the announcement of Simon's match. Heron arrives at the stadium, but there is still no sign of Simon. The announcement happens again. The delay leaves Heron angry. He manifests to defeat the entitled special admission guy and has all eyes on him. He also plans on breaking Simon's legs or arms, as Bahil has only instructed against killing him. The referee announces that if Simon doesn't show up within 5 minutes, they are going to disqualify him. Suddenly, Hayward appears with Simon. The main character apologizes for being late. The referee accepts it and tells both the contestants to wear the bracelets. The bracelets are enchanted with barrier spells that absorb damage. Simon seems to be in pretty bad shape, which makes Heron think he could easily win the battle. As per the rules, if one person passes out or if their bracelet gauge becomes 0, the battle will end. The battle starts and Heron brings out the darkness from his back. He forms a magic circle in his hand. He wonders even if Simon wants to major in summonology. Magical combat is the one that makes him more dangerous. He plans on staying at a distance. On the other hand, Simon brings out his skeletons. Instead of attacking Heron, he starts moving away from him. Heron does not get why Simon is backing himself into the wall. The main character and his 3 skeletons are ready to defend with their shields. Harem shoots an arrow first, which the skeleton defends effortlessly. He then uses a sickness curse on Simon and destroys his skeleton in a blink of an eye. Malin gets angry with Hayward as his information about Harren's power turns out to be false. Hayward himself is surprised as the guy is much stronger right now than he is known to be. Professor Bahil sees Aaron watching the match. He has never seen him at the first grade battle evaluation before. Aaron has never been to these battles as he could not see his students suffer. Moreover, he knew what kind of pain was waiting for them when they chose summonology. Bahil tells him that the reason for not accepting disciples is his guilt. He also warns him to be ready and witness the pain Simon is going to experience since he is tempted to have him as a disciple. The battle is going and Harren gets ready for his second sickness curse. Bahil tells Aaron that once Harren casts his second sickness spell, the match will be over. Aaron does not say a word and turns away. Bahil asks where he is going, to which he replies that the match is over. He came here to watch hoping for Simon to win just in case, but there is no need to wait now. Meanwhile, Harren prepares his magic circle and hits Simon with his second sickness. Simon falls down to the ground after bearing such a powerful blow. Harren mocks him as he thinks the main character considers him just a nameless student from Class G. He also asks Simon how it feels to be defeated by a nameless guy. Simon stands up saying nothing in this world should be taken for granted. Harren wonders if he is going to give up. But Simon gets up and mutters, preparing for the counterattack as his strategy has been worked. Harren is confused as he cannot see what has Simon planned against him. The main character on the other hand reminds him that as per the rules of Battle Evaluation Article 3 and Paragraph 4, students who are participating in the battle evaluation shall be disqualified if they leave the arena during the battle. However, there is no rule against bringing something into the arena. As soon as he states the ruling, the arena starts shaking. A giant one-eyed ball-like creature emerges and stands behind Simon. Its appearance leaves Harren shocked. It turns out Simon has summoned a golem, that too in first grade evaluation. Nobody expected to see a mud golem summoned in a first grader battle. Along with everyone else, Simon's friends are also excited to see this creature. Malin tells Cammy that it is a spell that applies summoning magic to operate the golem's core. It is the symbolic spell of summoners. A summoned mud golem is created from a golem's core. The core is made by clumping sand, mud, and soil. Different types of golems can be made depending on the materials. It is usually very difficult for a first grader to create a golem, that too in their first grader evaluation. Hayward reveals that when he went outside to bring Simon, he was burying the golem's core. They now realize that Simon's plan from the very start was to bring the golem. To execute his plan, he moved towards the side where golem's core was buried. Since the cure was buried outside, Harren could not even destroy it. Simon's friends admire that he is really good at summonology. Harren is now on the verge of losing. He thinks that life is unfair as everyone is born into different conditions. He wanted to win against entitled Simon and land a blow to students like him who have never faced any difficulty in their lives. But right now the golem is too much for him. The golem punches his opponent as per Simon's instructions. Harren cannot withstand the attack and hits the wall. The powerful attack leaves Harren unconscious and the match is over. Simon wins the match. Everyone is in awe of Simon's summoned golem and the fact that he has won his battle evaluation with just summonology. His friends Hayward, Kami, and Malin cheer for him. The whole crowd appreciates the special admission guy and chants that he is the best. Amidst Simon's winning celebrations, the medical staff comes to get Harren. While they are about to take him away, Simon advises Harren to never use someone else's power, as he is never going to win this way. The staff takes him away. Simon also leaves the arena with his golem. Simon goes out to meet his friends. Malin asks why he did not tell them about his plan. Simon apologizes, saying he did not know that she is worried. She shyly denies being worried about him at all. Kami wants to hop onto the golem's back, but turns out that Simon is using his darkness to maintain it. If he keeps on doing it longer, he will pass out. Kami apologies for her inconsideration, and Simon withdraws his darkness. The golem crumbles away, leaving his core behind. Simon picks the core up. Hayward is amazed and asks how Simon managed to get the expensive core. Turns out the shop manager in Rochester gave him the core at a discounted price of 650 gold. He only had 610 left after he bought 3 archer boxes. He tells Hayward that he managed to pay the rest on credit and with the money he made with the mission. He asks Hayward about the next mission, as he has now learned that being a necromancer is all about having money. The scene changes when we see Hayward and his opponent Li Gang are about to start their battle. The guy knows everything about his opponent. He knows that Li Gang is an enchanter like him. She controls weapons at will using the darkness to form thin threads. Hayward starts telling Li Gang all the information that he has gathered against her. He tells her full name, her family tree, and even the name of her village. He knows about her first friend at Kizan and grades as well. A sage from her village opened her core. She wants to major in darkness dynamics but is also interested in magical combat. Hayward also knows about her height, weight, and her minor knee injury. Hayward's information annoys his opponent and wants him to shut his mouth. Hayward does not seem to take it and states that it is important to know the weaknesses of one's enemies. Li Gang is not impressed and attacks him. but her swords are attracted to Hayward's electromagnetic that attracts metals with the same element. Turns out he has done his homework about Li Gang metal swords. She has almost bought 20 swords, but she does not have a single armor. She must have taken him lightly as an average enchanter. However, as per his research, Li Gang's weakness is long-distance accelerating attacks. Targeting her weakness, he attacks her once with a coin. The coin hits her on the head. Li Gang cannot bear even a single blow and goes unconscious, making Hayward an easy winner. Cammy and Malin clap for him, but deep inside they are feeling embarrassed. Next up is Malin and her opponent Eben. Simon and Cammy wish her luck while she is walking towards the arena. She crosses Hayward and goes away, ignoring him. He asks Cammy if anything has happened, but she denies it. She rather asks him if Malin's opponent wants to major in magical combat. He confirms it and states that the whole battle would be based on whether she will get close to Malin or she will push her away. Eben mentions that she did not know she would go against Malin in her first evaluation. Malin answers that it should be an honor for her family and calls her a commoner. Eben gets ready to attack Malin, saying it would be a great experience for Malin if she is defeated by a commoner. She runs towards Malin. Before she could hit her, Malin uses a flare and does not allow her to even come near her. Simon appreciates how quickly she has made the dark flare. Hayward corrects him that it's darkness elemental flame that is quicker to cast. The spell uses the darkness to express the elemental magic of pure wizards reinterpreted in a modern way. It has a black shade to it that is the flame's characteristic. It's more powerful and easier to control its variable. Simon finds this upgrade amazing. Eben appreciates Malin's strategy to avoid the attacks. But she thinks she still has the upper hand. All she has to do is dodge her and keep her from using dark flare. She is just searching for a single chance to hit her opponent. Malin, on the other hand, calls her naive. But Eben thinks there is no use of a powerful spell if it does not hit the target. She keeps on dodging her attacks and suddenly comes from Malin's back. Malin quickly detects her and turns away before she can hit her. She dodges her punch and hits her with her powerful flare. The battle ends with Malin as a winner. Hayward appreciates her even if he finds her annoying at times. Simon now believes Kazan really values talent. After such a show, she would not dare to go against her in the future. Hayward mentions he would rather go against Simon. Both of them hear a rattling sound and wonder where it is coming from. When they look around, they see that Cammy is trembling and rattling her wings. She has now seen all her friends win and wonders if she can also win. Simon comforts her, saying she should not feel any pressure. Hayward tries to distract her by telling them that Professor Sillage has arrived just in time for her match. Simon tells Hayward to stay quiet as it can put more pressure on Cammy. She also notices Professor Sillage and gets anxious a bit more. Soon her name is announced. She has to fight Igor from Class C. As per Hayward's research, he is a standard guy. He isn't particularly good in a single area, but has strong basic skills. He guesses that Igor will fight by combining his basic skills. Cammy has to break through his basic skills as she is an extremely offense-oriented hematologist. Malin is sure that Cammy will do great. Hayward adds that as long as she does not panic, she will be good. The match is about to start. Cammy and Igar greet each other. The guy wonders if she is actually an Ursula, as all of them were violent vampires. The match begins. Igar takes out his skeletons and Cammy prepares to shoot. Malin wonders if it would be an easy win for Cammy as her bullets are hard to defend. Hayward says it's true if they only compare their skill levels. To their surprise, Igar defends Cammy's hematic bullet and is completely unharmed. Turns out he belongs to a rich family. All his equipment is worth hundreds of gold. Everything he owns is so expensive that it can easily fend off her hematic bullets. Cammy also knows this fact and she must have prepared some plan of action against his strong defense. Igar sends dark arrows towards her, but she easily dodges them. He changes his strategy and prepares to cast a curse. Cammy's friend shouts that she has to do something as her opponent is about to cast a curse. She again shoots a bullet, but the skeleton defends it perfectly. She thinks for a second and uses blood silk. Her opponent, on the other hand, uses his magic circle to cast paralyze. They both bear the attacks at the same time. Igar realizes that Cammy's attack was actually a paralyze potion, but he is sure his paralyze spell will last longer than the potion. Plus he has his skeletons that he can use to attack. Cammy, on the other hand, can still move and is planning on attacking. She starts running towards Igar. He is caught off guard and wonders if she is going to engage in close combat. He sends in another paralyze curse, but she bears it. Despite his paralyzing attacks, she comes closer. Before her opponent can attack, she opens her mouth and bites him with her vampire teeth. His barrier starts to go down, and despite his appeals, Cammy does not leave him. Soon the barrier reaches 0 and Cammy wins. After the winning announcement, she leaves him and he lies down on the ground. She apologizes, but Igar appreciates her decision as it's his fault that he let his guard down. Cammy only wanted to win and is now worried if he is hurt. He assures her that he is alright due to the barrier, and even if he is hurt, she should not be worried as it was a battle evaluation after all. He mentions that he almost dodged becoming a vampire by a bite thanks to the barrier. Cammy again apologizes and he brushes her apology, saying that getting bitten by her is not actually that bad. Before she can say something else, she hears that her friends are cheering for her. She waves at them excitedly, saying she won, but she soon realizes that Igar is still there. She feels sorry for ignoring his presence. He does not bother and thinks she should celebrate her win. Even if he could not defend himself longer, he actually loved Kami. Malin congratulates her friends, especially mentioning Kami on winning their first battle evaluation. She hugs her tightly and is so proud of her. She also mentions their midterm exams are approaching, and they have to study for it. Everyone makes a weird face as they all totally forgot about the exams. Hayward reminds them that Simon should worry as he has something important at stake related to the exams. He had promised to quit Kizan if he scored less than Malin in his upcoming exams. Simon now panics as he has totally forgotten about that. The next day, Simon is seen with a bundle of course books and plans on cramming them all. He has totally ignored his exams due to the battle evaluation. He studies hard, but it's getting difficult for him to keep up. Later that day in the girls' dorm, Malin is standing in her room. A girl informs her that a cute boy is asking for her. She goes out and sees that the cute guy is Simon. She wonders what brought him all the way over to the girls' dorm. Simon notices her hairstyle and appreciates her new bangs. She tells him to come to the point and also mentions that he is learning such behavior from Hayward. Simon comes to the point and invites her to their study group. Hayward and Kami are also included in their study group. Simon is on his knees and wants her to join their group. She agrees, saying she will join them after cleaning her room. Simon acknowledges her for joining the group. Later that day, Simon is seen studying in his dorm. Kami arrives for their group study session. She is really excited to study together even at the weekend. She asks if he is studying hematology. Simon wants to start with hematology since Kami is here. He inquires if he can ask her any questions related to the subject. Kami excitedly tells him that he can surely ask questions. She mentions that she is studying summonology and has questions related to it. She also feels apologetic for asking a question as soon as she arrives. Simon takes a look at the question that is related to zombies. He explains that she has to use a decomposition formula for this question. He has also just learned about it yesterday. The question tries to trick the students with weather or climate. If one reads this question closely, it also mentions that it is a hot and humid summer. That means it will decompose faster than it would normally do. He clarifies that Kami has to apply the acceleration factor. She should add this all up to get the answer. Kami is continuously watching Simon while he is explaining. She is startled when he finishes his explanation. She thanks him and tells him that she has understood the question. Simon is happy to learn that, as it was his first time explaining a question to anyone else. Kami hides her blushing face behind her notebook and wonders how can she concentrate on her studies when Simon is in front of her. Meanwhile, Malin enters the dorm mentioning it is really difficult for her to find time, but she is still here for them. Kami acknowledges her for coming. She encourages them to ask any questions they have in their minds. Before they could ask any questions, she notices Kami's notebook. The notebook has a decomposition formula written on it. Upon inquiring, she learns that Simon has been explaining it to Kami. Kami scored 80 in her last summonology exam, so Malin does not believe that she did not know that formula. Kami hesitates and starts explaining that she only knew a little about the formula and got it totally wrong in the last exam. Malin requests her to calm down as she is not blaming her. Amidst their argument, Hayward enters with a huge bag. His bag is full of items he will use in the next evaluation, and he also brought some sweet snacks. Everyone gets excited to see the snacks. They all sit down and ask Hayward how he manages market research and school life without getting tired. Simon asks, why is he even studying here if he desires to start his business in the future? He explains that he is planning on starting a business that only a Kizan student can start. He reveals that he is all set to start his delivery service business at Kizan. He exemplifies it saying if someone needs something urgently from the raw chest, they will tell Hayward, and he will arrange those things for them the next day. Simon finds this idea great, but advises Hayward to talk to the dorm first. Turns out he has already informed the dorm and has made the list of things one can order. He is now all set to start getting orders. Just then they hear the door knocking. They do not know who it is, as no one is expected to come at this hour. Simon opens the door and sees Nephthys standing there. She laughs and mentions that it has been long since they last saw each other. Her visit is unexpected for Simon. Before he can comprehend the situation, she walks past him and runs towards the sweets. The main character wants to stop her, but he cannot. She hops onto Malin, who thinks she is cute and offers the sweets. Nephthys takes them without a second thought. Malin also asks her name and she replies that her name is Nephthys. Malin does not sense that she is Chancellor Nephthys due to her cute, childlike getup. They all have a perception that their Chancellor is a witch-like lady, and no one can recognize her in her true getup. Only Hayward has a doubt on her as he is looking at her carefully. He nods to Simon and he confirms his doubts. Nephthys is happy to have the sweets and asks the main character if he could spare some time for her. She leaves with him taking everyone's leave. Simon is a bit embarrassed about the behavior of his friends, but Nephthys brushes it off saying she gets it all the time. She also appreciates him getting his first battalion. Simon tries to ask her how she knows that, but she interrupts him. She wants them to move somewhere else as she fears someone will hear their conversation. She holds Simon's hand and starts floating in the air with him. After a few seconds, Simon lands with his head hitting the ground. The place where they have landed is a girly room. Turns out it's Lorraine's room and she has just come out of a shower. Lorraine is angry at her mom for causing her trouble all the time. She is annoyed at the fact that her mother has brought a boy to her room without even informing her. Nephthys, on the other hand, has something important to tell them. Lorraine blames her for always being like this, but she brushes it off, saying Lorraine must study for her upcoming exam. She also mentions Simon's study group. Her daughter tells her that she already knows she has to study, but Nephthys does not buy it as she has to bear the professor's nagging all the time. Lorraine does not seem to understand, as she thinks her skills have nothing to do with memorizing the textbook formulas. They both keep on arguing for a minute. Seeing them argue like this, Simon begins to miss his team members. Lorraine finally asks Nephthys to tell them what she wants and leaves. Nephthys wonders where she got her personality from. She tells them both to sit down first. They both sit down on the floor. She starts by telling them about the priest that the main character has seen in the forest. She has ordered her subordinates to investigate the matter, and they have found some clues. However, she is not here to tell them about the clues. She is rather here to warn Simon. She reveals that the spy knows about Simon. This revelation is really shocking for the main character. She asks him if he remembers the Cyclops incident. She further explains that someone had intentionally messed up with the Cyclops. As per Simon's guess, their intention is to kill him and make it seem like an accident. The Chancellor reveals that the spy is someone from the school itself, as they had the chance to temper with the Cyclops. She asks him if he wants protection from Kizan, as Lorraine always worries about him. Her last statement embarrasses Lorraine. Nephthys offers him to take a year off from school and come back. They will adjust him at school like his roommate Kajun. She suggests that he should stay in his hometown for a year and come back later when he is out of danger. Simon thanks her for the offer but denies it. He requests her to let him stay at school, as he is also trying to investigate the matter on his own. Nephthys and her daughter get a little worried, but the Chancellor has expected this already, as Simon is Richard's son after all. The Chancellor gives up and tells Simon that she will have to devise a way to protect him at school. She gives him a necklace that is not just an ordinary necklace but an artifact. She informs them that many unsettling incidents have happened recently, not just in Kizan, but all over the continent. Therefore, she can't pay attention only to him and wants him to wear that necklace all the time. She reveals that the necklace has the power to protect him when he is in danger. As per the Chancellor's instruction, he has to leave everything once the necklace indicates danger. She also instructs Lorraine to take care of him in the school. Lorraine replies that she already knows that and goes back to sleep. Her mother wakes her up and tells her to go study with Simon. Lorraine does not want to go as she thinks it will annoy his friends. But Nephthys is adamant about sending her to group study. She throws a tantrum like a little baby, which makes Lorraine give up eventually. Nephthys happily leaves, instructing her daughter to get ready. Lorraine is embarrassed and she tells Simon that she will not bother their group study. She plans on just sitting with them for an hour and leaving. Simon, however, is happy to have more members. He takes her with him and introduces her to the group. He tells them that he ran into her outside and wondered if she could study with them. Lorraine is also apologetic for the way she is crashing their group study. She tells them to pretend she is not here and continue their group study. They all wonder how can they ignore her when she has such an amazing personality. Later, they all kind of gel together and start studying. While studying, Lorraine has some difficulty with a catarology question. Malin helps her with that question. She tells Lorraine that she can use a formula to solve that question. Lorraine gets the formula quickly, and Kami seems impressed by her quick learning. While they are studying, Kami offers her snacks. Hayward jumps in, telling that he has brought them from a store in Rochester. Lorraine gets to know them all and seems to have a good time. Simon also senses that she is getting along well with the group. He thinks she is amazing, although she is not really interested in studying, as she is a lazy, talented type of girl. The day is about to end, and they all decide to go back to their rooms and study on their own. Lorraine leaves with Simon while everyone says goodbye to her. On her way back, Lorraine asks Simon about his school life so far at Kizan. He replies that it's best to the point where he would risk his life. When they arrive at the gate, Lorraine takes her leave after thanking him for the group study session. Before leaving, she mentions one thing Simon should never forget: to doubt everything and trust no one. Jane finally begins the evaluation and says that it is a great opportunity for the students to test out their skills before the midterm. She informs them that the assessment will run for 60 minutes, and they will have to solve questions from all 8 subjects, except for elementary black magic. As she begins distributing the sheets, Malin turns to the group and starts to distribute different subjects among them. They all get the subjects they are good at. She tells them that if they can't solve a question, they should just put a star by it and pass. If they solve the question but are unsure about the answer, they should simply put a triangle. She tells them that she will check out everything from question number 1. Once they are done with the questions they are assigned, they should move on to other subjects. Since summonology has the most questions, she tells Simon that they will be counting on him. Simon confidently assures her to leave it to him. The assessment begins and all the students start writing immediately. Malin glances over at Simon and thinks to herself that he must have studied hard. However, she still isn't going to back away from the bet. She thinks about winning and canceling the bet since it would make her look much cooler. She will keep it a secret from him, and it will pressure him to study hard. As she is thinking all this, Hayward screams and asks for help with one of his questions. She slams the desk and asks him to skip the question and move on. The guy doesn't listen and continues screaming that he won't be able to solve other questions if he skips that one. It is now 5 minutes till the assessment is over. Malin tells everyone to just leave the questions they didn't get to and finish solving what they were previously working on. They only have one short question left. The group frantically tries to solve the last question as the clock ticks. After 5 minutes, Jane announces that the assessment is over and instructs everyone to put their hands above their heads. She tells them that the results of this test will be announced after the midterm and asks them to grade their own answers for the remainder of the class. Simon looks at Malin and asks her if they should grade and review their scores together. Our boy managed to get an 84 on his test, which is better than his previous score. Everyone cheers him on for his performance, but Malin is a bit upset because she can't go on with her plan now. Kemi gets 89 in hematology, which is also better than her previous grade. Now they all stare at Hayward, who flinches since he got a lot of the questions wrong. Malin loses it and grabs him by the collar. She smiles and tells the group that they can aim for the upper rank if they keep trying. They also feel thankful to Professor Jane since the questions in the mock test were spot on, and they can get decent scores if they just review these questions. After discussing the grades, Malin reminds the group that they have another battle evaluation coming up tomorrow. She mentions Simon and says that he should be careful since everyone saw him using the golem. Simon simply smiles back and tells her that he already knows it. She asks him if he is really that confident. He says that he will try his best, and if he can win tomorrow, he will make it to the upper ranks. The entire group is determined to win their evaluation so they can all stay in the upper squad. It is finally time for the evaluation. The match is between Simon and a girl named Jessica from Class H. Jessica seems confused as she steps into the arena. She sees Simon standing in front of her with a book to his face and some skeletons guarding him. This makes her mad, since she thinks that he is not taking it seriously by reading in front of her. She starts by using the poison fog spell. Simon immediately gets alert. He realizes that she is a toxicology major and that the spell she uses will take away his stamina bit by bit. This makes him even more excited since he is able to experience this in person. As he continues talking to himself, the girl gets furious and tells him that she is not her midterm tutor. She makes a poison whip and takes out one of his skeletons. Simon goes into his nerd mode and starts explaining key points about the poison whip. He says that the poison whip uses a fixed coordinate for the magic circle so it can be easily countered by shooting the magic circle with a darkness arrow. Jessica starts to panic as she realizes that Simon knows all of her tricks. Her only option now is to engage in a physical battle. She immediately charges at him and increases her speed using darkness. Simon closes his book as he sees this and says that when accelerating using darkness, it makes it hard to change course. He uses her momentum against her and throws her back with a single attack. As she is in the air, he uses the bones from the destroyed skeletons to finish her off. Jessica can do nothing but accept defeat as she knows that she is clearly outmatched. Simon wins his evaluation match easily and advises Jessica to keep an eye on counterattacks during her next match. It is finally time for their midterms. After the exam, we see Simon and Hayward exhausted on a bench like they just fought a war. They are glad that the midterm is finally over. Simon smiles and tells him that while they competed in the midterm, their only goal was to cultivate and develop themselves, and this makes him so happy. Meanwhile, Hayward starts sweating as he hears this, but he doesn't say anything. At the same time, Malin and Kami get out of the exam hall and meet them. Malin smirks and asks Simon how he did in his summonology exam since she wants to continue seeing him in the academy. Simon starts to regret and says that he wants to go back and punch himself in the face since he was so rash to say those things. He really thought he could easily raise 10 points, but when he actually took the exam, he found out how hard it was. This makes Malin worried and she asks him if he messed up his summonology exam. Simon laughs and tells her that he will still win. He just wanted to let her know that it wasn't easy. Malin then asks the group what they are doing for the weekend. Hayward tells her that he is going to have some monster meat. This surprises them and she asks him why he would even eat that. Hayward acts confident and claims that there is going to be an announcement next week and they all might have to go to an island. He explains that it is going to be a survival island and they will all be dropped on an island full of monsters. The students will have to survive for 4 days and they will be evaluated on how well they can survive. Once they are on the island, they will have to figure out food, shelter, and everything else on their own. He also mentions that they will get points by hunting monsters, and since it is Kizun, they might eliminate the students with the lowest scores. This makes Kami worried as she thinks that she won't be able to make it. Malin turns to Simon and asks him if he is also going with Hayward. He bursts with excitement and says that it sounds so fun. In his mind, surviving on an island for 4 days and hunting monsters is the best thing ever. Simon reveals that he used to do that a lot back at home. Malin asks Hayward if he is confident about the island thing since the school still hasn't announced anything. He tells her that he is 60 to 70% sure. He has been listening to Kizun servants and he heard them secretly pulling out tongue pads. These are devices that are used to do performance assessments. Moreover, the teleporting team of the Kizun headquarters has been working on a large-scale project for the last 2 days. They have also bought magic circle ingredients in bulk. To top it all off, the professors in other classes are taking the next week off. Hearing this, Malin starts to believe in his theory. She tells them that they need to start preparations. Hayward tells her that the most important thing for them would be to increase their fighting power and their survival skills. Kami asks him what he means by survival skills, and he explains that it's basically stuff like building houses, starting fires, butchering monsters, and identifying edible plants. They either have to gather plants or hunt and eat monsters. With a shaking voice, Malin announces that she will only be eating at restaurants that serve monster dishes for the weekend. She asks Kami if she wants to join her and she agrees. Simon mentions that the dish Professor Hongping made for them the other day was also made of monster meat. This surprised both of them since they love that dish. He tells them that he will write a letter to the professor and ask her for the recipe. The scene changes to the entire group looking at some Noosluk monsters. They compare the monsters with the picture they have to make sure it's the same and get ready for the hunt. After the midterm, they got a letter back from Professor Hongping, who agreed to tell them the recipe. She mentioned that they would need a specific monster's meat, which was called the Noosluk. According to the professor, these monsters are harmful to the ecosystem as they reproduce too quickly and devour everything. The professor gave them the task of hunting down the boss Noosluk. She instructed them to catch the boss without wounding it too much since they were going to cook it later on. Malin suggests going after the small monsters first. She tells Hayward to support them with his enchanting spells, and Simon would be the tank and secondary support. She and Kami would do the attacking. As one of the monsters tries attacking them, Hayward uses his enchant spell on a skeleton. However, the monster immediately gets hit by an attack from Kami. Hayward starts sweating as he realizes that she killed the monster in a single attack. As more monsters approach, Simon's skeletons start hunting them down with their arrows. At the same time, he turns to Malin and signals her to attack. She uses her dark flare to burn all the monsters at once. As they think they are done, one monster tries jumping at Malin from the back. Before it can ambush her, Kami finishes it off with her bullet. Kami silently watches Simon laughing as Hayward and Malin argue about the flames. Simon turns to Kami and asks her if she is alright. She tells him that she just used too many hematic bullets, so she feels a bit dizzy. Soon after, she almost faints, but he catches her. He asks her if she is really okay since she looks too pale. Hayward calls both of them and shows them a huge Noosluk paw print on the ground. He thinks that the print may have been made by the boss. As they all decide to go after the boss, Kami stands there blushing as she wonders what is wrong with her. Kami was fined for 5 years, and she thought that she had it under control, so she can't figure out why she acts this way when she is with Simon. The scene changes to the professor as she calls her TA and asks him to bring over Simon and his friends. She tells him that she gave them a mission to capture a boss's Noosluk, and they must be near the Noosluk habitat by now. The TA asks her why the group is coming on a weekend. She explains that they want to prepare for the island's survival even though it hasn't been announced yet. She thanks him for his help and leaves. The TA doesn't seem to like any of this, and he clenches his fist in silence. Meanwhile, the group starts to approach the boss Noosluk. Simon takes out the eye and says that he will get the golem ready. Soon after, the boss shows up and starts charging at the group. The rest of them ask Simon to focus on making the golem while they hold off the boss. Kami tries hitting it with the hematic bullet, but the boss dodges it. The group realizes that it has far better reflexes than the rest of the Noosluks. Malin attacks next and hits it with the flare, but Hayward reminds her not to burn the boss since they have to cook it later. She tells him that they have to roast it later anyway, so it won't matter. As the two of them continue arguing, the boss tries pouncing on Hayward. He quickly reacts and traps it in an enchanted net. The boss screams and tries to free himself. It isn't long before the Noosluk boss rips the net and escapes. However, just as it is about to run away, it gets punched by the golem. The boss gets slammed into a nearby tree. Simon apologizes to the group for making them wait. With the golem on their side, the rest of the mission is a piece of cake for them. Hearing all this noise, the TA finally finds them. He commends them for finishing the mission and instructs them to follow him to the teleport circle. As the group gets teleported back, the TA stops Simon from entering the circle. He says that he wants to talk to him. Simon is a bit confused and asks him why they can't just talk after they teleport. The guy gets mad and orders him to just do what he says. He tells him that he just wants to have a man-to-man conversation. Simon asks him if he did anything wrong. The TA asks him why he is trying to boss the professor around. He says that the professor is not his personal tutor, so it was wrong of him to send her the letter. Simon tries apologizing, but the guy isn't ready to listen. He smacks a tree in half and tells him that he isn't there to argue with him. He claims that Simon is playing with the professor's mind. Since he is the special admission, he is using that to exploit the professor's kindness. The TA thinks that he is playing games with her and giving her false hope that he may become her disciple. Simon tells him that he may have misunderstood the entire thing. He explains that he declined the professor's offer on the spot. Moreover, the professor respected his choice and even asked him to reach out to her if he needed any help. It was also the professor's suggestion to invite members of his group. The TA gets furious and asks him if he really thinks he is going to buy it. He says that he has been working under the professor for 5 years, so he knows how she thinks. Simon realizes that the TA won't listen to him no matter what he says. The guy tosses a bracelet to him which is meant for battle evaluation. He suggests that they stop talking and figure this out by fighting. If Simon manages to land a single hit on him, he will believe his story and do whatever he wants him to do. On the other hand, if he fails, he has to become the professor's direct disciple. Simon tells him that he understands his worry about the professor, but forcing down his thoughts on others is a bit pathetic. Still, he is not the kind of person who backs down from a battle, so he accepts his challenge. The TA doesn't waste any more time and immediately charges him. Simon thinks that he is about to get hit by a straight punch from the left, but the TA hits him with a right hook. As he is continuously punching him, he asks him to stand on his words and do something. Simon suddenly slides back. This makes the TA surprised as he realizes that he is not just trying to land one hit on him, but actually beat him. This makes him more furious, and he throws him to the ground with a brutal combo. As he tries to finish him off, Simon grabs his leg, but the TA quickly leaps back to dodge. He asks Simon if he was a fighter before entering the academy. Our boy tells him that he is just training to become a successor to his father. The TA can't believe that Simon is just built like that, so he charges at him again and throws him to the ground. As he looks down, he is surprised to see that Simon managed to dodge it at the very last second. He finally starts to understand why the professor has her eyes on him. As he is thinking, the skeletons slowly cut down one of the trees. The TA can't believe that he was able to control the skeletons while he was fighting with them. He jumps in the air and tries to hit Simon, but he gets slashed by an axe from the skeleton. At the same time, they block off his path with the two giant trees. He wonders if Simon had been planning this from the beginning. As he is distracted, our boy walks over to him and kicks him in the face. He tells him that he won't be able to make any excuses now since he clearly lost. The guy starts laughing as he loses his mind. He admits that he lost, but he knows that if he doesn't destroy Simon here and now, he is going to regret it for the rest of his life. Simon says that he is stepping back from what he said earlier. Moreover, he just pulled out the black suit in front of a first grader, which is disgraceful. The TA tells him that he doesn't care about any of it and starts walking over to him. Simon doesn't move an inch and simply stands still. The guy asks him to take his position and prepare for a fight, but Simon tells him that he has run out of patience. Since he is doing as he pleases, he will also do what he wants. He asks him to just beat him up and get it over with. The TA grabs Simon by the collar, and before he can hit him, he hears the professor calling out his name. He starts stuttering and tells her that he was just sparring with Simon, and it is all a big misunderstanding. Professor Hongpeng smashes him away, and with a furious expression demands an explanation for what is happening. The professor asks him to turn around and stay in the most painful posture he can take. The TA immediately complies and balances himself on his thumb while being upside down. He has to use both his stamina and his darkness to maintain this posture. The professor then turns to Simon and asks him if he is okay. He tells her that he is fine, as the TA gave him a protection bracelet before they started sparring. Even after his assurance, the professor starts to grab him as she checks for any injuries. Simon figures out that it's Erzi, since the professor won't grab him like that. He asks her about the task he gave her, and she tells him that she has moved all the Nuslut corpses away. She mentions that his wise judgment helped them this time since he ordered her to memorize the looks and voices of all the professors, in case they had to escape the academy to investigate the priest. She asks him about her acting skills. Simon thanks her for the help, but asks her to let go of him. As she starts getting a bit too close, he pushes her away and says that they need to take care of the TA first. Starts acting like the professor again and orders the TA to maintain his posture for 20 hours. She tells him to act naturally tomorrow and to never mention this incident to her again. She also warns him to pick a fight with Simon again. The TA immediately agrees and the two of them leave. It is almost nighttime as Simon returns to the group. Cammy rushes over to him and asks what happened. He tells her that the TA was helping him stash the Nuslut corpses since he needed some for his research. He then asks about the preparations, and she tells him that they have the firewood ready and just need to light it up. After Simon lights the firewood, Malin asks him why he stacked the wood in squares. He answers that it is the most common way to do it. Cammy and Hayward also ask him some questions about the process. As they are talking, the professor shows up. She starts by telling them a bit about the monster meat. There are a lot of different monsters, but the butchering process for all of them is almost the same. She asks them to show her the boss Nuslut they caught and explains that they first have to let it bleed, skin it, and then clean out the guts. As she takes them through the entire process, Malin notes it down in her book. After they are done, the professor tells them that she will show them how to clean fish since it would be much easier. When she is done cleaning, she adds a bit of spice to the meat since it can help hide the smell of the monster meat. She also tells them that monster meat can be dangerous, so they should make sure to grill it until is it well done. As they are learning, the professor casually offers them some alcohol. While they are eating, she turns to Simon and asks him about the TA who is nowhere to be seen. He tells her that he went home early since he wasn't feeling well. At the same time, Kami dozes off and falls asleep on Simon's shoulder. Simon tells the professor that he will take her to the cabin. He puts her on the bed and wishes her good night, but as he is about to leave, she reaches for his arm and throws him back on the bed. Simon is a bit confused and scared to see her acting like this. Cammy almost bites Simon but stops herself by covering her mouth with her hand. She says she can't bite him. Simon asks if she is held back because of him, but she is already asleep. He smiles and wishes her good night. The next morning, Professor Jane tells the students she has an important announcement. In 2 days, they will take part in an island survival test. Simon and Malin are excited that it's finally happening. As the teaching assistants hand out the guidelines, Jane gives them an overview. She writes on the board and explains that all 961 first-year students from classes A to N will join the evaluation. Once it begins, they will be teleported to random spots on the island's outskirts. The test will last for 4 days, and their goal is to survive and reach the island's center. However, just surviving isn't enough. They will be graded using a point system. Students can earn points by hunting monsters scattered across the island. The monsters range from levels 1 to 4 and give between 1 and 20 points, depending on their type. Some of them include spiders, rats, snakes, and even werewolves. After the test, students' grades and ranks will be based on the points they collect. To track their points, they will use a bio-artifact called the tongue pad. It is easy to use. When placed near a dead monster, it absorbs its magic and displays the points in the mana language. The monster's body will then be preserved in a form called a mana bead. Hunting isn't just an option, it's necessary, not only for points but also for food. The students start whispering, wondering if they really have to eat the monsters. Jane continues, explaining that another way to earn points is by fighting other students. If a student's barrier gauge drops to 0, they will be sent to the safety zone, and their tongue pad will release all the mana they had collected. This means winning a fight lets them take all their opponent's points. Lastly, Jane tells them that Kizan built a mansion in the center of the island. It is the only place where combat is not allowed. The mansion cancels all attacks, and any student who steps inside even once will instantly earn 200 points. The students are shocked, realizing that entering the mansion is worth as much as hunting multiple monsters. Jane says the rules are simple, but there are tricky details, so they should review the guidebook carefully. After that, a guest lecturer will teach them about the island's ecology. A silver-haired man steps forward and introduces himself as Edward Buckby. Hayward starts freaking out and says Professor Jane must have powerful connections. Simon asks if Edward is famous. Hayward is shocked and asks how Simon doesn't know him. Edward is a legendary treasure hunter who has discovered over 10 ancient ruins. He is the best of the best. Edward stands before the students and says he never expected to give a lecture in Kizan. He must have done something right to reach this point. He credits his success to his father and shares that he was born into a poor family. He takes pride in having traveled across the entire Dark Alliance and even sneaking into the Holy Federation. In simple terms, he is an expert at survival. He may not have strong black magic like the students, but he has stayed alive by being well prepared. He pins a map onto the board and introduces the island where the test will take place. Kira Island. The island is surrounded by several smaller islands of different sizes. Edward has visited them all to study their vegetation and the types of monsters that might be on Kira Island. He hands out a book filled with detailed information, calling it a useful reference, but insists that real experience matters more. Now he will share everything he knows about Kira Island, including important warnings about its environment. He asks the students if they have any questions. A student raises a hand and asks why Edward mentioned that the island is split into multiple smaller islands. Meanwhile, Simon opens the book to check the details and notices a picture of a monster. Fear suddenly tells Simon to wait and let him take a closer look. Simon moves the book closer to the badge that Fear gave him. Fear immediately reacts, asking what this monster is doing there. Simon asks if it's just an ordinary undead, but Fear shakes his head. He explains that the creature in the picture is an ancient undead who is a former general of his battalion. Simon is shocked upon hearing this. Fear then asks if Simon remembers his father's past. Simon nods, saying of course. His father fought against necromancers to protect his mother, who was a priest. Fear confirms this and explains that during that time, the Dark Alliance desperately tried to capture their battalion. When they had to retreat from the Alliance's fierce attacks, an undead general stayed behind to hold off the enemy, allowing their forces to escape. That undead was the one in the picture. His name was Vikrum, the general of their battalion's giant troops. Unlike most undead, Vikrum was deeply loyal and willingly sacrificed himself for the battalion, even knowing it could mean his end. Fear had assumed he was long dead, so seeing him on an island owned by Kizan is a complete surprise. Simon falls into deep thought. Fear notices and asks what's wrong. Simon replies that it feels too strange. His father's undead appearing at his performance test location seems too convenient, like something is off. Fear agrees but offers a possible explanation. If someone follows the chain of islands connected to Kira Island, they will eventually reach a port city. Vikrum was last seen lost in battle near that seaport, so there is a real chance that it's him. Simon thinks for a moment and says that if Vikrum truly is his father's undead, he wants to recruit him. Fear agrees, saying that Vikrum is a powerful force in their battalion, and if they can bring him in, he will be a great ally. Simon sees no downside, so he decides to make contact. But fear warns him that after all these years, Vikram's personality and memories may have changed, just like his own had. He suggests going with Simon to help convince Vikram, but Simon firmly refuses. Fear asks Simon why he isn't worried, and Simon tells him to check the book. The book explains that before teleporting to the island, all belongings, including subspace storage, will be inspected. Any unnecessary items including food will be taken away. Malin asks Simon if he plans to bring spices, and Simon says he's considering it. He then tells Fear to let him figure out a solution and suggests stopping by the ruins that evening to talk to Erze. Erze is thrilled and urges Simon to come as soon as possible because she is getting restless. Meanwhile, Jane announces that class is over and reminds the students to spend the next 2 days preparing for their survival challenge. Cammy invites Simon to have lunch with her, but he apologizes and asks her to go ahead without him since he has something to take care of. Hayward, on the other hand, starts crying, saying he wants Edward's autograph. Malin warns him that if he keeps acting like this, he'll end up on Jane's watch list. Simon tells his friends to enjoy their meal and promises to meet them later. Outside the classroom, Edward is pleading with Jane for just 2 hours. As a professional treasure hunter, he can't leave without exploring the legendary Roke Island. However, Jane firmly reminds him that only those with official permission can enter Kizan, and she has only granted him exactly 6 minutes and 24 seconds to stay. Edward is shocked by how strict she is and tries to negotiate, saying that if the issue is time, perhaps he could stay longer since Professor Bayhill has requested to give Class B a lesson as well. Jane gives Edward a cold and intimidating look. Edward immediately backs down. Jane then orders her assistant to summon Bayhill to her office immediately. When the assistant asks what message to deliver, Jane simply asks him to tell him to be here in 10 minutes, or she will go after him herself. Just then, the assistant reports a problem. The magic circle is overloaded due to the survival test preparations. Jane is furious and asks if they plan to cause the same issue on the actual survival day. The assistant quickly assures her they will fix it immediately. Edward, watching the situation unfold, thinks to himself that Jane is terrifying. Jane instructs her assistants to have the entire teleportation team in her office by 6 o'clock. She then turns to Edward and informs him that his departure will be delayed by 10 minutes due to internal issues. She apologizes on behalf of Kizan, but Edward doesn't mind. He wonders if Jane is being this strict over just a 10-minute delay. Before leaving, Jane tells Edward to stay put while she checks the status herself. Edward, knowing better than to argue, agrees and sits down with a deep breath, muttering that Kizan folks are unbelievably stubborn. At that moment, Simon arrives and greets Edward, introducing himself as a student from Class A who attended his lecture earlier. He compliments Edward's lecture, which makes Edward quickly grab a pen and ask for his name, assuming Simon wants an autograph. Simon clarifies that he's not here for an autograph but has a question about the lecture, though he wouldn't mind taking an autograph if Edward insists. Edward looks disappointed but listens. Simon opens the book and points to a monster that doesn't have a name in the materials Edward handed out. He asks if Edward knows anything about it. Edward takes the book and explains that he compiled the materials in bulk and didn't have time to review each image closely. He hadn't even realized that this particular monster was included. As for what it is, he admits that he doesn't know much about it. He only took a photo because he found it interesting, but he had never seen anything like it before. Simon asks Edward what he means by interesting. Edward explains that on the day he took the photo, the island was covered in thick fog, and the monster appeared in a giant form. But the moment he pulled out his camera, the creature suddenly shrank. The photo was taken right after it shrunk. Curious, Simon asks how big the monster was before it shrank. Edward replies that it was so massive it could have covered the entire island. Meanwhile, Hector is working out when a student rushes in and tells him that everyone is gathering next door. Hector responds coldly, telling the student to pass on a message. During the island survival evaluation, they will get rid of Simon no matter what. As long as Simon is around, they will never be able to take control of Class A or achieve the top scores. Clenching his fist, Hector adds that Class A is directly overseen by the Kizan Vice-Chancellor herself. Gaining control of the class is their top priority. The student listens but wonders if Hector is overreacting. Simon is just another competitor, so he doesn't understand why he is going this far. He wonders if there is some history between their families. Later that night, Harem is heading somewhere, lost in thought. He barely made it into the middle squad during last week's battle evaluation, and now the power he received from Bahil is starting to fade. He can feel himself losing it, and he knows he must do something to gain Professor Bahil's favor during the survival test. Suddenly, he notices someone flying in the sky. Shocked, he calls out, asking who they are. The mysterious figure responds with a cryptic smile, saying they have an offer that Harem won't be able to refuse. On the day of the teleportation, everyone gathers at the meeting spot. Cammy looks worried and asks what will happen if she gets separated from the group. Simon smiles reassuringly and tells her not to worry, assuring her that she will do great. Hayward turns to the girls and jokingly asks if they plan to butcher monster meat and eat it. Cammy and Malin hesitate, looking uneasy. Cammy mentions that she has practiced fishing, while Malin says she intends to gather supplies but might consider eating monster meat if she becomes desperate. Simon reminds them that supplies do not appear at fixed times or places, and that there is a special artifact designed for the survival event. He asks Malin if others will also be aiming for it. She confirms that having the artifact would be a huge advantage. Hayward then teases Malin, suggesting that she will probably end up burning everything down, including the supplies. Annoyed, Malin snaps at him, telling him to drop dead. As everyone steps into the magic circle, Hayward nudges Simon and points toward Hector, who is glaring at Simon with clear disdain. With a smirk, Hayward comments that if they encounter him on the island, it will definitely lead to a fight. Simon sighs, wondering why everyone is so fixated on him. Malin encourages everyone to survive and meet again in Kizan. Before Simon is teleported, she warns him not to recklessly head straight for the center and risk getting himself killed. Instead, she advises him to avoid the lowest points. Simon nods in understanding and assures her they will see each other later. As the teleportation takes effect, Simon finds himself in a dense jungle. He glances around in surprise before a grin spreads across his face. To him, this is going to be fun. Fear, observing him, questions whether he has forgotten their actual goal. Simon, still excited, insists that he remembers everything, finding Vikram and earning points in the survival event. As he takes a step forward, he suddenly stops. Fear asks what is wrong. Simon glances down, smirks, and picks up a snake. Holding it up, he declares that he has just found his next snack. Laughing, he shouts excitedly about how much fun this is. Fear, unimpressed, calls him insane. Meanwhile, other students struggle in the jungle. Bugs and crawling monsters surround them, causing many to panic. Malin freezes in fear upon seeing a creature up close. She feels as though she can't move, but she forces herself to snap out of it. Elsewhere, Hector has already begun fighting other students for supplies. A group of students spots Simon. He is covered in dirt, carrying a rope and some sticks over his shoulder, and, most shockingly, has a skeleton by his side. They assume he must be experienced in jungle survival, whispering among themselves that he might even be a treasure hunter. Soon, multiple groups begin fighting over the chance to recruit Simon into their teams. However, he refuses all offers, stating that he plans to work alone for the day. Fear understands Simon's true goal, to search for Vikram, but points out that they are moving farther from the center. Simon, unconcerned, assures him that he will catch up in one go the next day. Fear is skeptical. They are at the farthest end near the beach. He questions how Simon plans to close the distance so quickly. Simon, however, only grins and says there is a way. Just then, he notices someone carrying boxes in the distance. It is Brad. When Brad spots Simon, he looks surprised and questions why Simon is there, reminding him that the area is off-limits to students. Brad then smirks and asks if Simon wants a rematch. Simon only laughs and declines, claiming he has simply taken a wrong turn. Waving off the suggestion, he tells Brad to carry on. In reality, Simon is searching for a spatial bracelet. After some time, he finds one stuck in a web high up in a tree. Fear urges him to hurry and take it. Simon, however, pauses and scans the area. He explains that he needs to check for any surveillance magic. After ensuring no one is watching, he slips on the bracelet. Fear appears with a few skeletons, laughing as he declares his return. However, Simon quickly instructs him to get inside the spatial bracelet. Fear hesitates, confused about why he has to go back in just after coming out. Simon, keeping his focus, insists that they need to move quickly before an observer arrives. At that moment, Brad arrives. Crossing his arms, he remarks that Simon has managed to dodge the eyes of instructors and professors while smuggling another spatial bracelet, an offense serious enough for expulsion. Suddenly, Brad's expression shifts into a smirk. He then adds that, under normal circumstances, such actions would be punishable. But Simon is not just any student. At the same time, he turns back into Erza, who asks Fear about her transformation ability. Fear starts sweating, visibly shaken, and admits that she has just given him the most terrifying moment of his life. Simon sighs and apologizes. He is embarrassed and tells him that it was the only way. The day before the island survival event, Simon approaches Brad and reminds him of his promise. Since Simon won their match last week, Brad agreed to grant him one wish. Without hesitation, Simon demands that Brad become his pawn from now on. Brad's face darkens with anger since a first-year student is daring to say such a thing to him. However, Simon remains calm and says that if he refuses, he has no other choice but to tell everything to Professor Hongpeng, who never learned the real reason behind their sparring match that day. He tells him, if she found out now, there is no saying what she might do. Perhaps a punishment even worse than before. Brad clenches his teeth, realizing he has no way out. He asks Simon what exactly he wants. Simon instructs him to hand over his subspace bracelet, then stay hidden and avoid drawing attention during the island survival event. Suspicious, Brad asks if Simon plans to impersonate him. Simon only smirks. Brad sighs, explaining that in his time as a teacher's assistant, he has seen all kinds of tricks. Impersonation through proxies is common at this school. Still, he hands over the bracelet and agrees to do as Simon says, warning that if he gets caught on the island, it won't be his fault. Simon reassures him not to worry, he has a foolproof plan. On the island, Urzi is the one impersonating Brad. With a wide grin, she tells Simon that she has missed him so much. Once again, she has followed his orders perfectly. Now, she urges him to praise her as much as he wants. Fear groans, telling her to stop before all his bones rot from her exaggerated flattery. Meanwhile, Simon asks her why she came here when she had other tasks nearby. She waves off his concern, saying she just came to check if a certain student is heading back as instructed. Once she is satisfied, she leaves, grinning as she declares that her acting has fooled everyone. Fear shudders and begs her not to make that kind of expression while in that body. Unbothered, Urzi turns to Simon and asks if he is going to look for Vikram. If so, she wants to come along. Simon immediately refuses. Right now, she is pretending to be Brad. If she disappears, the school will suspect something is wrong. He and Fear will handle things from here. Fear agrees, telling Urzi to return before she draws suspicion. Pouting, she complains that they are both being mean, but if that's what he wants, she has no choice. She will head back, even though she really wanted to see Vikram. With a dramatic sigh, she insists she won't cry since she is a grown-up. Fear turns to Simon and suggests that if he feels so bad, he should reward her. After all, a commander must recognize the efforts of his subordinates. After a moment of thought, Simon tells Urzi to return to her normal form. Facing Simon, she asks if everything is all right. Awkwardly, Simon steps forward, closes his eyes, and gives her a quick hug. He thanks her for a job well done, admitting that it was all thanks to her efforts. Urzi stands frozen for a second before Simon quickly pushes her away. He orders her to transform back into Brad and return to her position. It's best not to attract unnecessary suspicion. He promises to tell her everything once they return. Still blushing, Urzi stares at him before sighing dramatically. She thinks to herself how he could be this adorable. Later that night, Simon gathers wood from the forest and with the help of his skeletons, builds a small wooden boat. Satisfied with his work, he decides to rest. Fear, however, is surprised. It's not even that late. Simon shakes his head. He wants to sleep early so they can get moving first thing in the morning. Taking off his tie, he hands it to Fear and asks him to keep watch for the night. Then, he hangs the tie on a nail in the boat and settles in to rest. Fear glares at Simon, demanding to know what he is doing. He insists that Simon can't treat him this way. He is the master of the battalion, not a tool to be used. Calling it a disgrace, he refuses to be ordered around like this. Simon tells him that the undead don't need sleep, so he should wake him up at dawn. Fear snaps that he is not some alarm clock. The next morning, Simon wakes up and cheerfully greets Fear. Still irritated, Fear tells him that he will never forget this humiliation. Simon chuckles and apologizes. He promises to reinforce the battalion once he has more money. Fear considers this and admits that it is a reasonable reward. Then, he asks what Simon plans to do so early in the morning. Simon explains that he is heading straight to the center of the island. He summons his skeletons and orders them to lift the boat together. Fear asks if they are going to the mansion, and Simon confirms it. As they prepare to leave, Simon describes Kira Island's layout. The main island is large and surrounded by 4 smaller ones. Since the waterways between them are narrow, people often assume it is one big island. But only the central one is truly Kira Island. The place they are in now is one of the outer islands, connected to Kira Island by several waterways. Though it looks like a river, it is actually part of the ocean, meaning the current will take them directly to their destination. Fear sighs, realizing Simon had planned this all along. He tells Simon they should hurry up and get moving. Meanwhile, Hayward is hiding in the forest, watching a group of students guarding a bridge he needs to cross. One of his allies points out something floating down the river. When Hayward spots Simon, he smirks and says that this is just like him. Simon and Fear drift along on the wooden boat. Fear enjoys the peaceful ride, calling it refreshing. Simon nods, saying they should be able to continue without trouble. Then, he notices students up ahead and realizes others have also arrived early. The students at the bridge spot Simon and start talking among themselves. One of them warns the others that they should stop him. Hayward seizes the opportunity. He tells his group that this is the perfect moment to cross the bridge, while everyone is distracted by Simon. He figures that if they move quickly, they can slip past unnoticed while Simon deals with whatever is happening. Urging them to ignore Simon's situation, he orders them to run for it. However, a student on the opposite side notices Hayward's group trying to cross and immediately alerts his team. At that moment, Simon sees a magic flare heading toward him. He doesn't know who fired it, but they clearly have skill. Reacting instantly, he kicks the wooden boat, causing it to break apart. Wooden planks, bones, and plants scatter into the water. Simon starts jumping from one floating plant to another, making it look as if he is running across the water. Watching from the bridge, Hayward is impressed. He recognizes the plant that floats on water and remarks that Simon is always coming up with new tricks. Then, Simon makes a long jump and shouts, "Restore!" Suddenly, the bones in the water rise, forming skeletons that carry him safely onto the island. A student watching in shock admits that he has never seen skeletons used like that before. He can't even begin to understand how Simon managed to pull it off. Hayward rushes past the students, calling out that he will see them later. The students are about to chase after him, but a black hand suddenly appears, blocking their path and launching an attack. Frieren tells the students to continue without him, as something urgent demands his attention. Without another word, he disappears into the forest. Simon notes that the timing was perfect, and Fear agrees, saying that it was a smart decision. Since the bridge was the only way through, it was bound to become the site of an intense battle. Thanks to the ongoing fight, Simon now has the chance to search freely, but finding any traces won't be easy. Fear reminds him that their target never leaves any evidence behind. However, if the other students start fighting in the forest, it might provoke Vikrum. When threatened or enraged, Vikrum increases in size, making him much easier to spot. Waiting in this contested area might be the best approach. Simon acknowledges Fear's reasoning. With so many students battling nearby, Vikrum may perceive the commotion as a threat. Looking ahead, Simon spots a cliff blocking the way forward. The height makes it difficult to cross, so he begins scanning the area. Fear asks what he is searching for, and Simon explains the reason behind the island's name. Kira Island is home to the Kira people. A skeleton gestures towards a group of them. They are small, lean, and green-skinned, with large ears and black eyes. Fear comments on their numbers, and Simon confirms that the island was named after them because of their high population. The information they received earlier mentioned that crossing through this area is the best way to navigate the canyon. Just then, movement rustles the nearby bushes. A student emerges, raising his hands in surrender. He insists that he means no harm and has no intention of attacking. He assumes that Simon is also planning to pass through the Kira outpost and suggests that they work together. While Simon is undoubtedly strong, breaking through alone would still be difficult. The student admits he came alone to avoid alarming Simon, but the rest of his group is waiting nearby. Simon thanks him but declines the offer, stating that he will go in alone. The student is shocked, arguing that this is clearly a test of teamwork, and entering alone would be reckless. Simon, however, has a different method of getting through. Fear suggests that working together wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, Simon could simply use them and leave once their usefulness runs out. Simon acknowledges the strategy but decides against it. Since he has his own way of crossing, he prefers not to take any unnecessary risks. The student returns to his group and informs them that Simon refused their offer. One of them finds it amusing that he actually plans to go alone. A girl suggests they catch him now, but a boy dismisses the idea, saying it's a waste of time. They should stick to their original plan since this is a race against time. He isn't worried about losing to the Kira people, but because of the steep terrain, they must spread out and maintain their positions. As the group launches their attack on the Kira, a loud thudding noise echoes through the air, and the ground trembles. Suddenly Simon arrives, riding on his golem. The massive creature moves at high speed, and Simon enjoys the rush of the wind. Both the students and the Kira people freeze in shock at the sight. Panic spreads as everyone scrambles to avoid being crushed. One Kira warrior attempts to attack Simon, but the golem kicks it so hard that it vanishes from sight. The remaining Kira people shout at Simon in their own language, but he has no idea what they are saying. Dismissing the golem, he reflects on his progress. Over the past 2 days, he has accumulated 127 points from hunting monsters. While it's a decent amount, it's still not enough to reach the higher ranks. Eventually, he will have to fight other students, ideally 2 or 3 at a time. Out of nowhere, a flare attack streaks toward him. Simon quickly drops down, dodging just in time. More fiery blasts follow, closing in fast. Recognizing the attack, he realizes it must be Malin's darkness flame. As he starts running, the flames part to reveal Malin stepping forward. She smirks as she realizes that it is Simon. Simon asks how she has been doing and whether she has figured out her meals. Since joining Kizun, they have always been teammates and classmates, working together and relying on each other. She then asks if he has ever been curious about who is stronger between them. Simon realizes that she wants to fight and asks if that's what she means. She confirms it, saying this is their chance to go all out in battle, and such opportunities don't come often. Simon finds the situation odd. He expected they might have to fight one day, but this feels rushed. No matter how eager she is to win, it's hard to believe she is attacking him with such intensity. She asks if he plans to just stand there and stare. Fireballs come flying toward him, each one packed with incredible power. Simon acknowledges that she is an exceptional student since her fire magic alone is a strong defense. Any reckless attack will be burned away before it even reaches her. However, if he can find the perfect spot to strike, he might have a chance. Deciding to take her seriously, Simon draws his bow and aims at her. He warns that he knows her just as well as she knows him. She scoffs, asking if he really thinks his attack will work, and hurls another fireball at him. Simon releases his arrow at the same time. The arrow pierces through the fireball and strikes her. She is shocked to see that it is coated in darkness. She tells him not to underestimate her and leaps into the air, increasing her firepower. Simon starts running, realizing that she is even using magical combat. This won't be easy. She assumes Simon believes he has a chance now that he landed a hit, but once she finishes charging her dark flare, it will be over for him. At that moment, another arrow hits her leg, followed by 2 more from different angles. Confused, she looks around. Simon is still in front of her, and he hasn't fired. That means these arrows are coming from somewhere else. She quickly realizes 3 skeleton archers are attacking from different directions. Simon hadn't hesitated earlier. He was preparing this trap all along. Simon knows her weakness is long-range attacks, so he has set up this ambush perfectly. Furious, she shouts that he shouldn't underestimate her. She knows her own weaknesses better than anyone. He's not the only one who can strategize. Simon shoots another dark arrow at her, but she quickly creates an ice wall to block it. The arrow strikes the barrier and stops. He smirks, saying he should take this chance to escape while he can. Furious, she yells at him, demanding that he finish the fight properly. Simon is getting a bit worried now, and he wonders why she wants this so badly. He is about to back away when a loud rumbling shakes the ground. Fear shouts for him to move. The earth suddenly cracks apart, and Vikram bursts out from underground near her. Simon yells her name and tries to warn her. He rushes towards her, trying to save her from the monster. Malin, on the other hand, is confused about why Simon is running in now. Knowing that her dark flames could hit him directly, she wonders if he is really willing to throw everything away so recklessly. She considers casting a spell at him but hesitates, realizing it would seriously injure him. At that moment, she questions why they are even fighting each other. Before she can figure it out, a sudden explosion shakes the ground. Malin loses consciousness, and Simon quickly picks her up and runs. Looking back, he sees Vikram emerging from the ground. He immediately strikes Simon, sending both him and Malin falling. Fear warns Simon that Vikram is retreating, but he barely pays attention as he sees Malin slipping. Reacting quickly, he grabs her hand just as they reach the edge of a cliff. Hanging on tightly, he pulls her up to safety and asks Fear about Vikram. Fear explains that things have calmed down for now. As Simon holds Malin, he notices a small feather on the back of her neck. Curious, he reaches out to grab it, but it flutters away before he can touch it. Just then, rain starts pouring, and he realizes they need to find shelter. Meanwhile, in her unconscious state, Malin recalls a painful memory. In the ivory tower, someone told her that her abilities were severely lacking, and he could no longer expect much from her. She had tried to convince him otherwise, but he coldly declared that she was no longer the successor. Later, she had secretly overheard him discussing the selection of a new successor. Malin wakes up, annoyed by the unpleasant dream. As she regains awareness, she realizes she isn't wearing her usual clothes. Looking around, she spots Simon sitting by a fire inside a cave. She immediately asks where they are. Simon glances back and asks if she's finally awake. All of a sudden, she realizes that she isn't wearing her own clothes. She gets mad and asks Simon what happened. He explained that her clothes were wet, and he changed them so she wouldn't get sick. Furious and embarrassed, she grabs him by the neck, calling him a sick pervert. Simon panics and quickly tells her to lower her voice since there could be monsters nearby. He kneels in front of her, pleading for her to calm down and assuring her that nothing inappropriate happened. Our boy tries to assure her that he has kept his eyes shut the entire time. Malin clenches her fist, making Simon even more nervous. But instead of hitting him, she puts her hand on her face and sighs. Once she's calmed down, she asks him to explain what happened. Simon tells her everything that occurred. After hearing him, she stands up and asks him to turn around. He is a bit confused and asks her why. Annoyed, she snaps at him and says that she wants to change. Hearing this, he quickly turns around. He regrets not telling her earlier that he had waited outside while she changed. A little while later, Malin sits beside him, startling Simon. He finds himself blushing, confused by why he is feeling more nervous than her. Simon says that she must be hungry and asks if she wants some food. She nods and thanks him for the food. She also thanks him for saving her, but doesn't understand why he did it. After all, she attacked him first. She tells him that she never planned to hurt him. Simon looks up with a smile and tells her that he noticed that she hesitated when she used the dark flare. Malin feels too bad and says that she wants him to take all her points except for one as a way to thank him for not kicking her out. Simon is surprised. He asks her if she is not aiming for first place this time. She grabs his hand, letting his artifact absorb the points, and tells him that he is right. She smiles and says that there are still 2 days left, so she has enough time to earn more points. Simon now has 260 points. He gets a bit serious and tells her that he wants to ask her something. She looks at him and says he can ask anything, as long as it isn't something weird. Simon feels embarrassed and assures her it isn't. After thinking for a moment, he asks why she is so determined to be in the first place. At the same time, we see a group of students searching the forest. Harem is also with them, and he orders Malcolm not to slack off and to keep looking. Malcolm immediately complies with his order. The others find it odd that Malcolm follows orders from someone so mean. He is special admission number 10, and he is obeying the orders of someone like Harem. One of the students named Emily tells Harem that they should head to the mansion since it is their 3rd day. Harem gets annoyed and asks her to stop complaining. He says that if anyone doesn't like his way of doing things, they can leave. Emily is confused since this isn't his decision to make, and Malcolm is their team leader. Harem smirks and asks Malcolm what he thinks. Malcolm looks back and says that Harem is the real leader because he is the only one worthy of it. Harem turns to Emily with a smug look and asks if she heard that. Emily feels frustrated and can't understand what Harem has done to Malcolm. She asks him for an explanation. He simply smiles and tells her that Malcolm is following him by choice. He says that there is no black magic that can force people like this. Even if there was, a first-year student like him wouldn't be able to use such strong psychic spells. However, if she is still doubtful, he offers to tell her a secret. Emily hesitates, but she wants to know the truth, so she steps forward. As she gets closer to Malcolm, Harem suddenly grabs her arm. This alarms her friend. Harem leans in and whispers something in Emily's ear. Whatever he says leaves her speechless. He then asks if they are good now and questions who is the leader of their team. With a smile on her face, she says that he is their leader. Her friend is shocked because this is completely unexpected. Harem sighs and says that things would have been much easier if she admitted this earlier. He says that he is still mad at her, so she should get down on her knees and apologize. Emily immediately apologizes to him and admits that she didn't know what she was talking about. She says that she was a fool to not recognize his leadership. Since this is clearly some sort of trick, her friend gets mad and asks Harem what he did to her. He sighs again as he mentions how annoying it is. He doesn't want to waste any more feathers, but he is left with no choice since they won't listen to him. He turns back to Malcolm and orders him to clean things up. Moments later, we see the entire group lying on the ground unconscious. The scene changes back to the cave where Simon asks Malin why she is so obsessed with first place. She remains quiet for a moment and says that there is someone she wants to defeat. Simon asks her if she is talking about Serena. She tells him that he is correct and says that her reaction must have been pretty obvious since even he was able to figure it out. He mentions that he already had a hunch. He saw how she reacted when he mentioned Serena before. He still remembers her scary smile. Malin mentions that she used to be the official successor of the Ivory Tower. It was decided when she was still young, so everyone in the tower adored her. At that time, she didn't realize how heavy of a burden it was to become a successor. She really just enjoyed the attention and importance she got as a child. However, one day, the master of the Ivory Tower adopted a daughter. The girl was Seren, and the master deliberately brought her in as her direct rival. Since it was so obvious, her adoption was met with negative responses. Everyone thought that it was just a shameless attempt to snatch the successor after all this time. Since Seren wasn't part of the bloodline, Malin thought that she was still going to be the successor. However, she was wrong since Seren turned out to be a genius. She even went as far as to call her a monster, since it took her 1 week to transform the darkness when it took Malin a whole year. Even though the Ivory Tower valued bloodline, it was all rendered meaningless in front of her talent. They all came to realize that once she grew up to become the master of the Ivory Tower, she might be able to bring back its days of glory. Malin was left behind in all of this. The elders went out of their way to change the laws of the tower and allow Seren to become the official successor. After that decision, everyone in her family stopped expecting anything from her. Seren was admitted to Kizan as a special admission through the pledge between the academy and the tower. Malin, on the other hand, studied by herself and took the entrance exam. Simon finally realizes why she wanted to fight with him earlier. It is because he is the special admission number 1, and even though his skills are lower than Seren's, Malin thought that she could get closer to Seren if she defeated him. Malin clenches her fist and tells him that he is right. She says that he is not going to give up even though everyone is telling her that it's impossible. She is going to get back what was taken away from her. She then asks him to avoid Serena if he ever comes across her on the island. Malin explains that she has been with her for several years, and from what she saw, she doesn't seem like a human. The next morning, she wakes up with a note from Simon. He left the cave early due to personal reasons and wished her good luck. Malin reads the note and says that she wasn't planning on teaming up with him anyway. She smiles as she stares at the note. Simon wonders why Vikram appeared during his fight with Malin yesterday. He isn't sure if it was drawn by the noise or if it reacts to fire, so he asks Fear for his thoughts. Fear stays silent for a moment, which makes him wonder if something is wrong. Finally, Fear says it's nothing but suggests that Vikram might have grown huge because of its anger. Simon thinks this means Vikram holds a grudge against him. Fear agrees, but points out that the Vikram they saw yesterday seems different from the one he once knew. This gives him a bad feeling. While investigating the area, Simon notices a girl watching him from a distance. Startled, he moves closer and is shocked to recognize Ellen. The moment she realizes he has seen her, she turns and runs. Simon quickly chases after her and asks her to stop. He is confused since he thought that she had already returned to the Holy Federation. Suddenly, a bright light blinds him. He shields his eyes, trying to understand what is happening. When his vision clears, Ellen is gone. Before he can react, he hears a scream behind him. Turning around, Simon sees a student crying for help. Before he can do anything, someone stabs the student with a knife. Horrified, Simon scans the area and realizes that there are corpses everywhere. Nearby, another student leans against a tree, wounded. Scared, the student asks why she is attacking them and what they did to her. Before he can move, chains suddenly wrap around his neck, yanking him backward. He struggles to break free, but the chains tie him to a cross. Another student begs for mercy, but moments later, several spears pierce through his body. He collapses lifeless. The attacker scoffs, calling them all crybabies. Sitting on a tree branch, Cern watches everything unfold. She explains that these students aren't really dying. Their painful memories will simply be erased. Simon looks up at her, stunned. He questions why she is doing all this. When he realizes she is doing it just for fun, his shock turns to anger. He wonders if this could be why she brought him here. Cern jumps down from the tree and approaches him. Amused, she points out that this is the third time they have met like this. Some might even call it destiny. Simon, furious, demands that she get to the point. But Cerna doesn't see the rush. She has always wanted to talk to him. Simon barely holds back his anger. Then, to his surprise, Cerny calls him the 7th Battalion commander. She asks how Fear is doing and assumes that Erza isn't with him. Then, she guesses that Erzi must have taken another form on this island. Her words only make Simon angrier. Cern, however, tells him not to worry. She explains that they are inside a barrier, one that blocks the observer from seeing or hearing anything that happens here. As the surveillance drone flies over the barrier, Simon asks her how she knows about the battalion. Instead of giving him an answer, she asks him where they met for the second time. Simon remembers meeting her before the mission. They were the only first graders who used that magic circle. He knows that this is when she started watching him. Cern reveals that she has been watching him even before that. The tower was keeping an eye on the ruins that Nephthys had sealed, so they put alarm spells in place to be triggered when the ruin opened. Not long after, they heard the alarm. They rushed over to find that he had become the battalion commander. Simon asks her how she knows about Erze. She smiles and asks him if it isn't obvious. When he headed to the fiefdom for his mission, she was following him. After he left, she read the memories of the people. Moreover, she also knows about Ellen and how he let her go. She tells him that it is a serious crime to let a priest live. Simon clenches his fist and tells her that Ellen has no affiliation with anything. Since they were under a ceasefire with the Holy Federation, he decided to keep the peace instead of causing trouble by killing one of the priests. Cern admits that he is a smooth talker and knows that it might not cause him a lot of trouble. However, she mentions that he committed treason when he made a contract with Fear and became the commander of the battalion. Simon catches her bluff and asks her to simply report him to Kizan or to take him to the court. He wants to know why she even brought him here to tell him all this. Cern reveals that she wants to talk business with him. As Simon stares at her with a confused expression, she proposes that he join them at the Ivory Tower. Simon finds it interesting and decides to get more information from her instead of just rejecting it. He tells her that she should make an official offer to him when he finishes school. With the amount of power and money the tower has, they would have no problem trying to convince him. Cern tells him that she doesn't want a Kizan follower and a Kizan graduate. She asks him if he knows how a mere school is ruling half of the continent. Even in the nearby kingdoms, 4 of the 5 generals are from Kizan. 17 out of the 20 royal knights are also from Kizan. Even the prime minister and the second in command of the kingdom is from Kazan. It is only natural that they would side with the academy during times of crisis. Simon asks her if she wants someone who will only obey the Ivory Tower. Cern laughs and praises his thinking ability. She tells him that he only has 2 options. He can either get executed for treason or join the Ivory Tower. The tower is as qualified as the academy, and he will get to be with Malin, who is also from the tower. They can offer him everything he wants. After hearing this, Simon asks her if she is truly after him or his battalion. She tells him that it's both. This makes him mad and he says that he can't trust the tower. He asks her if there is a guarantee that the tower won't take over his battalion. Cern tells him that he won't have to worry about it once he shows his abilities. As a successor of the Ivory Tower, she promises that they won't take over his battalion. After answering all of his concerns, she asks him once more if he is willing to take her offer. Simon knows that he has been allowed to lead the conversation for too long. It is now his turn to drive it. He smirks and tells her that she is really bad at politics. This makes her confused and she asks him what he means. He says that it is not a good strategy to threaten your opponent by revealing all of your tricks. Since she is powerful, she figures that she doesn't have to think too hard about this. Everyone she ever talked to never disagreed with her since they weren't free to say anything else. He tells her that she can never tell Kizan about his battalion since the tower is split into pro-Kizan and anti-Kizan fractions. She is leading the anti-Kizan fraction with her current master. Cern knows that Malin couldn't have given him this information, so she admits that his source is solid. Meanwhile, he heard all of this from his friend Hayward. Simon continues that the reason they are trying to scout him and grow in power is to break away from Kizan. If they report him to Kizan and get him executed, the battalion will be handed over to someone who is loyal to Kizan. They also can't force him to obey the tower or take his battalion. If they mess with the special admission chosen by Nephthys herself, they will be declaring war against Kizan. After hearing all this, Cern tells him that there is another way. She can get rid of him and bury the battalion so it doesn't go to someone else. Suddenly, Fear appears out of nowhere with a bunch of skeletons, and Simon reminds her that she can't do that. Cern is confused since she didn't think that Simon could have brought a subspace with him. Simon takes out his sword and says that she made another mistake by telling him that no one from the outside can see them inside the barrier. Cern accepts his challenge and calls it interesting. Fear is surprised to see a bunch of feathers floating in the air. Simon immediately recognizes that it is a special spell of hers. Only a selected few in the continent have this type of power that is not dark, holy, or pure magic. He knows that he has to dodge the feathers until he can figure out their effect. As he tries dodging one of the feathers with his sword, it breaks apart and the feather slices his face. He suddenly starts to feel dreadful. He falls to his knees and feels suffocated. Cern tells him that it isn't just a tough feather. These feathers allow her to control their emotions. Simon glances back at the feather which hit the tree. He can smell the bug-repelling chemicals coming out of the tree as it seems to mistake the feather for pests. Cern explains that the emotions she puts into the feathers aren't limited to just negative emotions. She can put literally any emotions and make humans crawl on the floor like dogs with a single feather. She lets out a creepy smile as she is surrounded by hundreds of feathers and asks him if he wants a little taste. Fear asks Simon what is going to be his next move. Simon tells him that they don't really have another choice but to fight. He immediately signals Fear and the skeletons to charge. Cern blocks the attack with a feathered shield. She appears to be calm and says that she never imagined that she would fight against an ancient undead on the island. As she is dealing with Fear, a skeleton sneaks up from behind and tries to stab her. She quickly jumps up and destroys all of the skeletons with her feathers. At the same time, she gets attacked by a bunch of spiders. Cern comments that Simon now has enough power to call himself the commander. However, the spiders too are defeated easily. Simon can see that her feathers contain more than just emotions, since she was able to fight back against so many undead at once. While in the air, Cerna creates multiple magic circles. Simon is shocked to realize that she is about to launch a fearsome attack. She immediately attacks him using dark flare from all the magic circles, and it lights the entire area in fire. Simon cannot believe that she is able to possess such power when she is just in her first year. Suddenly, Fear appears behind her and says that the spells tickled him. He smacks her to the ground, but she leaps back and tries hitting him with the feathers. As they fight, he realizes that she is beyond the level of a student. However, she is still just a student. Malin manages to land 20 feathers on Fear and she thinks that this is her victory. Her feathers don't work on the undead, but since Fear is an ancient undead, she says that he has started to feel and think like a human. She turns to Simon with a smile and asks him what he is going to do next now that his best card is sealed away. With a calm expression, Simon asks her if she really thinks she defeated Fear. At the same time, Fear takes out his death sword and tries hitting her. He laughs and says that he may have feelings, but his will isn't that weak to be swayed away by such things. Cern can't believe that Fear managed to shake off the emotions in 20 feathers just by using his pure will. Fear decides it is now time for him to get serious. As he swings his sword, a bright flash covers the entire area. Seeing the destruction, Simon gets a bit worried and reminds him that he can't kill her since she is the successor of the Ivory Tower. Fear assures him that she won't die from a single attack since she is a monster. After the dust clears, they see her flying above with wings on her back. Simon realizes that this is her true form. He turns to Fear and asks him if he can attack her again as he distracts her. Cern grins as she points out toward the falling barrier and asks if they are going to continue fighting like this. Simon asks Fear to go back into the subspace since he might get caught by the surveillance drones flying above. Fear seems hesitant since he knows that Cern can destroy Simon with her feathers. However, he assures him that he will leave the subspace open and he can help him if he feels like he is in trouble. Simon tells her that the last option is out of the question since Kizan is watching them right now. She says that there is a fourth option. She can continue to mess around with him until he fails out of the evaluation. She will erase his memories afterward. He will experience the most painful life at this academy, as he will screw up all of the evaluations and get criticized by his teammates. Once he gets expelled from the academy, she will come and find him. Simon asks her if this is how she does things with others. He says that not everyone wants to go along with her plans, and her approach will only make more enemies for her. Cern gets annoyed and asks why he is giving her more lectures. She attacks him with more feathers and declares that she is the master of the Ivory Tower who will split the continent in 3 and open a new era. A loud explosion rocks the entire area, however the feathers fail to hit Simon. We see Lorraine in front of Simon as she asks Cern who is going to get expelled from the academy. She questions if she forgot that she was defending Simon and calls her the lapdog of the Ivory Tower. Cern asks her if it's okay to be biased during an evaluation. Lorraine calls her out for blocking the observer's view using her barrier. Cern smiles as she hears this and asks her why she is interrogating her when she is also one of the students. Lorraine asks her to stop wasting time and tell her what she was doing here. As the conversation between them gets heated, she calls out to Simon and asks him to go somewhere safe. He is a bit hesitant, but she tells him that he might get caught in their fight. Hearing this, he decides to walk away. Cern notices that Lorraine is attacking her with darkness arrows, and this makes her laugh. She tells her that she doesn't need to be humble. At the same time, Lorraine appears behind her and tries to hit her with a punch. Simon notices a huge explosion and realizes that he might have died if he stayed there. Cern dodges the punch by flying in the air and asks her if they are really going to play it rough. Lorraine asks her to come down. She picks up a huge rock and throws it towards her. Cern slashes the rock into multiple pieces and refuses to listen to her. Lorraine asks her to stop messing around since she wants to finish things off with her today. Cern says that she doesn't understand why she sent Simon away since he might have enjoyed her performance. She asks if she doesn't want to show her disgraceful behavior to a boy she cares about. Before she can even finish her sentence, Lorraine opens up the devildom and gets serious. Cern smiles and says that she can't think of the chaos the world would fall into if they learned about the crazy conspiracy that she and her mother are up to. She quickly dodges the attacks and says that it doesn't look that great from the outside to see them fighting like this. Lorraine tells her that they have to face each other eventually since they are going to be the rulers of the Ivory Tower and Kizan one day. If they fight then, there will be millions of innocent people dying, so they should settle it while they are still students. Simon can only watch this battle from a distance. Fear tells him that there is no need for him to admire their powers since he is also a battalion commander, and sooner, he may be able to surpass them both. Simon cannot possibly believe how he will get stronger than those two. Fear laughs and assures him that he will be able to catch up soon if he gets things done one by one. Simon understands him and decides to let them handle their business. He has something else he needs to do. He knows that Vikram would show some kind of reaction since there is so much noise. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking, and he sees a giant hand coming out. Vikram jumps out of the ground screaming. Simon takes off his badge and orders Fear to handle the rest. He calls out to Vikram and reminds him of his name. Simon looks up and notices some drones. He tells Fear that he only has 2 minutes. He asks Vikram what he is doing here and mentions that the battalion has been reborn. Vikram starts to panic after hearing about the battalion. At the same time, his body starts to grow in size. It almost feels like the word is causing a weird reaction within him. Simon asks Fear what is going on, and he tells him that the monster in front of them is not Vikram. As the monster continues growing bigger, he says that it is an elaborate fake. Without a warning, the fake Vikram attacks them both. Simon orders Fear to return inside the subspace since he is worried that he may get spotted. Fear agrees and disappears into the subspace. As soon as Fear is gone, Vikram suddenly attacks Simon. Confused, Simon wonders why Vikram is acting this way. Fear also has no idea. He says that Vikram is going into overdrive and will keep growing uncontrollably. Simon quickly moves away and sees Vikram heading in the opposite direction. He starts chasing after him. Fear asks him where he is going. Simon tells him that they need to stop Vikram. On the way, he runs into Lorraine and tells her there is a problem. She rushes over and asks what is wrong. Simon explains that a massive monster has gone into overdrive and is heading toward the student area, so they must stop it immediately. He asks for her help. Lorraine becomes worried and asks which direction the monster is headed. Simon tells her it is moving toward the South Island. Cern overhears them and finds the situation amusing. She questions Lorraine, asking who gave her permission to go. Simon apologizes to Cern and asks for her help, which surprises her. She thinks the whole situation is ridiculous and wonders why she should even help him. However, Simon assures her that he owes her a favor and thanks her in advance. Cern creates a magic circle and makes it clear that she is not going. She remembers Simon's words about how her way of doing things will only create more enemies. Smirking at how absurd it is that she is even thinking about this, she looks up and watches as they leave. Meanwhile, Simon asks Lorraine if she has heard anything from Nephthys recently. Lorraine wonders what Simon means, as Nephthys has not told her anything about the battalion. Simon changes the subject and asks if her class had a special lecture before about monsters going into overdrive. Lorraine recalls that the topic was covered in the lecture materials, but the instructor admitted he did not know much about it since he had only encountered it by chance. She assumes that the monster might be artificial and does not naturally belong on the island. Soon they find the monster smashing the ground and attacking students. The students run away in fear. One of them trips and falls, crying as the monster raises its foot to crush her. Just before impact, Tab Brad suddenly appears and blocks the attack with a punch, shocking the fake Vikram. The student thanks Brad for saving her life. He reaches out a hand to help her up, then tells her that it is dangerous, so she should get back to safety. She blushes and runs away. Urzi suddenly realizes that she isn't acting like Brad at all. At the same time, someone calls her on the communication line and asks if he has identified anything about the monster. Since she is acting as Brad, she tells them that the monster is highly sensitive to noise and is targeting students who scream while running away. The person on the other end acknowledges this and says they will inform the students. They also commend him for doing a good job and mention that it isn't like him. Hearing this, Urzi starts sweating and wonders what Brad had been doing all this time to get a reputation this bad. She presses the button on the earpiece and says that they should avoid engaging with the monster as much as they can. At the same time, Simon and Lorraine are going to fight the monster. She attacks the monster, which makes several holes in the body, but they are both shocked to see its wound rapidly healing. The monster becomes enraged and swipes at them with its claws. Lorraine barely dodges, and Simon urgently tells her to look to her left. She turns in alarm and sees the monster charging at her again. Before they can escape, they are struck, causing Simon to fall. Lorraine becomes worried, but Cern has already created a soft cushion of feathers to catch him. Simon lands safely and realizes the feathers saved him. Looking up, he sees wings flying toward the monster, striking its body multiple times. Cern grows frustrated because neither physical attacks nor the feather of truth seems to be working against them. Meanwhile, Lorraine rushes to Simon and asks if he is okay. He confirms that he is. Just then, an announcement from the Action Committee is broadcast, stating that an unidentified monster is attacking students on the southern part of Kara Island. Because of this, all students in the area will be teleported to another island at random. Simon feels relieved upon hearing this. The announcement continues, explaining that after teleportation, students will be immune to damage for 5 minutes. Any student who wishes to stay must enter a refusal signal on their tongue pad. Lorraine instructs Simon to return and continue his evaluation. However, she is surprised when he does not leave and wonders what he is doing. Simon apologizes and says he has a reason for staying behind. Before she can respond, Brad approaches Simon, prompting him to tell Lorraine that he will return soon, and asks her to buy him some time. Lorraine becomes frustrated, unable to believe what he is doing, but assumes he must have a solid plan. She hands him earphones and tells him to take them. These are Mona communicators, and since there is little mana left, she advises him to use them only when necessary. Simon places the communicator in his ear, agrees with her, and jumps down. Catches him and smiles. Even during a battle, Fear mentions how horrible this sight is. Bro didn't join the battalion for this. Simon tells Fear to stay quiet and turns to Erze. He reveals that the monster is not the real Vic Room and they need to deal with it before it causes more harm. Hearing this, she tells him that she knew since something was off. She asks how they are going to fight a monster that can grow and regenerate. Fear laughs and tells them not to worry, as he and Simon have already come up with a plan. However, he doubts whether Simon is truly ready to go through with it. Simon closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and assures him that he is prepared. Seeing his determination, Fear agrees to go along with the plan and make it a reality. Simon grabs Fear's sword and gets ready to fight. A few minutes earlier, Simon had been thinking about how to handle the monster. He knew that he needed to do something quickly since the monster would continue wreaking havoc. Fear told him that he had a solution, but he hesitated to mention it because it was nearly impossible to execute. Hearing this, Simon immediately asks him to reveal the plan even if it has a slim chance of success. Fear explains that his plan involves him using his sword, which surprises Simon. Fear then reveals that his sword has the power of destruction. It can completely erase anything it touches, preventing regeneration, no matter how strong the creature's healing ability is. However, there is a problem. Simon knows that Fear cannot reveal himself when everyone is watching. Fear confirms this, but his sword is a spirit weapon, meaning it is part of his body. Only he can lift and swing it. Simon suggests a workaround. Since Fear is a skeleton, he can pull out his arm, hand, or even part of his upper body as bone armor. This way, from the outside, it will look like Simon is swinging the sword, but in reality, Fear will be the one holding it. Fear thinks this might work, and although he has considered it before, Simon's crazy idea convinces him to try. Simon feels a little embarrassed when Fear calls him crazy but takes it as a compliment. Simon then turns to Lorraine and asks if she can hear him. She nods, and he explains that the situation is getting worse because the monster is heading back toward the central island. However, he reassures her that he has a plan to stop it. Lorraine asks how, and Simon explains that he has a weapon that can stop the monster's regeneration, but he needs to wield it himself. He asks if she can hold his arm for 5 minutes. He also wants Cern to know about the plan. Lorraine calls out to Cern and asks if she heard them. Cern, however, is annoyed. She questions why Simon thinks he can give them orders and asks Lorraine if she really believes him. Lorraine doesn't hesitate. She trusts Simon completely. She moves forward and tells Cern to help. Cern can't believe what she's hearing. She remembers Simon telling her that her methods only create more enemies. Doubting herself, she suddenly charges at the monster. Meanwhile, Simon rushes toward the monster with Erza. When they get close, Simon tells Erzi to back him up. She agrees and tells him to leave it to her. Simon grips the sword tightly and slashes at the monster. The monster's fibers split apart and lunge toward him in retaliation. Erza warns him to look up, and Simon quickly dodges, using an illusion to avoid the attacks while pushing forward. Realizes she needs to weaken the monster to reduce its attacks, and Simon agrees. Suddenly, something unexpected happens. An arm bursts out of the monster's stomach, shocking them both. Immediately reacts, stopping the monster's hand with all her strength and warning Simon to check above. When he looks up, he sees another hand coming toward him. Just as it is about to strike, blood splashes onto him. Lorraine shouts at him to keep going. At the same time, Cern uses her skill, Chain of 1,000 Feathers, launching dark feathers that strike different parts of the monster's body. Simon feels the pressure. Everyone is helping him, and he must succeed. Cern watches in disbelief as Simon, despite his exhaustion and fear of falling, pushes forward with sheer willpower. His determination is unshakable. She wonders if even the necromancers from the ivory tower could match his resolve. Simon is barely holding on. His legs are shaking, and he is about to collapse. Suddenly, more feathers appear before him. Cern tells him he can't give up, reminding him that he promised to succeed. Her words push him forward. His body glows with energy, and he keeps moving. Finally, he reaches the monster's head. The monster collapses. Simon calls out to Fear, who assures him he is ready. A bright light bursts from the sword as Simon swings it, cutting through the monster. Fear laughs as blood splatters from Vikram. Their insane plan has worked. Exhausted, Simon collapses. Lorraine sees this and rushes to him, trying to grab his hand. Cern, meanwhile, is in shock. She watches as Simon defeats Vikram, something no necromancer from the Ivory Tower could ever do. She realizes Simon is truly unique, irreplaceable. As Lorraine reaches for Simon, Vikram suddenly attacks. She hesitates, noticing his body is disintegrating. But right now, her only concern is Simon. She rushes to help him. Cern tells her not to worry. She has cast a slowing spell with her remaining feathers to protect Simon from harm. Lorraine nods and thanks her. However, this annoys Cern, who insists she only helped Simon because she wanted to, not because she owed anyone anything. She doesn't understand why Lorraine is thanking her and finds it irritating. She then tells Lorraine to block the remaining fragments, but Lorraine is confused by Cern's strange attitude. Meanwhile, Simon lies unconscious on the ground. Harem finds him. He never believes in luck after a crisis. He always assumes everything is over when the worst happens. As Malcolm's hypnosis fades, Harem takes out a feather from his jacket, thinking that if he handles the situation well, he might be able to join Cern's faction. The idea excites him, but his thoughts are interrupted when he suddenly sees Hector standing nearby. Harem is surprised and wonders why Hector is here. He laughs, assuming Hector must have business with Simon, and suggests they form an alliance. Harem wants to finish Simon off. He tells Hector that if he lets him do this, he will give him all the points and spread rumors that Hector defeated Special Case 1. He asks Hector what he thinks of the offer. It's not a bad deal. Suddenly, Hector's hands transform into dark, scaly claws. Harem is startled and wonders why Hector is doing this. After all, Hector isn't on good terms with Simon either. Without warning, Hector attacks him, punching him in the face and calling him trash. He mocks Harem, asking if he really thought he could bargain like this. Then, Hector sees Lorraine and tells her to take Simon away. Lorraine quickly rushes to Simon's side, cradling his head and asking if he is okay. Hector watches for a moment, then decides to leave. Meanwhile, Harem stumbles into the forest, cursing his luck. Simon was right in his grasp, but he failed. He refuses to give up. He must finish Simon and earn Professor Bill's favor. As he runs, his foot suddenly hits something, making him fall. Frustrated, he turns to see what it is, and his blood runs cold. Lying there is the corpse of a high-ranked monster, a bear. Harem freezes in fear. Who could have done this? Looking around, he spots a student sitting on the bear's corpse. He smirks, thinking this is his chance. He doesn't know why he's still here in the middle of this chaos, but if someone takes down the high-level monster, he might prove useful. He pulls out a feather and throws it at a student. As it strikes the student's neck, he thinks this is perfect and tells him to get ready. The student turns around, confused, and asks what he wants. Harem is surprised. This student seems quiet yet fierce. First, Harem asks for his name. The student tells him that his name is Cajun. Harem is startled because he has never heard of any student named Cajun before, but he quickly gives him instructions and says that he needs to catch Simon. Simon is unconscious, but finishing him off isn't easy due to a certain interference. If Cajun can distract from that interference, Harem can take care of the rest. He asks if Cajun understands. Cajun stands up and asks if Harem is after Simon. Harem confirms. Simon is a special case and he has been saying this for a while. Annoyed, Harem tells Cajun to stop asking questions and just follow orders. If he understands, he should move now. Cajun pulls out the feather Harem throws at him, crushes it, and asks if Harem really trusts this feather. Should he go ahead? Harem starts to worry. Could this feather be fake? He tells Cajun to wait so he can explain everything. Apologizing for being forceful, he offers Cajun a deal. If he hands over Simon, he'll give Cajun all his points. Cajun refuses, saying the deal isn't necessary. If Harem is after Simon, he can't just stand by and do nothing. Harem can't believe Cajun is also siding with Simon. What is it about Simon that draws everyone to him? Cajun doesn't know either, but he explains that he's Simon's roommate. And now that he's finally found a roommate he likes, he won't let Simon get expelled. He grabs Harem's shirt, making Harem nervous. Harem wants to explain, but Cajun isn't interested in listening. He says that if Simon gets expelled, some annoying person will move in instead. Harem has no idea what Cajun means, but before he can respond, he gets hit. Meanwhile, students gather and gossip at Kira Island Mansion, which is a conflict-free zone. Kami holds her hands together as she looks worriedly out of the window for Simon. Malin arrives and asks her if she is worried. She assures her and says that he will make it in time. Malin explains that if Simon enters the mansion, he will earn 200 points, so he'll definitely come. But many students are blocking the entrance, so she wonders if everything will be okay. Malin assumes that Simon will find a way in, just like during the dual evaluation. Kami agrees, saying Simon is unpredictable. Just then, they hear a voice instructing everyone to stay alert. The voice belongs to the special admission number 7 named Elisa. Elisa speaks confidently, reminding everyone that only 1 hour remains for the survival evaluation. She urges them to defend the mansion. So far, students have gained points by staying outside, but if too many enter now, they will fall behind in rankings. For the sake of their scores, she hopes they will cooperate. Malin is impressed. As expected from the daughter of the Prime Minister of Dresden, Elisa's political skills are no joke. She has even controlled the bridge in the early stages, earning many points. Elisa approaches and suggests that Malin join the defense team since she is the top-ranked student in Class A. However, Malin refuses, saying she isn't interested. Elisa is surprised. She thought they were alike. She asks why Malin doesn't want to help. Elisa recalls the last time she begged Malin to show her Professor Jane's exam paper, but Malin had scolded her, saying it would break the rules. Malin can't believe Elisa is still upset about that. She thinks Elisa is too narrow-minded. Elisa, on the other hand, sees Malin as selfish, always prioritizing her own interests. Malin is shocked because, to her, Elisa is the truly self-centered one. Elisa sees people as pawns, expecting them to follow her lead. Elisa says she will remember this, but Malin doesn't care. Cammy, worried, tells Malin that Elisa is a special admission, so there's no need to provoke her. Malin says it's fine. People like Elisa only understand direct confrontation. Just then, Kami sees something outside the window and tells Malin to look. Simon is coming. Malin checks and immediately gets worried. Cern is with him. She had warned Simon to avoid her at all costs. Panic rises in her chest. Cern might manipulate him. Kami disagrees. She points out that Simon and Cern seem close now. Malin is shocked and wonders what is even going on. Meanwhile, Elisa stands on the mansion's roof and addresses the students. She proposes a deal. She won't fight them and they can leave peacefully. However, she wants their help in stopping those things. Confused, they ask what she means. Elisa explains. Some students are lurking behind the trees near the mansion. She argues that they wouldn't want more competitors, right? Just entering the mansion earns 200 points, so letting others in would put them all at a disadvantage. Cern is annoyed. This is ridiculous. She throws a feather at Elisa and demands to know who she thinks she is, giving orders like that. Elisa realizes they won't cooperate, so she summons her ship. The students are shocked. It's Elisa's ghost ship, floating in the air. Simon is startled. This ship moves using spirit and darkness as fuel. That means Elisa is an aspiring necromancer. Now Simon understands everything. Elisa warns them. Anyone entering the mansion will be swept away. From now on, any dropped points will be split among those defending it. She reassures her team and orders them to attack. The students start their assault, but Cern, Luren, and Simon are ready to fight back. The students receive instructions to target Special Admission number 1 because he is moving forward. They plan to stick with him and capture all of them. Simon uses his bone skill, shocking everyone as they wonder what it is. As he moves ahead, Hector calls out to him, wanting to finish their previous fight. Simon feels annoyed, thinking that Hector has picked the worst possible time to appear. Hector inhales deeply, preparing for his powerful attack. Meanwhile, the monster carrying Simon swallows him. Hector punches the monster, expecting to find a core inside, but there is none. He then sees Simon rushing deeper inside and curses, refusing to let him escape so easily. Hector begins generating flames again, but before he can attack, Cammy blocks his mouth and assures Simon that she will cover him so he can run. Elisa gets frustrated because Kami interferes with her plans. She orders her comrades to stop Simon at all costs. Suddenly, she notices flames consuming her ships and demands to know who dares to do this. Malin confronts her, questioning why she is interfering. Elisa insists that Malin has no reason to get involved and should leave, but Malin reminds her of what she said earlier. People are not her pawns. She makes it clear that if Elisa tries to stop her friend, she will stop Elisa in return. This angers Elisa, but Malin instructs Simon to keep running. Simon finally enters the mansion and his arrival is confirmed. He feels relieved to have made it. Lorraine approaches him, asking why he is late. Simon explains that he ran into some trouble. Shortly after, Serna also enters the mansion. She assumes she is the last one to arrive but credits her slaves for making her entrance easier. Lorraine questions why Cern harms other students when she has enough strength to enter on her own. A hypnotized student, confused by the situation, wonders why they are even here. Cern dismisses the concern, claiming it is just fair use of her abilities. She then tells Lorraine to complain to her mother if it bothers her so much. Lorraine becomes furious, asking if Cern really believes she can do whatever she pleases. Cern smirks, wondering if Lorraine is saying she wants to stay in Kizan at any cost. She asks if Lorraine plans to expel her over this. Lorraine refuses to fall for Cern's tricks and tells her to stop talking nonsense. Simon feels frustrated, caught between their argument. Cammy rushes to him, relieved to see him. She checks if he is hurt. Simon smiles, saying he is healing thanks to her and appreciates what she did earlier. Suddenly, Cern interrupts, reminding Simon of the huge debt he owes her. He assures her that he hasn't forgotten, but warns that it doesn't mean he will grant her a wish. Cern already knows this, but believes granting wishes should not be difficult with his current abilities. Before Simon can respond, Malin rushes toward him, calling his name. She shoves Serna aside and reminds him that she warned him to stay away from her. Cern finds this reaction unfair. Malin, still furious, insists that Simon must avoid Cern if he ever sees her again. But she demands to know why they are together now. Simon, confused by her words, apologizes, explaining that he had no choice due to certain circumstances. Cern suddenly hugs Malin and asks why she is here. This enrages Malin, who shouts at her to let go. Cern looks heartbroken, saying that this is too much. She just wants to be friends. However, Malin wants nothing to do with her and threatens to freeze her to death. She warns Cern to stop giving her chills and leave. Furious, Malin grabs her, accusing her of secretly casting a spell on her. Cern denies it, asking why she would do such a thing to Simon. Malin refuses to believe her, convinced that even if someone else is responsible, Cern must be involved. Cammy then suggests sparring, but Simon refuses, saying it's just training. Malin wonders if Cern even understands that. Cern clarifies that her ability doesn't create emotions from anything, it only amplifies what already exists. Everyone watches the fight unfold. Cern assumes that Malin is angry at Simon because of her hidden skill. Malin, confused, tells Cern to leave, but when she doesn't, she starts attacking her. Cern feels hurt by Malin's hostility. She thinks that Malin's ice magic must have made her cold-hearted, but Malin doesn't listen and keeps hitting her, demanding that she shut up, disappear, or vanish entirely. Suddenly, Malcolm enters the mansion and confronts Cern, accusing her of manipulating him. He blames her for forcing him to deal with annoying brats who don't even know his rank. Cern, confused, insists she has no idea what he is talking about. Malcolm doesn't believe her and says that if she fought them, they must have been at her level. Angry, Malcolm slaps Cern hard, making her lip bleed. He tells her to stop messing with people and claims that no one else would manipulate others like she does. Cern's face turns red as she clenches her fists. Malcolm warns her that no matter where she goes, whether it's the ivory tower or anywhere else, she will be put in her place. Before he can continue, Simon steps in, placing a hand on Malcolm's shoulder and telling him to stop. He reminds him that this is a non-combat zone. Malcolm, still furious, declares that he doesn't care and is willing to make an exception just this once. But when he looks at Lorraine, she coldly tells him to keep going instead of looking at her. This annoys him, so he storms out of the mansion. Simon turns to Cern and asks if she is okay. She thanks him, saying that because of him, she is fine. Simon feels relieved, but Cern doesn't want him to think that they are even now. She assumes he won't say that, knowing that Simon is always calculating. She hopes she is right and asks him directly. However, Simon remains silent, giving no clear answer. Cern says that if she wanted compensation, she would ask for special admission number 10 from earlier. However, since Simon has extended her lifespan, she lets it go. As she leaves, she sees Mill making a heart shape for her and hopes they meet again. Malin feels annoyed and Lorraine also wants to leave. She hopes to see them at school. Simon thanks Cern for helping him, and Kami expects to see her again too. After they leave, Simon wonders if they are even now. He also remembers Hayward and starts worrying about his arrival. Kami explains that Hayward hasn't arrived yet and that they are still waiting for him. Now only 1 minute remains. Suddenly, Elisa storms into the mansion, furious that Malin dared to challenge her ghost ship. Malin doesn't care and confidently tells Elisa that she will challenge her whenever she wants. Angry, Elisa leaves. Meanwhile, Kami is shocked to learn that Malin won against special admission number 7, which even surprises Simon. Malin explains that she only had the upper hand in that match. An announcement declares that only 10 seconds remain until the end of Survival Island. This worries everyone because Hayward still hasn't returned. They assume he must be an idiot. As the countdown begins, both of them grow anxious. Then, at the last moment, Hayward steps inside the mansion. His arrival is confirmed, and he feels relieved that he made it just in time. The Survival Island event officially ends, and all students are told to stop sparring and wait in a safe location. Malin angrily asks Hayward where he has been all this time. Hayward, unfazed, wonders why they are rushing when the shells are still flying outside. Another announcement states that the teleportation process will begin in order, and everyone is advised to stay inside. Hayward casually explains that he hid outside, waiting for the right moment to return. No one believes him. Simon feels relieved that they are finally going home, but someone corrects him. They are only returning to the dormitory. Hector soon appears, asking Simon if he defeated the monster from the southern island. Simon tells him to think whatever he wants, which annoys Hector, but he leaves quietly. Meanwhile, someone asks Cern about Simon's persuasion. She admits that she failed because threats and coercion don't work on him. The person listening isn't surprised. Simon is a special case for a reason. They decided to move on to Plan B next week. Cern realizes her uncle is in a hurry and assumes he is interested in the commander position. However, her uncle denies it, saying he only cares about the Ivory Tower's future. She laughs and says she was just joking. As the successor of the Ivory Tower, she has some instructions for him. She takes full responsibility and asks him to cancel his next plan. Her uncle insists that he must move forward because the future of the Ivory Tower is at stake. He firmly believes Simon can never be their ally, which means he will be their enemy. That's why they must get rid of him now before he becomes stronger. Cern sits on the sofa, thinking that eliminating such a rare talent is ridiculous. She is curious to see how Simon's future unfolds. A few days after the survival evaluation ends, life returns to normal. The intense day on the island now feels like a distant dream. From the performance evaluation to the duel battles and survival test, it seems that the harder the exams, the more determined students become to grow stronger. Simon also wants to improve, but he feels like something is missing. He trains with his teacher, feeling frustrated that things aren't going as expected. However, his teacher reassures him, saying he did well and shouldn't worry. Simon finds it hard to believe and asks if it's really true. The teacher confirms and tells him to get ready because they will start training from the basics. Simon obeys and begins practicing again. He gathers scattered bones trying to form bone armor. His first attempt fails, but he doesn't give up. He tries again and some bones cover his arm. Bone armor is a technique where necromancers create protective armor from skeleton bones. It specializes in defense but can also be useful in other ways, depending on its form. The professor explains that the gauntlet Simon just made will be useful in battles. Simon is amazed. It means he can also use it for attacking. The professor agrees and encourages him to experiment. Since every necromancer's bone armor is unique, Simon must research and develop one that suits him best. The professor confirms that Simon is correct and explains the difference between full-body bone armor and partial bone armor. Full-body bone armor usually requires at least 2 skeletons. To test his strength, Simon strikes a skeleton's shield and is surprised by its toughness. Even without adding darkness, the shield is extremely strong. The professor explains that the armor replaces the natural strength of skeletons and darkness with physical strength, making it like a reinforced exoskeleton. Curious, Simon asks Simon about the features of bone armor, realizing he must balance mobility and stability. He finally understands why he failed earlier. The professor confirms his mistake. He didn't properly adjust the balance. Full-body bone armor is much harder to control than partial armor because balancing it is more delicate and complex. Simon finds this confusing but tells the professor he understands. The professor adds that difficulty isn't just about the number of bones in each arm or the whole body. Simon agrees, and the professor assures him not to worry. Even though he failed this time, he still made progress. Simon thanks him. The professor then tells Simon to wait if he doesn't have an urgent mission. He also realizes that Simon doesn't fully understand the advantages of being a special class student, so he advises Simon to use his position wisely. After giving instructions, he tells Simon to return, and Simon obeys. On the way back, the professor remembers that the new mission period starts next week. When he asks Simon if he has a mission in mind, Simon starts thinking. Deep down, he desperately needs money for ingredients, but pretends he hasn't decided yet. He plans to choose after the mission list is posted. The professor considers this and decides to give Simon a useful tip, which surprises him. Later, students gather around the notice board, but Simon doesn't find any missions interesting. Fear is annoyed since no missions involve accidents happening to the boss. He wonders why this continent is so peaceful, but Simon thinks peace is a good thing. However, one mission stands out. It mentions a body found torn apart near the Sacred Federation, as if it were hunted. Fear finds it suspicious but believes it's too dangerous. Simon agrees, thinking his professor wouldn't allow it. Instead, he focuses on missions with good rewards. Later, Simon lies on a bench, frustrated that he can't find a mission with high pay. Fear thinks Simon's expectations are too high. He reminds Simon that 500 gold isn't much. It's better to hire a professional than pay a student. Also, making too much money early on could cause problems. Simon realizes he should follow Professor Aaron's advice and wait. Fear agrees they should be patient and look for a better opportunity later. In the next class, Professor Lang is on 1 HP as always. He gets taken out of class by the TA who announces that the class will be getting a 15-minute break. Simon and the group discuss how the professor's condition is getting worse. Malin feels uneasy but admits she prefers it when the assistant teacher leads the class. However, Kizan Academy values strict meritocracy, and Professor Lang lacks competitiveness. Some students think it's unfair that professors can keep their positions just based on past reputation, while students must constantly compete. Hayward explains that it's more complicated than it seems. If a professor leaves, all their assistants must leave too, making it a big administrative issue. Malin agrees but asks when the professor last taught them. Hayward knows teacher Francisco is capable and enjoys her classes. But if the professor steps down, all the assistant professors will be forced out as well. She grows irritated by how complicated this is. Cami wonders what happens if an assistant teacher gets promoted to professor. She thinks if that happens, Professor Lang can focus on his health while students get better classes. She asks if this is the right solution, but Hayward disagrees. He explains that assistant professors at Kizan function more like teaching aides rather than full educators. This angers Malin. She warns Hayward to be careful with his words because these are their seniors. Hayward clarifies that it's just his opinion, but he acknowledges that promotions do happen. However, such a change would require approval from Professor Nephthys. Soon they are interrupted by the TA. As they turn around, they see her glaring at them. Later, as they stand in silence, she tells them she won't make an issue of it since it was just a break. However, their voices echoed through the hallway, so she warns them to be more careful. They apologize to her. The teacher walks toward the stage but glances back at Simon, making him nervous. Then she continues the lesson. She talks about a famous saying, "Everything is poison, and nothing exists without poison. Only the dose determines if something is harmful." She explains that if a substance harms the human body, it is considered poison. A question arises. If everything is poison, then are spices also poisonous? After all, people eat them and don't die. The teacher asks the class why that is. Janie quickly raises her hand, knowing the answer. She explains that poison only becomes deadly if consumed in a lethal dose. The assistant professor agrees, saying that for something to be dangerous, it must reach a lethal amount. Otherwise, it can even be used as medicine. The teacher then asks Janie why medicinal herbs don't become poisonous. Janie hesitates but answers that it's because they contain only small amounts of harmful substances. The assistant professor clarifies further, saying that the lethal dose is the amount needed to cause death. She gives an example. If someone eats 4 tons of tomatoes in a day, they will die from tomato toxicity. But in reality, eating 4 tons of anything would be fatal. She then explains the basics of handling toxins, understanding lethal doses, and analyzing how they work. Since the lethal dose varies for different creatures, precise calculations are crucial. Today, she wants to teach the class 3 important laws for dosage calculations. Men is excited because he finds Professor Francisca's lectures easy to understand. He asks Simon if he agrees, but Simon is lost in thought and doesn't answer. Melon calls his name again, snapping him back to reality. He apologizes and asks what she said. She notices he is unusually quiet during the toxicology lecture and wonders if it's because she scolded him earlier. Simon, however, insists that it's nothing. After class, the teacher calls Simon, startling him. He wonders why she wants to talk to him. She asks if he has chosen a mission for the weekend. Simon says he hasn't decided yet. The teacher is pleased, as Professor Jane has been assigned a special mission. She hands Simon a document, explaining that he has been given a designated mission. This surprises Simon. The teacher adds that the client specifically requested him for the job. Simon quickly opens the document to check the details. The mission is a security task, rated grade D with a reward of 1,000 gold. It takes place in Blue Harbor and involves protecting the client during the Undead exhibition. Simon is shocked. 1,000 gold seems too high for a grade D mission. The teacher reassures him that he isn't forced to take the mission. If he already has another task in mind, he can decline. But Simon is eager to accept. He tells the teacher that he will take the mission. He is happy because the reward is exactly what he needs for his materials. The teacher is also relieved, as they were considering sending others to the exhibition. Now that Simon is going, she feels reassured. She explains that observing and analyzing trends is crucial for modern necromancers. Since Simon is accepting the mission, she instructs him to pay close attention. She also requests that he write a report afterward. Simon is surprised. He wasn't expecting to submit a report. The teacher reminds him that keen students are professionals, not amateurs. Outside the room, a girl laughs after overhearing their conversation. She guesses that Simon must have been caught in something again. Inside, the teacher tells Simon that he is the only keen student attending the exhibition, so he must act as a proper representative. She warns him not to cause any trouble. Simon nods, promising to keep that in mind. Later, Urzi is excited as they arrive at Blue Harbor. The place is new, and they have new subordinates. Simon doesn't want them to cause trouble, so he tells Urzi to enjoy the short vacation. She happily agrees. However, Simon worries. Since she is undead, can she even swim? And does salt water harm the undead? Urz laughs and admits that salt water stings a little, but she doesn't care. She insists that she must swim at least once before leaving such a beautiful beach. Simon understands and tells her to have fun. He promises to stop by if he has time. He gives similar instructions to Fear before heading to the mission site. As Simon walks, he is amazed by the beauty of the surroundings. The more he looks, the more breathtaking the place seems. Eventually, he arrives at his destination. He calls out, asking if anyone is there. A boy hears him, opens the gate, and asks if he is from Keen. When Simon confirms, the boy welcomes him and compliments his outfit. Simon bows, greets him, and asks if he lives in this house. The boy nods and introduces himself as Shun. Simon is surprised, but pleased to know his name. He explains that he is here to meet the Count. Shun then casually reveals that he is the Count. Simon is stunned since he didn't expect a child to hold such a title. Realizing his mistake, he quickly apologizes for the lack of formalities. Shun isn't bothered, and tells Simon to call him by his name in private, as he prefers it. As they walk inside, Simon still finds it hard to believe. He never imagined such a young boy could inherit a noble title and rule Blue Harbor. He also wonders how a child like him could afford to pay 1,000 gold for a mission. Perhaps his parents passed away early, leaving him with great responsibility. Shun runs toward the exhibition hall, eager to show it to Simon. But Simon can tell from his speed that he is about to trip. He warns Shun to be careful, and just as he is about to fall, Simon rushes over and catches him. Shun is surprised that Simon isn't in a hurry. He thinks Simon should continue what he is doing. Simon agrees but points out that handling a kid along the way makes things more difficult. As they walk, Shun explains that the exhibition is originally set to open in 2 days, but he is giving an early preview for security reasons. He opens the exhibition hall door and warns Simon not to mess up. Simon reassures him and thanks him, but as soon as he steps inside, he freezes in shock. This is the next generation undead exhibition of Blue Harbor. Simon isn't sure where to begin. Then he spots a dinosaur-shaped skeleton and assumes it is the main attraction. Looking closely, he notices they haven't solved the balance issue. They have tied the torso with black silk. If such a skeleton appears in battle, it would completely crush a person's spirit. He is amazed. Meanwhile, Shun sits on one of the skeletons, telling it to let go. But since it is undead, it stares back angrily. This worries Simon because summoning magic has been used. Shun is startled when the skeleton suddenly tries to attack him. Just as Simon jumps in to protect him, a green fluid surrounds Shun. Before Simon can grab him, the fluid lifts Shun and carries him away. At that moment, a voice speaks. It is Shun's uncle Finch. He teases Simon, saying that a so-called bodyguard shouldn't be so distracted. Shun is happy to see his uncle, who soon puts him down. Finch warns him to be careful since the undead are being moved around. But Shun doesn't mind. Instead, he wants to introduce Simon, calling him the strongest bodyguard from Kaizen, student number 1. Simon greets Finch politely, but Finch tells him to just call him by name since he is also a necromancer. He reaches out for a handshake, and as soon as Simon shakes his hand, Finch's hand turns into green wax. Simon is startled, but Finch laughs and assures him it is fine. He then comments that Simon is just a first-year student trying to earn some pocket money. This embarrasses Simon. Finch doesn't understand why someone as weak-hearted as Simon has come to this resort, but the work still has to be done. Simon feels humiliated and quickly bows, apologizing for his mistake. Shun is worried. Simon hasn't done anything wrong this time. He steps in to defend himself, asking his uncle not to scold his bodyguard. Finch chuckles, saying he isn't scolding him, just giving some useful advice to a junior. He then mentions that since Simon is a special first-year student from Kaizen, there are probably high expectations for him. Simon agrees. Finch offers him another piece of advice as a senior. He warns Simon not to believe that everything taught at Kaizen is absolute truth. He explains that Kaizen, once legendary, now has outdated methods and corrupt practices. This makes Simon wonder if Finch is a Kaizen graduate. But Finch clarifies that he has studied at a public necromancer school called Alland. Simon understands. Finch then mentions some other schools, and says that the top students from these schools usually transfer to Kaizen. These students are usually more capable than Kaizen's existing students, so it is a good idea to get along with them. Simon is surprised to hear that non-Kaizen students are more skilled. He asks him if the students are so skilled, why do they bother transferring to Kaizen? His questions annoy the guy. He explains that each school has its strengths and weaknesses, and transferring is just a way to broaden one's horizons. However, he doesn't want to discuss student rankings anymore. He emphasizes that graduating from school is only the beginning. True careers start after that. Finch then tells Simon to follow him. He wants to show him the real professional world. Simon thanks him and looks forward to it. Before leaving, he puts a hand on Shun's shoulder and warns him not to wander off alone again. Due to the island's natural environment, Blue Harbor has developed a unique ecosystem different from the mainland. The Undead exhibition focuses on using the island's special creatures to create new undead. There are 100 undead in the hall, and 20 of them are Finch's work. But despite the focus on innovation, some undead lack practical use. Shun mentions that his uncle is famous for his research on Blue Harbor. Simon agrees. He points out that the tail of a rockwork skeleton doesn't seem to need any bone attachment. Finch is surprised by this observation. Simon explains that forcing the bone into place would put too much stress on the joints. Instead, he suggests covering it with protein or chitin. Finch is annoyed. He questions what a first-year student knows about it. There is a reason for everything they do. Soon they arrive in another section of the exhibition. Finch announces that he is going to show him the highlight of the exhibition, and reveals a mollusk undead that uses kraken as its component. He has named it the Overlord. However, this isn't even a fully grown adult kraken. No one has ever captured an adult one, but even in its current state, it has incredible speed and cutting power. To demonstrate, Finch flicks an object into Kraken's tank. The monster immediately slashes it apart with its tentacle. Simon is impressed. He then asks how much it would sell for. Finch raises an eyebrow, wondering if that is the kind of question a Kaizen student should ask. Simon clarifies that he is asking out of personal curiosity, not as a student. Finch laughs and explains that the monster has an astronomical value. It isn't something for sale, and since Finch hasn't created it, he can't put an exact price on it. But if he has to guess, it would be worth at least 10,000 gold. Simon is speechless upon hearing this. Later, he is deep in thought when Fear calls him out. Simon doesn't seem to hear him as he is still lost in thought. Fear has to approach him directly and call his name again, snapping Simon out of his thoughts. Fear shakes him slightly and asks him why he is daydreaming so much. He then asks if something has happened in the exhibition hall. Simon tells him that it's nothing. It's just that he saw some amazing undead. Fear wonders what kind of undead could be so impressive that it excites Simon this much. Simon waves his hand and tries to explain, saying the undead moves like this. Fear is speechless at first, but soon realizes that Simon's repeated failures are affecting his mental state. Feeling sympathetic, he doesn't blame him. After a moment of thought, Simon has a question for Fear. Fear wonders what he wants to ask. Simon rambles about armor, explaining that he is currently practicing with a regular skeleton. He asks if it would be possible to do the same with the skeletons who are part of the battalion. Fear clarifies that while it isn't entirely impossible, however, he still asks him not to try it until he succeeds with a regular skeleton. Confused, Simon asks why it's prohibited. Fear explains that bad habits could form, which makes Simon wonder what kind of bad habits he means. Suddenly, Urzi raises her hand and calls out to Simon before rushing toward him excitedly. Simon wonders what happened. Urz reminds him that he has to attend a banquet tomorrow evening and asks what kind of event it is. Simon explains that it is a reception hosted by the Old One family, with members of the family and honored guests from the ring exhibition attending. Urz assumes that if he is invited as a VIP, it must be an important gathering of high-ranking people. With Kizun's reputation, she believes there won't be any issue with formal attire, but there is one thing to watch out for. She smiles slyly, confusing both Simon and Fear, who wonder what she means. Later, Simon stands beside Shun at the exhibition. A noblewoman shakes hands with Shun, mentioning that it has been a long time. Shun greets her politely, and she expresses her gratitude that a Kizun student has come to their family's exhibition. Simon humbly declines the praise, saying that it is an honor given to him by the Count, and he is the one who feels grateful. The lady then asks what has impressed the Kizun student at the exhibition. Simon deflects, saying that Count Shun knows the answer better than him since he is hosting the event. He looks at Shun, asking if he is right. Shun nods and explains that this exhibition is special because it features entirely new types of undead. Meanwhile, inside the hall, a butler observes the noblewoman closely and asks another servant if she seems unusually thoughtful for someone so young. The female servant agrees, noting that she allows the Count to take the lead while she stays in the background. She also mentions that the servant staff is adjusting etiquette based on the guests' home countries. They both watch Simon and are impressed by his confidence. It seems recommending a Kizun student wasn't a bad idea after all. The lady instructs the butler to stay quiet and listen. The butler thinks for a while, feeling relieved that the Count has chosen such a capable escort. After the noblewoman leaves, Simon exhales in relief. Shun praises him, saying he handled the situation well, then asks where he learned such refined etiquette. Simon smiles and explains that he trained diligently under his father when he was young. It was difficult, but he is grateful for the lessons. Shun agrees, telling Simon that he performed well today. Now that the guest reception is over, he encourages Simon to enjoy the banquet. Simon assures him that he will and thanks him for his generosity. As Simon walks into the banquet hall, he is taken aback to see all the members of the Old One family gathered there. However, he wonders where Mr. Finch is. Meanwhile, Finch stands outside the hall, holding a communication globe. He asks the person on the other side if he can hear him. The man confirms and assures Finch that everything is going according to plan. They will reach Blue Harbor the day after tomorrow. Finch acknowledges this and reports that everything on his side is progressing smoothly, since all key members of the family are gathered in the banquet hall without exception. The man has no concerns about this. However, he has heard rumors through his information network that a Kizun student has arrived at Blue Harbor. Finch tells him not to worry, even if the student is from Kazan. Being a first year means he isn't a real threat. If any problems arise, Finch promises to handle them personally. But the man interrupts, saying that it doesn't matter who their opponent is. They will eliminate everyone. He smirks, twirls his mustache, and states that as long as the deposit is confirmed, everything will proceed as planned. Finch reassures him that he will provide full support and reminds him that everything on this island already belongs to him. Meanwhile, Simon gazes out the window, feeling frustrated. His body armor training has failed again. Although the professor and Fear tell him not to worry, he can't help but feel anxious about his lack of progress. The opening ceremony concludes, but Shun notices Simon's troubled expression and asks what's wrong. Shun has been observing him for a while and can tell something is bothering him. Simon lowers his head slightly, assuring Shun that it's nothing serious. He is just worried about schoolwork. Shun asks if it is normal for Kazan students to study so hard. Simon nods and explains that he has to work hard to keep up with the others. Shun understands his dedication but suddenly stops and looks out the window, startled. It's raining. Meanwhile, Urzi shivers from the cold. The rain started after the thick fog rolled in. A boy approaches her from a distance, warning her that it's dangerous to stay outside. He tells her to come inside since swimming is prohibited today due to the heavy sea fog. Urzi acknowledges him but, on her way back, overhears a group of people discussing something. They are wondering about a shape they see in the distance. Some think it's a rock, but others disagree because it appears to be moving. Curious, Urzi looks ahead and freezes in shock. It's a ship. A pirate ship is approaching the island. The pirate captain grins, excited about their target. Blue Harbor is a beautiful island, and his crew is confident that if they succeed in their mission, the entire island will belong to them. He orders them to capture every member of the Old One family alive and eliminate everyone else. Back at the exhibition hall, Simon, Shun, and the others sense that something is wrong. Panic spreads as they realize that an attack is underway. The Blue Harbor Maritime Guard Post is being overrun. They can't believe it. Pirates have reached the coastline. Everyone turns to the commander, desperate for him to take action. Shun is worried and grabs Simon's coat, calling out to him anxiously. Meanwhile, the commander urgently requests a response from the guard post, but there is no reply. This makes him uneasy, and he wonders if the communication system is down. Simon thinks the guards might not be receiving any messages, which makes Shun question what he means. After thinking for a moment, Simon sadly suggests that the guards may have already been attacked by the intruders. Just then, the butler rushes toward the commander, informing him that communication with Finch's team has been cut off. They assume that Finch's team might be in a battle with the pirates or something bad has happened to them. This alarms the commander, and he asks if even the top necromancer of Blue Harbor has been taken down. Since the situation seems critical, he decides to form a defensive plan using the remaining forces on the island. The guests and the Count will be escorted away by boat. However, Simon disagrees with this idea. He argues that escaping by boat is even more dangerous because the pirates are skilled in naval combat and have likely blocked all waterways. The commander acknowledges that Simon is right, but he is deeply concerned that all communication posts and barracks have gone silent. Even the naval forces out at sea are unresponsive, meaning Blue Harbor's entire defense has collapsed. Simon wonders how the pirates are executing their attack so precisely. It is not just an ordinary raid. Every strategic point, from the naval defenses to the top necromancer, has been neutralized. This suggests that the attack was carefully planned. Simon begins to suspect that someone is betraying them, whether from the Navy or among the guests on the island. This idea shocks Shun, but Simon insists that betrayal is highly likely. The maritime forces' positions change constantly, so for them to be ambushed all at once, someone must have leaked the information. Everyone starts to feel hopeless, fearing that it might be the end. They don't want to die, but the commander quickly regroups the troops and orders them to prepare for departure in 3 minutes. The guards obey without hesitation. The commander then turns to Simon, asking if he can help because every combatant is crucial in this situation. Simon wants to help, but his main duty is to protect the Count. However, Shun assures him that the Count will be fine. As the manager of Blue Harbor, Shun makes a personal request. He asks Simon not to worry about his safety and instead focus on rescuing the people of Blue Harbor. Simon hesitates, arguing that those who are being targeted might be among the residents. Shun acknowledges this, but insists that saving the civilians is the priority. He even offers to pay Simon extra if necessary and humbly bows, pleading for his help. Seeing no other choice, Simon agrees and follows the instructions. Later, they split their forces into 3 groups. The Navy is assigned to gather scattered personnel and rescue civilians. Meanwhile, the butler decides to take the Count and the distinguished guests to the mansion. The commander worries about the safety of the mansion, especially since Finch is missing. But the butler reassures him that the mansion has its own defense systems, former knights, and well-trained servants who can handle any threats. This relieves the commander, and he now focuses on positioning the Keysen students. Simon declares that he will head to the beach, believing that capturing the enemy captain will be the key to victory. Once they have the leader, dealing with the rest of the pirates will be easier. On his way to the beach, he tries to contact Fear but gets no response. Concerned, Simon fears that Fear might have already been taken out. As he continues, he overhears a group of hooligans mocking the Navy, saying that fighting them was easy because they were weak. They insult the captured soldiers, calling them idiots. Simon mutters that they are the real fools, unable to distinguish between war and mere local conflicts. He believes that indulging in a peaceful life for too long has weakened their minds. Just then, Fear's voice comes through, asking Simon if he can hear him. Simon realizes that the situation is serious, but these hooligans are not difficult opponents. Fear quickly deals with them, killing those who were mercilessly attacking civilians. He is confident that Simon would have done the same. Fear then suggests that Simon use core armor on the civilians, a technique taught to him by Professor Turtle. Simon hesitates, wondering if it will work, but Fear insists. It will be 10 times harder than what he practiced. But if his determination is strong, he will succeed. Understanding the urgency, Simon summons his undead and focuses on saving the civilians. Just as a hooligan prepares to kill a woman and her child, Simon directs all his attention to forming skeletal armor. He successfully covers the woman's arm with bone, allowing her to block the attacker's strike. She is shocked by the unexpected protection, but Simon knows he must keep going. The attacker stands in shock, confused about what is happening. The woman is also startled, but she quickly punches him in the face. She doesn't fully understand the situation, but the punch gives her confidence. She grabs his collar and demands to know how he dares to touch her child. The attacker, not understanding what is going on, raises his weapon to strike back. She feels worried while Simon tries to hand her something, but before he can, another man steps in. Although nervous, he moves forward to protect her. She fears he might get hurt, but Simon equips him with an exoskeleton just in time. The man is surprised, saying his legs are moving on their own. Fear feels relieved that their plan is working and wants to use the organized skeleton legion. With Simon's current state, they no longer need to worry about bad habits. Simon agrees and starts summoning the skeletons. He is amazed at how much easier this is compared to normal skeletons. Once the overall formation is set, the skeletons naturally find their positions. Now Simon understands why Fear initially forbade this method. The skeletons are already skilled, so there is no need for extra training. They are happy to see their new allies and urge them to show their strength. The skeletons rush toward the gangster. One of the girls punches him, remembering that he had touched her leg earlier, and she wants him to pay. Meanwhile, two children lift the gangsters, showing their mother how strong they are. The butler also takes down some enemies, lifting their bodies with ease. Simon asks if everyone is safe. The butler smiles, realizing that Simon is the one who dressed him in this suit. One of the defeated men recognizes Simon's outfit. It is the same uniform worn by Kizan, and he remembers seeing Simon with the Viscount earlier. While Simon warns the butler not to push himself too hard, the butler feels young again. The civilians cheer, grateful that Kizan has been protecting them all this time. They start believing that as long as they wear this armor, they won't suffer serious injuries. This confidence fuels their fighting spirit, and now the pirates are the ones running. Meanwhile, the pirate leader grins as he admires gold coins and treasures. He admits that the wealth on this land feels different from any he has seen before. Among the riches, he spots an emerald unlike any he has ever encountered. Suddenly, one of his men rushes in, begging for reinforcements. The townspeople are fighting back. The captain laughs, dismissing their strength, believing they are just weak leftovers. However, he is shocked to realize that they are not soldiers but ordinary island residents, shopkeepers, tourists, and chefs. The captain is stunned. These people should be begging for mercy, not fighting back. His man nervously explains that a necromancer is helping them, leaving the captain in disbelief. Meanwhile, one of the townspeople spots two approaching pirates and assures her companion that she will handle them. Simon warns another man about pirates coming through the alley. He nods in understanding. When the pirates arrive and recognize their attackers, they are disappointed to see that they are just kids. One pirate reaches for Simon, but before he can do anything, the two residents standing beside Simon start beating him up. The woman turns to Simon and asks if he is all right. Simon nods and thanks her, admitting that he never expected her to fight this hard. Later, the butler waves to them, announcing that he has disposed of all the bombs in the sea and that the rest of the civilians have evacuated. Simon thanks him for his efforts. The butler then steps forward, ready to show the pirates who are in charge. A child also wants to fight, but Simon stops him. He insists on facing the pirates alone and asks the others to evacuate. The residents hesitate, worried that he is taking on too much. Even though he is Kizan's student, this seems reckless. They want to fight alongside him. However, Simon retrieves all the bones used to make their armor and declares that his duty is to protect them. If anyone gets hurt, he won't be able to face the Viscount. With no other choice and their armor gone, they agree but urge him to be careful. Simon nods and thanks them. Simon then faces the pirate captain, who looks slightly exhausted. The captain mentions that Kazan promised to handle things, but they never intended to work with these people. Simon immediately realizes that there is a traitor among them and demands to know who it is. The captain unsheathes his sword and smirks, calling Simon naive. He asks if Simon really thinks they will reveal their secrets. With a swing of his sword, a powerful blast creates a thick mist. Simon watches closely and recalls the captain saying he cannot sense black. Simon asks if that is still true. This is Simon's first time encountering an aura user. The pirate captain, surprised, realizes that Simon is knowledgeable about aura, despite being a necromancer. Simon comments that necromancers like him are rare these days. This annoys the captain because he believes necromancers are the ones who divided magic users into mainstream and non-mainstream without any proof. They also look down on aura and pure magic as outdated just because it is different. The captain feels personally insulted, but when he sees aura in action, he finds it incredible. At first, he is irritated by Simon's gaze, but then he notices his movements. Simon is using the sword ritual of the Baldwin Kingdom Knights. This surprises the captain, making him wonder what Simon is hiding. The captain comes from a family of knights, but in a world dominated by necromancers, knightly traditions have declined. Everyone says this is the way of the future, but the captain refuses to give up. He trains hard, mastering his swordsmanship, strengthening his body, and refining his aura. He eventually passes the test and becomes a knight. However, out of 200 people, 198 are necromancers who have unlocked their core. The captain asks Simon if he understands how it feels to be called outdated just for following tradition. He wonders if Simon has ever heard people say they only care about practical results and ignore the deeper meaning of magic. Feeling frustrated, the captain abandons everything and sets out to sea. Simon understands that joblessness can lead to crime, and he agrees that the captain's story is sad. However, he also believes that sadness does not erase wrongdoing. Just then, a giant undead rises from the ground. The captain moves to block it, but Simon takes advantage of the distraction. He dashes behind the captain and knocks him out with a punch to the back of the neck. Meanwhile, the undead throws tubes of liquid at the captain's face, but the captain ignores it and declares that knights never waver. Simon realizes that, as the captain said, knights must train in swordsmanship, physical strength, and aura, regardless of whether they have a core or not. He sees these as fundamental skills and has never thought of them as outdated. However, what truly feels old-fashioned is the way the captain thinks. Later, all the pirates, including their captain, are captured and tied up. Simon questions one of them, knowing they have no hope of escape now. He tells the man that piracy is a serious crime, but if he cooperates, Simon might be able to ask for leniency. He asks who the Blue Harbor official they worked with is, but the man refuses to answer. The man remarks that if he had known he would be forced to answer every question, he would never have become a pirate in the first place. Simon signals to his skeletons and tells them to make the man drink something. He reminds him that he may be a student, but he is also a necromancer. After drinking the liquid, the man starts coughing and demands to know what it is. Simon smiles and asks if he thinks it's poison. He explains that in 15 seconds, the poison will spread through his body, and in 5 seconds, the pain will begin. The man panics, but Simon shows him an antidote and promises to give it to him if he tells the truth. At first, the man remains silent, but Simon warns that it's his choice. The man finally snitches and says Finch's name. Simon is shocked and asks if this is really true, which irritates the man. He snaps back, saying he has no reason to lie when his life is at stake and demands the antidote. Simon thinks for a moment and agrees with him. Since Finch is an important figure in Blue Harbor, finding him should reveal the location of the naval outpost and its forces. However, Simon wonders why Finch would betray Blue Harbor and his own territory. Suddenly, he remembers the undead from earlier and suspects it might be connected. Lost in thought, Simon accidentally drops the antidote. The man panics, cursing Simon for betraying him after he told the truth. However, Simon calmly reveals that the potion was never poison. It was just a seasickness remedy. The man will be fine in 2 hours. Simon tells him to relax and enjoy his time in jail. Meanwhile, inside a mansion, 2 servants are protecting Count Shun. The pirates tell them that resisting is useless and they should surrender peacefully. Suddenly, one of the servants is shocked as bones attach to her body, forming skeletal armor. Confused, she wonders what is happening. At the other end of the hallway, Simon orders her to fight back. She is surprised to see Simon and immediately starts attacking the pirates. One pirate sneaks up behind Simon, but the servant warns him just in time. Simon turns around and kicks the pirate in the face. The servant gently puts down Count Shun and asks if Simon is injured. Simon reassures him that he is fine, and then asks if the Count is safe. The Count confirms that he is unharmed. Simon urges them to evacuate quickly, feeling that his suspicions are correct. As they escape the mansion, Simon ensures that the pirates can't follow. Count Shun hesitates, but Simon tells him to go immediately. Just then, a pirate rushes toward the Count, finally having found him. The pirates order the Count to come with them, but Simon quickly uses his undead to twist the pirate's arm, making him collapse. The pirate is too confused to understand what just happened. Simon tells Shun to come to him, and Shun obeys. Simon reaches out to grab Shun's hand, but before he can, molten wax suddenly engulfs Shun, pulling him away. Finch uses a powerful dragon formation, launching burning wax that melts a pirate and even the floor itself. Simon is stunned. This wax is strong enough to melt through solid ground. Finch glares at Simon and scolds him, reminding him that a bodyguard should never let his guard down. Outside, the people cheer when they see Mr. Finch, believing they are saved. Finch confidently tells them not to worry because he is here now. This frustrates Simon. Finch is the real culprit, yet he is acting like a hero. Simon demands that he release the Count immediately. Finch simply smiles and refuses. He says he cannot trust Simon and insists that, as the Count's bodyguard, Simon should never have left his side. He declares that he cannot compromise on the Count's safety and will officially report this matter to Kizan. Simon furiously asks Finch why he has betrayed them, shocking Count Shun. Finch is also startled as he realizes the truth, but he quickly smiles cunningly. Everyone finds it hard to believe that Finch has betrayed them, assuming Kizan might have misunderstood something. Simon insists that the pirates have confessed, and both the Navy soldiers and the residents of Blue Harbor have heard it. Finch questions if there is any proof, while Shun, with teary eyes, begs his uncle to let him go. Finch apologizes, saying it is not possible, then throws green balls at Simon. A strange gas fills the air, blocking Simon's vision, and Finch escapes. Simon looks down at the butler and tells him he will go after Finch. He orders the butler to spread the news of Finch's betrayal to the Navy and officials. The butler, though slightly confused, wants Simon to save the Count from Finch. Meanwhile, Finch ties up Shun, throws him down, and orders him to stay put. He then creates a magical circle around him, summoning undead creatures and commanding them to set sail. Shun asks his uncle why he is doing this to him, but Finch scoffs, unable to believe Shun still calls him uncle. Shun wonders if he has done something wrong, but Finch tells him it is not his fault. The true culprit is his father. This revelation shocks Shun. Finch claims that Shun's father is the reason his mother, who is also Finch's sister, died. Although Finch comes from a declining family, he possesses extraordinary talent. Once rumored to be the future of Kizan and the top candidate for special admission, many families try to recruit him, but the oldest families in Blue Harbor are the most eager. They arrange for his sister to marry the eldest son of the Old One, binding Finch to them as their exclusive necromancer. He receives full support, but a year later, he fails both the special admission and Kizan's entrance exam. His failure turns the Old Ones into a laughing stock, as they had invested a fortune in him. Determined to redeem himself, Finch studies relentlessly for the family that took him in, and for his sister, who married into them. He moves to another land, aiming for Kizan's transfer system, but then he receives a letter from his sister. She writes that she is struggling in her new home and wants to leave her husband to return. That is the last letter she ever sends. Soon after, Finch sees his sister's lifeless body covered in bruises. He realizes that the worse he failed, the worse she suffered at the hands of the Old Ones. Knowing this, all he could do was tell her to hold on until Kizan called for him. But now, all his knowledge and necromantic skills are useless. All he can do is turn her corpse into a skeleton or a coffin. Overcome with guilt, he asks Shun if he knows what his father was doing at the funeral. Shun's father had been fooling around with another woman while his sister's body was still cold. They disguised her death as an illness, and in that moment, Finch wondered how a husband and father could be so heartless. That is when he decided to bring the entire family to ruin and take everything from them. He then asks Shun if he remembers how his father died. Shun, confused, says his father passed away from illness. Realizing the truth, Shun is stunned. Finch smirks and tells him that now he understands. He is the enemy of Shun's father and the one who avenged his mother. Now that all the Old Ones are gathered, this is the perfect time to erase the family from existence. Once they are gone, Finch will inherit Blue Harbor's rulership and the Old Ones' wealth as their sole heir. He asks Shun if he thinks this plan is perfect. But Shun refuses, saying it is not right and that things will not go as Finch expects because Simon will stop him. Finch acknowledges that Kyan, ranked number 1, is the only unpredictable factor. However, he never expected a commoner to be the top special admission candidate. He assumes that Nephthys is getting old and losing judgment. For now, Finch focuses on taking Shun and retrieving all the Old One's wealth. Dealing with Simon can wait, but Shun remains confident that Simon will not die so easily. Finch cannot believe Shun still speaks this way. Suddenly, the ship starts shaking. Finch wonders if the special admission student has already caught up, but that should be impossible.